I just shouted one sentence in the rules horror game, and right behind me appeared a small elementary school student wearing a light blue little suit with reflective glasses. The audience watching the livestream were instantly stunned. Where did this kid come from? Is this a friendly weird creature? Just now, after I took first place on the global rules horror speedrun leaderboard, I died suddenly in front of my computer. When I opened my eyes again, I found I had crossed over into the game I had beaten in my past life. After seeing the environment in front of me clearly, I immediately remembered the scene before me was exactly the Purgatory 9-star dungeon I had beaten in my past life, Chaotic Court. Combined with the memories of this world's original owner, I discovered this world is one ruled by rules. Over 200 countries globally select one chosen person to enter the horror world to survive. Success brings national power, lifespan, and physical enhancement to the whole country. Failure brings weird creatures invading a city for 48 hours. While I was thinking like this, the global live stream room in the night sky was now filled with flying comments. Xia Country Expert, 9-star dungeons are almost impossible to clear. Bear Country Expert, our player Sucka Hunt also failed. Australia Expert, good thing, 9-star dungeons have one revival round. Look quick, the revival round is coming. The cemetery, along with the terrified people nearby, looked up at the blood-red sky, covered by a golden banner stretching across the heavens. Revival round will arrive in 1 minute, global chosen ones prepare yourselves. In the chaotic science court, looking at the golden banner under the blood moon, Lin Yuan was completely stunned. He remembered this level belonged to purgatory-level dungeons, created by past life game planners based on paradoxes and accidental execution paradoxes. No matter which path you take in this level, the end is still certain death, truly a dead end. In his past life, he was stuck on this level for nearly 27 days. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After dying 797 times total, he finally cleared it. Once, to quickly grab the global leaderboard's $1 million prize money, which led to his sudden death and crossing over, he didn't have time to properly enjoy the backstory of this chaotic court. Now crossing to another world, being able to experience this dungeon again, and even level up and grow stronger, he swore he would properly tackle every single level. 1 minute was up, revival round started, now selecting. As the prompt fell, all men, women, elderly and children in the park square closed their eyes and mourned silently. They hoped this selection could learn from the previous chosen one's lessons and fight for more survival time for Xia Country. While the rules system was selecting, Xia Country's live stream room in the sky kept floating comments. This 9-star difficulty is a punishment round, right? The last round was 0.5-star Ghost Mom's note, suddenly jumping from 0.5 stars to hell 9 stars, almost total wipeout dungeon. Sigh, no need to watch anymore. The next chosen one, no matter who it is, can't get through. Just wait for divine punishment. I calculated with math probability. Without a super godly talent, 9-star dungeons probably need ordinary people to die about 1,400 times to correctly clear it once. This 9-star difficulty not only needs clever reasoning, but also perfect choices. Comparable to Purgatory. Just as global audiences were on edge, new chosen one golden banners appeared in the sky. Xia Country chosen one Lin Yuan, Beautiful Country chosen one John Smith, Bear Country chosen one Oleg. Seeing the chosen one's names now, audiences all shook their heads pessimistically. This was just a death mission dungeon. Unless you're a real-world detective master or reasoning master, no one could possibly survive 7 days. Facing the 9-star dungeon, expert groups forced smiles. Even if Sherlock Holmes came, he'd die horribly inside. But following regulations, they still went to check Lin Yuan's identity information. Better not to look. This look shocked all experts. How is he a homeless man? The entire expert meeting room was dumbfounded. As the chosen one descended, Lin Yuan was shattered into a beam of white light shooting skyward. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared on a balcony outside a courtroom. Outside the window was pitch darkness, shrouding the sky. The court building inside glowed with weird light, looking exactly like the moon's surface. Detected player's first entry into 9-star dungeon, now selecting talent. Detected another soul in player's brain just disappeared, rewarding permanent SSS level reward unscientific summoning. You can summon any character from movies, anime, novels familiar in your mind as your companion protector, to clear levels together on lonely nights. If the summoned one is killed by weirdness, he will also die in his world. Hearing the prompt voice in his mind, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. SSS level rewards are useless to speedrun players like me, but for safety, I should still summon a powerful anime character to protect me, or kill me. Before the game started, he turned and entered the court hall early. Here was empty. He chose to sit in the back seats, then closed his eyes. In his mind floated hero characters one after another: Dr. Strange, Li Xiaoyao, Moon Worship Cult Master, etc. After deciding on a hero to summon, a white light appeared before him. From the corner of his eye, he saw a short person. His heart felt wrong. He felt he summoned wrongly. It can't be you, right? Lin Yuan turned his head in confusion. He saw the other was a 1.2-meter elementary school student, wearing a light blue little suit, a red butterfly bow tie on his chest, brown medium hair, light blue short pants below, enhanced elastic soccer shoes on his feet. Most noticeable were the black frame tracking glasses on his face, showing shocked expression. "Are you from the Black Organization?" Conan instantly raised his wristwatch, aiming at Lin Yuan, ready to shoot a stunning needle anytime to pierce through Conan. After Lin Yuan explained to Conan for 10 minutes, the other party finally put down the weapon in his hand. Conan lowered his head and said thoughtfully, "A supernatural force dragged me from Manhwa town station to this strange world, and this world is one with supernatural events. As long as we follow the rules from here on, we can survive. You are lucky, a person from the Summer Kingdom selected into this world of rules. I was summoned by the talent you possess. I am the character who will assist you in clearing the levels." "Right, Mr. Jiang Zhe." For some reason, Jiang Zhe, looking at the confidence on the child's face, furrowed his brows, feeling that this acceptance was too quick and too smart. To strike at the child's confidence, Jiang Zhe stood up, smiling wickedly, and explained, "I don't need your help, just block the fatal blow for me at the critical moment." "Block death? Are you kidding?" Conan Idagawa confidently retorted, "Don't you know I am the famous detective from Neon? I've even been in the newspaper. You need my help for this level." Jiang Zhe, walking a few steps away, suddenly turned around, patted Conan's head, and said with a strange smile, "No need, Kota Shinichi, just block a fatal attack for me at a crucial moment, and you'll still return to your Neon in 1996. "Yes, Jiang Zhe lied. Upon hearing this, Conan immediately froze on the spot. The person in front of him. However, he had learned one piece of information: after he dies here, he could safely return to Neon, so he calmed down. Just as Conan was in disbelief, a series of blood-red characters floated in the courtroom. The two of them simultaneously looked up at the rules ahead. Ding, the game officially begins. Ghost Story World, 7 Days to Die. Hell difficulty, 9 stars. Ghost Story Scene, Chaotic Courtroom. Roleplay Rule, Lawyer. Rule 1, all the following rules are fake. Rule 2, you cannot trust the relatives of entrepreneurs, police officers, forensic experts, judges, jurors, family members of criminals, little girls, and you cannot answer any of their questions. Rule 3, when in danger, you can hide in a cupboard. Any cupboard is absolutely safe, but not for more than 5 minutes. The lawyer's office is absolutely safe. Rule 4, in the dark, your physical ability increases 10 times, you can protect yourself from contamination, it is recommended to act at night. Rule 5, help the judge find the criminal's murder evidence, sentence the criminal in the 9-star bizarre death chamber. Rule 6, what you see is false, what you hear is false, what you feel is true. Rule 7, your memory may become chaotic during the day, you may no longer be yourself, performing actions and saying words that others cannot understand. No one can avoid this, try to stay clear-headed. Rule 8, there is no food provided here, you will not feel hunger within the 7 days. Rule 9, the courtroom is full of dirty things, you can only see them at night. Rule 10, after 7 days, the trial will begin, those who haven't gathered all the guilty evidence will be contaminated. Rule 11, all the above rules are true. This is a game where the player, acting as a lawyer, must help the judge find the exact evidence of the criminal's murder in 7 days. But about a minute later, Jiang Zhe and Conan turned and looked at each other. Conan quickly thought. Suddenly, a white light flashed behind his head, and he instantly understood everything. Rule 1 and Rule 11 contradict each other, which means that most of the rules given by this chaotic courtroom are not trustworthy. We should only trust a few of them. We need to try an error, but the consequence of failure is death. Therefore, this instance is essentially a paradoxical instance. Very smart, little brother, know what to trust, don't trust everything. Jiang Zhe patted Conan's head, otherwise, how could they call it a 9-star difficulty? Seeing this, Conan rolled his eyes. This man's understanding of me, could he be from the Black Organization or the Summer Kingdom Capital Investigation Bureau, FBI? But Jiang Zhe didn't show any hostility, so I can trust him for now. Conan tilted his head curiously and asked, I noticed Rule 4, saying our physical strength will increase tenfold in the dark. Why does it increase tenfold? Do we have to fight? So are you waiting for the lights to go out and it to get dark? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe looked at Conan with appreciation. Yes, remember, don't talk to anyone, let's go to the playground, play football, wait until the lights go out at night and then act. In this scenario, players are actually required to help the judge collect evidence to prove the criminal's guilt, so that the judge can execute the criminal after the trial in 7 days. But this scenario is called 7 Days to Death. Other chosen ones won't care about the 4 big characters 7 Days to Death in the name. They might naturally think that after 7 days, the criminal will die from an autopsy's lethal injection. For Jiang Zhe, who knows all the tricks to clear the game, he is already extremely familiar with the whole process. This is a chaotic court, where most of the rules can't be trusted. So, the target of 7 Days to Death is actually all the chosen ones. Right now, Jiangxia needs to go against the flow to survive. Only on the 7th day, the truth will come to light. At this moment, the outside world's netizens saw Jiangxia and Conan, and everyone was confused. Where did this kid come from? Is it an ally's weird move? I remember the ghost mom in the last scenario was also strange. Maybe it's a talent we don't understand. Shouldn't we be analyzing the rules? Jiangxia glanced at the rules and then ignored them. He's so calm, even going to play football? Damn it, he threw the lives of us Summer Kingdom people out the window. After receiving the rules, chosen ones from other countries began to think deeply. Because of the 9-star hell scenario, there's no external reminder. They can only try to figure things out from the memories of what they've seen before. John Smith from the beautiful country is one of the strongest detectives in America. When they chose John, the whole country was shocked. At this moment, he stood in the courtroom wearing a brown trench coat, having awakened the criminal thinking talent, and was analyzing the rules. Rule 1 and Rule 11 contradict each other. Rule 4 says our physical strength increases tenfold at night, which means we need to act at night, but nighttime is usually the most dangerous. This rule doesn't make sense. No, wait. If Rule 4 is false, then I've entered a false rule and will be killed by some eerie, elusive force. What I need to do now is collect evidence proving the criminal's guilt. I can't trust the entrepreneur's family, the police, the coroner, the judge, the jury, the criminal's family, or the little girl. Could they all be evil? I'm a righteous lawyer. When it came to justice, John Smith hesitated. Helping the judge collect evidence proving the criminal's guilt, done by the chosen ones, could show that the lawyer is righteous. But if considering the rule, all rules above/below are true/false, then, are we, the lawyers, still righteous? Why can't we be evil? Maybe I should wait until night and start with the little girl. She should be the weakest among these strange ones and also the breakthrough point. Chosen ones as smart as John Smith noticed this situation. All the rules don't count, we can't tell what's true or false, which means we can only rely on blind guesses. The muscular man from Cat Bear Country, Oleg, after reading the rules, scoffed, suckably at, these rules are all misleading us, we need to collect evidence of the criminal's guilt and kill the 9-star criminal in the prison to clear the game. Earlier, Sukablid went to ask the jury, and was finally killed by the jury's eerie forces. Other chosen ones went to find the police, the judge, and were all killed by eerie forces. I can't ask the jury. I should go look for the little girl or stay at the lawyer's office waiting for action by the evening. With the bloody lesson from before, not to trust most of the rules, all the chosen ones from countries around the world have learned their lesson by now. Chapter 3, Stranger Than Strange. Time flew by quickly, reaching 6 in the evening. The outside world remained pitch black, nothing could be seen, not even the hand in front of one's face. The brightly lit hall quickly went dark. In the moment the lights went out, shadowy figures began to appear on the ground. The figures soon morphed into various uniformed humanoid forms, police officers, judges, forensic experts, family members of entrepreneurs, family members of criminals, little girls, and so on. They sat silently in place, their eyes glowing red, not saying a word. It was eerily strange. Inside the lawyer's office. The office was not big, with warm, yellowish lighting. 2 rows of bookshelves stood on either side of the door. In front of the desk, Conan was flipping through books from this world next to the bookshelf, bored. So this is 2023. In a certain sense, I've also traveled to the future of Summer Country. Summer Country has become the world's #1 economy, its GDP has multiplied dozens of times compared to the Summer Country I knew in 1996. Without realizing it, Conan spoke in Japanese. In Summer Country's live stream room, a massive number of people from Neon, Japan, suddenly flooded in. This child is one of us from Neon, how did he end up in Summer Country's livestream? Traitor. He's a traitor. Helping the people of Summer Country and not helping us Neon. I suggest burning him alive. Why are you all so worked up? This is just a character summoned by the mysterious talent awakened by our country's Jiangxia. Look how impatient you all are. It's not fair. Why is he fighting alone while the others are fighting in pairs? So what if it's unfair? Is there any fairness in a world of rules? Who told you that your contestant wasn't as lucky? As the audience argued, the door to the lawyer's office was knocked on. Jiangxia looked up, a smirk on his lips. As expected, the first one to come in will be the police. The most significant difference between a 9-star weird story and a low-star weird story is that there are no doors that open or close, nor is there anyone who dies just by looking into someone's eyes. Even if players hide in the office and do nothing, they can survive, but under the pressure of the rules, no one would choose to stay still. Come in. The door opened, and a pale-faced police officer in a light blue uniform walked in. He had a black electromagnetic gun strapped to his waist and sat down on the consultation chair. Conan, startled by the bloodless officer, widened his pupils in shock. His brain froze instantly. The officer was like a corpse that had been frozen for a year, suddenly walking right in front of him. Lawyer, how's the evidence collection going? Rule number 2, never trust anyone, never answer anyone. But Jiangzhe was a speedrunner and didn't care about these so-called chaotic rules at all. Jiangzhe certainly wouldn't say he hadn't done anything, nor would he refuse to answer. If he did that, the police would immediately kill him by poisoning. The evidence is still being collected, it will be ready by the execution date in 7 days. You can leave now. Hearing this, the pale police officer tilted his head and showed a hint of red pupils, scrutinizing Jiangzhe. Masaji, what, did I answer wrong? Conan sensed something was off and his heart skipped a beat. It might have been fine facing a regular criminal, but facing the strange, he had lost his courage to interrogate. And this scene made the viewers from Summer Country extremely nervous. The last person, Zhang Chang, said I haven't started collecting, and was instantly killed by the police. Not good, this police officer is strange too, he's going to kill Jiangzhe. Please, don't let the 48-hour weirdness descend. But what the audience didn't expect was that the police officer only asked one question, and after finding no abnormalities, he turned and left. What the hell is going on? The expert group from Summer Country also saw this scene. After investigating that Jiangzhe was just a homeless man from Sioux City, they had originally given up hope. They had secretly prepared to disperse people from specific areas. But to everyone's surprise, Jiangzhe was not killed by the police in the 4th hour of survival. Instead, he answered correctly. An expert asked in astonishment, "What do you think?" The second expert responded, "I guess the answers are different." Earlier, Zhang Chang said it hasn't started yet, while Jiangzhe said the investigation is ongoing, and the execution will be carried out 7 days later. These two answers are completely different. Jiangzhe's answer might be the standard one. The third expert raised their hand in agreement. Quickly write this down, this homeless man is lucky. At this moment, Australia's chosen one, Jessica, was sitting in a lawyer's office, pondering how to act. Suddenly, the door was knocked on. She was startled, her face instantly turning pale, but she didn't dare to delay in front of the strange situation. So, trembling, she spoke, "Come in." The pale-faced police officer sat down at the consultation desk and stared at Jessica, asking, "Lawyer, how's the collection going?" Jessica swallowed, just realizing Rule 2, no answers, but what if it's the wrong rule? How could there be no conversation in a rule copy? So she answered the question with ease, "I just arrived, still adapting, I'll start the investigation shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, the police officer across from her immediately turned red-eyed, with a strange smile appearing on his face. Finally, his upper and lower jaws split, and a petal-like, flesh-colored tentacle grew from within, instantly swallowing Jessica whole. The scream was followed by a blackout in Australia's Chosen One live broadcast. Australia's Chosen One, Jessica, failed the level, survived 4 hours, strange occurrences will reach Melbourne in 48 hours. Damn it, I'm in Melbourne. Why didn't she answer like Jiangzhe from Sia Country? You say she was still adapting? Adapting my ass, now Melbourne is going to face this, we need to escape, hurry to the beautiful country. When the first visitor arrived, 20 of the 200 global country live streams immediately went black. In the last 9-star difficulty dungeon, only a few chosen ones lasted for 5 hours. Most stopped at the first stage, and now only 180 are left, which is considered an excellent result. But the upcoming visitor will likely kill most of the players. In the beautiful country live stream, John Smith, who was a lawyer plus doctor plus detective plus designer plus IT worker. As a lawyer, his duty told him to always inform clients of the actual situation, not to lie, and definitely not refuse to answer. The police officer, pale-faced, asked, "Lawyer, how's the collection going?" John Smith replied calmly, "I can't reveal the specifics, but I can guarantee that the execution can be carried out in 7 days." Hearing the satisfying answer, the police officer's lips curved into a smile, leaving the words, "You'd better act quickly, because I can't wait for 7 days. I might be harmed by someone with ill intentions within the 7 days. Even the police officer's strange behavior could be killed? Who would kill him? Unintentionally, catching a key word, just as John was about to ask back, the police officer suddenly turned, his eyes glowing red, and a strange crooked line formed at the corner of his mouth, as if stitched together. Seeing this, John's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped speaking. At that point, the danger did not occur. That was close, that was really close. So powerful, no wonder he's Mr. John, he even got the police officer to talk. Turns out the police officer's strange behavior could also be killed. John easily did what others couldn't do. Truly, John is amazing. This is like a lucky coincidence, why all this exaggeration? And he dares to say he's one of the top 10 detectives in America, but he doesn't have our homeless man Jiang's standard answer. A certain Sia Country viewer complained. After watching the police officer's strange departure, John Smith prepared to take action. He was about to set off to find the little girl, risking 10 times the physical danger. As soon as he grasped the door handle, his heart trembled again. His sixth sense told him he couldn't act just yet. Because we will die. Inside the lawyer's office. Conan looked at the closed door, glanced up at the clock, it was 6:30 p.m., then turned to Jiangja, aren't we making a move now? Jiangja gave him a helpless look, it's best to reduce the number of actions at night. Even if your physical body is 10 times stronger, we're outnumbered, and we can't fight the strange creatures outside. Just because the rules tell you that your body is 10 times stronger, should you believe it? There will always be other rules that mislead us to death. Conan caught the key words, narrowed his eyes, and asked with an interrogating tone, I hear from your tone that you're using a Chinese idiom, holding a sure victory in hand. How do you know we can't go out? Why are you so sure about it? You were cautious during the day, but you're so confident at night. Your behavior is a bit different from day to night, and it seems like you don't consider me as a teammate. As a detective, Conan's observation skills were keen. This question also echoed in the minds of the viewers and experts from Summer Country. Why was Jiangja so sure? And staying in a false safe house, wouldn't it be invaded by strange creatures? But just now, many chosen ones, even though they stayed in the safe house, were killed by strange police officers, proving that the rules of the safe house were wrong, it was not safe. During the day, my memory is chaotic. It's common for my memories within a few minutes to be different, and I won't remember what mistakes I made in my words. During the day, you better not completely trust me, no matter what I said that might be bad for you, because I might not be myself. Jiangja showed a calculating smile and lightly winked at Conan, but you can completely trust me at night, the night me is the real me. The next sequence of appearances will definitely be the judge, the coroner, the entrepreneur's family, and finally the criminal's family and the little girl. The breakthrough must be the criminal's family and the little girl. If we don't stay in the office for the next few hours, the visitors will kill us. My good teammate, do you trust me now? Looking at Jiangja's confident and charming appearance, Conan suddenly felt a surge of safety inside. This time, he heard honesty and sincerity in Jiangja's words. Hearing this, he felt as though he had returned to the side of his parents. His father was a famous detective novelist, and he was often away, so his sense of security was weak. He had to face enemies from the Black-Clad organization, always living a life of hiding. He was tired of hiding at Xiao Lan's house. But now, he found that security in the big brother from Summer Country. What am I thinking, Kudo? You're such a straight man. Conan shook his head vigorously, throwing away those pleasant philosophical thoughts. Just at that moment, there came another strong knock on the door, bang. 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 Jiangja pointed to the door and angrily shouted, Judge, get lost. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't like multiple choice questions. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What kind of rebellious move was this? How dare he speak to the strange creatures like this? Chapter 4, Is Our Country's Chosen One a Homeless Person? Jiangja's angry shout at the judge scared all the viewers. Many viewers felt their scalps tingle. If the strange creatures outside broke through the door, they would kill Jiangja on the spot. Jiangja's death meant that the entire city of Summer Country would perish. The audience held their breath in fear, waiting in suspense. On the screen, there was the sound of an older judge violently banging against the door. Bang! 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 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Even the hard iron door was dented by the force. When the judge realized that the iron door couldn't be opened and the dent slowly recovered, the outside gradually became quiet again. Then, the voice of the older judge came through. Lawyer, we're on the same team. Please find the evidence that proves the criminal committed the murder as soon as possible. If 7 days pass and you still haven't collected it, the criminal will be released without charges, and by then, we might all be killed. After those words were spoken, the sound of leather shoes stepping away echoed from outside the door. At this moment, the entire audience and expert group all let out a breath of relief. Earlier, they had been terrified, never expecting that Jiangja really forced the judge to retreat just by speaking. After the audience calmed down, a question surfaced in their minds. How did Jiangja know who was outside the door? And how did he know doing that wouldn't get him killed? In the external expert team meeting room. They were mostly made up of elites from the police, psychology, and detective fields. Their duty was to analyze every word and action of the players inside the rules. A male psychologist wearing silver-rimmed glasses froze the screen at Jiangja's image just now, and explained, from the moment the knocking outside started, to Jiangja's facial reaction. First, he raised his head. His pupils didn't change at all, then the corners of his mouth subconsciously curved upward slightly. This is a sign of confidence that has not turned into arrogance. It's enough to prove this homeless man's identity is probably not as simple as just a homeless man. He first said, next is the judge, the forensic doctor, and the entrepreneur's family, then finally, the criminal's family and the little girl. Now one is correct. The one who just hit the door was the strange judge. If the following strange beings also appear in the same order, it proves this guy probably predicted their order of action before all of us. That's not the thinking ability of a homeless man. What did he actually do before? Hearing the psychologist's analysis, a sociologist at the scene pulled out Jiang's file and checked it. Let me take another look. Born in an orphanage. Dropped out of high school. After dropping out, he washed dishes. Found dishwashing had no future, chose to be a homeless man. Worked one day of part-time near an electronics factory in Sioux City, then played for 3 days. An ordinary resume, how could it contain such deep thinking ability? Seeing this part, the sociologist had a face like he had seen a ghost. Isn't this just a Manhwa master? Now even the masters are so smart they can handle 9-star rules? As soon as those words came out, the experts looked at each other in shock. Manhwa master? We handed our country's fate to a Manhwa master? In another live broadcast room. This was the country of Little Canada. A middle-aged mathematician in a suit named Wilson was sitting in an office. He passed the police questioning last time with almost no challenge at all. At the moment, he was using elimination to screen out incorrect rules. The lawyer's office is probably not safe. At night, the player's physical power increases tenfold, which means the strangeness is extremely powerful at night. The rule that suggests players go out at night is probably a misleading rule, only meant to hasten the player's death. Just as he wanted to use elimination to filter the correct rules, knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wilson responded instinctively, not realizing anything. Next, the iron door was pushed open. A middle-aged judge with a sunken face and a dark blue complexion walked in, like a hellghost whose eyes had been dug out. He limped to the consultation seat, his eyeless sockets staring dead at Wilson. Facing him directly, Wilson subconsciously swallowed and stammered. Judge. Judge, sir, is there anything I can help you with? The middle-aged judge opened his mouth, and thick black breath poured out from it. Which camp are you on? With those words, Wilson's body trembled sharply. Camp. There are camps inside this chaotic courtroom scene? Aren't camps just the prosecution and the defendant? As if sensing something, he quickly smiled and replied, of course, I'm on your side. Hearing that, the judge showed a terrifying smile. Good, very good. Then he pulled a moldy key out of his pocket. If you are on the same side as us. Now, take this key and go open the door to the prison room. In the end, no matter what you see, kill the prisoner inside, and I will believe you. Hearing this, Wilson's whole face turned pale, and his mind immediately froze. Kill the prisoner before the trial even begins? What kind of joke is this? If he killed the prisoner in advance, it would break the rules. After all, the rule of death in 7 days could never be fake. Once he took the key and killed the prisoner early, there might really be no way back. But he couldn't say he was on a different side from the judge. If he said he wasn't on the same side, Wilson wouldn't survive even 1 second. At this moment, the audience in Little Canada couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Their instinct told them this step, Mr. Wilson made the wrong choice, maybe he should not open the door. It's over. Certain death, no chance of survival. As expected, without any surprise. The Wilson in the footage didn't answer within 1 minute, and didn't take the key either. In the end, a scream came from that country's live broadcast room, ah. Wilson was torn in half on the spot by the judge, and his guts spilled all over the ground. Little Canada's chosen one, Wilson failed the challenge, survived for 5 hours, Vancouver enters 48 hours of horror. This is only the second round, and it's already a death trap. Damn it, I'm in Vancouver, run, I'm running to the beautiful country. Beautiful country audience, don't run, if you run again, our country will be full, go to summer country instead. In the live broadcast room of the beautiful country. John Smith heard a knock on the door outside. The moment the knock came, John's heart suddenly sped up. Maybe it was the criminal instinct telling him not to open the door. If he did, he would definitely die. He chose not to respond, and sat in his seat, scared, staring at the door. About 1 minute later, the sound outside the door disappeared. Great, scared me to death. I just went to see other countries, Wilson died so miserably. He didn't take the judge's key, didn't answer, and got torn in half. Wilson was still considered lucky, those chosen ones from small countries died so horribly. I went to Summer Country's live room, that chosen one named Jiangja was so tough, he cursed, Judge, get lost, I don't like multiple choice questions. Hiss? That's too fierce. By the way, how did he know in advance it would be a multiple choice question? I don't know either, maybe he awakened a power to see the future? Just like before, they opened the door by instinct. No matter if those people were detectives, criminals, or reasoning masters when alive. No, not a single normal person chose not to open the door. Most of the chosen ones blurted out, come in. Then came the choice between two terrible options. Some chosen ones from small countries took the judge's key and went with him to the prison room, but before even seeing the prisoner, were pierced by countless black threads from the sky. They broke the rule. People like Zhang Zhe, John Smith, Oleg, Park Mei-chien and others survived. Because they didn't open the door to the judge. Too tragic. Sigh, just the second stage and already eliminated 50% of the countries. No wonder it's a 9-star hell-level dungeon, no one survives. In the lawyer's office. Conan listened to the judge's footsteps leaving the door, then looked at Zhang Zhe and asked. I can't understand, why not open the door? What multiple-choice question were you talking about? Zhang Zhe smiled and explained, Rule 3: the lawyer's office is absolutely safe. This safety means as long as I don't open the door, I'm safe. If I open it, I might not be. As for why I said it's a multiple-choice question, you'll know on the 7th day. If I don't open the door, the judge will mistakenly think I'm on his side. Of course he couldn't say he was a speedrun player. In his past life, he opened the door countless times, no matter what answer he gave, in the end he was still killed. Once this door is opened, it is a guaranteed death situation. Refuse the judge, death. Agree to the judge, go to the confinement room, never seeing the face of the prisoner, killed by the rules. Then, he gave up, letting things go as they may, but in the end, his indifference led him to choose the right path. Conan, just remember one thing, if you don't go out, you won't die. After all, if you die in the world of rules, you can't go back to the real 1996 Neon, because the purpose of summoning you was, 1. Protect me, 2. Kill me. This instance, no one survives. Yes, even Zhang Zhe, sitting in the lawyer's chair, ultimately couldn't survive. As soon as these words were spoken, Conan's breathing suddenly paused. A sense of fear suddenly rose. He slowly raised his head, staring at Zhang Zhe in shock. But this afternoon you told me, even if I die here, I will return to the 1996 Neon. Did you lie in the afternoon? Chapter 5, Furious and Eerie, not the slightest bit afraid. As Conan finished speaking, even Zhang Zhe was stunned. He was dumbfounded for a few seconds. What did I do during the day? I have no memory of the chaos. If I had a memory lapse during the day that caused me to forget, it could be understood. Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and then seriously instructed, so, Conan, sometimes the me during the day is not really me. No matter what I said or did, don't trust me too much in the daytime. Upon hearing this, Conan stepped forward, carefully examining Zhang Zhe's face. When he saw sincerity, he replied, I understand, but I'm really hungry right now. The rule that says I won't be hungry for 7 days, that's a lie, right? No, it's true for me, I don't get hungry, but you, being summoned by me, will get hungry. Zhang Zhe stood up and waved, let's go, I'll take you out to eat. Eat? Isn't food not provided in court? Zhang Zhe turned around and smiled, what if the rule that doesn't provide food is also a lie? Zhang Zhe, you're really scary. Sometimes I can't even tell who you really are. The unfamiliar and fearful feeling Zhang Zhe gave Conan, he had only experienced from Jin of the Black Organization. Even so, Conan still followed him, holding Zhang Zhe's small hand as they walked out the door. Sensing the forces, Conan tried to break free from his grip. Zhang Zhe casually said, if you don't want to die, then hold my hand. But it feels weird like this. Do you want to starve to death, or live full? Live full. The two bickered for a bit, then stepped out the door. At this moment, the viewers in the livestream were shocked by their actions. Because Zhang Zhe was the chosen one to be the first to leave the office among the 100 survivors. I'm so nervous. What will happen outside? With 10 times the physical strength, it should be fine, right? After seeing Zhang Zhe go outside, the experts quickly leaned in front of their screens, nervously watching as Zhang Zhe walked into the darkness. In the screen, Zhang Zhe casually grabbed a flashlight from the bookshelf and turned it on. The moment the light turned on, 4 red-eyed black figures stood in front of the hallway. This scene made Conan's pupils widen in shock, almost making a sound. Luckily, Zhang Zhe quickly covered his mouth and then said, facing forward, get out of the way, for cops, do you want to be killed by the prisoner's family in the dark? Hearing Zhang Zhe's reprimand, the 4 red-eyed black figures glanced at each other and then obediently turned around and left. This scene made the viewers' hearts tighten. Other players would avoid the eerie, trying not to come into contact with it. But Zhang Zhe went against the grain. I don't quite understand Zhang Zhe anymore. Is he bold, or reckless? Clearly, he understands the rules well. Cops are afraid of the eerie, and so are the prisoners' families. The experts also recorded this information right after seeing this scene. Same faction, judge, police, others unknown. Same faction, criminals, criminals' families, others unknown. Relationship web. The police are afraid of the criminal's family, which leads to the thought perhaps the police are also afraid of the unseen criminal. The experts are in deep discussion. The first chubby expert curiously asked, why are the police afraid of the criminal's family? The second thin expert responded, logically, the criminal's family, including the criminal, should be afraid of the police, not the other way around. There's something hidden here. The third female expert speculated, earlier, the judge asked the chosen one, which camp are you in? Now we know, the judge and the police are in the same camp, while the lawyer camp of the chosen one is unclear. So, the judge would come in to ask the player. It's just two options, either the player, the lawyer, joins the judge's camp to serve the judge, or the player, the lawyer, joins the criminal's camp to serve the criminal. Once this was said, it immediately gained the approval of most of the experts. A young male expert asked, so, can we assume that Jiangja is neutral? Another young female expert replied, no, Jiangja should have used the police's hostile relationship with the criminals and their families to suppress the police. As this expert spoke, the eyes of the experts in the room suddenly brightened. The previously confusing and chaotic courtroom gradually became clearer. Suddenly, an elderly expert raised his hand and asked, but here's the problem, why is there a chaotic courtroom? What I mean is, why is the courtroom chaotic? Is it because of the environment, the people, or the rules? Hearing this, the experts shook their heads, signaling that they didn't know. The 9-star Hell Dungeon had already surpassed the usual supernatural horror by far. Apart from the local experts, experts from the beautiful country also saw Jiangja take his first step. But sadly, they couldn't share the events happening in the summer country livestream with their own contestants. On the first floor underground, next to the vending machine. Other than the area in front of the vending machine, everything else was pitch dark. Conan clearly felt a chill, and there were traces of wind around him. From time to time, red-eyed black shadows flashed behind him. Unsurprisingly, they couldn't see the group of strange beings watching them from behind. Jiangja, however, was used to it. He bit his finger and pressed it on the start button in front of the vending machine. After waiting for a while, the vending machine did not start. Looks like my blood can't buy anything. Then Jiangja patted Conan's head, reassuring him, don't be afraid of the cafeteria staff behind us. They won't harm you as long as you don't look at them. By the way, if you want something to eat, just bite your finger and press your blood on this red button. Aren't you hungry? Don't you want to eat something? Conan looked at the bagged dorayaki, chips, and bread in the vending machine. I don't feel hunger. Then Conan followed Jiangja's instructions, bit his finger, and placed it on the red start button. The machine sensed the blood. Clank. A noise of operation. A dozen pieces of food fell into the machine's tray. Conan grabbed the food and followed Jiangja as they left the first underground floor. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, a terrifying roar came from behind them. Jiangja suddenly turned around, a fierce expression on his face, and coldly ordered the over 100 red-eyed black shadows, if you don't want to die, turn around. Do you really think I need to discuss something with you over a small thing? In the previous life's completion, if someone had mistakenly taken the food from the vending machine, they would have been disassembled by the cafeteria staff, because the player violated the rule, no food is provided in this courtroom. But he was a speedrun player, and Conan didn't belong to the player group, so he didn't break the rules. Even if they dared to deal with Jiangja, his physical strength now was not something these low-level staff could match. As these domineering words were spoken, the red-eyed black shadows exchanged glances with each other. Then obediently turn around. Hiss. Damn it, who's the weird one? Why do I feel like Jiangja is even more weird than weird? He yelled like that, and those weird things ran away? No, I see that in other livestreams, there's a scary feeling. But in Jiangja's livestream in our country, it feels like he's beating the weird things. The viewers also realized. In other countries, the players are trembling, cautious at every step. But our player? Fearless, familiar with everything, incredibly weird. Seeing this scene, the experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Don't look at me, I don't understand Jiangja's actions, I just feel like he's really awesome. I don't get it, but it's amazing +1. At least the relationship network of the chaotic courtroom is coming up again. If the players don't take the food, the weirdness in the cafeteria is harmless and won't harm the chosen one. Another lawyer's office. A black chosen one from the Grey State, James. He is a black player from Kenya. He awakened the otherworldly summoning talent. But what he summoned was a fluffy little white animal. Waiting with the little animal until 8 p.m., that round ball animal spoke, hungry, 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 meat, 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 no strength, can't grow, can't protect you. As a result, James struggled for a long time and finally decided to take the fluff ball to search for food. But as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered 4 police weirdos guarding the lawyer's office. After being interrogated by the police weirdos, those 4 police weirdos immediately transformed into shadowy faceless beings, gouging out James and the fluff ball's eyeballs, devouring 1 eyeball per person. At this point, Kenyan player James was defeated. Damn it. I just saw Jiangja in the Xia Country livestream, how come he was fine when facing the police weirdos? Damn it. Why couldn't our country's James even pass the police checkpoint and got killed? This isn't fair. The fluffball was such a cute pet, but it got its eyes gouged out by the police weirdos. Whoa, I don't want to stay in Kenya anymore, I want to go to Sia country. Sia country viewers, friends upstairs, please be rational, we don't need little black people here. Chapter 6, What Can You Do to Me, Weirdos? It took 10 minutes to go up and down the stairs. In the lawyer's office. The two of them luckily returned to the scene before the next knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Forensic doctor, please come in. Jiangja casually spoke. The door was pushed open, and a forensic doctor wearing a black mask, with only one red eye visible, walked in wearing a white coat. He sat at the consultation seat, took out a sharp silver scalpel, and showed a terrifying smile. Lawyer, my scalpel has been sharpened, and it hasn't touched blood yet. Could you help me get some blood? I think this little human friend's fingertip blood would do just fine. What do you think, Lawyer Jiang? Hearing this, Conan, who had just opened a bag of chips, froze. In that instant, a flash of white light passed through his mind. Earlier, Jiangja had mentioned the order of appearance: police, judge, forensic doctor. Right now, their order of appearance was correct. Just if, he hadn't gone downstairs to buy food with fresh blood. Then. This time, Jiangja might very well be the one to die. Could it be that I'm just a pawn in this sequence of appearances, and this is one of the reasons Jiangja summoned me? He put down the chips and stared intently at the forensic weirdo. The viewers and experts were also extremely curious about how Jiangja would decide. Perhaps, summoning characters means this is when they come in handy to take the fall. But unexpectedly, Jiangja's move exceeded everyone's expectations. He crossed his hands, resting them on his chin. With a somewhat threatening tone he said, Forensic doctor, are you sure you want to take this little human friend's fingertip blood right now? Are you thinking, if you take the little friend's fingertip blood now and sharpen the scalpel? Do you want to break the rules and kill the prisoner in the confinement room on the very first day? What's the benefit for you? If the rules kill you, you will truly be dead and won't revive. At this point, Jiangja's confident expression slowly filled the screen. The forensic doctor's small scalpel has two conditions for sharpening. 1. It must touch human blood to kill all the strange things in the chaotic courtroom. 2. On the seventh day, the power of the rules weakens, and the scalpel can kill the prisoners in the confinement room without touching blood. Now, the forensic doctor opposite clearly wants to act prematurely. Jiangja confidently asked, Forensic doctor, were you sent here by the judge? The forensic doctor was stunned, and then his pupils widened, revealing an excited smile. Did I not open the door for the judge before, making the judge think I am an enemy of your camp? The forensic doctor looked at Jiangja, tilted his head, and grinned, Lawyer, are you an enemy? Yes, the forensic doctor was sent by the judge. Because Jiangja had previously refused to open the door for the judge, and didn't show whether he was friend or foe. Since they couldn't tell, the only choice was to find an opportunity to kill Jiangja early. Seeing this, all the audience and experts couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Another difficult choice. Damn, why do so many strange things want to kill the chosen ones? This is insane, one wrong step, and you can't survive. The 9-star purgatory is full of traps. If Jiangja hadn't figured out all the rules first, he might have really died in this stage. Hearing this, Jiangja lowered his hands, which had been holding his chin, leaned forward, and smiled while threatening, Forensic doctor, if I were the enemy, what would you do to me? As he spoke, Jiangja raised his hand, signaling Conan to be ready to turn off the lights at any time. In the darkness, Jiangja's physical strength was 10 times stronger. Did Jiangja have to fight the forensic doctor to protect himself? Conan saw this, put down the anesthetic syringe in his hand, and slowly stepped back, pressing his palm on the porcelain white light switch. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was stunned. Damn! Jiangja is amazing. Such a big gift. Watching the Summer Country livestreams chosen one feels like a boss beating up small weirdos. Me too, when I watch other countries' live streams, I'm scared to death, but the Summer Country's chosen one gives me a strong, safe feeling. Maybe I should have moved to Summer Country early. The confrontation lasted for 30 seconds. Under Jiangja's threat, the forensic doctor's blood-red single pupil lit up again. Although it really wanted to kill Jiangja, it was helpless. Lawyer Jiang, you are very confident, but I love killing those who think too highly of themselves. After saying this, the forensic doctor put away the scalpel and turned to leave the scene. No need to see me off. Watching the door close, Conan couldn't help but gulp, looking at Jiangja in surprise. In just a few words, Jiangja had made the forensic doctor leave. The scene made Conan realize something. The big brother from Summer Country in front of him was even more terrifying than the black organization in his own world. After watching the intense and thrilling confrontation, the experts in the Summer Country expert group couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. Incredible! I thought he would die in this confrontation, but he turned the tables. It seems Mr. Jiangja really understands the rules. If he didn't understand, daring to do this would make him a madman. I'm relieved that Summer Country has such a great God in charge. In addition, the social experts recorded another piece of information in their notebooks. Same camp, the judge is the highest, followed by the forensic doctor, and then the police. In the beautiful country live stream, John Smith, after refusing to open the door for the judge, went out and looked for a little girl's strange creature. Entering the trial hall, the floor was covered with red-eyed black shadows, sitting quietly there, not moving at all. When he took a step, all the red-eyed, strange beings turned their heads to look at him. Don't even think about asking the little girl, he didn't even have the courage to stay there. He immediately turned back to the office. The viewers in beautiful country started complaining. Why is John so cowardly? If you don't collect the criminal's evidence, you will die in 7 days. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? You say you're looking for evidence, but they didn't kill you. So embarrassing for you, the chosen one from Xia country is much braver. He directly turned the passive into active, threatening the judge with weirdness. Hiss? Really? So brutal? Absolutely, you can check Xia country's livestream, the forensic weirdness just arrived. While the audience discussed, the beautiful country screen finally showed the third knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. This time, he didn't feel the death-like sensation of his heart racing and responded calmly to open the door. When he pushed the door open, it was the black-masked, single red-eyed, white-clad forensic doctor. Lawyer, my scalpel has been sharpened, it hasn't touched blood yet. Can you help me get some fresh blood? Because he had answered the police's question earlier without breaking the rule, Rule 2, you cannot answer any of their questions, it was clear that this rule was wrong. Additionally, John had not chosen to open the door for the judge in the previous round, so he was facing the same fate as Jiang Jia. After thinking for a moment, John softly replied, Forensic, the evidence for the criminal is still being searched, I can't go find blood for you right now. But unexpectedly, the forensic doctor's single eye curved into a crescent shape, and black smoke kept flowing from his mouth. Aren't you the perfect sacrifice? With those words, cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of John's spine, and all the American viewers and experts were stunned. Chapter 7, it turns out Jiang Jia understood the rules before us. Faced with the sudden danger, John's whole body was paralyzed. The forensic doctor suddenly stood up, his black mask started to crack, crumbling into black dust that fell to the ground, revealing a half-face with its flesh gouged out and black bones exposed, even the tongue was visible. Lawyer John, I'm not satisfied with your answer, so... Before he finished speaking, John hurriedly forced himself to suppress the fear and said, I am on your side. As soon as the words came out, all the American viewers instinctively swallowed, their eyes glued to the screen. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds, each second felt like a year. Finally, at the 10th second, the forensic doctor put away the scalpel. Just when all the viewers thought he had escaped, the forensic doctor turned around and threw out another question. Since you're on our side, now the judge's order is you take the scalpel, go to the holding cell, and kill the criminal. Yes, the judge didn't believe John. Killing the criminal was what the judge, the police, the forensic doctor, and even the unseen families of the entrepreneurs all wanted. Here we go again. Kill the criminal in the holding cell? How could that be possible? If the evidence of the criminal's guilt wasn't fully collected, and he killed the criminal on his own, that would violate the rules, and he would probably be killed by the rules as soon as he reached the holding cell. Damn it, John, think of something. Damn it, I shouldn't have opened this door. It's over, it's over. John Smith's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his heart racing uncontrollably. Oh? So John isn't on our side? Facing the forensic doctor's skull-like face with red eyes and no flesh, John couldn't even muster the courage to answer. Suddenly, in the darkness, he randomly picked up a book, held it in front of his chest, and, with a loud roar to boost his courage, shouted, Come on. No matter what, I'm dead today. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life, and I'm not afraid of you, freak. Seeing this scene, all the American viewers suddenly felt a sting in their noses. They knew John was fighting for himself and for the beautiful country. For a moment, the barrage of criticism suddenly decreased, and the screen was filled with, You can do it. John, you tried your best, we won't blame you. Go John. No matter what happens, we're on your side. If only we could connect, the chosen one from Xia country passed this stage perfectly, then we could pass the message to John, sigh. Maybe because he was close to death, all of John's fighting skills suddenly appeared in his mind. As for fear, it had already been washed away by adrenaline. Right now, John only wanted to fight, to die in battle. In the darkness, the freakish coroner suddenly turned its head, a red eye kept moving, dodging in the dark, trying to use the darkness to kill John. Go to hell. Seeing this, John exploded with 10 times the power, and kicked out. This kick looked ordinary, but it was heavy and strong. All of a sudden, The coroner freak was kicked by the huge force and crashed hard into a bookshelf 10 meters away. Bang bang bang. The sound of books falling all over the ground. Then, the coroner freak rolled and crawled, opened the door and ran out. Hearing the sound of the door opening, John was dumbfounded. Just one kick, and the coroner freak ran away? To be safe, he waited for 10 seconds, and then turned the light back on. The room was bright, only the books scattered all over the ground in a pool of black blood left by the coroner. Seeing this, John's furious face calmed down, then showed a surprised smile. So that's it. The body becomes 10 times stronger in the dark. That means in the dark, I'm even stronger than the coroner freak. Before, it threatened me only because I didn't understand the rules, so it acted so wildly. But I didn't expect, I was always stronger than the coroner. At this point, John couldn't stop himself from laughing. All the American viewers and experts were shocked. Oh my god, John saved us, thank you so much. Holy **T. So the chosen one is really strong in the dark. Hiss, if that's the case, did the chosen one from Xia country already know this rule? Yes, I just watched Jiang's replay many times, and I saw when he was threatening the coroner, he asked Conan to be ready to turn off the lights anytime. It looked like a strategy. Oh my god. So Jiangja from Xia country understood the rule before our John, and even used it. That's unbelievable. This scene was also seen by the experts in Xia country. They looked at each other, they had thought Jiangja had some secret weapon against the coroner. But they didn't expect, everything was within the rule, and Jiangja had perfectly used the rule of 10 times stronger body. The experts smiled like people who survived a disaster and said, unbelievable. This Mr. Jiang is really a great talent. With him here, there's truly some hope to pass the 9-star hell. At the same time, in the live stream of Big Stick Country, Park Meiqian was a runner. The first 2 times, he didn't choose to open the door, so he avoided several killings. The third time the knock came, bang bang bang. This time, Park Meiqian said for no reason, come in. Then, I want your blood to sharpen the scalpel. Since you say you're on our side, then take this knife and kill the prisoner in the cell. Park Meiqian faced 2 deadly questions from the coroner freak. Ah sure BA, you want my blood, are you kidding me? Why don't you go draw your mom's blood, she bleeds so much every month, go get hers. You also want me to kill the prisoner? Why don't you go? You're afraid of the rules so you want me to do it, do I look like a fool to you? You're the fool. Park Meiqian stood up, cursing and yelling. Even though he was reckless, he wasn't stupid at all. But as a result, he made the coroner angry. Just as the coroner was about to kill Park Meiqian, Pumaqian swiftly moved, transforming into a shadow and instantly slipping out of the office, disappearing without a trace. Leaving behind a perplexed forensic expert, who said, hey, can't do anything right, but number 1 in escaping. I thought I'd see some heart-stopping battle of wits, but this is it? This livestream is totally boring, not even as exciting as Summer Country's Jiangja and Beautiful Country's John, one with an unbeatable mind, the other cautious but passionate. Leaving, there's nothing good to see in Big Stick Country. Looks like Summer Country's chosen one is starting a weird counterattack, just thinking about it gets me pumped. Is it true? Let's go together, let's go together. Chapter 8, are all Summer Country people this unbeatable in their thinking? More and more viewers flooded into Summer Country's livestream. Currently, the number of online viewers from Summer Country has exceeded the total population of Summer Country, reaching 1.63 billion. I heard Summer Country's players have unbeatable minds, let's see if it's true. Came from Gray State, hoping Summer Country's players can conquer this level. Although I don't like Summer Country, I heard their players are bold, just my type. More and more foreign viewers, hearing rumors, started flooding into Summer Country's livestream. Thankfully, it's not a tech livestream, otherwise, with such a massive population base, no server could handle the terrifying influx of traffic. In the Summer Country's chosen one livestream, inside the lawyer's office. After sending the forensic expert away, no incidents occurred in the following hours. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Conan lay on the sofa, reading the evening newspaper, and deduced, Jiangja, you've always been stronger than all the weird things here in the dark, haven't you? I want to hear all the details, it's time for you to come clean, you know everything. Upon hearing this, Jiangja, seated in the lawyer's chair, smiled faintly, leisurely taking the cucumber-flavored potato chips from the table and popping them into his mouth. You're very smart, but you're wrong. The first tier is, the judge and the criminal are the strongest, no weird things can beat them. The second tier is, the lawyer role played by the chosen ones, because we have dark amplification. Currently, very few chosen ones from other countries know this, they are certainly struggling with these weird things. If players don't realize how strong they actually are, they'll be manipulated by any weird thing and even killed. And the third tier is, forensic experts, police, entrepreneurs' families, and criminal families. The fourth tier is, little girls. Upon hearing this, Conan put down the newspaper and looked at Jiangja. You really know all the rules, both right and wrong. Since we've concluded that you're in the third tier in the dark, why don't we take advantage of this and strike first? What do you mean by strike first? Join the criminal camp, take out the judge, forensic expert, police, and entrepreneurs' families. If we kill all the enemies, doesn't that mean we can survive? In the normal world, Conan would never say such a thing. He hates murderers. But this is a world of rules, and all the creatures are not human. Since they are not human, making the decision to kill no longer holds any mental barrier. Upon hearing this, Jiangja's smile became even brighter. You're very smart, smart enough to make me admire you. Yes, I've been doing this since I entered the 9-star purgatory rule world. But it's not the right time yet. With those words, Conan gave Jiangja a side glance. You're truly terrifying, more calculating than anyone I've ever met. Hearing the conversation between the two, the audience couldn't help but shiver. Others are trying to avoid the weird things by all means, but you? From the moment you entered the instance, you started counterattacking after learning the rules? Won't counterattacking violate the rules and get erased? Netizens from country N. I just arrived. Are all summer country people this unbeatable in their thinking? Netizens from Iceland. It must be fake. How could anyone be able to analyze the rules upon first facing them? Impossible. Netizens from South Stick country. I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. He's strange, but very confident. Although wearing tattered clothes, I felt a strong sense of security by his side. I began to like Jiangja. +1. While the audience was buzzing about this, the experts also learned more hidden information. They recorded the information one by one. This young man, Jiangja, seems to be smarter than we imagined. Yeah, he saw through the 9-star purgatory rules at first glance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. What I'm curious about is, how did he and Conan manage to turn the tables on everyone? Isn't this absurd? Just when the experts thought Jiangja's counterattack plan was unreliable. Knock knock knock. The fourth knock broke the silence. Hearing the knock, Jiangja and Conan exchanged glances and said in unison, family member of the entrepreneur. Please come in. The door was pushed open, and a chubby middle-aged man in a suit walked in strangely. But this strangeness seemed somewhat normal. The expression on his face revealed unease. Please sit, strange one, don't be shy, just say what you need. Jiangja waved his hand, signaling the other not to panic. This scene left the audience unable to critique. When did the strange become so well-behaved? Something out of the ordinary must have something sinister behind it. The chubby oddity was indeed a family member of the entrepreneur. After sitting in the consultation chair, he asked, Lawyer, when will you conclude the case? If it isn't concluded by the 7th day, once the criminal is released, everyone here will die. Everyone will die? For Jiangja, who was familiar with the entire process, he playfully teased, isn't that great? You will die too, you'll die as well. Yes, I know I will die, and then what? This question left the entrepreneur's family member completely bewildered. This oddity had indeed witnessed the forensic expert exiting the lawyer's office in displeasure. As a businessman oddity, particularly perceptive, he feared that lawyer John knew he was strong, so he couldn't use the usual tricks to get Jiangja to talk. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the criminal? The family member asked curiously, his pupils gradually turning red. Jiangja casually replied, not afraid, everyone has to die. Whether it's heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather, let me ask you, Sir Strange, is your death heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather? This question left the entrepreneur's family member stunned. If I couldn't defeat you, I'd just eat you alive. As the words fell, the audience looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I watching? Is the contestant from the summer country this tough? The opponent is strange. What good is strange? Haven't you heard Jiangja say he's the third strongest one here? Just a mere family member of an entrepreneur. The expert group from the summer country exchanged glances, unable to help but cover their faces with their hands. If anyone else had been in Jiangja's place during the scene, they would have been booed off the stage. But regardless of how he acted, Jiangja's actions were always correct. In addition, the experts also realized the sequence of events in this incident. A chubby expert explained, if nothing unexpected happens, the criminal might be the one who killed the already deceased entrepreneur, and this oddity here is a family member of the entrepreneur. They teamed up to capture the criminal first, but due to a lack of substantial evidence, they cannot judge and execute the criminal, otherwise, it would break the rules. Another skinny lawyer took over. The sequence is indeed like this. If after 7 days, the chosen one cannot find evidence, the criminal will be acquitted and the players will be killed. A third female expert raised an opinion. The lawyer played by the player starts off in a neutral role. As the matter develops, the player may join the judge's side or the criminal's side. I just did a scan and found that most of the chosen ones from other countries have already joined the judge's side, starting to search for evidence around the courthouse building. With such a simple discussion, the sequence of events became clearer. Why didn't Jiang Jia choose to join the judges' camp? Looking at Jiang Jia's performance on screen, it seems he intentionally wants to join the criminals' camp. If he joins the criminals' camp, it means he will be against the entire court. What benefit could this have for Jiang Jia? Even now, the experts cannot understand. Just as the expert group was discussing, the family members of the entrepreneur left the office in vain. At this moment, Conan thought for a moment and asked, Jiang Jia, you deliberately ignored the entrepreneur's family, but they are not as strong as you, so they dare not do anything to you. I'm afraid when you leave the lawyer's office, you will become the enemy of all, and the only ones we can trust will be the criminal's family and the little girl we haven't seen yet. If nothing unexpected happens, we are already in the criminal camp, right? Chapter 9, Black Organization? Isn't that a third-rate organization? Hearing this, Jiang Jia replied, not yet, we are still neutral for now. If I choose to join the criminal camp today, I won't live to see the next day. In my previous life, Jiang Jia chose to join the judges' camp. As a result, a group of helpers found by the criminal's family came out of nowhere, and while Jiang Jia was caught off guard, he was tainted, game over. Having learned from that lesson, Jiang Jia chose to join the criminal camp again. As a result, the judge, police, and forensic doctor found out and tainted Jiang Jia at the first opportunity, game over again. After countless trials and errors, he chose to remain neutral until the 7th day. Because the 7th day is when the breakthrough happens. Why should we join the criminal camp? I think you must have a deeper reason. When the 7th day comes, you will naturally know everything. Then what did you mean when you wanted me to kill you on the 7th day? Why should I kill you? On the 7th day, everything will be revealed. Seeing Jiang Jia say no more, Conan didn't ask any further. His intuition told him Jiang Jia was hiding some important clue. But once that clue is released, it is likely to cause the entire situation to spiral out of control and reverse. In the next few hours, Jiang Jia informed Conan about the live streaming happening outside. Conan asked in surprise, so we were being watched by the outside world just now, real people in the real world, my parents are also in the real world? For Conan's response, Jiang Jia smiled faintly. He couldn't say, you are just a character in a comic or anime. I guess so. After concluding this, a smile unintentionally appeared on Conan's face. But the next moment, Conan frowned and suddenly thought of something, so everything has been seen by my enemies? Jiang Jia looked at Conan helplessly and comforted him, the enemy is the Black Organization? Isn't that just a third-rate neon organization? They only act wildly in the neon region, and they exist as a low-tier organization to create an immortality drug. Why are you afraid of it? Third-rate? Conan felt incredulous. How did Jiang Jia know about the Black Organization? In his words, the Black Organization seemed insignificant. What level of person is Jiang Jia in the Xia country? Looking at this scene, the audience was full of curiosity. What is the Black Organization? I know, it's an organization dressed in black clothes. Nonsense, I knew this. What I asked is, what does the Black Organization do? They wear black clothes. Upstairs, are you sick? I asked you what TV show, and you said it was a TV series. I asked how to watch it, and you said you can sit or lie down. I asked where to watch it, and you said kitchen, hall, or bedroom. Haha, do you want to make me laugh to death and inherit my 10 million loan? The once terrifying atmosphere was instantly turned into a comedy by the barrage of comments. Those foreign netizens who continually poured in were shocked by the atmosphere of the Xia country's live broadcast room. Other countries at least struggled to analyze the rules, trying the rules, but in the end, most died within those rules. But unexpectedly, the summer country here is in total harmony. Time rushed by swiftly. By the time Conan woke up from his sleep, it was 3 a.m. He sat up from the sofa, groggily looked at the clock and the reading. Jiang Jia, it's only 3 in the morning, have you not slept all night? Jiang Jia sat by the desk, staring at the history of the real world, and casually replied, in the rule world, I don't need to sleep. Then why do I need to sleep? Am I not in the rule world too? I am a player, you are a summon character. At this point, Conan stopped talking and lay back down on the sofa to continue sleeping. But just at that moment, a heavy knocking sounded suddenly, bang bang bang. Conan immediately sat up from the sofa and asked, is a family member of the criminal here? Yes, come in. The door was pushed open, and a woman in her late 40s walked in. She was dressed in red, her whole body pale, gushing black blood from her wounds, her eyes pitch black, completely different from those judges with red eyes earlier. Though she looked terrifying, her strangeness was still somewhat civilized as she sat down in the consultation seat. Without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Jia asked first, who did you have a conflict with? The strange woman had no expression, her black eyes fixed on Jiang Jia, the medical examiner. The medical examiner still won't let me see my son in the confinement room. Lawyer Jiang, I can only trust you now. Tell me, you're not on the same side as that group of dog-like judges, right? For someone who knew the process of clearing the game well, he understood. If he answered yes, then, death, killed by a group of criminals, other strange beings. If he answered no, then shortly after, death, killed by the judge's strange beings. No matter how he answered, it was death for an ordinary player. This level was crucial, eliminating 60% of the chosen ones. The real answer was only one, initial intention unchanged. Jiangja smiled slightly and replied, "This family member, you only need to know I am fair, but I am not from your side, nor from their side." Sure enough, after hearing this, the blackness in the family member's eyes dissipated, turning into the brown eyes a normal person should have. She seemed satisfied with this answer, reminding him, "Didn't you say you are just? Then you should remain an observer of the whole matter, just do what you think is right, I won't entangle you." And the little girl outside knows everything about the case, because she witnessed all of it, but the judges have restricted her from speaking. Whoever makes her speak will be devoured by the judges. If you can get the little girl to tell the truth, I will follow all your commands with my people, no matter what you want us to do. Without thinking, Jiangja nodded, "I am not afraid of the judges and I certainly fear you less, and justice is my duty, please rest assured." Upon hearing this, the family member of the criminal finally felt at ease and turned to leave. The strange being knew that rules cannot be violated. But Jiangja's words already indicated Jiangja is absolutely fair. Just as the family member was about to close the door, she added, "You should fear the judges, they are very powerful." Jiangja knew this was still a test, and firmly replied, "Not at all." As those words fell, the family member finally left completely. Watching the entire process, Conan seemed to have a grasp of the whole matter. It seems like both red and black have shown up. Jiangja looked at Conan on the sofa, "What do you think?" Conan rested his chin on his hand, analyzing, based on the family member's reaction, black should be the side pleading for justice. And red is the side that persecutes. If my analysis is correct, this entire incident revolves around the persecution of the criminal by the judges. Hearing this, Jiangja smiled and shook his head, "Your analysis is good, but there's one thing wrong. Although the judges are the strongest strange beings, they are not the original persecutors. The real original persecutors are the family members of the entrepreneurs. The judge simply chose to stand with the strongest oddities from the entrepreneur's family." "Is that so?" Conan silently nodded, continuing to analyze. The audience discussed fervently as they watched this scene. "Wow, the criminal's family is leaving just like that? This is too smooth, there's almost no challenge in the live broadcast room from Summer Nation. Yeah, I just came from another country, most of that group is dead, either killed by the criminal's family or by the judge's camp. This absolute deadlock was easily resolved, I'm truly amazed." Absolute deadlock? The little girl next is the real heavy hitter, most players will die at the little girl's level. On the other side, John Smith also faced questioning from the criminal's family this time. But John, looking at the injured criminal's family, found it strange and did not start with, "Who did you clash with?" This led to John missing an important tip-off. Chapter 10, A large batch of chosen ones die. "Lawyer, you're the only one I can trust now, tell me, you're not from the same camp as those judge-like people, right?" John thought for a moment and remained neutral, "Please rest assured, ma'am. The forensic expert wanted to take my life earlier but ended up being scared off by me, which means I cannot join their camp." "Is that so?" Hearing this, the criminal's family tilted their head, their dark eyes seemed to see through John. Feeling stared at by the criminal's family made John slightly uneasy, his throat moved. Although he wasn't afraid of the criminal's family, being looked at this way could be chilling, and he hoped this oddity would leave soon. After a while, the criminal's family left, and John finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was becoming more and more accustomed to the rules of this world. As long as he ignored those chaotic rules and treated each oddity with care or strength, he could survive. Watching this scene, the audience from Beautiful Country went wild. "Awesome, as expected of John, he's lived for another 7 hours. Wait, something's off." "What's off?" "I just came back from Summer Nation, Jiangja." The criminal's family guaranteed that as long as he got the little girl to reveal the actual situation, they would choose to bring low-level oddities into Jiangja's camp, but our John didn't receive this information. Damn, so it turns out the information is inconsistent. So what if the information is inconsistent? People will die. Then what do we do? It's too late for John, he still hopes to find the little girl to understand everything clearly, but he doesn't know that the little girl won't tell him what he wants to know. "I feel like I can't stay in Beautiful Country anymore, I need to slip away early, go to Summer Nation first." A bunch of lunatics, our John is in the top 10 across America, do you believe some Jiangja who relies on luck in Summer Nation? His profile? It's a vagrant, believing a vagrant? Are you all crazy? Observant audience members noticed the differing information progress. One got information about the oddity in advance, while the other did not. This means the life and death danger both would face next is of two extremes. The clever audience in Beautiful Country promptly spent a lot of money to book tickets to Summer Nation. In the Panda Country live broadcast room, Oleg finally survived until 3 a.m. the next day. Knock knock knock. The knock sounded right on time. Having learned from the previous experience of not opening the door, Oleg was now smart. If he didn't do something, he would likely not complete the 7-day evidence collection to execute the criminal. Come in. The door was pushed open, and the criminal's family walked in strangely, asking, "Lawyer, you're the only one I can trust, you're not from the judge's camp, right?" Upon hearing this, Oleg showed a subtle expression. "I'm sorry, ma'am, I have already joined the judge's camp, I can't help you." "Is that so?" The criminal's family revealed a terrifying smile, issuing their final ultimatum. Seeing this scene, the entire audience and experts in Panda Country went crazy. "What are you talking about, Oleg? Hurry up and change your answer. Damn it, hurry up and regret it, it's not too late. Hurry up and answer like Xiag was Jiangja, if you don't, you'll definitely die." They were frantic because visible death was approaching. Although Oleg was afraid, if he joined the criminal camp, he would offend the judge, if he joined the judge's camp, he would offend the criminals, so he had no choice but to speak the truth. "Yes, respected lady, I am already in the judge's camp." Before he could finish, the criminal's family members twisted their mouths into a terrifying smile, then their upper and lower jaws instantly split open, and dozens of black gases poured out, entering Oleg's 7 orifices. Without any struggle, almost on the spot, Oleg turned into a puddle of red blood. Cat Bear Nation Chosen 1 and Oleg failed the challenge, survived 13 hours, the strange occurrence will arrive in Mexico in 48 hours. The audience and experts living in Mexico panicked. In the conference room, the sound of rummaging through drawers filled the air, as experts cursed while running. "Idiot, really an idiot. Our Cat Bear Nation has always been second in the world, and our average IQ isn't weak either." Oleg losing to Xiagwa was understandable, but losing to a small country like this makes me really upset. Being upset won't help, hurry up and relocate to a new position. In the Elephant Nation live broadcast room, there was a player with brown skin, Gandhi, of low origin. He had previously escaped successfully from the police, judges, forensic experts, and the families of entrepreneurs, including himself. He also encountered a deadly situation in this level, but for him, there was no lie that the real world couldn't solve. If there was, he would just lie more. Facing the criminal family's question, Gandhi rolled his eyes and said, "Respectful lady, I am on your side." "Really?" Gandhi raised his hand and swore, "Of course, I swear on the honor of Shiva." But this smile made even the strange occurrence look extremely fake. "Liar." With those words, the criminal's family smiled widely, their mouths split open, and then their upper and lower jaws separated, revealing tendrils resembling flower petals, wildly waving. Seeing this, Gandhi's face turned pale, and he retreated quickly. No, don't kill me, I didn't lie." One of the tendrils coiled around Gandhi's neck. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, and in the end, he suffocated to death. "Hypocrite, liar, arrogant dog." After saying this, the criminal's family turned and left. Elephant Nation Chosen 1, Gandhi, failed the challenge, survived 13 hours, the strange occurrence will arrive in Mumbai in 48 hours. At this moment, panic spread throughout the Elephant Nation's live broadcast room. Our Gandhi actually died at the hands of the criminal's family. How could he die in the 5th level? Damn it. Why is Xiagwa's Chosen 1 still alive? Our Elephant Nation is clearly stronger than Xiagwa, with higher IQs, why should they survive and not us? Right, if anyone should die, it should be Xiagwa's Jiangja first. We have been an ancient civilized country since the beginning, stronger than Xiagwa, I won't accept this. Xiagwa audience, what can you do if you don't accept it? Is this about country strength? This is about IQ. Your Chosen 1 Gandhi's IQ is lower than our Jiangja's, who's to blame for his death? In the real world, Mumbai instantly became chaotic. Nearby Bexton, they couldn't go there because the government wouldn't accept them due to the hostile relationship. Smart billionaires chose to flee to Xiagwa. Although they didn't like Xiagwa, at this moment, Xiagwa was the safest. Still, it was unfortunate when this group of billionaires boarded private planes. They were warned by the soldiers at the Xiagwa border, and when they didn't listen to the warning, they were shot dead. Today, another day full of hope. A young border soldier looked at the private plane crashing in the sky, then turned his head to look at the live broadcast of Jiangzhou in the night sky, safe and sound, and couldn't help but sigh. Since the 5th level, most of the Chosen Ones from various countries had died, except for a few countries. In the real world, dark clouds gathered, the wind howled, and countless skull-like strange occurrences fell from the sky. Devouring one city after another, corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like rivers. This night, people finally remembered the fear that was controlled by the bazaar. When dawn arrived at 6 a.m., the bazaar did not knock again. Experts in the real world tallied the surviving major countries. Xia country, beautiful country, FA country, neon, big stick, and the rest are small countries. Remaining survivors, 12 countries. Chapter 11, Chaos Among All, Escape is Impossible. In the conference room of Xia country, the experts hadn't slept all night, afraid to even doze off. The suited leader at the front asked the crowd, "What are your analyses? How long can our contestant survive?" Although they saw Jiang Zhe's flawless reasoning, they still did not believe Jiang Zhe could truly survive to the end. A female expert in glasses raised her hand and answered, "Leader, my analysis is, after the strategy of targeting the little girl who hasn't appeared yet, the entire chaotic courtroom will begin large-scale opposition and death." Another male fat expert raised his hand and said, "I also have the same answer." Jiang Zhe said he ranks third in strength in the dark. Even with help from relatives of prisoners, they still cannot defeat the judge. If they want to win, Jiang Zhe needs the prisoners' assistance. After lengthy discussion for dozens of minutes, the meeting finally reached a conclusion. Jiang Zhe would challenge and fail, but he might be the only survivor to hold on until the end. Because the judge's strength equals the prisoner's strength, belongs to the first tier. The second tier belongs to Jiang Zhe. The third tier, forensic doctors, police, relatives of entrepreneurs, relatives of prisoners. The fourth tier, little girls. Because the prisoners were suppressed by the judge in the prison room. In the final chaotic battle, there would definitely be a lack of T0 main strength, the prisoners. If they want to break the situation, they can only work on the prisoners. But if they try to enter the prisoners' room before the seventh day, it would be like when the previous small country contestants promised the forensic doctor to use a scalpel to draw blood. As soon as they step into the prisoners' room, before even seeing the prisoner's face, they would be erased by the rules. Looks like the result is almost there. Everyone prepare to evacuate the crowd in advance and try to minimize casualties from the bizarre invasion. Yes, XN. Suddenly, an expert asked a question that no one could answer. Why would Jiang Zhe let Conan kill him on the seventh day? What is his motive? As soon as this was said, the whole room was puzzled. Indeed, no one knew. At this moment, the Xia Country live broadcast room stirred. Although outside the rules courtroom was pitch black, the hall had fully welcomed the daytime. Jiang Zhe looked at the sleeping Conan, showing a discordant smile, then quietly picked him up. In the end, he walked towards the prisoner's room. Seeing this, all the audience could not help but widen their eyes. What is Jiang Zhe doing? Jiang Zhe said before that his memory would be confused during the day. Could this be the rule taking effect? What will happen when entering the prison room? Will die, will be shredded by overwhelming black lines, just like the chosen ones from other live broadcast rooms who promised the forensic doctor to kill the prisoners. The experts had just finished discussing Jiang Zhe's survival time. But unexpectedly, the very next day, Jiang Zhe, influenced by the rules, stepped into the prison room. They had long been prepared to mobilize national city leaders at any moment, letting civilians with basements immediately hide in the basement, while those without basements would flee to nearby cities. And the experts of the chosen ones who had already died saw Jiang Zhe influenced by the rules and displayed satisfied smiles. Beautiful country expert, he is finally going to die. By then, it will be our beautiful country in the lead. And country expert, it's good if he dies, then we can learn from his lessons and prepare for the next resurrection race. They were the happiest of all. Because Jiang Zhe had survived long enough, bringing all kinds of clearance possibilities to countries around the world. As long as it wasn't Xia Country winning. The leaders led by beautiful country were happy to see this. But everything was not as people expected. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to arrive at the cell door, and had just pushed open the iron gate. Goodbye. Suddenly, Conan, in his arms, opened his eyes and revealed a terrifying smile, shooting a tranquilizer needle into Jiang Zhe's neck. Feeling the drug's effect of the tranquilizer, a strong wave of dizziness hit. Jiang Zhe covered his neck, looking incredulously at Conan. Conan, what are you doing? I could have clearly killed the criminal. Conan resolutely jumped to the ground. You go to sleep, Jiang Zhe, act at night. As the words fell, Jiang Zhe fainted to the ground. Then Conan took off the retractable belt made by Dr. Ali from his waist, tying Jiang Zhe's hands and feet, dragging him back to the lawyer's office. Seeing this scene, the audience in Summer Country felt relieved. That was close. Conan, well done. This little kid is so smart. Really so clever, he has so many life-saving gadgets. At this time, the experts from Summer Country also let out a sigh of relief. They temporarily hung up the earlier phone call that had the people prepare for evacuation, the whole country waiting to implement the escape plan. This little friend is amazing. If Jiang Zhe can pass, it won't be without this little friend's help. If it weren't for the calling talent, many people would have died during the day, right? As the experts guessed. As soon as 6 o'clock struck this morning, the remaining 11 chosen individuals from other countries all encountered chaos. In the live broadcast room of beautiful country, John Smith groggily got up from the sofa and walked outside. His eyes were vacant, as if someone had cast a spell on him, walking straight towards the cell. Muttering continuously, "Don't be afraid, daughter, as long as I kill the criminal, Daddy can take you home." Seeing this, audiences across America panicked and sent bullet comments to remind him. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, John could not hear. As John walked along the aisle of the courtroom, preparing to step onto the first step. Suddenly, John stumbled, rolling down from the raised step. It was this tumble that jolted the confused John awake. He looked around in surprise at the empty courtroom. How did I end up here? Wasn't I sleeping in the office? Quickly, he realized his memory had changed. Like a split personality, he had no recollection of walking out of the office. I see. John pondered for a moment, nervously saying, I've been influenced by the rules, looks like I need to take some self-protection measures next time, especially during the day. Then, limping, he walked back to the lawyer's office. Seeing this scene, audiences all over America sighed deeply in relief. That was close. Lucky that chaotic John was walking in the courtroom aisle. If he had walked along the side like Jiang Jia, he would definitely have died. So envious of Jiang Jia, he has Conan to help, so lucky. If it weren't for Conan, Jiang Jia probably would have been killed by the rules just now. The closer it gets to the end, the more it feels like awakening a good talent is not as important as having more people. Meanwhile, the chosen ones from Big Stick Country finally fell here. In the live broadcast room of Big Stick Country. In the lawyer's office, when it reached 6 in the morning. Park Maegwan got up, first doing 100 jumping jacks, then turned and calmly ran down the stairs, heading straight for the cell. As he ran, his face was beaming with a smile. Finally, it's the 7th day, I'm first. As long as I open this door and kill the criminal, I can go home. I wonder what feast the country has prepared for me. When he opened the gate, ready to embrace the cameras of Big Stick Country's reporters, a rush of black light came at him, immediately cutting him into countless strips of meat. Park Maegwan smiled in the face of death. Oh no, Park Maegwan is dead. That's hilarious. Our Big Stick Country is already very strong. Only a few countries are left, stronger than Jiang Jia from Summer Country. If it weren't for Conan, would he still be alive today? In the live broadcast room of Neon Country. Senshang Shanxia is a Navy petty officer. Due to his job, he often takes boats, which sway, and at night, he needs to secure himself to sleep. At this moment, he is seen lying on the sofa, hands tied, with a silly grin. It's the 7th day, I can finally kill the criminal. As long as I kill the criminal, daughter, I can bring you home, wait for daddy. Senshang Shanxia repeats this sentence continuously, his hands covered with bloody lacerations from the ropes. Suddenly, Senshang Shanxia exerts all his strength. Crack! The bone in his right hand breaks free, blood gushing from his mangled, bloody forearm, but he feels no pain on his face. With a mechanical tugging motion, he pulls his left arm again, and in the end, Senshang Shanxia smiles as he dies in a pool of blood. The scene sends chills down the spines of the Neon audience. Those in the know realize that Senshang Shanxia does not have a daughter at all. For this phenomenon, the expert group from Summer Country offers a chilling explanation. Perhaps, the chaotic court script does not want to give the chosen one a chance to live. Chapter 12, Jiang Jia's performance. Since the chaos, only 3 countries remain. Summer Country, Beautiful Country, Corrupt Country. With Conan's help, Jiang Jia has restored calm. John Smith had good luck, he took the wrong staircase and restored calm. Walter is a Special Forces soldier from Corrupt Country. During the day, he locks himself in the lawyer's office, preparing for action at night. After the calm, he is covered in knife wounds, but he has managed to save half of his life. For the next 10 hours, inside the Summer Country expert group's conference room, they are analyzing the words of the chosen ones who died during the day. All the chosen ones have almost the same motive: kill the criminal, save the daughter and bring her home. Except for Jiang Jia, who never mentioned the word daughter. But that does not necessarily mean Jiang Jia does not have a daughter. As they approached 6 p.m. on the second day, the expert still had no precise answer. The leading expert looked at the audience, glancing at his watch. Perhaps Jiang Jia can give us an answer. When the clock struck 6, Conan poured the bottled water, exchanged for blood during lunch, to wake Jiang Jia. Jiang Jia stood up, looking at his bound hands and feet, quickly deducing the result. What happened when I was in chaos? Conan looked at Jiang Jia doubtfully, confirming it was really him before stepping forward to loosen the retractable belt. You want to kill the criminal? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jia suddenly looked up, wearing a puzzled expression. No, the second day should not be about killing the criminal. Back in his previous life, his daily routine on the second day should have been to wander around the court like a soul, searching for the unseen little girl, until 6 p.m. when he would regain consciousness. If he truly wanted to kill the criminal on the second day, it would mean the rules in this world have advanced. Because the motive to kill the criminal comes from the 6th day in his previous life. In addition to the motive to kill the criminal on the 6th day, he must also save his daughter. Jiang Jia decisively said, I get it, today we should take the initiative to act and kill them all without leaving a single one behind. Today? It's only the second day, there are still several days left. It doesn't matter, we're ahead of schedule. Jiangja stood up, sat down in the lawyer's chair, and instructed Conan, "Today, our goal is to protect the little girl and kill the coroner, police, and family members of the entrepreneur as enemies." "What about the judge?" Conan curiously asked. "We can't compete with it, someone else will confront it." "Who?" "Not you and me." "Is there something else strange?" Conan frowned in thought, finding no answer when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Come in." The door opened, and a little girl with long black hair and a red dress walked in. But there was no mouth on her face. Both hands were deliberately cut off, wrapped in bandages, limping while walking. Sitting in the consultation seat, the little girl stared intently at Jiangja. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but speculate. The little girl's hands are gone. Oh my god, who did this? She can't speak, does everyone remember? Yes, the criminal's family said the little girl must not speak, if she does, it will alarm the judge. Once the judge is alarmed, Jiangja and Conan will be killed. Then how will he get clues? On the screen. Jiangja looked at the little girl and solemnly instructed, "Don't speak, just listen to me." The little girl gently nodded. "You are an eyewitness?" Hearing this, the little girl's dark eyes widened, nodding repeatedly. She couldn't believe it, Jiangja had revealed the secret in one sentence. "You saw the criminal kill the entrepreneur's family?" The little girl nodded. Jiangja tentatively asked, "Is the criminal a good person?" The little girl nodded. If she could speak, the little girl strangely even wanted to scream, "Brother, you are amazing." "Is the entrepreneur a bad person?" The little girl nodded like a chick pecking for grain. "The conflict between the entrepreneur and the criminal is something I might not guess at the moment." The little girl showed admiration, excitedly raising her hand to mimic applause. After the criminal killed the entrepreneur, there was no evidence left at the scene. The little girl nodded again. After the criminal left no evidence, the entrepreneur's family knew it was the criminal who did it. The little girl's head nearly fell off. So the entrepreneur's family bribed the judge, police, forensics, and a series of people to weirdly capture the criminal in advance. The little girl even showed an excited smile on her face. She really wanted to speak, but she would never be able to in this lifetime. "Am I the bad person?" Upon hearing this question, the little girl tilted her head, hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and then nodded. This was an ambiguous answer, perhaps others wouldn't understand, but Jiangja knew it well. The eyewitness evidence you have, in fact, cannot be presented in court. The little girl was stunned and nodded again. Even on the 7th day of the trial, the criminal will ultimately die. The little girl revealed a strange smile, nodding repeatedly. "If the criminal dies, I will also die." The little girl nodded. "I must save the criminal." Rule 5. Help the judge find the evidence of the criminal's actions, sentencing the 9-star strange death penalty in the confinement room. This is the wrong rule. Finding the criminal's evidence will mean killing you, the holder of the eyewitness evidence. As long as you are dead, the judge will first kill the criminal's family, then me, and finally execute the criminal. The strange little girl actually raised her arm, making a thumbs-up gesture. Seeing this, Jiangja let out a cold smile. As he suspected, this little girl also had some issues. In fact, Jiangja couldn't rescue the criminal at all. To rescue the criminal, there has always been only one method that only Jiangja knew. If nothing else, the little girl might have already been tainted. But he continued to ask. "I cannot save the criminal right now." The little girl nodded. To save the criminal, all the weird aspects of the judge's camp must be killed, and then wait for the 7th day when the rules weaken. The little girl continued to nod. "Besides that, I also need a tool, like the forensic surgeon's scalpel to kill most of the weird things, then I can save the criminal, and I must act on the 7th day. As the words fell, the little girl stood up and deeply bowed to Jiangja. His last two sentences struck a chord in the little girl's heart. Seeing this scene, Conan beside them was already dumbfounded. What kind of heavenly reasoning is this from Jiangja? Not a single mistake, he even got everything right. This deductive moment was even more powerful than his idol, Sherlock Holmes. Until now, Conan finally realized just how terrifying Jiangja was that night. Besides that, the audience was even more shocked. "I'm totally dumbfounded. Is Jiangja still human? Just from a little clue, to know all the details? Can you foresee the future? You wouldn't have awakened 2 talents, would you? This thick gift is so special, no wonder he knows so many insider details. It turns out this guy has a devil-like IQ." The doubts from the day were completely unraveled by the experts at this moment. This is a case where a little girl witnessed a criminal killing an entrepreneur and was captured by the police without a warrant. Later, this little girl was harmed by someone with ulterior motives, damaging her mouth and hands. Once the little girl is unable to speak or draw the course of the event, then no one can overturn this case. What's even more bizarre is that Jiang Jia can deduce everything with just a thread of clues, pinpointing it with precision. The entire group of experts was stunned by Jiang Jia's actions. Genius, definitely a genius. We all underestimated him. The elderly detective and the expert group felt inferior. This Jiang Jia guy has such a strong deduction ability, he could easily work in the police station for criminal investigations. Why is he living as a drifter? I just don't understand. At this moment, the chosen ones from beautiful country and corrupt country were in an awkward situation. Because they didn't know what the little girl wanted. The little girl sat quietly in the office as soon as she entered, showing no signs of movement. After a stalemate of 30 minutes, Walter from corrupt country decided to let the little girl leave, whatever happens. Thus, Walter chose to just give up on the 7th day. With his battered appearance, it would be a miracle if he could last to the 7th day. John looked at the little girl's aggrieved expression and suddenly thought of the rule: what you see is false, what you hear is false, what you feel is true. He was unsure about the truth of the rule, so he spoke up and asked, I am someone who can help you, I need to feel you. The little girl's pupils widened as she nodded furiously. How do I help? The little girl stretched her neck towards John, bringing her face close just a meter away, staring at him carefully, then closed her eyes. Seeing this, although the little girl's true form was terrifying, John, being extremely clever, was not scared and also closed his eyes. Once he closed his eyes, he felt the black shadow of the little girl in front of him emanating a wave of fear and horror, hitting him directly, making him empathize deeply. Moments later, he felt all of the little girl's emotions. At that moment, John's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Chapter 13, John perishes. It's me with ulterior motives. You had your tongue cut out by the coroner, your arm severed by the police, you were threatened by the judge not to leave the courtroom, and you were assaulted by the businessman's family, barely able to walk. Even though I don't know the details of this incident, I already know who the enemy is. The judge, the police, the coroner, and the businessman's family. My teammates must be the criminal's family and the criminal. Perhaps my camp is with the criminal faction. And what I have to do is use the coroner's scalpel, stained with blood, to kill all the weirdness here, except you, the criminal's family, and the criminal. Just as John thoroughly considered the whole matter. As audiences across America were amazed by John's incredible intelligence. Suddenly, the little girl in front of him was filled with terror, shaking her head repeatedly as she looked at John. Whoa 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 whoa. It was as if John had said something wrong, or perhaps the little girl felt a great terror. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so scared? As soon as his words fell, the door was violently burst open. Enemy, die. A 3-meter-tall elderly man, the judge, rushed in through a massive crack and instantly grabbed John, crushing his neck without giving him a chance to react. In the blink of an eye, John perished. Seeing this scene, all the audiences in America were dumbfounded. What just happened? Clearly John's answer was similar to Jiang Jia's. How could he die? Do you remember what Jiang Jia said before? If I choose to join any camp, I won't survive until tomorrow. What? John just impulsively joined the group of criminals, and that's why the judge killed him? Exactly, no wonder the little girl was so excited. It was to get him to take back those words about joining the criminal camp. Damn it, ultimately a game-losing move. Chosen one of the beautiful country, John Smith, survival time 25 hours, strange events will descend upon New York in 48 hours. At that moment, experts from the beautiful country panicked. They had previously thought John could survive the longest or might even clear the game. But unexpectedly, he suddenly fell the next day. A fat expert cursed angrily, damn it, how could he die at this time? Another white-haired expert smashed his coffee cup against the screen, furious, damn John, a top 10 detective in the nation, actually acted out of impulse and joined the criminal camp. My neighbor's Grandma Mary is better than him. A third black female expert scoffed, even Jiang Jia, a beggar from Xia country, is better than him. Good riddance. Though they cursed, their actions continued. The demise of the most hopeful John truly struck a blow to other countries led by the beautiful country. Only the expert group from Xia country showed a gloating expression. A top 10 detective in the nation, and even our high school dropout Jiang Jia is better. What a disgrace. This is a survival game, not a reasoning game. In the face of survival, people's potential far exceeds that of John, this top 10 detective. Well done, Jiang Jia. Next, Jiang Jia should take action, right? Watching their own expert group mock, the leader wore a blank expression. Though secretly pleased, he still said, quiet, quiet, the demeanor of a great nation, the demeanor of a great nation. Since the beautiful country's livestream went black, the global audience's attention was divided between Xia country and the corrupt country. Due to Walter from the corrupt country doing push-ups in the livestream, thus not being very active, the viewership was sluggish. At this moment, Jiang Jia's livestream audience skyrocketed to 6.2 billion. Looking at Jiang Jia, who seemed confident, the comments immediately turned unfriendly. Our John is dead, he won't last long either. Definitely, even if he survives today, he won't make it to tomorrow. Why do I have a little hope he'll clear the game? Clear the game? You traitor, how can he and Conan kill so many judges without a plan? Exactly, we're all about to perish. If he clears, it can only mean he truly can predict the future, ensuring every step is flawless. But is that even possible? Of course, Jiangja couldn't see the hostile comments from outside. Jiangja waited until 11:50 p.m. to take action for the third day. Just before acting, he calmed the little girl down, settled her on the sofa, and reminded her with some concern, "Stay here, don't move an inch. No matter what you hear, do not go outside, understood?" Though unsure of what Jiangja would do, the little girl nodded in agreement. Conan, to the forensic room. Jiangja raised his hand and called Conan to act together. The two, each with a flashlight, stepped out, heavily locking the door behind them, and walked through the dark corridor. His office was on the second floor, and at the left corner on the second floor stood 4 red-eyed policemen. Upon seeing Jiangja arrive, the 4 red-eyed policemen exchanged glances and decided to block him. They had seen the little girl enter the office earlier, and if they didn't stop him this time, who knows what the judge might say to them. The 4 red-eyed policemen tilted their heads, their red eyes fixed on Jiangja holding the flashlight. Though they couldn't compete with Jiangja, they could still probe into his intentions. "Lawyer Jiang, where are you going late at night? If you don't mind, we can go with you. With one more person, there's more strength, isn't that right?" Hearing this, Conan carefully looked at Jiangja. Jiangja commanded, "Conan, turn off the lights." Upon hearing this, Conan immediately pressed the off button. He knew that Jiangja was about to act. How was he going to act? In such a narrow space around the corner, fighting would certainly make noise and attract the judge's attention, right? As the lights faded, suddenly in the dark, Conan felt a swaying in front of him, stirring up a fierce wind that made the corners of his clothes rustle, as if something had darted out. Then he heard 4 extremely faint whimpers of struggle. "Woo!" Jiangja coldly whispered, "You indeed will not wait for 7 days, you will be killed by someone with ulterior motives, and that person with ulterior motives is me." As the voice faded, Conan widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling and stepping back. What just happened? As he stepped back, it seemed he bumped into some cold object. Conan thought he hit a wall and didn't care. Before Conan could react, he heard Jiangja's voice ahead, "Turn on the lights." Conan quickly turned on the light, and saw Jiangja brushing off his clothes and wiping his lips, while the 4 red-eyed policemen had already vanished. The beam of light turned around on the ground, revealing a pool of black blood, and the bodies of the policemen were nowhere to be seen. "Jiangja, what exactly happened?" Jiangja grabbed Conan's hand, taking him around the corner, casually saying, "Nothing happened, they will come back to life in a while. Only the scalpel can kill them. Now we need to go to the forensic room." Though Conan was unwilling to be kept in the dark, he had no choice. As long as it was safe, that was enough. As he crossed the pool of black blood, he turned back, the light in his hand sweeping across the ground, discovering several pieces of light blue uniform fragments, as if the strange policeman had been instantly torn apart by something. Strengthened by something in the darkness? Was this speed and power truly 10 times stronger, as described by the Chosen Ones? Even after the enhancement, it was within understanding, it could tear a person in half in an instant. But where did the bodies of the strange policemen go? Conan expressed his inability to understand. At this moment, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in the corridor on the 4th floor, watching Jiangja as he descended, followed by a crescent-shaped red grin, as if a red line curved 45 degrees on both sides, outlining a chilling smile. Sensing something, Jiangja abruptly turned to look at the 4th floor, but found it completely empty, so he decided to continue downstairs. At this point, the audience around the world was stunned. What the hell? Holy crap! Who can tell me, what just happened? 4 strange policemen died, killed in an instant. Jiangja did it? Who else could it be? Only Jiangja has combat power on the scene, who else could it be? Wow, what the heck? Taking down 4 strange ones in an instant, is the Chosen One really that strong? The audience was struggling to accept this, especially the Chosen Ones from other countries. If every country's Chosen Ones could realize they were actually strong, perhaps they wouldn't have died so early. The experts from summer countries stared at the screen, completely bewildered. Even with enhanced physical qualities in the darkness, they should be able to see the strange corpses, right? Unless the strange beings turn into black gas and disperse after death. If it really was black gas dispersing, then there shouldn't be black blood left on the ground. So, where did the strange beings go? The experts also expressed their confusion. Chapter 14, Twist, Jiangja is not Jiangja. Arriving on the 1st floor. Passing by the courtroom scene. The jury, all strange beings, stood up in unison, turning to stare at Jiangja and Conan. The scene was instantly under the gaze of 40 or 50 red eyes. Conan instinctively hid behind Jiangja. Jiangja faced the strange beings, asking, "Is the judge here?" No strange beings responded on the scene. Since it's not here, do you dare to look at me like that? Do you want to die? As soon as these words were spoken, all the lowly bizarre beings turned their heads and sat down. Yes, these were all ordinary bizarre beings preparing to watch the courtroom trial on the 7th day, and even the little girl on the 4th tier was weaker. Naturally, Jiangja had no fear of them. Watching this scene, global audiences couldn't help but twitch their lips. Whoa, turns out you only asked if the judge was there, and if he was, you wouldn't act arrogant, but if he wasn't, you dared to be arrogant, huh? Why do I suddenly find Jiangja quite cute? I kind of like him now. That's right, our Jiangja has always been like this. The experts were also charmed by Jiangja's actions. Is it cute? Actually, it's just a normal test. If the judge isn't here and you keep staring at me, do you want to die? The more they thought about it, the funnier it seemed, causing the experts to forget the terrifying rules and burst into laughter. Ah, this little guy is so cute. Even I, an old man, am starting to like him. But, did you guys notice Jiangja's action of turning back just now? I saw it, what was it? I don't know, it seemed like something was watching Jiangja from upstairs, we didn't find out who it was. As the words fell, the joyful scene froze again, and the experts' faces grew serious. It felt like a very dangerous thing. In the frame, Jiangja and Conan arrived at the door of the forensic room. The lights were on inside, and the forensic doctor was performing an autopsy on a corpse of a young male by the operating table. After watching for a while, Jiangja felt a sudden drop in temperature behind him and thought it was a bizarre being, so he turned around to take a look. Upon discovering there was no bizarre being, he quickly turned his gaze back. Jiangja looked down at his wristwatch, the 3rd day, 010. I hope the flow of this rules world on the 3rd day ahead is the 7th day of my past life. Seeing Jiangja's serious expression, Conan asked, "What's wrong? Do you remember what I told you about the rules being advanced before?" Rules advanced? Yes, I told you before that you needed to kill me on the 7th day. Now our overall actions have skipped most of the unimportant steps and gone directly to the final stage. So today, you need to kill me. What, today? Upon hearing this, Conan's face showed disbelief. Wait, today is only the 3rd day, the rules have weakened? Jiangja helplessly shook his head. I can't sense the strength of the rules anymore, the previous little girl seems to have some issues. When he killed the 4 police bizarre beings before, he clearly felt an outrageous strength. In his past life, fighting those 4 police bizarre beings required considerable effort. But just a moment ago, he had taken down the 4 police bizarre beings in an instant. Thus, the situation just now confused Jiangja's perception. Conan asked thoughtfully, the little girl has a problem, what kind of problem? Jiangja immediately replied, I asked her before, I said I must save the criminal, but that question itself was wrong. I cannot save the criminal, I cannot meet the criminal. If I save the criminal, I will die on the spot, if I meet the criminal, I will also die on the spot. But that little girl still nodded, trying to confuse me. Upon hearing this, Conan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So that little girl, is she the enemy? Hearing this, Jiangja frowned. In the past game's context, the little girl was part of the criminal's camp and would assist the player's actions. But in this world, Jiangja no longer trusted the little girl. I'm afraid she's the enemy, and she has already joined the judge's camp. If nothing goes wrong, that little girl has probably escaped the lawyer's office after we left. Conan suddenly looked up. Could the cold object he bumped into just now be the escaped little girl? He quickly asked again, wait. If she escaped, is she going to report it to the judge? Jiangja nodded with difficulty, I'm afraid so, are you afraid of dying? Seeing this scene, the audience was puzzled, followed by a surge of dread. Wait. The little girl is the enemy? Oh my god, how is that possible? How could the little girl be the enemy? Yes, earlier the little girl tried to correct John, trying to make him not say he was on the criminal side, but unexpectedly John still revealed he was on the criminal side and was killed by the judge. My god, my scalp tingled, if the little girl is the enemy, then who can we trust? Seeing this, the experts from Beautiful Country and other nations furrowed their brows. Since their own contestant died, some experts in secure zones rushed to the livestream room in Summer Country to watch Jiangja. If the little girl is the enemy, then the little girl would inform the judge that Jiangja was on the move. Then this time, the action would definitely be known by the judge. Next, without a doubt, the judge would bizarrely intervene. Now that Jiangja hasn't gotten the scalpel, he can't defeat the judge, meaning Jiangja will die. Having reached this conclusion, the foreign experts could hardly close their mouths. Jiangja is going to die too. It's good that he's dead. Waiting for the next resurrection match will spare our contestants from making a lot of wrong turns. Then the victor will be us, Beautiful Country. And us, N Country. And us, Big Stick. Meanwhile, all the experts in the Summer Country expert group couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the tension and fear on each other's faces. A young expert with glasses asked, the scene where Jiangja just turned to look upstairs, was that the escaping little girl? As soon as this was said, the experts felt their skin crawl. Damn, this little girl disguised herself too well. Why would the little girl join the enemy's side? She is obviously a victim too. You have to know, she is just a level 4 anomaly. If she doesn't obey, she will definitely be killed by the judge. No, it seems the rules don't allow anomalies to kill each other. Could it be that there's a rule against mutual murder among anomalies? Upon hearing this, the entire room was stunned. There was absolutely no rule stating that they cannot kill each other. At that moment, at the end of the corridor on the screen, came a tall and short red-eyed anomaly, their mouths curved into red crescent shapes, making one panic. The little girl tilted her head, mocking as she spoke, "Brother, do you not believe me? Why did you come down early?" The judge said slowly and playfully, "Lawyer Jiang, what are you doing at the forensic office door so late? Do you want to be dissected too?" Upon hearing this, the two suddenly turned their heads and saw the scene. Conan turned pale with fear. "So, you really are the enemy?" Jiangja took a deep breath and looked at the little girl. "Your mouth is clearly not stitched. Why do you deceive brother?" He wanted to know why the little girl had betrayed him. In his past life, the little girl was actually the daughter of the criminal. The criminal's daughter witnessed her father kill the entrepreneur and was harmed by the judge, the forensic doctor, and the entrepreneur's family. But why would the daughter betray her father and collude with the enemy? Why, even Jiangja couldn't understand. He heard the little girl giggle and say, "My dear brother, you first deceived me." Hearing this, Jiangja frowned. "Where did I deceive you?" The little girl calmly walked forward and coldly asked, "Brother, are you really Lawyer Jiang?" During the day, the rules cause the chosen one's memories to become confused. Sometimes you are no longer yourself. At this point, the corners of the little girl's mouth twisted into a deformity. Then what makes you think that you at night won't have confused memories? Is it possible that you at night are really yourself? Chapter 15, Anomaly Killing Blade. As soon as this was said, even Conan felt a chill run down his spine. What? The rules say the chosen one's daytime memories will be confused, and the chosen one may no longer be himself. Then at night, why wouldn't the chosen one's memories become confused? You must understand, the rules have always been chaotic. They never stated which rule is correct. If Jiangja is not a lawyer, then who exactly has Jiangja been with these 3 days? Conan's throat tightened, instinctively retreating, feeling that something was wrong. Seeing this scene, audiences and experts around the world felt cold sweat and goosebumps, their pupils dilating, even breath freezing for a moment. What is happening? Why did I suddenly get goosebumps? If memories are confused during the day, then why wouldn't the memories at night be confused too? Oh my god, thinking deeply is terrifying. Whoa, mommy, I'm scared, I don't want to watch the live broadcast anymore. In that just a moment, within a few seconds, a global panic erupted. Daytime memories can be confused, the chosen one might not be the chosen one anymore. The rules never said which is right and which is wrong. It is enough to suggest Jiangja in the footage may indeed, as the little girl said, not be Jiangja at all. Seeing the scene, the experts in Xia country exchanged glances, and even the atmosphere at the scene became tense. After a long while, a timid male expert felt a sting in his nose and almost cried out, "Are we watching Jiangja, who has never been the real Jiangja?" As soon as this was said, it sparked a flurry of discussion among the experts present. The second elderly expert squinted and responded, "I'm afraid so, the rules have duality, and since we can't differentiate right from wrong, we can't distinguish true from false." The third young female expert speculated, "What's certain is, when Jiangja entered on the first day and was with Conan, he was confused once then, at that time he wasn't live. The second confusion was what we witnessed yesterday when he went to rescue the prisoners. Wait, no, it's not matching at all." The fourth elderly female expert asked, "What's not matching?" The young female expert pondered and explained, "What should be Jiangja now? All his actions are relatively normal. If what the little girl said is true and he is not the real Jiangja, then there is a truth we definitely don't know about." Watching the heated debate below, the leading authority coughed, "No need to guess, Jiangja will provide us with the answer next." The expert teams outside Xia country were all filled with joy in their hearts. They didn't care about so-called truth or falsehood. They wished for Jiangja to die, that way, there would be no one to clear the game. The lessons have already been learned, now they just need to wait for the next resurrection match. They are confident in releasing their most elite survival plan. By then, the national fortune will thrive, and soaring success will be inevitable. Neon expert, a beautiful life is about to arrive. Looking at the scheming little girl in front of him, Jiangja shook his head in disappointment. "Someone will come to deal with you, but it will not be me." The judge beside him pressed closer, a smile full of smugness on his face. Deal with her? Ever since she witnessed the prisoners being detained, she decided to ally with justice. Do you know who justice is? It is us, not you self-righteous gentlemen. Hearing this, Jiangja smiled slightly, without speaking. Then he turned to the panicked Conan and hugged him tightly, rushing into the forensic room. Don't struggle, you won't die. Though unable to discern if Jiangzhou is real or not, Conan had spent these few days with him and clearly sensed that the Jiangzhou at night was more aligned with human qualities, so he did not struggle much. Then Jiangzhou quickly locked the door. Conan pushed the cart over. Jiangzhou personally held the door, shouting back, "Coming." Conan quickly turned around and saw the puzzled forensic doctor. Not paying attention to anything else, he pushed the cart full of goods over. Jiangzhou grabbed the handle of the cart and secured the door tightly. Then he skillfully took out a metal rod from the drawer under the table in the forensic room, placing it against the door bolt. In the next moment, the sound of banging on the door, bang bang bang, came rushing in. The judge's threatening voice came from the doorway. "Do you think this door can stop me? What you are doing is just delaying the fact of your death." But Jiang Jisi showed no fear, watching the coroner approach with a surgical knife in hand. The coroner's smile was somewhat unexpected. He had intended to kill Jiang Jisi, but he did not expect Jiang Jisi to come to him willingly. The light switch in the morgue was not inside. It would never go dark here. This meant Jiang's strength was no match for the coroner. A strange smile appeared on the coroner's face. "Heaven has a path you won't take, hell has no door and you come on your own. Lawyer Jiang, are you here to deliver yourself to death?" The coroner immediately lunged forward with the surgical knife, ready to disembowel Jiang Jisi. Jiang Jisi calmly instructed Conan, "Soccer." Conan was taken aback, surprised to say, "You even know this?" In the next moment, Conan pressed on his belt, and a soccer ball shot out quickly, inflating and growing larger. Then he looked ahead, squatted down, and pressed on his powerful shoes, a surge of electricity instantly increasing Conan's foot strength. At that moment, the soccer ball landed, bounced up slightly, and was kicked out by Conan. In an instant, before the coroner could react, he felt a gust of wind from the ball that knocked off the cracked mask from his face. How can there be a soccer ball? Do you think a soccer ball can?" Before the words fell, the coroner regretted it. This was not an ordinary soccer ball. With a bang sound, his body was knocked back 4 to 5 meters by the powerful soccer ball. Stubbornly, the coroner got up, but the world before him spun and darkened, unable to support himself, and he ultimately fainted. Seeing this scene, the audience was all stunned. Wow, this Conan is not an ordinary kid. So many strange gadgets in his hands. At the crucial moment he even saved Jiang Jisi. Damn awesome, elementary student. This kid is crucial. Experts were also shocked by the sudden turn of events. If it weren't for Conan on the scene, Jiang Jisi might not have been able to survive. But they suddenly did not know Jiang Jisi's goal was not to survive but to die. Well done. Jiang Jisi praised, then patted Conan's head. He stepped forward, took the surgical knife, and tossed it to Conan. Seeing Jiang Jisi's actions, Conan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "You want me to kick a ball, and now you want me to cut my finger. When I return to the real world, I'll surely have low blood sugar." After complaining in his heart, Conan followed instructions, picked up the surgical knife, and sliced his finger. Sensing human blood, the rusty surgical knife quickly shed a layer of rust, then the blade turned black, finally dark enough to emit a flowing ink-like glow. Item: Mysterious Killing Blade. Use: only applicable in the 9-star Chaotic Court Purgatory horror scene. Explanation: to kill ordinary entities, 1 stab is needed. To kill the judge entity requires 10 stabs. After reading the explanation, Jiang Jisi ignored it and directly stepped forward to slash the fainted coroner's throat. Feeling intense pain, the coroner immediately rose, horrified, staring at Jiang Jisi, hands covering his neck, black mist leaking continuously. You, what have you done?" "Ah." As the scream echoed in the morgue, the coroner's body quickly turned to ash, and a 2-meter-tall faceless black shadow burst out from inside. The shadow of the monster painfully crawled against the wall. But it had already received a fatal wound. After crawling a few steps, it fell to the ground, transforming into a glimmer that illuminated Jiang Jisi's pale face. At this moment, a powerful banging sound continued to come from outside the door. "Do you think that with this broken knife, you can kill me? Lawyer Jiang, hurry and open the door, or I will swallow your body bit by bit, from head to toe." But Jiang Jisi paid no attention to the judge, sitting on the ground, calling over Conan, who was not far away. "Conan, do you remember what I told you before?" Conan stepped forward and tentatively asked, "To kill you?" Jiang Jisi smiled slightly and calmly said, "Yes, before you kill me, let me tell you a story about who I really am." Upon hearing this, Conan also sat down on the ground. He felt that the upcoming story would be very exciting. If Jiangja is not Jiangja, then who would he be? Chapter 16, it turns out Jiangja was never a lawyer. Looking at Jiangja and Conan sitting on the ground. The global audience was also focused, wide-eyed, eager to listen more carefully. Jiangja lowered his head, gazing at the ground, then gradually closed his eyes and began to explain quietly. The story goes like this. On a dark and windy night, the criminal killed an entrepreneur who harmed the community. Before the entrepreneur passed away, he did something that moved the whole world of rules. After being tainted by the rules, the entrepreneur killed all the employees of his company. One employee survived, but his parents were killed by the entrepreneur, so that employee began to recover in the dark world of rules, waiting for the right moment. After the incident, the entrepreneur was taken to the police station of the rules. With the entrepreneur's huge background, the officer could do nothing against him. Since justice could not be served, they fell into darkness. Thus came the scene where the criminal shot the entrepreneur. Afterward, the entrepreneur was traveling at night on a road of rules and was killed by the lurking criminal. The criminal handled all the evidence at the scene and fled. After the criminal escaped, the next day the entrepreneur's body was found on the side of the road dismembered. The entrepreneur's family naturally knew it was the work of the criminal. So the entrepreneur's family bribed the police, bribed the judge, bribed all the strange things at the scene, preparing to execute the criminal 7 days later. Upon discovering the truth, the criminal's deceased mother and daughter transformed into strange beings entering the courtroom sealed by the rules. This event occurred 1,000 years ago in the world of rules. In the outside world, it was 10,000 years ago in reality. Upon hearing this, Conan couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling that things were getting serious. So what does the criminal have to do with you? Conan asked, voicing his thoughts. Zhang Jia, with his eyes closed, asked, do you remember when we first met? Conan frowned, thought for a moment, and recalled something. It was the chaotic you, saying I would die here, and in reality, I would also die. Yes, that was not my original intention. Secondly, do you remember the steps I took you to buy food? Conan surely remembered and immediately replied, your blood cannot buy food from the machine, but my blood can. And the rules also said, there is no food provided here, which naturally means, the chosen one will not feel hunger. Yes, my blood cannot buy food, and I will not feel hunger, as there are deeper reasons. Zhang Zhou asked again, third, do you remember why the criminal's family insisted on asking whether the lawyer portrayed by the chosen one was fair? Conan remembered this well. I know, if the criminal's family knew the lawyer was an enemy, then since he is an enemy, he would help the judge execute their child. Zhang Zhou inquired again, fourth, do you remember my second chaos? Conan replied, in the second chaos, you wanted to kill the criminal. During the second chaos, I was no longer myself, purely influenced by the rules. Zhang Zhi shook his head. During the second chaos, if nothing went wrong, the chosen one also had another motive, to protect the little girl, because the little girl is the criminal's daughter. Upon hearing this, Conan was immediately shocked. What? The little girl was actually the criminal's daughter? So the criminal's family is the criminal's mother. The criminal's family, the little girl. It turns out they are all related. At this moment, global audiences had their doubts cleared, as if the clouds had parted. Damn, no wonder, no wonder. Looking at it this way, everything seems reasonable. Yes, the family of the criminal was killed by the entrepreneur, transforming into a bizarre scene in a strange world to save the child. Damn, if the little girl is the daughter of the criminal, why did she betray to the judge's side? Could it be that the little girl saw her father kill the entrepreneur, thinking her father was the real villain? What you said seems to make sense. While the audience debated, global experts also grasped the full context of the chaotic courtroom. But this still had no relation to who Zhang Zhi was. On the screen, Zhang Zhi lowered his head and asked, do you remember the rule of all above/below rules are right/wrong? Conan nodded seriously, I remember, but what does that have to do with you? It has a lot to do with me. Zhang Zhi stated the rule, strange scene, chaotic court, and next is role-playing rule, lawyer, all above rules are false/true. If most of the rules are false, then am I still a lawyer? What does that mean? Conan's throat moved, his heart tightened, feeling a wave of shocking thoughts rushing in. If the rules are false, then the chosen one's role is unknown. If the rules are true, then the chosen one's role is the lawyer. This is a logical matter of right and wrong. Zhang Zhi gently said, actually, chosen one role-playing rule, lawyer, this rule is also false. Boom! Almost instantly, Conan held his breath, his heart surged like a raging storm. Not just Conan, even all the audiences were stunned. External comments quickly covered the entire screen. Damn. If the rule is false, then the player's role is definitely not a lawyer. Oh my god, I just got goosebumps again, so the chosen one has never been a lawyer? What the heck, how can this be? This is unacceptable to me. The global audience was shocked. Incredulous, shocked, indescribable. The foreign expert group stared at the screen, struggling to breathe. If the role-playing rule is false, then the chosen ones in their countries have never been lawyers. What is their true identity, after all? In the expert group from Xia country, the air here became stagnant. All the experts looked at each other, faces shocked, breathing hurried. Not a lawyer, the player has never been a lawyer. Yes, considering the rules are false, then the player has never been a lawyer. So that's how it is. No wonder the little girl said Jiangja lied first. The little girl was right. Jiangja very likely is not a lawyer. Oh my god, how can this be? If Jiangja is not a lawyer, then who is he? Listening to the shocking discussion on site, the previously timid male expert quietly said, actually, Jiangja has always been the criminal himself. As soon as these words came out, the lively scene fell silent again. Everyone's face seemed frozen, their brains immediately crashed. Chapter 17, So You've Always Been Strange. On the screen. While listening to the banging outside in Jiangja's self-narration, Conan's shock was indescribable. Sure enough, for the past few days, Jiangja had not been playing the role of a lawyer. Besides this, the rules had even confused all those present. The judge, police, forensic doctors, family members of the entrepreneur, even the little girl in the criminal's family all mistakenly thought Jiangja was always a lawyer. But unexpectedly, in the end, the chosen one had never been a lawyer, but a criminal. Reflecting on this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Conan's face. Conan's initial fear of Jiangja diminished a bit. He didn't care whether Jiangja was playing as a lawyer or something else, because Jiangja was his teammate. Even though the Jiangja during the chaos had hurt him. But the real Jiangja had protected him, so Conan remembered Jiangja's kindness. If you are really not a lawyer, then you can only be a criminal. As he shifted his tone, Conan firmly said. So what if you are a criminal? If everything you said is true, the businessmen killed your mother and daughter. Even I am afraid I would turn dark. Yes, Conan hated murderers. But what if the enemy killed his own parents? Who in the world could stay rational and advise a person to turn themselves in after killing their own father's enemy? Hearing Conan's frankness, Jiangja showed a comforting smile. At first, he regretted summoning Conan, but unexpectedly after 3 days together Conan was actually the one who truly understood him. If he were in Conan's world, Conan certainly would not face him, the murderer, so calmly. So, Jiangja, you still haven't answered me, why should I kill you? Hearing this, he finally asked what was in Jiangja's heart. He asked in a deep voice, do you really want to know? Conan nodded solemnly, I really want to. Upon hearing this, Jiangja replied, then as you wish. He, who had been keeping his head down throughout the process, slowly raised his head, and the white in his eyes instantly disappeared, turning into a touch of darkness as he asked, Conan, why can't my blood buy food in the machine? Why don't I feel hungry? Why am I strengthened 10 times in the dark? Look at my eyes, now, do you understand? As soon as these words came out, the air in the scene instantly froze. Conan's mouth couldn't help but drop open, and his brain crashed instantly. My blood can buy food because I am alive. Only. Why can't Jiangja's blood buy food? Because Jiangja had always been dead, he had never lived. Jiangja, he had always been strange. You are not a player, always strange. This scene shocked Conan to speechlessness, a storm of emotions rose again in his heart. Seeing this scene, the audience, who were previously shocked that Jiangja was not a lawyer, now held their breath once more. How could this be? Why is this happening? The chosen one is not playing a lawyer but a criminal. Besides being a criminal, the chosen one has always been strange. Wow, in just a short while, you've shocked me for 100 years. Holy crap, can I watch this? It's the annual Super Twist play. The crab is great, I feel chill all over. If the chosen one has always been strange, that makes sense. Why would a player be strengthened in the dark? How could a normal chosen one become stronger in the dark? That's not scientific. I need to take a break, this chaotic court is giving me goosebumps. The audience was indeed frightened. Their long-held perceptions were instantly shattered. The live broadcast perspective they had been watching turned out to have always been strange. Just thinking about it sends chills down their spines. But upon deeper thought, they could understand the reasons behind it. The chosen one cannot use blood to buy food, the chosen one's body strengthens in darkness, the chosen one goes chaotic to save his daughter. Such evidence all pointed to their identity in chaos, they are strange. But when the chaotic perception was dispelled, it returned to human thinking. At this point, no one had ever connected the hidden stories and secrets behind the rules. 99% of players had never thought in this direction, except for one person, Jiangja, who knew everything when he entered the world of rules. Thinking of this, the global audience couldn't help but feel a chill from Jiangja's shocking thinking. Those foreign expert groups who had mocked him earlier, after being stunned for nearly a minute, finally woke up. Expert from the beautiful country, my Jesus, first it turned out that the one playing was not a lawyer but a criminal. This is already breathtaking. But unexpectedly, there was one last twist, it turned out that the player was never human, but a bizarre being. Oh my, this Jiangja from Xia country, if he doesn't win, who will? The beautiful nation experts, who had always viewed him as an enemy, couldn't help but admire him at this moment. This not only requires strong perception and thinking, it also needs courage. The beautiful nation does not idolize the strong for no reason, they admire ambitious people, regardless of their nationality. Following closely were the praises from the experts of the FA Nation and the D Nation. FA Nation expert, it's simply unbelievable. And Nation expert, for the first time in my life, I admire someone, and that person is from Xia country. Neon expert, regarding the insulting words I said earlier, I was presumptuous. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille, Bose. Big Stick expert, how can such a smart person be in Xia country? Jiangja must be from our Big Stick International, because our nation also has a prominent surname called Jiang. They only marveled at this one person. Yet what followed was calmness and reason. Beautiful Nation expert, even so, I still hope he dies. I hope we win the next resurrection match. And Nation expert, that's right, if he wins, Xia country's power will flourish, and we will only be able to live in his shadow. Everyone, curse him to death. Neon expert, I hope Mr. Jiang spreads his grace to the whole world after you die. We will set up a monument for you. Inside the Xia country expert group, it was as quiet as a pin drop. No one spoke. They just stared intently at the screen. After 2 minutes, the leader finally revealed a relieved smile. Ah, this Jiangja always surprises us. It's such a pity that someone like him is lost to the outside world. The other experts nodded in agreement. Actually, this also makes sense. Once the player is unaware of their strength, they will be controlled and killed by other bizarre beings. I just didn't expect that Jiangja has always been a bizarre being. Suddenly, a female expert asked the key question. Then in the Chaos Court, is there really not a single living person? I mean the chosen one in person after entering the court? What this meant was, where did the original chosen one go? If they cleared the game with a bizarre identity, it would not fit the rule world's understanding of clearing the game. So there must be someone behind it. A living person, but the experts have never seen them before. Regarding this words, no one knew on sight, or perhaps there really had never been a living person? At this moment, a loud bang was suddenly heard from the screen. Everyone fixed their eyes. It was the image of the forensic room's door being smashed. Seeing this scene, every expert's heart trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 18, Jiangja's Death, Strong Return. Outside the forensic room. Hearing Jiangja's trump card reveal, the Judge Bazaar and the little girl Bazaar outside were both stunned. They glanced at each other. Judge Bazaar frowned, so Jiang Lawyer was never a lawyer. Suddenly, the judge's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. Not good, I must not let Jiangja commit suicide, otherwise, I am undoubtedly dead. Seeing this scene, especially the little girl, she seemed even more frustrated. So the father in the forensic room was always there? She had betrayed her father first and colluded with the judge? The little girl was confused. Because now she didn't know who was right and who was wrong, who was righteous and who was evil. Jiang Lawyer said someone would naturally deal with me, nodded. Could it be? Suddenly, the little girl also realized something. The red light in her eyes became even more intense. At that moment, the little girl decided to go all out. She had to break the door before father committed suicide inside and kill father, otherwise, it would be too late. Judge sir, I will assist you. As the words fell, the little girl immediately transformed. A black tentacle several meters long emerged from her body. Raising her hands, the tentacle pressed against the judge's back, continuously supplying him with a source of dark pollution. Sensing the infusion of power, the judge twisted his mouth into a strange smile, his figure swelling as his muscles grew 1.3 times wider, strength increasing yet again. Give me break. With a loud roar, the door to the forensic room was instantly smashed apart. Inside the forensic room. Hearing the sudden stop of the crashing outside, Jiangja knew well, ever since he spoke those words, the outside abnormal sounds were definitely heard. He suddenly raised his head, and apart from his pitch-black pupils, his entire face had turned dark. Conan, it's too late, quickly, take this knife, kill me. Why your face? Conan stared at the dark lines spreading across Jiangja's face, identical to the eerie complete blackness he had seen before. I have been contaminated. When? On the first day, when I told you, although the chosen ones do nothing in these 7 days, they can remain unharmed. The day I spoke of is not referring to the abnormal from my perspective, but the real him. Although Conan couldn't understand, he could feel Jiangja's sincerity. Conan nodded heavily, tremblingly lifting the black and eerie dagger. At this scene, the global audience's hearts quivered. Ever since knowing the whole story, everyone trembled. Seeing Jiangja about to be killed by the eerie dagger, the experts from Xia country couldn't help but turn their heads. In the frame, Conan laboriously raised the black dagger with both hands, its tip aimed at Jiangja's heart. In this moment, he struggled countless times within himself. If I kill Jiangja, will he still appear? If I kill Jiangja, he might really die. If I kill Jiangja, I will never find peace in my life. Jiangja. Suddenly, the door was smashed open. This sound startled Jiangja. He heard Jiangja's soft whisper, I won't blame you, Kudu. These words were like a spring breeze, dispelling all the gloom in Conan's heart. Conan forced out a relieved smile and struck the left side of Jiangja's chest. Sanabe, Tomodachi, farewell, friend. Puff. In an instant, Jiangja's chest suddenly burst forth with black blood, swirling and sparkling around. Jiangja struggled to rise, looking down at the apologetic Conan, smiling and nodding his head. Then, in front of the just-entered judge and little girl. The judge was startled by the sight, raising his hand and shouting, "No!" Jiangja closed his eyes, slightly raised his head, and spread his arms to welcome the new life. Suddenly, black mist swirled around him, quickly transforming into a cloud of black breath and dissipating on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, the barrage split between cheers and sympathy, but more were filled with regret. The strongest dark horse, Jiangja, ultimately dying at the hands of his own. Ah, what a pity. I was really hopeful for him, didn't expect he would seek his own end. To avoid dying at the hands of the abnormal, he chose to die early. I don't know what to say. You bunch of people who speak lightly, I will hate you for a lifetime. If it weren't for Jiangja paving the way for us, do you think which countries could cross the threshold in the resurrection match? Exactly, even if Mr. Jiang is gone, his spirit remains. I have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire this tough guy, Jiangja, for daring to face death. Wait, did you forget something? The scene didn't have a failure notification? With these words, the barrage in the live stream fell silent for a moment. Then, an unprecedented gasp and disbelief erupted. In addition, the foreign expert group welcomed smiles, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Jiangja died. For them, it was the final kindness. With his lesson learned, the next challenge would be smoother. Only the experts from Xia country held their breath involuntarily. Though the scene was a bit strange, what was even stranger was that there was no notification of Jiangja's failure. A young bespectacled male expert suddenly looked up, his heart filled with joy. Could it be, still alive? Since Jiangja vanished on the spot. The angry judge stormed forward and grabbed Conan by the neck, tightening his grip. It's you caused my downfall, I will torture you to death. Though Conan was utterly terrified, he felt his life had some worth. To experience this heart-shocking world of rules before dying. But in the end, he did not die in Kudu's 17-year-old body, which felt a bit regrettable. Conan stopped struggling, and a mocking smile spread on his face, angering the judge even more, with his glasses reflecting a glint of white light. Your so-called justice is worthless in my eyes, you are a complete, pathetic person. Upon hearing this, the judge's anger grew even more bizarre and furious. You're looking for death. At that moment, when the judge's twisted intent to kill surged. A shadow faster than the eye could see flashed by outside the forensic room. A familiar voice came from the door. Judge, you seem to have misunderstood your situation. Who is actually looking for death? As these words were spoken, it was as if the entire audience in Summer Country was injected with a stimulant, their expressions shifting from regret to excitement, disbelief, hope, shock, and smiles instantly. Not dead, Jiangja is not dead. Damn, sorry for saying this, but Jiangja is really not dead. Hey, Jiangja, you owe me tears for being so emotional, boo-hoo. Even I, a 2-meter-tall man, couldn't help but cry, boo-hoo, hearing your voice is so good. The experts of Summer Country breathed a sigh of relief, their smiles gradually revealing surprise and exhilaration. With Jiangja, everything is possible. Those who once doubted Jiangja's skills and strength had all their doubts vanish in an instant. At this moment, Jiangja seemed to be the brightest new star in the whole country. And those foreign experts, upon hearing the familiar voice, wore faces devoid of joy, their schemes ruined. Chapter 19, The Judge's Confession. 3 days ago. After the world of rules selected the chosen ones from across the globe. When Jiangja was transmitted to the chaotic court. What he saw was not the courtroom, but a small dark room. He couldn't see what was around, only feeling trapped in a small, square building. Opening his hands, he could touch the walls, cold, silent, and terrifying. It seems to be a prison room. Compared to the game, this place is a bit more suffocating. I guess this time I'm playing a prisoner. He did not panic, quickly accepting the fact that he was in a prison room. In the next instant, a series of blood-red big characters appeared before him. Ding, the game officially begins. World of Horror, 7 days to die. Purgatory difficulty, 9 stars. Horror scene, chaotic court. Player role, criminal. Rule 1, all rules here are false. This is what the real Jiangja saw in the prison room. If nothing unexpected happens, what Zhang Gui sees isn't my set of rules. He moved away the rules page, and a faint blue screen frame appeared. Inside the frame stood Jiangja from the courtroom, viewed from a bizarre perspective. Jiangja, having awakened after the unscientific summon, was the first to summon Conan to the scene. Then a series of blood-red rules appeared in the courtroom. Ding, the game officially begins. World of Horror, 7 days to die. Purgatory difficulty, 9 stars. Horror scene, chaotic court. Role-playing, lawyer. Rule 1, all rules here are false. This is what Jiangja's bizarre vision at the courtroom saw. The only difference between the two was the words player role and role-playing. The difference contained in those two words, a world apart. Don't rush, take your time, my bazaar. When you die at the hands of the bazaar blade, I will naturally take your place to complete the chaotic court. Your existence means sacrifice. My existence means. That is salvation. We complement each other, neither can be absent. Suddenly, a difficult-to-describe smile appeared on the face of the prisoner played by Jiang Jia. But soon, he felt some regret for Jiang Gui's existence and the experiences of the coming days. In his past life, he always felt regret for Jiang Gui. No matter what, he could not save it. Perhaps it was the rules that limited Jiang Gui, its existence meant to assist the true chosen player. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, death could not be revived, and Jiang Jia finally let go. It's just a pity for this little Conan. No matter how you reason, you cannot deduce that Jiang Jia, whom you lived with day and night for 3 days, is a phantasm of my will. Every chosen one entering the courtroom experiences an unfolding from a bizarre perspective. Chosen ones from other countries had promised the forensic expert to kill the person in the confinement room. The fundamental purpose has always been to let the bizarre phantasm kill the bizarre living true self. Since the true self can die, how could the phantasm of the true self live alone? There exists an inseparable fateful relationship between the two, which is true chaos. Unfortunately, 99% of chosen ones die without realizing that the chaos of the chaotic court refers not only to the chaotic rules but also to identity chaos. 3 days later, now, in the confinement room, a door suddenly opened in front of Jiang Jia's true self, and white light spilled out. It was at this moment that a dazzling shadow rushed towards him. Jiang Jia opened his arms and accepted it calmly. The spiritual body that transformed after Jiang Gui's death merged into Jiang Jia's true self's mind. All the memories from these 3 days, including every little bit with Conan, were absorbed by Jiang Jia's true self. Emotions, experiences, and the deep thoughts before doing each thing were all included. Gradually, Jiang Jia's expression became serious. Conan, wait for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and dashed out with unparalleled speed. He made his way around several corners and reached outside the forensic room. As he burst into the forensic room, a chill gust of wind arose, and he saw Conan being held overhead by the judge, with Conan struggling and shouting, "Your so-called justice is worthless in my eyes, you are completely a pitiful person." Hearing this, the judge became infuriated. "You are looking for death." Just as the judge was about to crush Conan's neck, Jiang Jia coldly said, "Your Honor, it seems you do not understand your own situation. Who is truly looking for death? It is you." Upon hearing this, the judge's movements froze for a moment, recognizing Jiang Jia's voice, and gradually, it released Conan. Then it turned around, staring intently at the revived Jiang Jia, fear naturally appearing on its face. Even the little girl and Conan were startled by this sudden scene. The little girl's feelings towards Jiang Jia were fear, while Conan had a face of wry smile mixed with a hint of regret. Because Conan knew that the person before him was no longer the Jiang Jia he had just concluded. "Jiang Jia, even if your true self appears, the final outcome will definitely be your death." The judge glared fiercely at Jiang Jia, slowly stepping forward as if wanting to tear the person before it apart. Jiang Jia raised his left hand, and unhurriedly said, "Let me settle this first." After saying this, Jiang Jia walked towards the dazed little girl and read not far away, gripping her neck, looking coldly at his own daughter. "Daughter, you betrayed me." Faced with the ice-cold Jiang Jia, the little girl had no courage to resist at all. "Father, no. It was the judge, it was the esteemed judge who made me betray you. I always saw you as..." Jiang Jia, however, did not listen to her words, only shaking his head in regret. "My daughter died 1,000 years ago. You are merely a creation of the rules. You have disappointed our deceased grandparents." "I'm sorry, daughter." "No, father, no, don't." Before the little girl's terrified pleas could finish, Jiang Jia's right hand suddenly exerted force. Crack! A sound. The little girl's neck instantly broke, turning into a mass of black mist that floated towards the sky. After her physical body disappeared, Jiang Jia raised his hand, taking the strange killing blade thrown by Conan, stabbing it into the air with a flick, instantly obliterating the drifting black mist. The little girl's face began to emerge from the black mist. That face was filled with fear, pain, regret, until finally, it transformed into a sweet smile of an innocent and pure daughter. "Thank you, father." As the words fell, the little girl's lingering thoughts finally died in the world of rules. "Goodbye, you no longer need to be trapped in time." Seeing this, Conan quietly retreated while the judge and Jiang Jia were in confrontation. What the judge did not expect was Jiang Jia really killed his own daughter. Especially since he held the strange killing blade in his hand, with Jiang Jia's true strength, dealing with him would only require one strike. The judge weirdly knew that after Jiang Gui's death, there would never be a chance for him to win. Even if all the eerie things outside combined, they could not rival Jiang Jia wielding the killing blade. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jiang Jia still did not make a move, just standing still and staring at the judge. Until more and more eerie beings gathered outside the forensic room. Allies with black pupils, enemies with red pupils. No, not a single eerie being dared to step half a foot into the forensic room. Because no matter how many came, they were no match for Jiang Zhe and the judge inside. Only the family members of the businessman outside kept shouting angrily, "Judge, kill him to avenge my son, do you want to violate the rules?" Finally, after the 5th minute, the judge suddenly knelt down, lowering his head. He knew he had no chance of winning, and did not want to struggle any longer, his voice carrying a hint of regret. "Maybe I was really wrong back then." "You are not wrong, the world back then was wrong." At these words, Jiang Zhe's expression turned solemn, raising his hand to summon Conan over. Before leaving, he threw a strange killing blade to the judge. "Take this knife, you know what to do now, this is your last choice, the chaotic court needs you, not me." After dropping this line, Jiang Zhe took Conan out of the forensic room. But what he did not expect was, after the judge picked up this knife, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and then he suddenly rushed forward, stabbing Jiang Zhe in the back. "Die, Jiang Zhe, it is you who was wrong from the beginning." After being stabbed, Jiang Zhe stood still, just quietly remaining where he was. Seeing this scene, the global audience was shocked. Chapter 20, Passing the Court, Ultimate Reversal. What the hell? This reversal, I thought the judge realized his mistake, but unexpectedly, he counter-killed Jiang Zhe? Self-righteous behavior, indecisive action, facing enemy counterattack, damn it. This is self-righteous? Didn't Jiang Zhe say this chaotic court needs a judge, not him? Seeing this, foreign experts were stunned for a second, feeling amazed. Then, their faces could not help but break into smiles. No matter the outcome, as long as Jiang Zhe dies, it would be a blessing for the next time. But this scene was painful for the expert group of Xia country. All the experts could not help but swallow their saliva, their faces immediately losing color. How could this happen? I thought it was almost over, I didn't expect Jiang Zhe to be counter-killed? No, Jiang Zhe couldn't be foolish enough to die like this, he must have other means. They did not believe that Jiang Zhe could simply die like this. Inside the scene, outside the forensic room, those opposing eerie beings saw their judge counter-kill Jiang Zhe and were even more overjoyed. Good. Great. Finally judged the criminal, the chaotic court is still our territory. At that moment, the judge looked at the strange killing blade in his hand, with a face full of terror, as it was disappearing. How is that possible? How could the killing blade be fake? Jiang Zhe had a face without joy or sadness. Your Honor, you have just firmly made your choice, it's death. Hearing this, the judge showed a shocked expression, disbelief filling his face. He clearly killed Jiang Zhe with one slash. This is impossible. No strange power could survive the killing blade. Even the person in front of him could never survive. It's fake, how could it be possible? Before, I only gave you a chance, condensing the full power of mine to create a weapon that could truly kill a strange being. I thought you would change, but unexpectedly, you still chose your so-called justice. Because the real killing blade is still in my hand. As his words dropped, Jiang Zhe took out the killing blade glowing with black light from his waist and struck the judge's strange heart. Almost instantly, the judge's strange being let out a painful scream. Why is this happening? Before Jiang Zhe could explain, Conan sadly looked at the judge. From the beginning, Jiang Zhe never wanted to kill you. If he killed you, the order of the chaotic court would collapse. But you have chosen your path just now. He had no choice but to use the real killing blade against you. Your Honor, I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Goodbye, Your Honor. As Conan's words fell, the judge's strange form gradually disappeared in regret. If only. If given another chance, he would definitely not choose to kill the person in front of him. Perhaps, from the very beginning, it was all his own mistake. 1,000 years ago, on that rainy night, he was still a just judge. Helping the common people, judging the guilty. On that rainy night, his daughter was suffering from a terminal illness, needing a large amount of surgical fees. Because he was usually clean and honest, his family was not wealthy. He had refused too many offers of help from nobles. He also knew that accepting help meant he would make judgments against his nature in the future. And just on that rainy night, the court's chief judge found him and promised to pay for a large sum of medical expenses. Even if his daughter couldn't survive, they would cover her lifelong expenses. But in the end, his daughter ultimately did not live beyond a year. It was on that rainy night that the judge made a choice, a wrong decision he could hardly imagine in the future. But at that time, the judge knew he was no longer clean. His daughter's passing, his wife's departure, ultimately led to the birth of a villain. If he could do it all again, he would definitely choose to uphold his true self. Perhaps on the brink of death, the black wrinkles on the judge's strange face gradually faded away until covered by a layer of bloody human skin. In the darkness, the image of a golden-haired white man, a sunlit, cheerful neighbor boy began to emerge. Finally, the young judge showed a relieved smile. Thank you, Jiang Zhe. As his words fell, the air shimmered with a faint golden glow. That layer of brilliance was the former glory and justice of the judge. Watching this scene, Conan slowly turned his head to look at Jiangja. Was he a good person? Jiangja's expression was complex, he just silently nodded. He once was. This scene sparked a stir among the national audience. The judge was once a good person? Oh my, I didn't expect the judge wasn't purely evil, but just a true history from a long time ago in a parallel world, and that history was just brought to our world. Woo-woo, I was inexplicably moved by the people inside. So the world of rules, is it really not without a trace? Perhaps, the world of rules must be things that have happened in some world or may happen in the future, and the characters in it are those who are related to the events but later trapped in the rules, unable to reincarnate. So we see now. In the end, who is the bad person, and who is the good person? A foreign netizen studying philosophy said, perhaps there is no distinction between bad and good people, they just have different degrees of good or bad because they have all been good or bad before. The foreign experts felt unhappy about the previous mockery. Originally, they expected Jiangja to die, but unexpectedly, Jiangja had left a backup plan. They were confused, people who could navigate the 9-star hell dungeon so easily. I'm afraid the future of Xia country will surely soar. On the side of the Xia country expert group, they had just prepared to cheer for Jiangja clearing the 9-star hell dungeon. But in the next scene, the family member of the entrepreneur stepped forward, seemingly moved. The entrepreneur's family raised their head, looking at the emotionless Jiangja, their lips slightly curled, slyly saying, "Did you think you really won? The real winner has never been in your world." As the words fell, the suit on the family member of the entrepreneur quickly faded away, turning into a black robe with a red badge, on which were written 3 bloody words in regular script: Chief Justice. The Chief Justice only appeared for nearly 5 seconds but shocked everyone present, including Jiangja and Conan. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gradually, the laughter of the Chief Justice echoed in the hall faded within this chaotic courtroom. Conan incredulously asked, Jiangja, is this normal? Jiangja's face lost some color. I don't know, I haven't played this level before, I should have given the judge a choice before killing it, unlocking a hidden plot. As for the Chief Justice's words, Jiangja didn't care much. Because, he just wasn't a person from this world. What, you haven't played this level before, hidden plot, do you think you are playing a horror game? Then the crowd of strange characters began to chatter loudly. Even more astonishing were the global audience and experts. The family member of the entrepreneur, actually the Chief Justice? What the hell, this twist doesn't stop. So that's how it is, Jiangja's previous kills were actually the son of the polluted Chief Justice, no wonder he always wanted Jiangja dead. This makes sense now. Yeah, the Chief Justice is essential for every courtroom. I was previously suspicious why there was no Chief Justice in the court. It turns out the Chief Justice has always been the entrepreneur's family, it disguised itself too perfectly. However, despite this, the final result was good. Survival first, then consider the future, this was the unanimous thinking of the Xia country expert group. After waiting for a moment, a golden list appeared in the chaotic courtroom, which was the settlement prompt. Chapter 21, Rewards distributed, the whole nation in an uproar, sincerely thank you. Congratulations! Xia country's chosen one, Jiangja, successfully challenged, chaotic court, time taken, 3 days 4 hours, rating, SS level. Reward issued, lifespan for the citizens of Xia country plus 100%. Reward 2, rare earth reserves for Xia country plus 200 million tons. Reward 3, national learning ability for Xia country plus 20%. Individual reward issued, Jiangja, physical quality plus 500%, learning ability plus 100%. Friendly reminder, the next rule mystery is the 10-star hell dungeon, clue keywords, time and space, global countries will have a 3-day preparation period, good luck to everyone. With the rewards being issued, the entire nation boiled. Oh my god, lifespan plus 100%. A normal person can live for 80 years, doubling to 160 years. Damn, how can a useless person like me live that long? This is amazing, this rule mystery is indeed a blessing, the key to national immortality, right? SS level, incredibly rare. Previously, Mommy Ghost's note, the strongest challenger John was just AB level, right? The last time John cleared, citizens of the beautiful country gained 10% life, with some fixed assets, compared to Jiangja's clear, that measly 10% is totally insignificant. Wait, do you notice any changes in your body? It seems. Oh my god, I think I'm glowing, wow, golden legend. Suddenly, countless gold lights surged from the land of Xia country into the sky. When the once fine golden light gathered with the entire country's 1.4 billion population, a splendid golden cylindrical light curtain was formed, shooting straight into the universe. This golden light pierced deep into the universe. If viewed from the highest point, this life rule even seemed to have the trend of piercing through the entire universe. About 5 minutes later, with the golden light fading away, the entire population of the Summer Nation seemed to be reborn. The lifespan of the citizens of the Summer Nation had no substantial change. But the people felt that their waists were no longer sore, their legs no longer ached, they could see farther, and their spirits were lifted. Most notably, almost at that moment, all patients with terminal illnesses suddenly recovered. Even the doctors who checked first were astonished. This was a moment that overturned science. Originally, those ordinary people thought that the arrival of rules was a bad thing that harmed the world. But unexpectedly, after Jiang Zhe passed the test, the mysterious power actually benefited the whole world. At this moment, across cities and villages nationwide, everyone was in an uproar after seeing the golden light emanating from their bodies. They rushed out of their homes and looked up at the night sky. The golden light curtain gathered in the skyline, becoming the strength of the people. Regardless of age, weakness, illness, or disability, under the blessing of the rules, they all saw significant improvements. Dying patients, crying newborns, quarreling couples over trivial family matters, and people resentful of unfair treatment. At this moment, their negative emotions vanished without a trace. All that remained was one feeling, gratitude, toward Jiang Zhe appearing on the screen in the sky. If it weren't for him passing the test, when would the Summer Nation ever witness the scene of universal harmony? Gradually, the citizens of the nation had tears of excitement in their eyes, bending down, or prostrating themselves to pay great tribute. At this moment, Jiang Zhe was the savior god in the eyes of the people. The creator god in the long river of history, the deity who blesses the world, those elusive legends and myths, did not bring practical improvements to lifespan like this, all thanks to Jiang Zhe. They sincerely thanked from their hearts. I thank Mr. Jiang for allowing my paralyzed legs to stand again. I thank Mr. Jiang for allowing my long blind eyes to see the world in peace again. I thank Mr. Jiang for bringing peace to the nation on this day. This was my long-cherished wish. I thank Mr. Jiang for bringing peace to the Summer Nation and tranquility to the people. I thank Mr. Jiang for giving the lower-class people a spiritual support. I thank Mr. Jiang, without you, there would be none of this. I thank Mr. Jiang, your great achievements have already exceeded far too much in history. No matter their level, status, or identity. At this moment, they all expressed their heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, whether nobles or commoners, they only wished for good health, harmonious families, a prosperous nation, and worry-free lives. Having once lived in a society of either black or white, they inevitably had to compromise. Most people did not live happily. Some say happiness is something that hangs on your face. Others say happiness is found in recalling the beautiful moments of the past. There are even those who say happiness comes from living in the moment from the heart. But now, everything has quietly changed. True happiness is carefree, at ease, and unafraid of death. In this instant, all citizens felt the long-desired true happiness. In the Daliang Mountains of Sichuan, 4 million tons of yellow rare earth silently arrived, discovered by a forest ranger. After he found the rare earth had piled up into a large mountain, he hurriedly reported it to the authorities. No, this is bad, leader, a brilliant golden light has appeared here in the Dalian Mountains, and indeed, a massive rare earth mountain has emerged. What? Really? It seems that the rare earth that has randomly appeared is indeed due to Mr. Jiang passing the test. Upon learning the news, the authorities were immediately shocked. This was the entire Summer Nation's rare earth output for 40 years. This would bring massive GDP growth to the Summer Nation and drive countless industries. In the military field, petrochemical industry, glass ceramics, and so on. Please be sure to protect Mr. John's life. Yes. The leader of Xia country was also watching the live broadcast. After feeling a change in his body, he quickly instructed the military in Sioux City, close to Jiang Zhe, to ensure Jiang Zhe's safety. No matter what profession Jiang Zhe had been in before, it had instantly reversed. At this moment, he was the supreme ruler of Xia country. Whatever he wanted, he could get. No exaggeration, before this modern savior/god, if Jiang Zhe wanted to intervene in politics, no one would dare to speak against it. The law, at this moment, could be rewritten for him. In the expert meeting room. This group of experts, who had long struggled and accumulated various diseases in their bodies, were like people who had been reborn. After gaining new life, each person seemed to have woken from a deep dream, their joy clearly visible on their faces. The leading official sighed deeply. I didn't expect it. My body, half buried in the earth, I never thought I could regain youthful vitality one day. It seems that our previous suspicion of Mr. Jiang was completely unnecessary. In the future, we will fully trust Mr. Jiang and provide him with all the conveniences in life. The other experts, young and old, male and female, excitedly agreed. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. I thought he would fail. I didn't expect him to get an SS level rating in the end. I feel ashamed of my narrow sight. It's all right. Almost no one thought he could succeed. In the end, we realized Mr. Jones' brilliance is just too bright. Now, the phones outside are blowing up. It's all enthusiastic citizens calling, asking us what we can do to thank Mr. Jiang. Suddenly, one of the experts asked, "Where is Mr. Jiang in Sioux City?" At this moment, a female technician hurriedly tapped on the keyboard in Binhai Park. This is the live footage. Then, the technician switched the screen to the big display. On the screen, Jiangja had just descended like a golden light in Binhai Park, the same place he had left earlier. At this moment, the site was crowded with people, surrounding Jiangja so tightly that he could hardly move. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. The entire site was shouting the name Mr. Jiang with raised arms. An expert quickly instructed, quickly, contact Sioux City and have the military send a helicopter. A backup staff member raised their hand, surprised, saying, just now, the national leader already sent a message. The military's helicopter is already on the way. Upon hearing this, all the experts were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Jiang, he could actually make the national leader personally call the military to offer comfort? But soon, they all laughed at themselves and shook their heads. Mr. Jiang, now in his position, was fully deserving of such a personal phone call from the national leader. Chapter 22, A Small Jump for Jiangja, A Giant Leap for Humanity. 10 minutes ago. In the chaotic courtroom. Golden halos surrounded Jiangja, from head to toe, like a cocoon. Within the cocoon, Jiangja was bathed in golden light, which permeated into every bone, tendon, and flesh in his body. The hidden dangers within his body were quickly repaired by the golden light, and his muscle mass and strength gradually increased, until it reached its peak. Everything around him became clear, as though he were in a tranquil lake. Looking up, he could see the dark starry sky, and a golden moon swirling above his head. Suddenly, beams of moonlight poured down, bathing Jiangja's entire body. The sound of notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations, your physical condition has been enhanced by 500%. Congratulations, your lifespan has doubled by 100%, expected lifespan, 200 years. With the notifications, Jiangja smiled within the cocoon. He could feel it. An unprecedented, unknown power was pouring into his body. Gradually, a crackling sound came from his ears, and the cocoon soon shattered, scattering golden light throughout the entire hall. Everyone looked at the golden light with strange admiration in their eyes. Conan, seeing this, smiled slightly, but still asked the question in his heart, because there might not be another opportunity. Jiangja. My time is almost up, will we meet again next time? I really like this rule-bound world, it seems to suit me perfectly. Hearing this, Jiangja turned his head to look at Conan, not giving a definite answer, we should. In response, Conan said nothing, just silently nodded. In his heart, he found the answer, he might never see him again in this life. The 3 days I spent with you were the freest moments of my life. Looking at the sincere Conan, Jiangja gently nodded, squatted on one knee, held Conan's small hand, and sincerely promised, Conan, you no longer need to fear the Black Organization, because I am behind you. I will always be your friend. Apart from dying of old age, I guarantee none of the other unexpected deaths will happen. Seeing Jiangja's extremely serious expression, Conan only wore a faint smile. He did not speak to thank him, gradually turning into brilliant starlight, disappearing within the chaotic courtroom. Jiangja stood up, not lingering, and left the chaotic courtroom. Seaside Park. Jiangja reappeared on the park bench. When he opened his eyes again, a sea of people surrounded the square, making it impassable. Their faces were filled with excitement, as if they were witnessing a deity descend, constantly kneeling, prostrating, and bowing deeply in the greatest gesture of respect. They collectively remained silent, showing their intentions through their actions. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the gift of rebirth. Someone shouted, followed by tens of thousands shouting, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the gift of rebirth. Seeing this, Jiangja finally smiled from the heart, repeatedly raising his hands to encourage people to stand up. In his previous life's game, he never received such treatment. But, with so many people, how could he get out? Once out, where would he stay, where would he eat, and he had no money on him. While considering these, a loud rumbling sound came from not far away. Everyone looked up as a black-armed helicopter hovered about 10 meters above the ground. At this moment, the cabin door opened, and a soldier in camouflage shouted with a megaphone, Mr. Jiang, there are too many people, come up, drop down the lift rope. Having just comprehended 5 times the physical quality, he wondered how his jumping ability was now. Thinking this, Jiangja looked up, took a starting stance, slightly bent his knees, and suddenly stomped on the ground. His muscles instantly shattered the tattered black trousers, and then a strong force exploded forth. A figure quickly shot up from the ground, soaring over 10 meters high, finally grabbing the cabin door and entering the helicopter. Thank you for the military's hospitality. He expressed his thanks upon entering the cabin, where dozens of armed soldiers stared in astonishment. Damn. Soon, everyone calmed down and expressed their gratitude one by one. Mr. Jiang, you are too humble. If it weren't for you, our whole nation wouldn't enjoy this blessing. Yes, the matters beyond the mundane have already been arranged by our captain for you. This jump not only astonished the soldiers, but also the audience and journalists who came with the sound. Wow. This jump, over 10 meters high? You tell me it's 5 times the physical enhancement, not 50 times, right? Damn, this is the first leap of humanity entering the path of evolution. Mr. Jiang is mighty. The scene of Armstrong landing on the moon isn't as shocking as this. Gradually, the armed helicopter flew away from the scene. But the crowd became more and more boisterous. Without stopping, reporters from major TV stations arrived at the park, interviewing the lucky crowd who saw Mr. Jiang's honor. That night, besides discussions and reality, news about this spread globally. Beautiful Nation ABC, Mr. Jiang from Xiagu becomes the first in the world to receive an SS-level rating, the birth of the first superhuman. Corrupt Nation BBC, Mr. Jiang from Xiagu becomes the brightest new star globally tonight. Many enthusiastic people in our country see him as a deity, with some momentum showing people have begun to form the Mr. Jiang cult. Australia, Xiagu. Mr. Jiang is undoubtedly the brightest star tonight. The comments below are increasing by tens of thousands every second. Mr. Jiang belongs to all of humanity, not just to Xia country, beautiful country netizen. Yes, even though our small country's contestant failed, Mr. Jiang is a treasure of humanity, neon country netizen. Mr. Jiang is from our big stick country, Simita big stick country netizen. Since Mr. Jiang is a treasure of all humanity, why didn't your country achieve a 100% lifespan increase? Only our Xia country received a 100% lifespan increase, Xia country netizen. The appearance of Xia country netizens led to an instant silence in the comments section. Those who originally claimed Mr. Jiang belonged to the world all shut their mouths. In the face of national fortunes, there is no such thing as all of humanity, only competition between nations exists. In fact, besides this, many national expert groups held an emergency online meeting. They sped up the playback and analyzed every action and word of Jiang Zhe in the chaotic courtroom. In the end, they reached an unbelievable conclusion: Jiang Zhe appears to be able to foresee the future. Sioux City, outskirts military district. When the armed helicopter landed, Jiang Zhe received a warm reception from the military district chief. Chief Wu Kuan-yu responded to the superior's call, fully supporting everything for Jiang Zhe. Identity, status, power, assets, waves of glory came rushing in. Everything Jiang Zhe longed for in his previous life was all satisfied in just one day. At the military district's commendation ceremony, in a mere 5 hours, Jiang Zhe received an unlimited RMB black card, usable nationwide. In addition to this, the Waterfront Manor No. 1 mansion in Sioux City's Gold Zone. Originally the private villa of the Cave Heaven Group real estate boss. When the original owner of Mansion No. 1 learned of the state's requisition, he was a bit unhappy, wondering why they took his mansion, as if no one had any power. But when he learned it was Mr. Jiang moving in. What? Mr. Jiang wants to live here? Oh, why didn't you say so? No problem. The homeowner didn't even think and agreed at once. As long as they connected with Mr. Jiang, no matter who, even a pig, could take off in life. Just before the commendation ceremony was about to end, the military host invited Jiang Zhe onto the stage. When the spotlight shone on Jiang Zhe, he transformed into a handsome young man in a suit with neatly combed short hair. He originally disliked such occasions. But he needed to appear for a kind of imagery, an imagery that could be recorded in the history of the world. For the sake of historical contribution, Jiang Zhe agreed. As Jiang Zhe walked onto the stage, the once silent crowd suddenly became restless. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Chapter 23, Military District Party, New Rules are about to begin. Looking at the crowd below, Jiang Zhe smiled awkwardly. I just casually entered the rules and passed, however, everyone's enthusiasm seems too overwhelming for me to accept all at once. Yes, he never expected to receive such a high-level reception. Becoming a revered figure from an ordinary citizen in a flash is quite uncomfortable. At that time, he just wanted to leave the crowd, but the tide of people was too strong, and the excited crowd nearly overwhelmed him. In the end, he had no choice but to get into the helicopter. But he didn't expect everything that followed to leave him in a daze. Unreal. Yet when he opened his eyes, everything was so real again. Seeing this, the excited voices below gradually calmed down. To take care of Jiang Zhe's feelings, the soldiers also didn't continue to act overly enthusiastic. Just a day ago, I'm not hiding from you all, I was still a homeless person. Today, I've become a renowned figure nationwide, even globally. This change has actually left my mentality a bit behind, it's just that I can't quite accept such a contrast in transformation. I won't say too much, I just hope everyone treats me like the most familiar friend. There's no need for the public to call me any exaggerated titles like immortal, I absolutely have no qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with that. Remember, I am everyone's friend, and when you feel despair, I can open a door of hope and bring in the light of hope, a good friend. At this moment, the entire audience was stunned. Respect appeared on every face. Yes, Mr. Jiang has indeed opened the door of hope for the summer country and has led the Light of Hope Indiana, a respected friend. Gradually, applause erupted from the audience, and everyone was filled with admiration. When the applause subsided, Jiang Jia spoke again. So, I won't be attending the military district's dinner later, I will just grab a bite. I need to prepare for the rules of the time and space dungeon in 3 days. The dungeons of time and space had been countless in his past life, to the extent that Jiang Jia wasn't even sure which type of time and space dungeon it was. Time travel, or perhaps paradoxical timelines, parallel spaces, and other elements of the rules for the dungeon? I cannot determine at the moment. I hope that for the next 3 days, everyone will try not to disturb me. After saying this, Jiang Jia smiled and bowed to the audience below, and then left the scene. This time, no one stepped forward to stop him. They were all touched by those words he just spoke. A leader hurriedly raised his hand and said in a fluster, "Hey, we absolutely cannot do that." Seeing Jiang Jia bow, the leaders on stage and the soldiers below panicked, quickly standing up to bow towards where Jiang Jia had left, not returning to their seats until his figure disappeared from sight. After Jiang Jia left, the scene once again erupted into fervor. The leaders on stage looked at each other, first with confusion for a moment, as if they were trying to unify their stance, before finally showing smiles. He did not feel inflated or proud due to his change in identity. This Mr. Jiang not only has outstanding character but is also a good person. Handing the summer country over to this gentleman might just be our honor. The soldiers below were also whispering, but this time the atmosphere had softened a bit. It is truly an honor to be Mr. Jiang's friend. Such a person is worthy of our admiration, not those who become arrogant with power or wealth. Now, all over the nation, everyone respects Mr. Jiang. His every word and action represents the character of our summer country people. This brief speech will probably be passed down in textbooks for a lifetime. Of course, the first person to surpass humanity, regardless of whether Mr. Jiang can clear the dungeon rules in the future, he has already been recorded in history. That night, no one disturbed him. After taking a shower, Jiang Jia peacefully went to sleep. On the next day, Jiang Jia first went to Waterfront Manor to check out Mansion Number 1. This place was equipped by the country with special butlers and dozens of professional soldiers for protection. Even those responsible for cleaning, cooking, and laundry were strong individuals who graduated from military academies. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed, it was stated above that this was a hard rule, personal safety comes first. Thus, Jiang Jia didn't say more, he would adapt. On the second day, he went to the expert group in Sioux City for discussions with the escort's car. Mainly, Jiang Jia shared his experiences regarding clearing the dungeon rules. He shared how to reason, arrive at answers, and differentiate between enemies, among other insights. Much of this was based on information Jiang Jia had fabricated, but it still benefited the experts greatly. After all, he certainly couldn't reveal that he had traveled through time and played these games in his past life. Despite attempts by global television reporters to interview Jiang Jia over these 2 days, they were ultimately stopped by the relevant departments, citing Mr. Jiang's preference for peace and quiet. On the third day, Jiang Jia followed the guards to the military district. Specifically tested the limits of the body. 100-meter run, 6.7 seconds, no training. Push-ups, 12,000, no training. Muscle drop test, extreme height drop 20 meters, beyond 20 meters, the legs feel numb. Muscle hardness test, at a distance of 50 meters, a bullet cannot penetrate the palm, but will cause bleeding. Extreme standing jump height, 13 meters, as high as a 4-story building. After a lot of testing, the soldiers also had a clear understanding of Jiang Jia's strength. So strong. Simply too strong, surpassing everyone in the world. This is just the end of the first chapter. If Mr. Jiang passes another hell chapter, he will probably become a superhuman. Not a superhuman, but he's likely to be completely unafraid of handgun bullets and might even try to resist rifle bullets. So envious, I want to be this strong. You, forget it, if you entered a 10-star hell chapter, how many hours could you survive? Why, I wouldn't last 1 hour. By the way, how's Walter from the rotten country? I haven't heard any news about him. I heard Walter survived too, but only received an F rating. Everyone in the rotten country only gained 2 years of lifespan, due to Mr. Jones' name being too prominent. No one cares about Walter. Wow, it seems he really survived in the office for 7 days. Finally, 3 days are over. A new day has arrived. On the military district playground in Sioux City, soldiers from the entire military district sat in a circle. Because soon it will be Jiang Jia's time to set out again. Leaders, medical staff, and health experts did one last physical check on Jiang Jia and confirmed there were no problems. The highest authority in the military district, Wu Kuanyu, seriously asked, "Mr. Jiang, you can refuse this time, we can bear the loss of a city." Hearing this, Jiang Jia slightly shook his head, smilingly rejecting the suggestion. My life is nothing compared to a city, how can I dare to compare it to a city? Don't worry, leave it to me, there will be no problems. Wu Kuanyu did not speak but patted Jiang Jia's shoulder, nodding in tacit understanding. As time passed, midnight struck 12 o'clock. A new round of rules is here, next we will select the global chosen ones. Chapter 24, Your Friendly Neighbor. At precisely midnight 12 o'clock. 200 screen frames appeared in the night sky again. Following that, the aerial views of various countries quickly appeared in each of the 200 screen frames. A new round of rules is here. Next we will select the global chosen ones. As the prompt fell, human face photos began appearing one after another on the screens. So nervous, who will be selected this time? Last time it was said to be 10 stars, only 2 countries passed for 9 stars. If it's 10 stars, no one should be left, right? I'm afraid so. I heard this time it's a chapter related to time and space, crossing over to change the future. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Brothers, I'm back again. I calculated the 10-star rules based on the 9-star pattern. Without super god talents, ordinary people need to die 1,800 times to survive once. Hiss, without the 10-star chapter data, where did you calculate that? Just guessed, smiley face, jpg. You're awesome. As global viewers quibbled, the chosen contestants from each country descended. Summer countries chosen 1 Jiangsu City Major. Beautiful countries chosen 1 Adam FBI investigator. Rotten country Benjamin, sci-fi writer. Panda country Abuski, philosopher. Australia Thomas, college athlete. Canada Mason, esports player. Elephant country Akam, IT engineer. Neon country Matsumoto Takemoney, sophomore, samurai. Stick country Kim Unchan, pop singer. After seeing the list of contestants appear, or rather, after seeing the first name from summer country, global viewers started to complain. Fact, summer country's Jiangsu again. You just cleared it 3 days ago. Wow, did you sign up voluntarily, beautiful country? Come on, how fierce is this? Jiangsu, didn't you just clear it last time? Why are you back again? If you're back, how will the other country contestants play? You'd better not come back. Give others a chance, Neon Nation Netizen. Ah, it's the great Jiangsu again. Seems like things are stable now, Summer Nation Netizen. Stable my foot, this is a whole new dungeon, involving time and space. Can't you see there are FBI agents, sci-fi writers, and even physicists and mathematicians coming in? My small country is lucky, we specially selected a scientist to enter, on the training ground of the Sioux City Military District. Jiangsu, under the watchful eyes of many soldiers, transformed into a white light and shot up into the sky. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a large crimson room. Looking around, he noticed that he was standing 50 meters from all sides, right at the center. Above, below, left, right, there were 6 2-meter-tall crimson doors. Looking up, it appeared to be around 100 meters high. It's a red box, coffin, or what? Suddenly, Jiangsu's eyes lit up, and he found the answer in his heart. 6 doors, front, back, left, right, up and down, all square and symmetrical. Except for the color, which was different from his previous life's level design, everything else was exactly the same. Could it be Supercube? If it's Supercube, then this dungeon will be incredibly long and interesting. He was a scientific puzzle, sensitive and passionate about the remaining science. Hypercube, a visual model in science, doesn't exist in 3-dimensional space but exists in high-dimensional space. Hypercube, as the name suggests. Inside, there are infinite possibilities. Firstly, time will become a visual existence here. Secondly, the past, present, and future might all meet. Especially the last one, parallel worlds, parallel timelines, and overlapping worlds might all appear before him. In short, a hypercube is a space-end possibility that is greater than Earth's total population. The terrifying part is, the final outcome of this hyperdimensional cube dungeon sent chills down the spine of Jiangsu from his previous life. Thinking back now, goosebumps couldn't help but rise. Just as Jiangsu was recalling the details of the previous level, a prompt voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the player has the SSS level talent Unscientific Summon. Detected that the talent has reached the ceiling, no new talents will be refreshed this time. Detected that you have entered a new rule world, Unscientific Summon, cooldown has ended, you can summon now. Jiangsu sat down on the ground. The ground was extremely cold, and there were obvious vibrations from the cubes colliding beneath, which were transmitted into Jiangsu's ears through his bones. While the dungeon had not yet begun, he built one heroic character after another in his mind. There don't seem to be many suitable characters for this rule dungeon. Intelligent heroes don't seem very suitable for this dungeon. Even though I know all the details of this level, but forget it, anyone will do, not picky. With a thought from Jiangsu, a white light beam fell before him. When the light beam dimmed a bit, a person dressed in a dark blue and dark red spiderweb patterned battlesuit walked out. The opponent wore dark blue fitted pants, red tights, and a dark red mask with an elongated eye corner like a phoenix, revealing a pair of big white eyes. The person was scanning the surroundings in confusion, and when he noticed that there were 2 black masked dummies standing in front of each of the 6 doors, even he felt a shiver down his spine. The two dummies above were upside down, their feet stepping on the ceiling. However, upon realizing there was no danger, he focused his gaze on Jiang Zhe, who was sitting cross-legged in a black military uniform and a black military cap. Then he turned back to look, and saw the light beam behind him had disappeared. So he stepped forward and awkwardly asked, "Excuse me, sir, I just saw a white light descending from the sky in an alley on my way home. I walked into the white light and ended up here. Peter Parker?" Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Zhe showed a look of surprise. The character in his mind was from an anime. But unexpectedly, he summoned the coolest Spider-Man from the movie The Amazing Spider-Man. Upon careful thought, this rule dungeon is perfectly suited for the talented and skillful Amazing Spider-Man. "Do you know me?" Hearing Jiang Zhe call out his name, Peter was a bit surprised. "Of course I know you, I'm a fan of yours." This statement eased some of the doubts in Peter's mind. Since the military personnel from the Summer country recognized him, the people from Summer wouldn't cross borders to trouble him or interfere in foreign politics. He resolutely decided to take off the mask, revealing a handsome young man with sharp features and short golden brown hair who stepped forward. "Excuse me, sir, where is this? Is it the military lab of the Summer country?" "Neither, while the dungeon hasn't started, please sit down. I will tell you everything, without reservation." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker sat on the ground. He didn't sense danger from Jiang Zhe, but he did notice that Jiang Zhe's blood circulated faster than normal, and the density of his bones was thicker, evidenced by his heartbeat which was quieter through his breastbone. Just based on these points, Jiang Zhe appeared to Peter as another super soldier from the Summer country. Chapter 25, The Hypercube, Contradictory Rules of Time and Space. During the Global Chosen One's preparation period, Jiang Zhe also spent 10 minutes sharing all he knew about Peter's information and background. After listening, Peter's expression of disbelief grew stronger. "You really are from the Summer country military, you seem to know my every move. Do you know the superhero Shang-Chi?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe was quite shocked. The Amazing Spider-Man knows Shang-Chi? Isn't Amazing part of Sony's copyright universe? How did it run to Marvel? He thought for a moment and nodded. "I know him." "Since you know him, it means you must be a good person. My greatest role is to assist you in clearing the levels. Is that so, Jiang Zhe?" Jiang Zhe lightly nodded, yes. He was somewhat satisfied with Peter's performance, which was somewhat similar to Conan's expression when he heard this news. They were both adventurous people. Once the authenticity was confirmed, Peter had no remaining doubts, his face filled only with excitement and enthusiasm. He was a science student, a superhero with a spirit of adventure and a willingness to help others. "What will happen to me if you die?" After processing the information for a moment, Peter asked one more question. Jiang Zhe's voice was somewhat low. "Peter, are you sure that I am still alive?" Upon hearing this, Peter suddenly shuddered, feeling a bit frightened. "Are you a dead person?" In response, Jiang Zhe smiled lightly. "We have never truly been alive in the hypercube." Peter just furrowed his brows, naturally unable to understand Jiang Zhe's words. At this moment, a series of red letters appeared right between Jiang Zhe and Peter. "Welcome to the higher dimensional cube rule world. Purgatory difficulty, 10 stars. Scene structure, mathematics. Rule scene, higher dimensional cube. Player role, experimental researcher. Friendly reminder, there is no real time in the hypercube, the flow of time is the same as that of the outside world. Rule 0, do you think the following rules are credible? Rule 1, survive for 100,000 years to leave. Rule 2, when encountering someone with a black Q painted on their face, please ignore them, a million times ignore, never engage with it. Rule 3, when encountering someone with a black X/Y/Z on their face, please kill them, line up their corpses in front of the door, and you will know the answer. Rule 4, when you see a merchant in the cube, do not buy items, food, or water resources, because you cannot be sure what you will pay. Rule 5, if you buy a valuable item from the merchant, you must kill 10 people within 1 hour to avoid being permanently trapped in the merchant's rule cube. If you refuse to accept, you will never escape. Rule 6, dummies are aggressive, masks may not be removed, they grow stronger the stronger you are, excluding summon entities with the superpower of studying in the future. Rule 7, inside the cube, there is a traitor who cannot tell anything is wrong, it will guide you to the core of the cube. If you meet someone who seems like a traitor, never agree with them, they will lead you to death. Rule 8, in the cube, you can go back to the past and the future, but definitely do not go back to the past or the future. Rule 9, here, when you meet your future self, remember, you are already dead, anything they say cannot be trusted. Rule 10, when you encounter a pale angel statue, do not stare into its eyes, do not let it touch you, for you do not know what will happen. Rule 11, when you are about to finish the level, you have grown into a powerful being that all creatures fear, you must return to the past and kill the you that just entered the cube in order to return to reality. If when you first arrive in the cube, you meet your future self, embrace death. Rule 12, remember, from this moment on, you are already dead. Rule 13, remember, from this moment on, you are everywhere. This is a game where players act as experimenters, surviving for 100,000 years in the hypercube to collect all the data inside the cube to clear the level. But for Jiangxia, living for 100,000 years is clearly impossible. Because time does not exist in the hyperdimensional cube. The rules given by this scenario are not entirely helpful to the chosen ones. After glancing at the rules, Jiangxia stopped looking and waited for Peter's conclusion. Peter took 5 minutes to read the rules and felt confused about their specifics. What do you think, Peter Parker? Are the rules deceptive? Yes and no, but the rules may not necessarily help the players. Upon hearing this, Peter frowned and pondered. There were too many errors in the rules, and he could only operate his spider brain, generating idea after idea, continuously filtering through them. Rule 1, survive for 100,000 years. This is clearly impossible. This should be misleading. If Rule 1 is true, then we can only go back to 100,000 years ago and then return to now. This would comply with Rule 1, or maybe there are other ways to survive for 100,000 years. But then the problem arises. Rule 1 contradicts Rule 8, which tells us this world can traverse time and space but does not allow us to do so. Problems keep coming. Rule 1 also contradicts Rule 11, which tells us when you are about to finish the level and grow into a being feared by all, you must kill the you that just arrived in the cube. Another problem arises. Rule 3's XYZ is clearly a mathematical position coordinate. If we kill the dummy and get the position coordinate placed in front of the door, we can switch our room dot. And Rule 2 states ignore any dummy with Q painted on its face. This is where it goes wrong, because XYZ is a position coordinate, and Q must designate spatial coordinates. Thus, when encountering a dummy with Q, we must kill it to open the timespace door to satisfy Rule 1's survive for 100,000 years, but. Then there's Rule 9, your future is already dead. If you encounter your future self now, their words cannot be trusted. Dead? How did they die? Why do they still appear in the future? This rule has problems. Finally, the last two rules, you are already dead, you are everywhere, who is dead? Who is everywhere? This rule has an obvious logic but also contradicts and conflicts with itself. Listening to Peter's lengthy explanation, Jiangxia finally smiled. Forget about these broken rules. Do you really think the hypercube will let us live to go out? If you truly can't find an answer, just tell yourself in your heart this is a timespace scenario, everything is in a balance that contradicts each other, but ultimately, it's how we are going to clear the level. Upon hearing this, Peter lightly nodded. Peter looked up, watching Jiangxia with a confident expression, and asked, do you already have an answer in your heart? Of course, we must go to the coordinate point where XYZQ is all 0, because that's where the core of the hypercube is located. If we want to clear the level, we must go to the core of the hypercube. As the words fell, Peter thought for a moment and asked again. Rule 7 says there is an insider in the hypercube, who will guide us to the core. Going to the core, I estimate I will die, so shouldn't we decide to go to the core first and not be misled by the insider? And how do we find the insider in this infinitely large space? Hearing this, Jiangxia casually asked, why should we look for an insider? To find it and kill it? Are you sure you know if it's good or bad? Peter was left speechless in response. Good or bad is unknown, derived only from the rules. Jiangxia's reasoning is all based on the conclusions drawn from Rule 0. But this spacetime dungeon felt very dangerous and strange to Peter, so strange that it made his scalp tingle. Every action and word in the conversation between Jiangxia and Peter was being watched by the live broadcast from outside. Wow, Jiangxia has summoned Spider-Man again? This foreign handsome guy seems a bit smart, and he seems to have some power. Could Peter have the legendary superpower? After all, the rules say that the chosen one can gain superpowers? Wow. If there are superpowers, that would be incredible. By the way, will this rule be as untrustworthy as the last time? A member of the domestic expert group sent a bullet comment. No, this rule is credible, but the rules are contradicting each other, making the truth quite significant. As Jiangxia said, clearing one's mind and not being bound by the rules may allow one to find the key to passing through to the core of the hypercube. Other chosen ones from different countries were also puzzled by the spacetime rules. Most chosen ones had seen Jiangxia's last 9-star dungeon clearance technique, doubting every rule. In the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, a young man in a blonde suit, Adam, was pondering the rules. He was a genius investigator from the FBI with an IQ of 160. Chapter 26, Spider-Man Killed. XYZ is naturally a location coordinate, while Q is the spatial coordinate. I need to survive 100,000 years, which is unrealistic, indicating that I must at least traverse spacetime once to return to 100,000 years ago and then come back to meet Rule 1. If I abandon Rule 0, then the subsequent rules from 1 to 13 will become chaotic, contradictory, and disorderly. If considering Rule 0, then the upcoming rules from 1 to 13 will become neat and orderly, all mutually contradictory, not needing deep consideration, just go by feel. From chaos to order, from chaos to order, from chaos to order. He kept murmuring these lines. These lines corresponded to the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy increase law. In an isolated system, heat must flow from high temperature to low temperature, and this process is irreversible. But in the hypercube, everything is reversible. Example: a room with objects placed in a disorganized manner, left uncleaned, will only become more chaotic over time, ultimately collapsing. Example 2: if the chosen ones only consider rules 1 to 13 while in the closed hypercube, what awaits them is certain death. Conversely, considering rule 0, then utilizing rules 1 to 13 will undoubtedly improve the chosen one's situation. This place has similarities with the chaotic court that Jiangxia ended with multiple reversals. The second to last rule: whether I live or die. That's not important. Am I really everywhere? That's not important either. These rules contradict and constrain each other. As long as I obey and utilize them, I can survive. If nothing unexpected happens, my task is not to survive for 100,000 years, but to find the exit of the cube without starving to death as soon as possible. The hypercube is like a high-spec precision Rubik's cube. The last exit is at the center, where the numbers are the smallest, when xyz equals 0, that is the exit of the hypercube. At this moment, Adam finally began to take action. This scene of his reasoning instantly stunned the audience of The Beautiful Country. Because Adam's reasoning was exactly the same as the answer given by Jiangxia from Summer Country. Adam is so smart, he identified the misleading rule below 0 at first glance. He is too clever, the answer he deduced is exactly the same as Jiangxia's idea. As expected of an FBI investigator, he should not be underestimated. Last time during the challenge, John from The Beautiful Country was another star shining brightly next to Jiangxia. But unfortunately, just before uncovering the truth, he died on the night he discovered it. Now The Beautiful Country still has top contenders who are well-rounded, which made the expert group of The Beautiful Country feel a little happy. Perhaps this time Jiangxia would not continue to win first place. In the live broadcast room of Panda Country, Abuski is a middle-aged fat man. He is drinking vodka brought in from outside with his left hand. He drunkenly stared at the rules in front of him and let out a big belch. Burp. Interesting rules. A person governed by their current emotions loses their free will and becomes a victim of fate. My fate is evidently death. Abuski accepted his own death. So, Buddha style, go through it, let things be. Listening to their own philosophical player, the entire audience of Panda Country was dumbfounded. Sukabuli, is our country entrusted to such a person? Is this the attitude towards passing? This is giving up. How can one survive by giving up? Hurry up and learn from Jiangxia, go to the core of the cube. A netizen from Summer Country comforted, we have an old saying here, born from facing death, truth is often unexpected. Bears, stop scolding your own bear. The rabbit makes sense, but you don't live in the cold Panda Country, so of course, you don't care. The expert group of Panda Country couldn't help but curse at their own players' behavior. Choosing anyone would be better than choosing a philosopher. Philosophical matters are fine in reality, but why play philosophy in the world of rules? Can philosophy feed you or keep you alive? In the live broadcast room of Summer Country, Zhang Zhao and Peter were walking around the walls. Peter noticed that as they approached, the masked person would mechanically step forward, ready to strike. When standing back 1 meter away, the masked man would return to the door, waiting for prey like a guardian. They took the opportunity to observe the coordinates on the masks. On all 4 sides, there were 8 masked men in black clothing. The coordinates on their masks were X, Y, Y, Z, 194787, 65487, 954751, 635471. As for the masked man directly above them, the number on his face exceeded 1 million, meaning the coordinate is extremely large and unsuitable for use. The two returned to the center to confirm their opinions. Peter spoke, we need to find the smallest combination, and then randomly open a crimson door in order, right? Jiangxia nodded, currently, the smallest coordinates we found among these 8 masked men are XYZ, 65487, 194787, 635471. XYZ is a coordinate system used to describe the position of an object in 3-dimensional space. The smaller the coordinate, the closer it is to the core of the hypercube. If that's fine, you trap the 6 masked men, and I'll kill them. Since Peter never kills people or living beings, Jiangxia only asked him to trap the masked men. Okay, let's do it. After confirming the method, Peter immediately locked onto the 6 people in front and on the right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He stood still, twisting his wrist, a thread shot out, sticking to the body of the masked man, then quickly switched forms, shooting the thread at the target, and finally, the 6 masked men were collectively pulled back, like kites with broken strings. Without giving the masked men any time to react, Peter shot 4 more threads that stuck to the walls on all 4 sides, finally binding these 6 men. The audience in Xia Country was stunned at this scene. What the hell did I just see? Is that Spider-Man, and can he shoot spider silk? The foreign version of a spider demon? Wait, is this a superpower? They were seeing extraordinary powers for the first time and found it hard to accept. The experts from Xia country looked equally shocked, exchanging bewildered glances. The leader in a suit asked, "Can someone tell me what is happening?" A bespectacled expert responded, "Perhaps Jiangxia has summoned a hero with spider abilities this time." In the last quest, Conan had many magical tools to help him pass, but this time he has truly summoned a hero with superpowers to assist in battle. As soon as these words were said, the expert group erupted in chatter. "Ah, great, great! With the help of a superpowered person, at least our safety is guaranteed. I calculated on the computer that the strength of the web Peter shot is incredibly high, at least a new type of synthetic material, able to pull 6 people weighing 140 to 150 pounds without budging. This means..." As the technical expert enthusiastically explained, he was interrupted by another female biologist expert, "Stop your analysis. In the face of the quest rules, Jiangxia's life is the most important, everything else is secondary. And your analysis of Peter's web is clearly not stronger than the bio-based nanocellulose fibers developed in Sweden." "Yes, yes, yes." On the screen. After successfully trapping 6 masked men, Jiangxia approached and found them still struggling wildly, but they couldn't break free from Peter's webs. "Perhaps if I get caught in the webs, I too would find it hard to escape." Looking at the 6 masked men, Jiangxia couldn't help but swallow, feeling a mix of preparation and melancholy. Playing a game feels different from being in a real Supercube quest. Facing the bazaar, he felt fearless, but killing it left him uneasy. Just as he was about to raise his hand to strangle the 6 men, he lowered his arm and turned to Peter for help. "Peter, though it feels strange to ask this, I still find it odd to kill them. Can you kill people who have already died once?" Peter was taken aback by the question. "I'm New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. How can I kill?" But still, Peter asked, "Aren't you military?" His question clearly pointed out that there are indeed living creature killing trainings in the army. Why was Jiangxia struggling now? Shouldn't it be expected? Seeing Peter's reluctance, Jiangxia found a middle ground. "Alright, then can you use your web to create a long sword for me? I don't want these masked men to feel pain before they die." Upon hearing this, Peter was stunned for a second, moved by Jiangxia's actions. If they did not kill the masked men, they wouldn't be able to leave. One must take the first step to survive. To assist Jiangxia's consideration, Peter's Adam's apple bobbed for a moment as he mentally prepared himself. "Since we are in this together, we should share both joy and hardship in this world of rules. You say they are already dead, then dying again is not a problem. We can each handle 3. Does that work? I owe you a favor, Peter." As the words fell, Peter's wrists kept rotating, shooting webs onto the ground. In just 30 seconds, 2 exquisite web swords stood firmly on the ground. Jiangxia stepped forward to draw one of the web swords. The long sword felt warm in his hand with a bit of stickiness to the handle. Then the two moved forward, facing the nape of the masked men, glancing at each other, mouthing the countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, both swung their swords at the fastest speed possible, hoping to spare the masked men from feeling pain. When 2 seconds passed, the two accurately thrust 6 swords, each piercing the nape of a masked man. The 6 masked men fell without a sound of pain, blood spilling onto the ground as the swords were pulled out. Peter, seeing this, couldn't help but turn his head, feeling unable to bear the sight, but still tilted his head forward, trying to remove the mask from the masked person's face. He used all his strength but felt it couldn't be taken off. If he forced it, it would tear the masked person's skin, so he simply gave up. In the end, it was Jiangxia who arranged the 6 bodies in the smallest coordinate combination. Once arranged, he moved the 6 masked people in front of the scarlet door. After sensing the corresponding coordinates, the scarlet color on the red door gradually disappeared, transforming into a transparent, white, wave-like door. "Coordinates confirmed, you may enter the next room." Seeing the door change color, Jiangxia and Peter entered the new room together. However, the watching audience felt puzzled. Why did Jiangxia seem to show signs of hesitation? Did everyone notice? Notice what? Jiangxia seems afraid of these masked people, and Peter tried to remove their masks but couldn't. Why is he afraid of these masked people? Just because the rules didn't say if they were living or not? I don't know. The usually decisive Jiangxia just now showed a hint of compassion and hesitation, which isn't like him. If you put it that way, it does feel a bit like that. The experts also noticed this point. Then they switched to streams from other countries, where the chosen ones in those streams also felt some fear when facing the masked people. But those experienced warriors and chosen ones were indifferent to the killings. At this point, no one knew why Jiangxia's performance was different from the last chaotic court instance. As Jiangxia and Peter stepped through the door, the summer country livestream immediately split into 6 screens, and each screen reflected a different choice made by either Jiangxia or Peter. All the people of the summer country furrowed their brows in curiosity. Chapter 27, Duo in the Main World. Jiangxia and Peter were the first 2 to open the door among the 200 chosen ones in the livestream. After the two entered the new room, the large screen in the night sky was split into 6 pieces. On the 6 screens appeared faces and actions identical to Jiangja and Peter. Only their final chosen doors were different. Screen 1, after struggling, Jiangja had Peter conjure 2 spider silk swords, killing all 6 masked people together before opening the front door. Screen 2, after struggling, Jiangja decided to kill the 6 alone, ultimately opening the back door with Peter. Screen 3, after struggling, Jiangja chose to kill the 6 alone, finally opening the left door with Peter. Screen 4, after struggling, Jiangja decided to kill the 6 alone, ultimately opening the right door with Peter. Screen 5, after struggling, Jiangja decided to let Peter kill the 6, ultimately opening the down door with Peter. Screen 6, after struggling, Jiangja chose to kill the 6 alone, finally opening the up door with Peter. It was precisely the 6 different actions and choices made by Jiangja and Peter that were reflected in the large screen. What is this situation? Wow, it comes with this? This is the consequence of their different choices, right? Parallel worlds? As the audience sent barrage comments, the expert group in the summer country also saw the scene. They were outstanding individuals and immediately began to provide explanations. A young scientific expert excitedly explained, "Incredible, this is clearly the collapse of a superposition state of matter, transforming from uncertainty to certainty, especially after the choices made by Jiangja and Peter. This superposition state collapsed into 6 worlds, 6 lives." For physicists, this was the best way to validate quantum mechanics. But his technical terms left the other experts a bit confused. The liberal arts expert trembled and asked, "What does this mean? Can you make it simpler?" The scientific expert responded, "You just need to know the other 5 Jiangja and Peter are separated from our Jiangja and Peter. They 5 people have their expert team, our Jiangja and Peter have our on-site expert team, understand?" The other experts shook their heads, "We don't understand." The science expert helplessly explained again, "That means those 5 Jiangja have nothing to do with our world's Jiangja, they are separated, and will never see each other again. Understand?" As the words fell, discussions arose on the scene. "If that's the case, it feels so wonderful. Yes, it really gives me a wonderful feeling." Suddenly, a female expert asked, "Could this be Rule 13, from this moment on, you are everywhere?" After all, the different choices Jiangja made will split different lives, but those lives still exist in this hypercube. This means that in the future, Jiangja might meet these split Jiangjas? As soon as she said this, the confused expert group suddenly understood. Maybe, it will. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, Adam also measured the safe distance of the masked people, 1 meter. He chose to eliminate them one by one without psychological burden, luring out and killing the 6 masked people 1 meter away, finding the corresponding numbers. X, Y, Y, Z, 194787, 65487, 954751, 635471. According to the smallest arrangement. Soon, he filtered the smallest numbers for arrangement. When moving the bodies to the front door, the red door turned into a color water wave door after a prompt appeared. "Coordinates confirmed, you can proceed." After entering the door, Adam's screen in the real world was divided into 5 screens. The 5 screens also represented the 5 different choices made by Adam: forward, backward, left, right, and downward. Because Adam didn't have Peter's help, he couldn't choose to open the door upwards. Seeing this scene, netizens in the beautiful country began to discuss. "What's going on? My screen turned into 5 pieces." "I know this, the experts from Summer Country have already explained it, it's a parallel world." Parallel world? Yes, the hypercube has parallel worlds, and time is also visualized. Just now, Jiangja and Peter were the first to open the door, he had Peter's help to go to the top, and in the end, 6 of him appeared on the big screen, while our Adam only had 5. I also saw it, except for Jiangja's main screen, the other 5 screens only appeared for 60 seconds before extinguishing, leaving only the current Jiangja and Peter. Next, foreign competitors continuously opened doors. What they encountered was exactly the same as the experiences of Jiangja and Adam. Due to the overwhelming number, everyone was only curious for a moment, and then accepted this setting. In the Summer Country live broadcast room, the second room. After Jiangja and Peter entered, the room here was obviously much smaller, and the color was not crimson but pure white, full of a sense of technology. 2 masked people were still waiting in front of each door. But what puzzled them was, there was a series of summer words written in blood in the center of the room. Jiangja took the lead and went forward, looking down to check. He read out loud, "I can't get out, I can only rely on you." Beside him, Peter read it out in awkward Chinese, "I can't get out, I can only rely on you." Did someone know we would come in advance? Jiangja explained, "After all, time here can be crossed." The 2 stayed for a moment, not encountering danger. Then they found the smallest group of numbers on site and killed the 6 masked people again. Finally, they chose to open the front door. When the door was opened, the 2 walked in. Outside, after opening the front door, his screen was once again split into 6 pieces. Like the last time, it represented Jiang's choices of forward, backward, left, right, and upward. In the third room, on the first screen. As soon as the two entered, the area was also not large, and there was no danger, with the summer words in front flipping. Jiangja tilted his head, trying to read them. Choose your heart's second direction, don't walk forward anymore. Beside him, Peter decided to remember, Jiangja Rule 9 said, here, when you meet your future self, remember, you are already dead, anything they say cannot be trusted. Though we haven't seen our future selves, the words left by the other person mean that you have met the future. I know. Jiangja thought for a moment and then said, our group can't clear the level. What? Rule 11 states, when you are about to finish the level, you must go back to the past and kill the version of yourself that just entered the cube in order to return to reality. If you meet your future self upon your initial arrival in the cube, embrace death with open arms. Jiangja analyzed, I can confirm that this rule is true, but when we just crossed the first room and arrived at the second room, we did not encounter our future selves, which means we didn't find the correct way to clear the level. In his past life, Jiangja had walked through the front door many times and encountered a future version of himself when he reached the second level. That future self was a middle-aged man in a white suit. He had been in this cube for a long time and lived comfortably here. Some wanted to kill their past selves, while others decided to help them. But just now, in the second level, not encountering that prosperous future self means they did not meet their future selves. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Isn't the core our goal? As long as we find the core, we can find the exit? Peter found it hard to understand. As the words fell, Jiangja suddenly realized something. Oh no, from here on, we are no longer people of the main world. What do you mean? It seems we just circled behind the masked man, then directly walked up to arrange the bodies and opened what we thought was the front door, right? Hearing this, Peter frowned. It seems, yes, and then? There is no then. The original front door should be behind us, which is behind the masked man. The correct way to open it is the front door, not the wrong front door, correct, back door, that we opened. As he spoke, Jiangja's lips curled up slightly, but don't be afraid, even though our group can't clear the level, we will get out, believe me. Perhaps Peter couldn't understand. But the audience and experts outside had already discovered the truth. Because the first screen of Jiangja and Peter from the perspective of the main world had vanished. What followed was confirmation on screen 2, it was Jiangja and Peter who had previously opened the back door, correct, front door. They encountered a magical scene here. A middle-aged man in a white suit was standing in place, waiting for Jiangja and Peter. Chapter 28, Making the Future Uncertain. The projection screen in the night sky of Xia country. The audience across the nation was originally watching the first screen well. But when Jiangja and Peter opened the second door in the first screen, the screen went black. Screens 1 to 6, it wasn't just the first screen that disappeared, but also screens 3, 4, 5, and 6, leaving only the second screen. What's going on? Weren't we always watching the first screen? How come when Jiangja opened the second door, it went black? Why did our perspective switch to the second screen? Which Dio can tell me? Adam from Beautiful Nation had a similar situation. Because Adam's choice was exactly the same as Jiangja's, both opening what they thought was the front door. In the expert group of Beautiful Country, the majority were physicists. When they saw the night sky of Beautiful Country only had the second screen left, the physicist immediately provided an answer. A middle-aged physicist in a lab coat explained, our previous perspective was screen 1, and when Adam opened the second door, the screen for Adam on screen 1 went black, leaving only the second screen we are now seeing. This also means that from the perspective of us observers, the screen has always been the right choice. I just went to check the situation in Xia country, and Jiangja's screen 1 also went black. Because our Adam and Jiangja made the same choice, both opening what they thought was the front door, in fact, they both opened it incorrectly. Previously, Jiangja and Peter used spider silk swords to sneak behind the masked man and kill him. Our Adam, by a twist of fate, also managed to sneak behind and kill the masked man, resulting in our progress being exactly the same as that of the Xia kingdom. The disappearing screens actually meant their initial choices were wrong. As the words fell, the other experts nodded in vague understanding, feeling a bit bewildered. An expert curiously asked, does it mean the worlds within the disappearing black screens are actually the worlds where the chosen ones chose the wrong path, while the world of screen 2 is the one where the chosen ones chose correctly? The physics expert nodded, that's indeed the case. With this, all the experts understood. In the Xia Kingdom expert group, they reached the same conclusion. The leader, looking regretful, said, what a pity, when Jiangja and Peter sneaked behind the masked man and chose to kill him, they mistook the back door for the front door. The Jiangja and Peter we are now watching on screen 2 is the correct one. Not just the leader said this, even Jiangja on screen 2 side. Looking at the fat old man in a suit ahead, Jiangja turned to Peter gratefully, if it weren't for your reminder just now, we would have almost chosen the wrong direction. Seeing the future older version of himself was the correct choice. Peter asked in confusion, what, I didn't quite understand. You don't need to understand, Jiang just smiled slightly, the urgent thing is the fat future man in front of us. Yes, when they first opened the door, as Jiangja was about to mistake the back door for the front one, Peter asked, "Are we sure we want to go through this back door in front of us?" It was precisely this question that awakened Jiangja at the starting point, thus leading to today's screen 2 becoming the main world. In the middle of the room stood a middle-aged man with arms crossed in front of his chest. He had short, messy hair, a plump figure, and a gaze with only a hint of sparkle, focusing on the newly arrived Jiangja and Peter. Without speaking, Jiangja took a step forward and questioned, "Hello, are you sure you want to kill me to satisfy Rule 11? When you are about to finish clearing the game, go back in time to kill the version of yourself that just entered the cube, in order to return to reality. If you meet your future self when you first arrive in the cube, please embrace death?" Before the middle-aged version of himself could reply, Jiangja asked firmly again, "Are you sure you want me to embrace death for you? If I clear the game in just a few days, how could you still be living here for decades? Your current existence means that 30 years ago, when I was your age, you also encountered your future older self. And you were not killed by the future self you encountered. Are you sure the purpose of this supercube is to let you live?" As the words fell, Peter was stunned but quickly summed up one sentence. If the future self kills the current self, then the current self would have been killed by the future self in the past? This is evidently a paradox. The answer is clear, the middle-aged Jiangja in front is here to help his past self. Hearing the reasoning from his younger self, the middle-aged Jiangja in a white suit grinned, "You're clever. You're right, if I killed you, there would be no present me, so my purpose of existence is to help you." With a change of tone, the middle-aged Jiangja coldly asked, "But have you ever thought of a question?" Jiangja asked, "What question?" The middle-aged Jiangja replied, "I am 54 years old. 30 years ago, when I was your age, 24, I also met my future self wearing a white suit. That version was moved by my words and chose not to kill me, but chose to help me. Since the other party helped me, why have I been alive for 30 years until the age of 54? Have you considered this question?" As the words fell, the entire audience was confused. Who am I, where am I, what am I listening to? Damn, I don't quite understand, is this a paradox? Time paradox is so brain-busting. The audience couldn't understand at the moment, but the experts were completely clear. The physicist excitedly explained again, "Ha ha ha." Beside him, the female expert inexplicably asked, "What are you laughing at?" The physicist swallowed, "Time paradox, do you remember if the current Jiangja is killed by the future old Jiangja in a white suit, then the future old Jiangja no longer exists. Since the future old Jiangja does not exist, then the meeting between young Jiangja and old Jiangja in the second screen we are watching also does not exist. Since they met, it means Jiangja has lived for 30 years inside. Since he lived safely for 30 years, Jiangja also did not leave the hypercube during those 30 years. In the end, it means that whether it's young Jiangja or old Jiangja, they both failed. So, does everyone understand?" As the words fell, the experts looked confused. Although Jiangja was still alive, the future didn't come out. Not dead, and not out, has summer country been safe for 30 years like this? No matter how you calculate, it's a loss. 30 years is far less important than Jiangja's life. But how can you escape from such a time paradox? An old expert asked, then how can they break the deadlock, cooperate? But old Jiangja and the future old Jiangja met 30 years ago and cooperated, right? In the end, they must have failed, which is why we see the old Jiangja in a white suit. Hearing this, the physicist shook his head. The only one who can answer the time paradox in the world absolutely will not be in our real world, it must be Jiangja in the hypercube. On screen. Jiangja listened to old Jiangja's words and was also stunned. The time paradox is indeed an extremely brain-cracking problem. He had also been confused about this many times in his past life. Faced with old Jiangja, Jiangja asked, "So, you helped me, you can't leave the cube?" Old Jiangja nodded, "You can think of it this way, because that future old Jiang also helped me, but I didn't escape the cube, he also disappeared." Hearing this, Jiangja quietly asked, "So, the way you help me now is to kill me?" Old Jiangja slightly shook his head, then smiled calmly, "Do you want to know how I help you?" Seeing this, Jiangja smiled, "Are you ready then?" As the words fell, the two echoed in unison, heart to heart. Make the future of this timeline uncertain, X2. The last sentence, your arrival this time is the second to last time, do you understand? I understand. Then a gunshot rang out. Bang! One person between young Jiang and old Jiang ended his life. Chapter 29, Time Paradox, Time Paradox, Time Paradox. Old Jiangja asked, the last sentence, your arrival this time is the second to last time, do you understand? Hearing this, Jiangja silently thought for a moment, relying on the memories of his past life, he replied, I understand. As the words fell, old Jiangja resolutely pulled a black gun out of his pocket. Finally, he pressed it against his head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Old Jiangja ended his life on the spot. Seeing this scene, Peter was stunned. Why? 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 Jiangja looked at the shocked Peter and comforted him. The message he wanted to convey has already been conveyed. To prevent the future from becoming certain, he could only choose the third way, suicide. Because they chose the first two paths before 1, help, 2, kill, the third path is suicide to make the future uncertain. That is a completely new choice. Hearing this, Peter finally realized from his astonishment. It seems that, Jiangja, you understand these things better than I do. Let's go, continue to open the door. Wait, why don't you ask old Jiang about our future encounters? I can't ask. If I do, old Jiang's words will influence my decisions, and then I'll fall into a new death loop, relying only on myself to break it. Got it. Hearing this explanation, the nationwide audience was suddenly enlightened. Wow, so that's how it is? I almost felt sorry for old Jiang, but I didn't expect it was to make the future uncertain. It's really a pity. Old Jiang seems like such a wonderful person. What's wrong? Do you like him? Of course. As long as it's Jiangja, I like him, no matter the age. Put. On the side of the Xia country expert group. The experts were discussing old Jiang's last sentence. This time you came as the second to last, understand? The expert group conducted a detailed explanation and investigation regarding this matter. The sound of paper and pen rubbing filled the scene, followed by the clattering of keyboards. Finally, the physicist provided a clear answer. I think I understand. As soon as these words came out, all the experts turned to look at the physicist. The young physicist panically explained, this time you came as the second to last. It seems the 24-year-old Jiangja we saw on screen 2 cannot leave. He still has 30 years to live, and it's highly likely that we will experience 30 years from the perspective of our current Jiangja because the flow of time in this alternate world is exactly the same as the flow of time in our real world. What? What are you saying? We have to watch this live broadcast for 30 years? 30 years later? Oh no! What we are watching this time is not the live broadcast of Jiangja breaking through to the end, but the second to last. Yes, it's the second time. Damn it, we can't live that long. As soon as these words fell, the physicist smirked. Who says we can't live that long? Hearing this, the experts patted their chests and said in relief, seems so, our lifespans have been enhanced. So, 30 years later, we will still see our current Jiangja age and hear him say, this time is your last, understand? The physicist shrugged, although there's no way, that's just how it is. Then where will we be in 30 years? The physicist continued to explain, we will face failure, something strange will strike in 48 hours, or perhaps, we never existed. As the words fell, the scene fell into silence, no one spoke. Because time is simply too strange. If we don't exist, where would we be? No one knows. Inside the scene. After Jiangja entered the third door. His image was again divided into 6 screens. The original screen 2 became screen 1, turning into the main world. Screen 1 showed old Jiangja shooting himself to end his life, the main world continued to open the front door. Screen 2 showed old Jiangja choosing to end young Jiangja's life, the derivative world continued to open the front door. Screen 3 showed old Jiangja choosing to help young Jiangja walk through it again, the derivative world continued to open the front door. Screen 4 showed old Jiangja choosing to ignore young Jiangja's life, the derivative world continued to open the front door. Screen 5 showed young Jiangja killing old Jiangja and releasing the dying old Jiangja afterward, the derivative world continued to open the front door. Screen 6 showed young Jiangja killing old Jiangja completely, the derivative world continued to open the front door. From this moment on, Jiangja's actions once again split the world into 5. In the beautiful country live broadcast room. Screen 2's Adam also encountered his second door opening. He experienced the same situation as Jiangja, seeing his middle-aged self in a black suit. It's coming, old Jiangja in Xia country has committed suicide. Yes. Old Jiangja told Jiangja, let the future become uncertain, that is correct. What choice will old Adam make? I hope old Adam can also make the same choice as old Jiang, let the future become uncertain. In the beautiful country, in the second image. Young Adam stepped forward and questioned, Adam? Old Adam nodded in response, yes. Adam asked, are you going to choose to believe Rule 11 when you are about to finish the level, go back in time and kill the version of you that just entered the cube in order to return to reality? If you meet your future self when you first arrive at the cube, please embrace death? Are you going to kill me? Your existence means you didn't kill me. You didn't kill me, but you didn't escape at 24 either. You are still trapped in the cube. Old Adam, so what is your choice? As the words fell, old Adam closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. This scene made the viewers in the beautiful country extremely tense, even the experts were looking forward to old Adam sparing young Adam, not following Rule 11. After about 5 minutes, old Adam finally made a difficult decision. Maybe in another parallel world, the future me has already killed me, but the outcome won't be escaping because if the past self dies, then the future self must also die, so rule 11 is useless. 2. Future me may have already helped me, but I don't know why I'm still trapped here. 3. Future me may have already committed suicide, but I don't know what that outcome will be. Is it a cycle, or something else? Now I give you the power of choice over my life, you decide what I should do now. Perhaps this is the only way to break the deadlock. Hearing this, young Adam frowned and struggled for a moment, then asked, is the exit in the core of the hypercube? Old Adam shook his head. I'm not sure anymore, but I can never reach the core. The numbers on the face of the masked man will keep getting bigger and bigger, as long as you keep opening the doors ahead. Upon hearing this, young Adam nodded silently, remembering it in his heart, then asked, have you chosen to travel through time? Old Adam shook his head. I have not chosen. As the words fell, suddenly, old Adam's mind flooded with some memories. 30 years ago, he too was asked this question by old Adam, and old Adam's answer was exactly the same, but soon old Adam changed his answer. Suddenly, the current old Adam also changed his answer, abruptly looking up and immediately stopping. Don't ask anymore, my memory has changed after your question. I've had memories of traveling through time. Young Adam felt a surge of joy in his heart. What is the answer? How do I escape the hypercube? Can't say. Really can't say, young Adam asked again. Old Adam resolutely replied, it will change the final outcome, I can't say. About 5 minutes later, young Adam sighed helplessly, then you go, I won't kill you, you don't need to kill me. But after you let me go, are you sure that in 30 years, when you are 54, you won't hear the next young Adam say this, then you go, I won't kill you, you don't need to kill me again, isn't this creating a new cycle? Upon hearing this, young Adam was dumbfounded. I don't want to discuss time issues now, it's pointless, the future hasn't happened to me yet. Old Adam firmly stated, but it has already happened to me. Then you decide for yourself. I don't care anymore, old man. Young Adam simply turned to leave, ignoring further remarks. After killing 6 masked men and preparing to open the front door, he added, if you want to kill, go ahead. If you want to commit suicide, then do it. I won't interfere with your freedom of life. After receiving a definite answer, old Adam made a decision. Before ending his life, he left young Adam with a sentence that filled him with despair. Even if you keep moving forward, you still can't get out, because I have 2 kinds of memories in my head. The first memory, you didn't ask me a question, but I still returned to the second room to meet you. Prove that I have not escaped. The second memory, even if you choose to travel through time and space, you cannot get out. Because after your question was asked, memories of time travel appeared in my mind, leading me inadvertently back to meet you at the second door. Perhaps you should not have asked me any questions. In any case, my life this time is completely ruined. With a bang, old Adam ended his own life. Young Adam certainly cannot understand this feeling, but now he has learned a lesson. Even if he really lived to 54 years old, he would definitely stop his younger self from asking any questions. Seeing this scene, the beautiful nation's audience and experts were somewhat satisfied. After all, Adam's rhythm was vastly different from Jiangja's. It's just that Jiangja did not ask many questions, while Adam asked a few more. As for whether the final outcome was the same, no one knows. That was close, at least for now it's good, right? Yes, but it's a pity that Adam asked too many questions, causing a deviation from Jiangja's rhythm. Who knows how the ending will be? The ending shouldn't be too outrageous, at least we still have 30 years to live. The eerie 48-hour deadline won't arrive, right? You're crazy. How many people will die in our beautiful nation in 30 years? We don't have the double life expectancy of the summer country, we can't wait. Something feels wrong, man. Wait, doesn't Rule 9 say here, when you meet your future self, remember, you are already dead, anything they say is not trustworthy. Is this rule credible or not? Don't ask me, I don't know either. Rule 0 says, do you believe the following rules are credible? So do you believe it or not? As this bullet screen popped up, all the beautiful nation's bullet screens disappeared in an instant. They were confused, whether the rules were credible or not, and no one dared to make any guarantees. Chapter 30, Breaking with Peter, Unlocking the Space Backpack. In the Panda Country's live broadcast room, Abuski stood in place, drank a bottle of vodka, and then prepared to act. Currently, the chosen ones around the world regard Jiang Zhou as a benchmark. Suddenly, a unique person appeared, and the experts scolded him severely. The Panda Country has already made preparations to deal with the eerie arrival. At this moment, Abuski tremblingly walked forward, trying to ask the 2 chubby masked people in front of him, how do I leave the hypercube? In each hypercube, the body shapes of the masked people were all different. For example, if the chosen one is a man, the masked person is also a man. If it's a woman, then the body shape of the masked person can also show that she is a woman. Abuski is a fat person, so the masked person in front of him is also a fat person. Hearing this, all the Panda Country's netizens immediately burst into laughter. Do you think they will tell you? Are you crazy? You should hurry up and kill them, then open the door. Jiangja and Adam are already opening the third door, and you're still standing still. Just as the audience's ridicule faded, the fat masked person spoke in a hoarse voice, "Keep going straight. The larger the numerical coordinate, the exit is it, the largest number." As the words fell, a busky's slightly intoxicated face showed doubt. Because the coordinates at the core of the hypercube are definitely equal to 0 in XYZQ, the initial point of time and space, and location. You should know that everything has a beginning, and the beginning of the hypercube must be in the middle, at the smallest numerical location, because it ensures the stability of other places in the hypercube, akin to the skeleton of the hypercube. If someone insists on going to the place where the number is the largest, then that person must have a problem or hasn't even learned basic math. This lie might trick college students, but you can't fool me. Abuski shook his head and turned to walk toward the back door. Seeing this, netizens expressed their doubts. The masked person spoke and even told the chosen one the exit, but you can't believe this, it must be fake news. I just came back from Adam's livestream in the beautiful country, the 54-year-old old Adam also said, the further you go, the greater the coordinates, but old Adam couldn't find the exit. And Jiangja has been moving forward all along. Why does Jiangja choose to keep moving forward? What is his intention? There's no intention, purely because Jiangja doesn't know where the exit is. In the live stream room of Summer Country, Jiangja and Peter opened the second front door and reached the third level. From here on, what they saw was no longer the cold white walls, but a village engulfed in flames of war. The sky was pitch black, stars scattered like diamonds, and a bright full moon hung in the night sky. At the entrance of the village, there was a sign, Rebirth Village. By the village entrance stood a masked figure wearing a black hood, a black cloak, and a black trench coat, carrying a black backpack on his back. Peter curiously asked, "What is this place?" Jiangja thought for a moment about his past life's memories of clearing levels and answered, "It is a specific scene screened out by the supercube from the past, present, and future of other parallel worlds. Like a specific scene in a game, this person in front of us should be a merchant, right?" Peter asked again. Jiangja nodded, "Yes." The merchant's pupils were yellow, and under the backdrop of the flames behind him, it was as if a devil had emerged from hell. Upon seeing Jiangja and Peter arrive, the merchant asked in a calm tone, "What would you like?" Jiangja asked Peter, "What do you want?" Peter shook his head, "The rules say that buying his precious items requires us to kill." "Don't worry, the merchant is the only source of supplies. What do you want?" "He has everything?" "Yes, he has everything in the world." Peter, not being too greedy, decided to order some food and drink, beef sandwich, cucumber-flavored chips, fortune cookies, and a glass of orange juice. "Can I have 3 of each first?" After placing the order, the merchant took out a black notebook to jot it down and then spoke, "Dear guest, I can satisfy your request, but after you receive the goods, you must hunt down 1 human soul in the village behind me for the trade. You cannot leave until you have killed all the souls." "Human souls?" Peter frowned as he looked at Jiangja. "Yes, it's an abnormal magnetic field, many people have died in the village, you can totally buy more and kill more souls." "Now I understand." Peter looked at the merchant, "I accept the trade." As soon as he finished speaking, the merchant took out the food that Peter wanted from his backpack. The food was still steaming, as if it had just been cooked. "Here's your food, please take it." Peter received it with both hands and immediately tore open the packaging, devouring it happily. "Not bad, the taste is the same as the outside." "Dear guest, what would you like?" the merchant kindly asked. Jiangja tentatively asked, "Can I get anything?" The merchant nodded in assurance, "Of course, as long as you pay the corresponding price." Then, Jiangja thought without hesitation, "I want your life, what price do I need to pay?" In his past life in the game, the merchant's responses varied. If he directly asked for the backpack, the merchant might refuse. This time, Jiangja wanted to see if he could take a shortcut. As soon as he said this, Peter, who was happily feasting, and the audience were stunned, looking at Jiangja in disbelief. "Are you kidding? How could the merchant agree? Jiangja, have you lost your mind from hunger?" The expert group of Summer Country was also shocked by Jiangja's actions. They had no idea why Jiangja said this, but they thought the merchant couldn't possibly agree to such an unreasonable request, right? This scene also attracted many foreign expert groups to come and watch the result. Currently, Jiangja acted the fastest and was the first to encounter the merchant. They wanted to see how Jiangja would die at the hands of the merchant. The air in front of the village stagnated for a moment, and Peter repeatedly raised his hand to apologize to the merchant. Because Peter sensed that the merchant in front of him had a heartbeat, blood flowing at a normal speed, but his bone strength was obviously greater than his own now. It has been proven enough that this merchant is a terrifying existence. Jiangja quickly apologized to him, "We are no match for him, he is a powerful and ruthless character." Peter repeatedly signaled Jiangja to change his words. "Don't worry." Jiangja remained unmoved, while Peter anxiously scrambled to keep apologizing to the merchant. Finally, after 5 minutes of waiting, the merchant tilted his head to scrutinize Jiang Jia and appreciatively said, 30 years later, return to Rebirth Village, by then you will know what to do. As for my life, you and this young man cannot take it. But you may take my backpack, it has everything you want inside. As he finished speaking, the merchant slowly placed the black backpack on the ground. So, may I ask, do you accept? Jiang Jia first glanced at the frantic Peter, who quickly said, 30 years, no, we can't live in the hypercube for 30 years. Jiang Jia, please don't do this, my Aunt May is still waiting for me to go home for dinner, she's my only relative. Jiang Jia raised his hand and placed it on Peter's shoulder, firmly saying, trust me, this is our mission, you will go back. How to go back? Go back 30 years later? 30 years later Aunt May would have long passed away. Jiang Jia, you cannot make decisions for me. Peter, please believe me, you will go back. No, just because you summon me doesn't mean you can make any decisions for me, that's not fair. Hearing this, Jiang Jia's attitude shifted, coldly stating, what if I can? I thought you were a good person until now I see clearly. It seems all the military in the world is the same. I'm sorry, Jiang Jia, this is where we part ways. Peter's expression darkened as he shot out webbing, his figure suddenly being pulled away by his own strands. Jiang Jia turned around and looked at Peter, who was swinging in the trees, saying, Peter, without me, you will never get out. But not far away, Peter's angry roar came, even if I can't get out, I don't want to be controlled by you. Looking at the departing Peter, the merchant asked, are you not going to chase after your partner? Jiang Jia shook his head, no, after all, this is the second to last time, not the last time. I believe the last time, I will not let him leave. Upon hearing this, the merchant smiled slightly under his mask, without rebuttal. By the way, since you mentioned returning here in 30 years, does that mean I won't die from this year to the next 30 years? The merchant did not respond and asked again, do you agree? Since the merchant did not respond, it meant he accepted by default. Jiang Jia nodded, agreed. The merchant handed the black backpack to Jiang Jia with both hands, and the yellow pupils in his eyes disappeared, revealing brown human pupils. He then turned into a fragment that shot up into the sky, dissipating at the entrance of Rebirth Village. This broadcast, the entire day's chosen can receive the hypercube. Congratulations! Chosen 1 Jiang Jia from Xia Country unlocks Space Backpack. Curse, this chosen must survive in the hypercube for 30 years. Chapter 31, let's study hard and improve every day. Watching a series of sudden events, the audience frowned, feeling that things were heading in a bad direction. Damn it, the merchant refused to pay the price of life and actually gave the backpack to Jiang Jia. He said there's everything in the backpack, doesn't that mean Jiang Jia is going to take off right here? Take off? You kidding? He has to live in the hypercube for 30 years and can't get out. Wait, if he survives 30 years, does that mean we in Xia Country won't have weird occurrences for 30 years? Ha! Damn, saying it that way makes it seem like a good thing. I don't know if it's good or bad, for the public, it's good, but for the country, it's bad since the country needs Jiang Jia. What a pity, Peter said goodbye to him, Jiang Jia lost a powerful ally. Perhaps ordinary viewers didn't realize anything strange. It's just that Jiang Jia got the backpack, solving the survival problem completely, and he and Peter severed ties. But on the expert panel, the conversation continued. The conference room exploded in chaos. The previously enthusiastic physicist about the hypercube immediately stood up, not good, Jiang Jia seems to be deliberately heading towards a fatal outcome. Another expert asked, what do you mean? The physicist frowned and explained, remember when the 54-year-old old Jiang committed suicide in front of the 24-year-old Jiang Jia? From 24 to 54, it perfectly adds up to 30 years. I suspect this 30 years is what the black-clad merchant proposed. He made Jiang Jia return to the village again after 30 years, this is the origin of the 30 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent, and everyone's expressions changed dramatically. A series of fragmented information suddenly converged in their minds, forming a complete clue. Previously, old Jiang revealed he was 54 years old this year, without disclosing any future information to Jiang Jia. Furthermore, observing what old Adam from Beautiful Country said, the further you go, the bigger the number, and you can't find an exit. Additionally, considering what the philosopher from Panda Country, Abuski, said, the bigger the number, the more impossible it is to escape. If we combine these three scenarios slightly, we can understand. The bigger the number, the core of the hypercube is simply not there. And Jiang Jia, who just accepted the merchant's backpack, cannot possibly be unaware of this. It only points to one issue: Jiang Jia is deliberately moving forward, and he is also intentionally heading towards a fatal ending. In the end, it must be that Jiang Jia will die in the second room 30 years later, exactly in front of the young Jiang Jia. At this moment, the physicist nervously said, I'm afraid, this Jiang Jia from our perspective perhaps never intended to return to reality. And that's why we saw old Jiang Jia without old Peter beside him. It has been proven that their separation was caused by this incident. Hearing this, the experts' expressions were somewhat strange and regretful. But it doesn't matter. Since Jiangzhou is doing this, he must have his reasons. Just 30 years, waiting for 30 years is fine. But when Jiangzhou returns then, perhaps everything will have changed? In the beautiful country live broadcast room, Adam just opened the second door and entered the third room. He also encountered the village of the afterlife, and there was a merchant at the entrance. He was just about to buy something when 3 boxes appeared in the night sky. This broadcast, all selected ones in the hypercube can receive. Congratulations! Summer Country's Chosen One Jiangzhou unlocked, Space Backpack. Curse, this Chosen One must survive in the hypercube for 30 years. Seeing the broadcast, Adam frowned. What is a space backpack? Based on the current progress, he and Jiangzhou should be moving ahead at the same pace. Because he hadn't stopped since he entered. Assuming, if he and Jiangzhou are aligned in their directions, then it shows that the space backpack. It is very likely the backpack that the merchant in front of him is carrying, as the village of the afterlife only has the merchant as the living person. Combining with, Jiangzhou must survive in the hypercube for 30 years. Previously Adam checked Jiangzhou's information, 24 years old, same age as him. Since he will live here for another 30 years, it indicates that the future Jiangzhou will be 54 years old. And his future is also 54 years old. This proves one possibility: he and Jiangzhou's progress is exactly the same and absolutely precise. The portion of the Chosen One's thoughts can be shown above their heads, while some private thoughts do not display, very user-friendly. Upon seeing Adam's thoughts, all the audience in beautiful country were stunned. Wow, is this the IQ level of the FBI? Not bad. Very strong, super strong, but what? But? Adam must have chosen to take the space backpack because we just saw the 54-year-old Adam, which means he has also lived from 30 to 54. F***K, once he gets it, it means we also have to watch Jiangzhou/Adam's live broadcast for 30 years like the summer country people. Hiss, no way, I have to work overtime tomorrow. At the village entrance, Adam made a decision: he would keep his pace aligned with Jiangzhou. He could follow his future too. There was also a newfound confidence to survive and go outside. After a few minutes of testing, Adam finally got the backpack from the merchant. This broadcast, all-day selectors can receive the hypercube. Congratulations! The Chosen One Adam Arthur from beautiful country has unlocked Space Backpack. Curse, this Chosen One must survive in the hypercube for 30 years. Panda Country live broadcast room, Abuski. He had just opened the door to enter the second room when he saw a series of pop-up boxes. He regretfully shook his head. Foolish Adam, why are you imitating Jiangzhou? Our Panda Country think tank has already analyzed that Jiangzhou has his own intentions in doing this, and that intention will certainly be beneficial to Xia Country in the future. Do you willingly want to be cursed for 30 years like him? Do you still want to get out? Corrupt Country live broadcast room. Benjamin, a blonde youth in his 30s, was a science fiction writer. He had also just passed the first 2 checkpoints and entered the third one, the Rebirth Village. At this moment, he saw Jiangzhou's and Adam's broadcast. Benjamin examined the black-clothed merchant and the backpack in front of him, a smile of excitement appearing on his face. Should I also take this backpack? Seeing Benjamin's thoughts, the entire Corrupt Country audience flooded the comment section. Take it? You didn't even see your future self in the second stage. What good will it do you to grab it? It shows your future right now is not determined. You're better off not taking it without Jiangzhou's goals and intentions. Once you take this backpack, your future will be decided. I advise you not to emulate Jiangzhou. Do you want us from Corrupt Country to wait? Being safe for 30 years doesn't seem like a bad thing. It doesn't matter, I'm dead anyway in 30 years, so who cares? In the end, Benjamin decided to follow the mainstream, to learn from Jiangzhou. Because Jiangzhou was currently the most respected among the global chosen ones. Since Jiangzhou did this, he must have his reasons, perhaps even the secret to passing the level. In addition, Thomas from the little country of Olivia, a college student, Mason from Little Canada, an esports player, Akam from Elephant Country, an IT engineer, Matsumoto from Neon Country, a sophomore well-versed in Bushido, and Jean and Sean from Big Stick Country, a pop singer, as well as hundreds of small countries chose to learn from Jiangzhou. The reason was simple: survival was all that mattered. Who cared about countries? Since the great Jiangzhou had taken the space backpack, how could he not? Wasn't he also trying to live? Moreover, in a desperate situation, one's own life was the most important. Chapter 32, Mask Q appears. Xia Country live broadcast room, at the village entrance. I guess this is also the reason why old Peter did not appear beside old Zhang in the future. The breaking away was originally at this moment. Jiangzhou waited in place for a few minutes. Peter showed no signs of returning, so he gave up waiting. Finally, he opened the backpack to take a look. From the outside, the backpack looked of ordinary size, but inside was another world. It was pitch black and seemed endless, with thousands of glowing iron racks inside, displaying various food, equipment, potions, and weapons, enough supplies to survive for hundreds or even thousands of years. He was not surprised because the source of the space backpack in his previous life's game was that the game manufacturer randomly spawned it in the hypercube, with a very low drop rate. Only those who passed the level first knew of the backpack's existence. He first took out a few hamburgers and a cola, placing them on the ground. Then he grabbed a few silver syringes from the medicine shelf. Strengthening potion, injecting it will enhance all body qualities by 10 times. Magnetic field potion, injecting it will greatly enhance the body's magnetic field, which can be externalized and transformed to gain special abilities. Recovery potion, injecting it will significantly enhance self-healing ability by 10 times. Lifespan potion, injecting it will greatly enhance lifespan, expected to add 100 years. Watching this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. What are these? It seems like potions that can grant abilities. Save me one bottle. I'll pay 10 million for a bottle. In this hypercube, being a Superman, I feel like I could live without returning to the real world. Let's not do that, shall we? Taking these means you'll be trapped inside forever, unable to leave. Is being a Superman in a world with no one truly meaningful? It seems, not really. Jiangja showed no hesitation as he took out the syringes one by one and injected them into himself. Because these supplies were the key to his immortality in this hypercube. He injected one after another. About 10 minutes later, his body underwent a qualitative change. Muscles, bones, tendons, and impurities in his blood were continuously strengthened or expelled, like soaking in a hot spring or waking from a deep dream. His speed, strength, and endurance, his entire body was vastly enhanced. He felt that his body had reached a new realm beyond humanity. Jiangja breathed a little faster, excitedly saying, "Is this the feeling of an evolver from those online stories?" He sensed the rule's third to last line: when you are about to clear the game, you have already grown into a power that can dominate the world. So far, this half of the rule must be correct, because the supplies in his backpack had indeed made him stronger. As for the latter half of that same rule, kill the version of yourself that just entered the cube. And embrace death when you see your future self, that was an unreliable rule. If he didn't have memories from his past life about clearing the game, these rules would seem true at times and false at others. Even if a chosen one had a pleasant time in the earlier levels, the end would definitely lead to death. The rules oscillating between truth and falsehood shattered the chosen one's understanding. No wonder it's 10-star horror tales. In addition, he could also sense the irregular magnetic field drifting in the village of the deceased, like the airwaves after a high-temperature flame burned. That was the soul after death. He felt that as soon as he raised his hand, it seemed he could completely eliminate the magnetic field within. Let's give it a try. I remember in my past life, the first thing I used was magnetic field conversion to electrical energy, and then I destroyed the village with a single strike. Jiangja stood up, stepping into the village. Just as he entered the village, those visibly abnormal waves gathered around. Just as they were about to close in, those magnetic fields transformed into humanoid faces, but their expressions were horrifying, as if they died from drowning, electrocution, burning, execution, etc. With each step they took, the surroundings erupted with severe crackling sounds like electronic collisions. A flurry of sparks and electricity surged toward Jiangja, as they vowed to completely devour the one who would destroy the village. Seeing the spirits of the village, the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes for a closer look. Jiangja suddenly raised his hands, taking a combat stance. Go! Crack! A huge sound erupted. 2 thick white lightning bolts shot out from his palms. The spirits closest to him were hit first, then the lightning quickly transmitted, affecting the surrounding spirits. At that moment, those souls were woven into a spectacular and beautiful white electric net, standing quietly in front of him, their bodies writhing until they weakened and finally dissipated. 666, Superpower. One strike to kill, so strong. Coach, I want to learn. Coach, do you think I will? The key is that this superpower is ridiculously scientific. In the live broadcast room of Beautiful Nation, Adam didn't inject any other drugs, because he wasn't sure of their effects. Finally, while looking for weapons, he unexpectedly found the magnetic field agent. As an FBI agent, he naturally understood that enhancing the magnetic field could change things, creating illusions, leading people to get stuck in walls, and making others nauseous, among other effects. Naturally, he also knew that a magnetic field could become conductive through a medium, allowing for the existence of discharges. Using electricity to deal with these visible souls was certainly very comfortable. Indeed, after he unleashed a thunder move, the entire village fell silent, no longer eerie, and felt safe. Ha ha ha. Adam couldn't suppress his laughter. I have to thank you, Jiangja. If it weren't for your broadcast, I wouldn't have gotten the field agent, superpowers, something I have dreamed of my whole life, ha ha ha. It was clear that Adam was extremely excited. The beautiful country audience was buzzing with discussions. If it weren't for Jiang Zhe leading the way and causing the broadcast, Adam wouldn't have learned any of this. Aside from Adam, people from other countries also unleashed flames, and some controlled the stones on the ground to make them float, etc. It's very interesting, but I have to say a harsh truth. What harsh truth? Those who just got their backpacks, the merchants said to return the chosen ones in 30 years. No matter whether they see their future selves in the second stage, they will never get out of there in their lifetime. The better outcome might let them live a few hundred years or even 1,000, or maybe just live for 30 years. In a worse case, even using up all survival resources won't let them out, and they might eventually commit suicide because the supercube will likely only hold one backpack. Aside from the backpack supplies, there is no source of obtained resources. What? Who told you this? My dad is in the expert group. Since Jiang Zhe and Adam's progress matched, after the expert group from Xia country shared information with our country, they came to this conclusion. This can't be true? It is true, after all, we can see parallel worlds now, and these situations appearing is within reasonable understanding. As soon as this was said, the entire live broadcast chat instantly cleared, leaving no one to speak for a long time. At the village entrance. Overall it's pretty good. Next time, converting the magnetic field into other forms of potential energy should help to learn new abilities. Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction, then put on the black backpack and circled the village, finding 6 doors, only to find the doors buried under yellow dirt and grass, with the black-masked man still guarding the entrance. But at this moment at the front door, he encountered a person with a black Q written on their face. The person wearing the black Q mask stepped forward first and kindly asked, "I allow you to ask me one question. Do you know what the Q on my face means? Do you know who carved it? Why did the rules release, Rule 2, encountering someone with a black Q on their face, please ignore a million times, definitely don't engage, do you want to know all the answers? This supercube is ever-changing, all your perceived understandings will guide you down the wrong path. So now, ask me a question, and I will tell you the answer." Chapter 33, National Amnesia. Jiang Zhe looked at the masked Q in front of him, pondering for a moment. The other person's IQ, tone, and speech rate were no different from that of an ordinary person. Perhaps other chosen ones didn't know, but he knew that the masked Q in front of him was human. As for who it was, he couldn't reveal it yet. He remembered that in his previous life's game, the first encounter with masked Q was also in this place. At that time, opening this door led him to meet the angel statue, which was a statue that could bring game players back to the starting point as long as one observed the angel for 20 seconds. Due to special circumstances, the former Jiang Zhe had to stare at the angel statue for 20 seconds and then kill 3 masked XYZ to open the door. To be safe, he still wanted to confirm what would be behind this door this time. "May I ask, what is inside this door?" As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. "Whoa, don't ask it, you are going to violate the rules." "Yeah, the rule said you definitely can't ask masked Q, encountering someone with a black Q on their face, please ignore a million times, definitely don't engage." What will happen if you engage? If based on the premise that the rules are credible, the questioner will be erased by the rules. If Rule 0 is not credible, then maybe nothing will happen. I saw that in the Ghost Mom's note. Am I the only one curious about what Jiang Zhe meant by this time? Aside from this time, has he seen what's inside before? I'm not sure. While the audience and experts were anxious, nothing happened in the stream. The masked Q truly told Jiang Zhe about the things beyond the door. Open this door, and you will meet a monster that eats memories. It is called silence, and it has existed in the human rule world for a long time. No one knows how long, because the moment you look away or close your eyes, you will forget it. Everything starts anew, until the endless cycle. As the words fell, the audience became curious. What kind of monster is this? Why do I not know about it? Is it on Earth? No way, it only exists in the rule world. Even if it exists, we can't remember it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe had an expression of surprise. It seems that the rule of never ask masked Q is an unreliable rule. And silence was a cosmic-level monster designed by a game company in his past life. They have existed since the birth of Earth, existing alongside both dinosaurs and humans. They are almost impossible to kill or be seen, but as a challenger, he naturally knows how to face them. Jiang Zhe asked again, "Do I need to pay something?" Mr. Q. Seeing Mask Q tilt its head, revealing a pair of yellow eyes, it coldly said, "Your life." When? You will know when the time comes. Mask Q raised its hand and pressed it against Jiang Zhe's forehead. In almost an instant, Jiang Zhe felt his whole body go limp, his eyelids drooping, and he passed out. Then Mask Q suddenly raised its hand and shot a faintly visible lightning into the sky. The lightning focused above the village and then transformed into 6 pillars, killing all the masks XYZ at the 6 doorways, ultimately dragging into the front door he was protecting. The national audience and experts watched in shock as Mask Q opened the front door and threw Jiang Zhe inside. As they saw the front door close, the audience and experts were all stunned. Oh no. It's over, Jiangja can't come out. I didn't expect Mask Q to open the door, doesn't that mean Mask Q has intelligence? Damn, why didn't Jiangja resist? The expert group also fell into shock when they watched the screen. Suddenly, Jiangju was thrown into the front door by Mask Q. Could it be that Mask Q feared Jiangju would change his mind? After all, Jiangja originally wanted to open the front door. But the experts had no idea that Jiangja was just confirming who Mask Q was. This scene left the members of the expert group unable to understand. Inside the door, it was a pure white space, about 1,000 square meters, the size of 3 three-bedroom apartments. When Jiangja woke up, it was already 5 minutes later. He slowly got up, not feeling strange about Mask Q's actions. He first raised his hand to check the current time on his watch, October 15, 2023, 10:47 a.m. Lifting his head. From his perspective, he saw 10 suit monsters without ears, noses, mouths, or eyes. They were 1.8 meters tall, dressed in black suits, making a giggling sound like cicadas. These ugly suit monsters look terrible. What ugly suit monsters? What are you talking about? Huh? Am I saying something? There's nothing in the picture. Why are the bullet screens so strange? I don't understand. The chaotic and nonsensical bullet screens kept flooding the screen. From the outside, no one from the Summer Kingdom could distinguish what the bullet screens were saying. Because everyone who saw silence for the first time kept forgetting what they saw of silence. Inside the expert group. The experts looked at the screen, and when they saw the suit monsters, a hint of confusion appeared in their eyes. Has this monster always existed on our Earth? The leader suddenly asked. But unexpectedly, the experts below became curious and asked. What monster? Lao Zhao, what are you talking about? Is there a monster in the picture? Lao Zhao, can you see the monster? Seeing the serious and puzzled expressions of the group members below, the leader Zhao appeared confused. He thought he must have misseen it, and when he shifted his gaze back to the screen, he saw the terrifying suit monster again. Has this monster always existed on our Earth? The leading leader suddenly opened his mouth and asked. What monster? Old Zhao, what are you talking about? Is there a monster in the picture? Can you see the monster? Upon hearing this, the leading Zhao leader looked confused, and as his gaze shifted back to the picture, he saw the terrifying monster in a suit. Has this monster always existed on our Earth? The leading leader suddenly asked. Such extreme cases of memory loss and reincarnation occurred in the eyes of the audience watching the live broadcast of Summer Country. In front of a barbecue stall. It was filled with smoke and fire, as people drank and ate barbecue while watching the live broadcast. A big brother from Northeast with a golden chain and a small watch came over to start ordering. The stall owner asked, "Customer, what would you like to order?" The Northeast big brother replied, "Boss, I'll have a serving of lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken heads, chicken hearts, chicken feet, chicken gizzards, chicken wings, big shrimp." The stall owner was about to get busy. "All right, please wait a moment." At this moment, a young guy nearby made the barbecue owner look up. "Boss, quick look, Jiangja has picked up the Mask Q. I suspect he will violate the rules." Upon hearing this, everyone put down their barbecue and immediately looked up. Because Jiangja's survival was related to their future. Sure enough, when Jiangja entered, he saw the faceless monster. What is this monster? As this was said, all actions in the area and from the surrounding people stopped. Originally, all the pedestrians moving forward or the drivers on the road instinctively stepped back, as if time was being reversed, but not in a way that time actually reversed. About 5 minutes later, all the scenes resumed moving forward. The barbecue stall owner looked at the plump big brother in front of him and asked, "Customer, what would you like to order?" The Northeast big brother replied, "Boss, I'll have a serving of lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken heads, chicken hearts, chicken feet, chicken gizzards, chicken wings, big shrimp." The stall owner was about to get busy. "All right, please wait a moment." At this moment, a young guy nearby made the barbecue owner look up at the sky. "Boss, quick look, Jiangja has picked up the Mask Q. I suspect he will violate the rules." Everyone looked up. After a moment, the barbecue stall owner looked at the plump big brother in front of him and asked, "Customer, what would you like to order?" The Northeast big brother replied, "Boss, I'll have a serving of lamb skewers, beef skewers." After a moment, "Customer, what would you like to order?" "Boss, I'll have a serving of lamb skewers, beef skewers." As these words fell, the Northeast big brother scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? I clearly visited your barbecue stall for the first time. Why does it seem like I've been here and ordered barbecue many times before? The deja vu is so strong. The barbecue stall owner also felt that the plump big brother in front of him looked familiar. "Hey, maybe it's love at first sight, this meal is on me." Upon hearing this, the plump big brother laughed happily. "That's great." After a moment, "Customer, what would you like to order? People at the roadside barbecue stall might be okay. But those who got sick and went to the hospital. After getting an injection, they encountered a doctor who had lost memory, and even the patients themselves had lost memory. In the end, the doctor kept giving the patient injections, injecting and injecting. Patient, doctor, what illness do I have? Doctor replied, you have no illness, you just have held in your urine too long, you'll be fine after you go. A moment later, after finishing an injection, the patient asked, doctor, what illness do I have? I feel so bloated in the lower abdomen. Doctor replied, you have no illness, you just have held in your urine too long, you'll be fine after you go. A moment later. Doctor? You have no illness, hurry go to the bathroom. Oh. A moment later, the patient returned from the bathroom and walked back into the doctor's office. Doctor, what illness do I have? Such situations occurred all across the country. Until Jiangzhou in the scene did something to silence, and these situations finally improved. Chapter 34, The Least Deaths, The Fastest Life. In the scene. When Jiangzhou saw the silence, those 10 silences were preparing to release lightning to stun Jiangzhou and devour his memory. Jiangzhou quickly stepped forward, raising his hand. Hypnosis. As the words fell, 10 faint magnetic lines changed the brain of silence, altering the previous magnetic field of silence. It made him drowsy. After a moment, the 10 silences fell one after another. Only then did Jiangzhou continue to pass. As for why he didn't kill the silences, it was purely because the memories of the silences were shared in a hive mind. Once he killed the silences, it would offend a large group in the future, so it wasn't necessary. After all, he still had to survive here for another 30 years. Until Jiangzhou opened the next door, the national amnesia would finally end. However, in the eyes of the audience and experts, Jiangzhou was like this. They saw Jiangzhou get knocked out by Mask Q, then enter a new room. But in this room, there was nothing, and there was absolutely no silence. Those watching the live stream on their phones/computers began to sense something was off. So Mask Q is lying? Yeah, there's nothing in the door. But wait, something's wrong. I checked my previous comments, and one said, what is this monster, showing 5 minutes ago? No way, let me check. What an ugly monster, no face, no mouth, no nose. What the hell, why do I have this comment in my back end too? What the hell, wasn't I at the hospital? How come I'm still on the road? What the hell, what's going on? I clearly went downstairs, how did I end up back at home? Gradually, the audience began to sense that something was wrong. Among the experts, the leader Zhao also felt something unusual because Jiangzhou encountered nothing in the footage. If Mask Q was lying. So, he immediately asked the technicians to review the recording. Xiao Lu, check the previous playback. Yes. Xiao Lu, a female technician, quickly started typing on the keyboard to control the recording. As the playback began, they all stared dumbfounded at the video from their conference room. Leader Zhao, this monster, has it always existed on our Earth? What monster? Lao Zhao, what are you talking about? Is there a monster on the screen? Can you see it? The more they watched, the more scared they became. Such a bizarre scene actually lasted for 5 minutes. It was as if everyone had collective amnesia. In the end, Lao Zhao decided to seal this news across the internet. Because he couldn't let the news of the existence of not just the rule world but also the silence within the rule world leak out, fearing it would cause panic. No wonder, so that's where our sense of déjà vu comes from, an amazed biologist said. Another expert echoed, so that's it, the unsolved mystery is this. I wondered why I had been to certain places but couldn't remember, it turns out the silence was meddling. A third scholar said, the silence currently displayed shows not much harm, and it seems quite friendly so far, and they only consume human memories. In subsequent investigations, 5 minutes of national amnesia caused a loss of 71.7 billion yuan nationwide. The number of accidental injuries reached as much as 8 million. The number of accidental deaths at the same time reached 200,000. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room. Although some beautiful country viewers had watched Jiangzhou's livestream, they also couldn't remember what had happened. When they switched to the beautiful country's live room, Adam also encountered a scene with Mask Q. Mask Q said, I allow you to ask me one question. This hypercube is rather unpredictable, your every assumption will lead you down the wrong path. So now, ask me, and I will tell you the answer. As the words fell, Adam pondered and finally decided to trust the rules, choosing not to respond. What a familiar scene. I feel like I've seen Mask Q somewhere before. Yes, I feel the same, but I can't remember. The beautiful country's audience flooded the comments, but they simply couldn't remember where it happened. After Adam selectively killed 3 Mask XYZ, he opened the front door. He had a good habit of checking the current time before opening the door, 11 o'clock. Adam carefully stepped through the door. Because he had met Masked Q earlier, there might be danger inside the door. This place was all white, about the size of 3 three-bedroom apartments. Not far away, there stood a man dressed in a suit, silence, and the constant sound of cicadas came from his mouth. Not only that, but the lightning in his hand was also eager to try. Try passing this level in 3 minutes, let's see if you can use that superpower again. Seeing the monster, Adam took a deep breath, calmly raised his hands, thunderous power. Boom, a sound. 2 thick white lightning bolts shot up to the ceiling and then suddenly poured down like rain. He was confident that he could kill these 10 silences in one blow. But after waiting for a moment, Adam lowered his arms blankly, turned around, and walked back to the door. First, he observed the surroundings. Seeing the monster not far away, Adam smiled, eager to try passing this level in 3 minutes, let's see if you can use that superpower again. Thunderous power. Another round of lightning struck down. The silences trembled as they were electrocuted. But after a moment, Adam once again lowered his arms blankly and turned back to the door. First, he observed the surroundings. Seeing the monster not far away, Adam smiled, eager to try passing this level in 3 minutes, let's see if you can use that superpower again. Thunderous power. Another lightning net struck down. The suit on silence was already torn apart, and their bodies began to tremble. After a moment, Adam once again lowered his arms blankly and turned back to the door. Seeing this scene, Adam smiled, eager to try passing this level in 3 minutes, let's see if you can use that superpower again. After about 120 minutes, he once again released thunderous power. This time, his energy instantly killed the already wounded silences. Looking at the 10 silences in front of him, Adam was already exhausted, but still smiled knowingly. Indeed, electricity conquers everything, it doesn't care what kind of monster you are. In the end, Adam happily killed the other XYZ masked people and entered the next level. However, when Adam appeared in the new level, after looking at the time, he was stunned. Wasn't it 11 o'clock? Why is it suddenly 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Where did the 2 hours go? Did the room just now have a time acceleration function? I think I remembered wrong, it should have been 1 o'clock in the afternoon, not 11 o'clock. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to not realize what had happened, and after comforting himself, he chose to open the front door again. But the viewers in the live stream of the beautiful country were all confused. From their perspective, Adam opened the front door, and then appeared in the new level, but they didn't see anything Adam had done, they only heard Adam say, wasn't it 11 o'clock? Why is it 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Where did the 2 hours go? Did the room just now have a time acceleration function? Upon hearing this, the bullet comments quickly flooded. I feel like I lost 2 hours. I also feel like I lost 2 hours, I was clearly in the coffee shop at 11, but why is it still 1 o'clock in the coffee shop now? I feel like my stomach is bloated. Bro, not to hide it from you, I spent the past 2 hours with my girlfriend, and now I can't feel my lower half. What happened? I don't know. Due to this situation, netizens in the beautiful country started posting online for help. They were shocked to find out this was not just happening to them. Even people from neighboring countries were experiencing the same thing, losing 2 hours. However, because the beautiful country government was afraid that silence would cause panic, they quickly blocked the news. So, the 2 lost hours in the beautiful country became a new unsolved mystery. 2 hours, number of injuries in the beautiful country, 25 million. 2 hours, number of deaths, 6 million. Most of the deaths occurred in car accidents on the highways, causing chain explosions. In addition to the beautiful country, countries like the rotten country, which chose to open the front door like Jiangxia, also. The chosen ones of neon country. The chosen ones of the corrupt country risked erasure to learn the news in advance. Thus, they wasted little time on silence, successfully passing the level in 20 minutes. Chapter 35, The Heaviest Wounds, The Most Death. The Neon Country live streaming room. After hearing the notification, he learned from Jiangxia and obtained a space backpack. When he arrived at the front door, he encountered Mask Q. You can ask me one question. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto took money into consideration and thought about the rules. Forget it, I refuse. He, with samurai spirit and adventurer's spirit, decisively ignored Mask Q's question and charged straight into the House of Silence. When he encountered the monster Silence, it fueled his fighting spirit, especially after just injecting a stamina potion, his strength surged, and he was confident to defeat these 10 monsters. Monsters, let you become the souls under my blade. Seeing this scene, the audience in Neon cheered. Ha, our country's warrior will surely defeat these 10 monsters. They should feel proud to die under our Matsumoto's blade. Let's show them that our Neon samurai are the strongest. Matsumoto specially changed into wooden clogs, bowed, and rushed forward to make a killing blow. Just halfway through the charge, he lost his memory, and then he fell flat on his face. He crawled up without feeling anything, turned around, and went back to the door. Monsters, let you become the souls under my blade after I enter. Then the audience cheered again. They all praised Matsumoto for having the strength to slay them all. Matsumoto tripped and scraped his elbow and knee. After a moment. Monsters, let you become the souls under my blade after I enter. Matsumoto stumbled and scraped his knee. After a moment. Monsters, let you become the souls under my blade after I enter. Matsumoto fell and hit his head. After a moment. Monsters, let you become the souls under my blade after I enter. He wasted nearly 6 hours here before successfully killing the 10 silences. In these 6 hours, Matsumoto was covered in wounds. Why does dealing with these 10 monsters feel so exhausting? Matsumoto felt drained, the samurai sword plunged into the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced around, his body was full of wounds and dried blood. It must be that these monsters have attacked means that I do not know about. Luckily, I survived. After resting for a moment, he resolutely opened the front door. The scenes just now in the eyes of the audience in neon, after Matsumoto refused Mask Q, opened a front door, found it empty, and cheered again. Great, there's nothing in this door. Why is Matsumoto covered in wounds? Where did he fall? I don't know, as long as he didn't die, it's fine. As expected of Matsumoto, such good luck, the result of Mask Q's door is nothing, scared me to death. Oh no, there have been many chain car accidents in Hokkaido, resulting in a lot of deaths. There have also been many fires in Kyoto, cars on the road collided, many have died. What on earth is happening? Although ordinary people will never recognize until death lost memory. In the end, after an investigation by the Neon government, they were shocked to discover Matsumoto's actions caused Neon $1 trillion economic loss and nearly 8 million accidental deaths. After watching the playback, the Neon government learned the truth and could only issue orders to seal the information, then, they swallowed their anger. Damn it! Our total population is 125 million, and nearly 1/12 of the population died from various accidents. Damn Jiangxia, you set such a bad example, I will make your life worse than death. When these words came out, a new staff member in the government office timidly asked, Sir, how do you make Jiangxia from Xia country suffer more than death? Upon hearing that, the leader's face turned even more furious. How do I deal with Jiangxia? Take care of your damn mother. Can't even talk big? You clueless guy, get out of here, you're fired. Who can they blame? They can't blame anyone. This is even scarier than the strange occurrence arriving in 48 hours by dozens of times. If they could, they would even wish Matsumoto died with money, and then in 48 hours of strange occurrences, only dozens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would be killed, but now unexpectedly 8 million have died, and they are all young people. In the future, GDP will definitely plummet. At this moment, the upper classes in Neon felt that the rules are sometimes not scary, what is truly terrifying is what's inside. When the high-level officials of Summer Nation learned the news, although they appeared indifferent, they had to act as if they sympathized and stand at the press conference to express their sympathy. But considering the blood feud between Summer Nation and Neon, they were already secretly delighted. Died well, died beautifully, died with a bang. Well done, Jiangxia. Better wipe out these little cabinets. Today, some miraculous events happened in countries around the world. Strange fires, inexplicable short circuits, mysterious chain collisions, all sorts of leaks, caused disasters in most countries around the globe. In the end, ordinary people were still in the dark, and rumors grew more fantastical. Fanatics almost thought it was God punishing the world. But when they aimed their sights on Summer Nation, here, everything was peaceful and calm as if it were a sunny day. Thus, the people of the world reached a conclusion in their hearts. Summer Nation has no deities. Otherwise, why doesn't God punish Summer Nation, but only punishes other countries? At the gate of silence, Jiangzhou opened the front door, and nearly 10 doors had no danger, and some only had a few mechanical traps like laser grids, extreme noise, etc., which he was unafraid of now. Finally, when he opened the 20th door, it was already evening. He also noticed the number on the XYZ mask was getting bigger. Let's rest a bit, have a meal, and then open the door later. Sitting in the middle, he took out the cookware, sauces, and meat, preparing to make a barbecue feast. Moments later, the room was filled with mist, and Jiangzhou enjoyed beef and lamb skewers, washing it down with chilled cola. At that moment outside, it was evening, and many people had just gotten off work, preparing to eat something. Jiangzhou's barbecue scene made many people drool. Oh, I'm not hungry, I'm just looking, drool dripping. Jiangzhou, give me. Give you what? Why is it so awkward? Let me have a bite, is there a problem? No problem. Can't take it anymore, instantly order an I'm starving delivery, get a 1,000 yuan barbecue feast. Damn, if other country users see this, they'll think we Summer Nation people can't afford barbecue, order, today must have barbecue. Damn, the barbecue is sold out. The viewers of Summer Nation were used to Jiang's casualness. But this scene became a mocking image in the eyes of new foreign netizens. Our national contestants are still struggling, and you're actually having barbecue? Damn, you've cleared 20 levels, and our small country is still starving and thirsty, unable to find food. Whoa, Jiangja, you were so terrible. If you casually give our chosen one some resources, they wouldn't have to live so hard. Not watching anymore, he's too relaxed, I can't take it. Inside the expert group. The experts watched Jiangja eat meat and drink cola heartily, making the experts' throats move up and down, saliva seeping into their mouths. After watching for a while, the leading old Zhao couldn't take it anymore, quietly picked up the phone and dialed with care, saying, "Secretary, I want barbecue for dinner today." But unexpectedly, the secretary replied, "Leader Zhao, the barbecue is sold out." "What do you mean the barbecue is sold out? Our cafeteria has long been packed, everyone is ordering barbecue, and there's no stock left." Hearing this, old Zhao looked bewildered. "Everyone's having barbecue for dinner, have they gone crazy?" "Leader Zhao, don't you see what Jiangja is eating right now? Right now, he is truly leading the whole country. Whatever he does, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people will follow. I also want to eat barbecue, but I really can't buy it. Why don't you just chop me up and make me into barbecue for you? You stinky brat, how dare you make fun of me?" Old Zhao angrily hung up the phone. Looking at Jiang Zhou on the screen, he took a deep breath, and his right fist slowly clenched. "Xiao Jiang, next time when you come out, I will use my iron fist as big as a sandbag to beat you to death." This old man, finally wanted to eat some barbecue, but still couldn't eat it. This old man, have such a bitter fate. Old Zhao's face was expressionless, but inside he was already crying and cursing loudly. At this time, in the screen, Jiang Zhe finished the meal. After putting away the tableware, he was about to open the door. I remember the next level seems really interesting. There is an undying kitty inside. Jiang Zhe sent out a thunderbolt and took down the four masked people, X, Y, Z, Q, lining them up. When the number on the corpses kept getting bigger, Jiang Zhe silently nodded. Everything is heading toward the path where old Jiang dies by suicide. Only this way, I can get out alive. Maybe these words are contradictory. But the hypercube itself is a more contradictory scientific creation. Chapter 36, The Black Tabby Cat That Lives and Dies at the Same Time. Jiang Zhe opened the door in front of him. Inside was completely empty, only a door not far ahead. He looked around, up, down, left, and right. Even the masked people X, Y, Z were gone. What was there was only a black iron box in front of the door. The box was about the size of a pet cage. You couldn't see what was inside. But there was an arrow on the door pointing at the pet box. "Kill the black tabby cat inside, then the front door will open." Seeing this, Jiang Zhe laughed without much kindness. This kitty can't be killed. To prevent viewers in the real world from not understanding, Jiang Zhe walked up to the pet box and first raised his hand and struck it with thunder. After feeling the electricity, a string of numbers floated lightly above it. Kitty got shocked, HP deducted, -100 HP/0 HP. Other than that, Jiang Zhe struck it again with thunder. Kitty got shocked, HP deducted, -200 HP/0 HP. Taking this chance, let me ask everyone. This world also has quantum science. So, when does poison decay to kill the cat? Is it in the morning, or in the afternoon, or maybe a lifetime? So, the cat in the box has become a superposition of life and death. To Jiang Zhe, the cat is alive. To Jiang Zhe, the cat is dead. So, no matter what, Jiang Zhe cannot know whether the cat inside is alive or dead, let alone how to kill it. Thus, on the pet box floats cat is under attack, health deducted, -100 HP/0 HP. Everything is just because Jiang Zhe cannot kill this cat, which is both alive and dead, in the macro world. In other words, how can a living and dead creature be killed by Jiang Zhe, who exists in the macro world? After the explanation of the online experts, the national audience suddenly understood. Damn, this is almost impossible. Yeah, Jiang Zhe cannot kill this cat that is both alive and dead. I just realized, it's over, Jiang Zhe is stuck at this level, he can never kill it. But, 30 years later, Jiang Zhe still got out. How did he get out? I don't know. The world has no difficult problems, just attack the pet box more, the cat will definitely die. As the audience discussed and felt confused about the existence of such a creature, the expert group of physicists and mathematicians showed excitement and thrill. An experiment that only existed in thought was actually presented in the real world as a hypercube. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of God for them. However, after a moment of astonishment, they showed a sense of melancholy. A young physicist calmed down and sadly explained, "Quantum theory says that if no one opens the lid to observe, we will never know if the cat is dead or alive, it will remain in a superposition of both dead and alive, but this turns the microscopic uncertainty principle into a macroscopic uncertainty principle. Objective laws do not change with human will. A cat that is both alive and dead contradicts logical thinking. The second female physicist concurred, yes, Zhangzhe cannot get through this door. The third male middle-aged physicist asked, but this is all about luck, the poison inside inevitably has a half-life that will release at some point. As long as we wait for the half-life poison to kill the cat, it will naturally die, no need for Zhangzhe to act. As soon as he finished speaking, the mathematicians on site countered, do you know how long to wait? If in this lifetime the half-life poison never decays, then the cat inside will always remain in a state of both life and death. Who can predict, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? A younger expert looked at the screen and analyzed, what if Zhangzhe attacks the cat multiple times? Before this expert could finish his sentence, Zhangzhe in the screen smiled and said, are you all asking me to attack this pet box more times? I guessed you would say that, so please watch what comes next. Then, Zhangzhe continuously attempted lightning strikes on the cat. Besides lightning, he even took out a heavy Gatling gun from his backpack. In 1 second, he fired hundreds of shots at the center of the box, bang 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 bang. The screen showed bursts of flames, swirling smoke, and brass shell casings continuously falling to the ground. 30 seconds later, 3,600 bullets were all fired, but the bullets could not break through its defenses, and above the box still displayed health deducted / no damage caused in parallel text. Damn, how does this backpack have everything, even a Gatling gun? I'm impressed. What the hell, even the Gatling gun doesn't work, just burn it. Right, high temperature will cook this cat. Whoa, you guys are so cruel, what did the cat do wrong? Zhangzhe in the screen intuitively asked, is anyone suggesting that I roast it with fire, or freeze it? Alright, I will satisfy everyone. No wonder it's Zhangzhe, he easily guessed our method. No matter whether you can get out or not, for the rest of my life, I will be your fan. Zhangzhe raised both hands, attempting a new technique. Boom, 2 orange flames were released from his palms. Under the high-temperature roasting, the cat inside the pet box showed no response. The box became redder and redder, with floating messages of, health deducted / no damage dealt. Next, Zhangzhe found the liquid nitrogen machine from his backpack. He held the liquid nitrogen machine and released liquid nitrogen at -210 degrees Celsius towards the box. The black box quickly froze into a square ice block, and above the box, hundreds and thousands of messages appeared, health deducted / no damage dealt. Seeing that it was ineffective, Zhangzhe stood up and put down the liquid nitrogen machine. How can this be? Burning and freezing are useless. Whoa, Zhangzhe can't get out. Isn't this cat invincible? How can it not be killed? Yeah, Adam's side will soon break into the cat room too. Seeing this scene, the experts exchanged looks and shook their heads helplessly. There was no way. This was originally a thought experiment. To kill the cat, it could never be done in this lifetime. They could only wait, keep waiting, as long as they waited for the half-life poison to be released from inside, the cat would naturally die. There's no way. Really, there's no way. The material of this black pet box can probably withstand the high temperatures of a star. Yes, we can only wait. Who knows, maybe Zhangzhe will wait here for 30 years for the cat to be killed by the half-life poison. Yes. Just as the national audience was at a loss. Zhangzhe raised his head, showing a malicious smile, and said to the non-existent audience in the sky, everyone probably feels hopeless now, but actually, killing the cat inside is very simple. Please watch how I kill this black tabby cat next. Chapter 37, this is a door only fools can open. Actually, we humans exist as macroorganisms. If the cat in the pet box wants to achieve immediate life and death, it can only live in the micro world. Macro science doesn't necessarily suit the micro, and micro science doesn't necessarily suit the macro. So, to solve this cat issue, there is only. Looking at the black pet box in front of him, Zhangzhe's smile became uncontrollable. What is it? What exactly is it? Yes, Zhangzhe is right. Humans are macroorganisms, and the cat in the box can be said to be a micro thing. Besides the audience's curiosity, the science experts also gathered around, their eyes fixated on the screen. They also wanted to know how Zhangzhe would kill the cat. According to macro theory, there was absolutely no possibility of Zhangzhe killing the cat. But from a micro perspective, how? They had no idea how Zhangzhe would kill the cat from the micro. In the scene, Zhangzhe kicked the box over. There was a switch button beneath the box. He walked up, pressed the red switch, and the pet box opened. A black red-eyed tabby cat jumped out, claws ready to attack Zhangzhe, intending to scratch him to death. But Zhangzhe merely waved his hand, and with a flash of lightning, he effortlessly took the crazy cat away. As the cat's body fell, the front door naturally opened. So as long as I open the box, let the cat out, and then kill the cat, that's it. Ha. In the end, Zhangzhe held his hands behind his head and walked up boldly, laughing. He had known a saying in his previous life, being smart doesn't always help, being ignorant can sometimes be an advantage. This is a door only fools can open. He winked at the sky and then went through the front door. This Schrodinger's cat pet box, if all goes well, could only be opened by the ignorant, while those who prided themselves on being smart might be trapped for a long time. Seeing this scene, the livestream comments disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, the audience seemed to realize they had been fooled. But upon deeper thought, Jiangja seemed to have been right. However, no matter how it looked, there was a feeling of being deceived. Wow, wow, wow. It can actually be this way, you shock me. Open the box, let the cat out, and then it can be killed, as expected of Jiangja. Damn it, why didn't I think of this method? In addition, the expert group looked at each other in shock, all bewildered. After a while, cheerful laughter filled the room. This little guy is quite impressive. He really is impressive, it's clear he has a solid scientific background. But one physicist couldn't laugh, he thoughtfully said, perhaps he understands it better than we do. Because for the cat to satisfy the live and dead principle, it must exist in the microscopic world, while when we observe the cat, it is dead. If we don't observe the cat, it is alive. Jiangja merely applied observation to opening the box, successfully observing a living cat, and then killing it. This doesn't violate quantum science, rather, it utilizes quantum science. The second physicist nodded in appreciation, yes, though I feel deceived by him. What he did is true wisdom. Other scientists would likely get lost in those four big words, live and dead, while Jiangzhou exists in the macroscopic realm, so he could only use macroscopic methods to solve it. He's so clever and so talented. In the eyes of other experts, Jiangzhou might have been just showing off. But in front of professional physicists, even those who had long held high positions and seen much, they also felt a sense of humility upon witnessing this. Or rather, the live and dead cat, in fact, does not exist, because for those in the macroscopic world, it's non-existent. And for the particles that make up everything in the microscopic world, the cat does exist. Since it is in the macroscopic realm, the only way to deal with the cat is through macroscopic means, open the box, kill the cat. But once in the microscopic realm, probably there is truly nothing in the world that can kill this cat. Suddenly, a female expert looked at her computer and exclaimed in surprise, huh? Adam is encountering the cat too, how will he handle it? In the American live broadcast room, Adam hurriedly opened the front door. The masked number XYZ he encountered along the way grew larger and larger. Almost in sync with Jiangja, just slightly behind him in time. He looked at the black pet box not far away and the prompt to kill it on top. You want me to kill this cat? Adam stepped forward and observed several times, then unexpectedly displayed a look of fear. His legs felt a bit wobbly, as he wasn't ready to stay here for several years. How can this be? How can this possibly be Schrodinger's cat? I cannot handle this. As a top FBI employee, he knew full well that thought experiments were untouchable forbidden zones. Perhaps something could kill Schrodinger's cat, but it must be the Laplace demon born of thought, not a human in the material world. And the Laplace demon, as the name implies, was an all-knowing fictional being that existed before the Big Bang, capable of predicting the motion of every particle in the universe to derive answers, thus could be considered a predictor of the entire universe or even multiverse. A cat dying before the Laplace demon is certainly not at the hands of humans. At this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. I just came back from Jiangja's live room, Adam, hurry, learn from Jiangja, knock over the box, open the switch, kill the cat. Yes, no matter what you do above, the cat cannot be killed, you can only open the box. What's the use of sending these comments? Can Adam see them, netizens from Xia country? Audiences in America were in a hurry for the first time. The truth was right before their eyes, yet Adam displayed an expression of panic that he couldn't resolve. Thus, Adam first attempted to destroy the black pet box using thunder, weapons, and even high-grade explosives, yet the black pet box remained unscathed, with the damage deduction / no damage dealt sign continually popping up. No. Adam sat on the ground, the despair on his face visible, repeatedly muttering these words. The expert group in America gripped their fists tightly, continuously cursing. Fuck, such a simple box, can't you just push it over? Are you really scared of a cat? What have you been doing? Can't you learn from Jiangja? A sharp-eyed expert quietly muttered, if we put you all inside. Have you ever watched Jiangja's livestream? Can you really solve a Schrodinger's cat in such a short time? As soon as these words were spoken, the expert group fell silent at once. They were frustrated, they naturally knew they couldn't do it, and the answer was right in front of them, but Adam on the screen remained unmoved. In the British live stream, Benjamin, as a science fiction writer, reacted the same way Adam did when faced with Schrodinger's cat. The more one understands science, the greater the fear it brings. It's over, I don't want to be stuck here. In the Elephant Nation live stream, Akim, as an IT professional engineer, When he encountered Schrödinger's cat, he reacted exactly like Adam and Benjamin. Fuck, how is it even possible to open this? How can it be killed? Theoretically, only Laplace's demon can kill Schrödinger's cat. Hypercube, are you trying to kill me? Fuck squid. Occam's mental defenses were immediately shattered, and he started cursing wildly at the hypercube. But the audience in his country repeatedly mocked him. Damn Occam, it's so simple, and you can't solve it, what a waste. You call yourself an IT engineer, and you can't even figure this out, just go die. As a person from our elephant nation, you really embarrass us. You can't even compare to Summer Nation, you trash. In the Neon Nation live stream, Matsumoto, money, reacted with ignorance when encountering Schrödinger's cat. Let me, today, end your life, die, cat. Matsumoto's childish spirit was ignited, and he didn't care about consequences, drawing his knife and hacking away. The audience in Neon watched Matsumoto's actions, dumbfounded. Fool, reckless man, compared to Jiangxia, you're just an idiot, embarrassing us Neon people. Indeed, the more one knows, the more one respects the world, the ignorant are never afraid, Matsumoto fits that bill. Anyone who has ever studied the art of war or some strategies from Summer Nation's three kingdoms wouldn't just use a knife on this Schrödinger's cat. Like Adam, Benjamin, Occam, and others who were knowledgeable chosen ones, none showed anything but fear towards Schrödinger's cat. Yet those with shallow knowledge were trying every way to kill the cat. There was one exception, the pop singer from the US, Jean and Can, who, after previously underperforming, surprisingly synced with Jiangxia here, as he actually opened the box and killed the cat. Chapter 38, Songs from Hell. In the American live stream. Dressed in a black suit, sporting granny gray hair styled in the middle parting, the flamboyant chosen one, Jean and Can. He also encountered a black pet box here. Folks, there's a box here, let me take a look. He approached, observed for a moment, then, with a flourish of his fingers against the wall, saw the label. Ah, I have to kill the cat inside to open a door. The cat is so cute, why should I kill the cat? I'm not killing the cat. Jean and Ken turned his head angrily, pouting, hands on his hips. He loved the feeling of nationwide streaming, exuding more personal charm. Watching this scene, the American audience covered their faces, unable to watch. Other chosen ones were at least scientists, soldiers, or writers. And here, they had a flamboyant singer who twirled his fingers. Although they loved pop songs, choosing such a pop singer for the rules was completely crazy. What the hell, how did we end up with this thing? Zero masculinity, just look at our Jiangxia instead. Wait, when did Jiangxia become yours, Summer Nation netizens? Historically, anyone with the surname Jiang has always been from our land, Semida. You're so shameless. While the audience was arguing, Jean Inken made a decision that betrayed his ancestors. Since the box won't open, let's sing it a song. I happen to be learning summer songs. How does that song go? His index finger rested on his cheek, pretending to be cute, determined to show his best side to the audience. Ah, I suddenly remembered. Recalling the lyrics, he cleared his throat, tapped his foot on the floor, keeping the beat, and then began to sing, straining his voice. Let's learn to meow like cats together, meow 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 meow, madman's voice. Acting spoiled in front of you, oh dear, meow 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 meow, madman's voice. My heart is pounding, falling for your wicked smile, madman's voice. If you don't say you love me, just meow 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 meow, let's learn to meow like cats together, madman's voice. Upon hearing this song, especially the frantic voice mixed in, the chat room of the Big Stick Nation instantly fell silent. After a moment, the comments flooded in. Strange, why can't I hear any sound? Did the live stream mute? I just heard my mom calling me to eat, why can't I hear anything suddenly? No, it's not muted, it's just that his singing has made you deaf, I'm almost there too. Please, stop singing. My grandparents can't take it, their hearts have stopped. Hearts have stopped, and you say they can't take it? My dad's heart has already stopped. Damn, you are comparing who has it worse now? Are you all insane? Summer country netizen, covering ears. Damn it, earplugs, where are they? Earplugs are useless, this is a magic attack, I can't hold on. After he showcased his singing skills, the millions of viewers watching the live broadcast gradually fainted within 10 seconds. Some people who originally had poor hearing could not hear anything at all after his few lines. And some new people who couldn't speak before, upon hearing his voice, angrily swore out loud. Those who already had health problems were directly taken down by the song. Those who just got off work, tired after a day, were ready to watch some fun videos on the subway when suddenly, a voice from hell, demonic sounds echoed in the night sky. Almost instantly, all the passengers in the carriage suddenly straightened their backs, their faces turning pale, their pupils trembling, as if recalling the evils they had done. This voice must be sent by God to punish them. After 3 seconds of mental alertness, all the passengers collectively fainted, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. The last one standing was the elderly train driver. His weakened heart couldn't handle the song, and after hearing it, the driver's face turned pale, struggling to catch his breath. This voice seems to show me my deceased mother, she sang with this voice, and later she was beaten to death while singing in the square. Mother, mother, I come to accompany you. As he finished speaking, the driver bravely lifted his head, reaching out his hand, trying to grasp his already deceased mother's hand. In the end, the driver still collapsed on the driving platform. Sudden death. The subway crashed because of it, causing destruction and loss of life. In the Big Stick Nation live broadcast room, the comments suddenly vanished. Yet, within the frame, Jin In-chan was still singing, lost in his beautiful voice. Let's learn to meow like cats together, meow 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 meow. Acting spoiled in front of you, oh dear, meow 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 meow. Jin In-chan, satisfied, patted his chest, smiling and saying, I'm really amazing, with this heavenly voice, many people outside must want to sign me as a trainee. As the song stopped, a black pet box suddenly opened from the side. A black tabby cat tumbled out, the cat flipped over. The tabby cat was foaming at the mouth, and its once red eyes rolled back, completely dead. Seeing this scene, Jin In-chan's smile froze, hurriedly kneeling on the ground, comforting the little cat. Kitty, what's wrong? Who hurt you? After checking, he found that the cat's heart had long stopped beating. So it turns out there has always been a dead cat in the box, deceiving my feelings, gone. Seeing this, the Big Stick Nation, including the other audience members who were about to faint upon hearing the sound, were all dumbfounded. Is this all okay? He is the idiot Jiangja mentioned, right? In the Neon Country live broadcast room, Matsumoto is sweating profusely. After he madly swung his knife nearly 1,000 times, one strike was too strong and directly knocked over the pet box. Then he saw the switch, pressed the switch, and killed the cat inside. Indeed, hard work pays off, only those with great perseverance can survive. After Matsumoto killed the cat, he sheathed his knife and happily walked towards the front door. The audience looked astonished. He speaks so reasonably, I can't argue against it. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a dedicated person, it turns out I am the idiot. Those chosen ones with shallow knowledge or reckless fools. In less than half an hour, they unraveled Schrodinger's cat one by one. But Adam from the beautiful country, Benjamin from the corrupt country, and Akam from the elephant country were still stuck here for several hours. They were just too smart. They were almost on the edge of collapse, violently kicking the box over. Only after accidentally discovering the red button did they narrowly escape. The three realized how foolish their previous behavior was. Adam gritted his teeth and kept slapping himself. Damn, this level is obviously for the ignorant to pass quickly, I wasted so much time. I bet that Jiangja from Xia country got stuck for a long time too, maybe he hasn't realized it faster than me. Xia country netizens whispering, Adam admits he isn't as smart as Jiangja? Benjamin remained relatively calm and said with a self-mocking smile, so it's that simple. There's a saying in Xia country, being too smart backfires, I guess I have to be a bit foolish sometimes. Akam wanted to cry without tears, so, it's so simple, why did I waste so much time? Oh my goodness. Chapter 39, Surprising the All-Knowing Laplace Demon. At this time, 11 p.m., Jiangja found a deserted place to have a midnight snack, then hurriedly moved on. During this time, he didn't know how many doors he had opened. The numbers truly were as he predicted, becoming more and more massive. From the initial thousands, hundreds of thousands, now it has opened up to millions, even tens of millions. If all goes well, when the numbers approach nearly 1 billion, they will progress towards this hypercube's end. Before 12 a.m., I need to deal with that all-knowing monster. After that, I should open a time-space door from my past life, and I might meet future Peter, right? If I meet him, it's time to lay everything on the table. After finishing his thoughts, Jiangja got up, tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, then opened the next door. The expert group outside furrowed their brows as they watched the live broadcast. These past few hours, the expert group was still unsure, but with the numbers of the doors he opened getting larger and larger, they confirmed Jiangja's motive, heading towards the conclusion of death. The door opened, and Jiangja first peeked his head through the water wave door, scanning the surrounding area. Inside was an intersection in a city, surrounded by wage earners in black suits, each showing signs of fatigue and numbness, as if it were a bustling metropolis in a parallel world. It seems every world has a 996. After confirming this place, Jiangja walked in. They seemed to not see me. As the office workers passed by Jiangja, they were talking on the phone and walking through him, as if he were a ghost. What the hell, how did that suit guy walk through Jiangja's body? Is this a modern city? Is this our Earth? This is Magic City, but it's night in Magic City, here it is daytime. Parallel world? It's probably evening in the parallel world while it's already 11 p.m. in our world. It should be as Jiangja said, this hypercube connects the coordinates of all parallel worlds. The audience saw such a magical scene for the first time. The expert group was also curiously investigating and recording another world. In the footage, Jiangzhe wandered around the intersection. After making sure he could pass through anyone, and anyone could pass through him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems something already knew I was coming, and set up a scientific barrier here. Both I and it are like ghosts here. As his words fell, in the very center of the crossroad, a thin red-faced demon in a black suit appeared from below. The demon had 2 goat horns on its head, and it was leaning on a cane, staring at Jiangzhe, with a smile on its face that made people feel uneasy. It was so special that the supercube marked it with a line of notes. A mysterious creature from a higher dimension, you can call it Laplace's demon. Note, this demon is omniscient but not omnipotent. Under its omniscience it knew you were coming, so it prepared a series of props to defend against any of your attacks. It can see every move of yours for the next few years, until your death. It can even foresee the world after your death and every fragment of your soul drifting anywhere. It even knows where your soul will finally drift to, and after foreseeing which world it will reincarnate into. It is omniscient, it can foresee all your actions, including your thoughts. Kind reminder, no need to speak, please make it feel surprised, only then can you open the door. Looking at this scene, the corner of Jiangzhe's mouth slightly curled. This creature also existed in the game of his past life. Once you meet it, it means this supercube dungeon is about to be cleared. But, in front of an omniscient creature, how can you make it feel surprised? What will make it feel surprised and puzzled? There must be only one possibility, something it never knew. So, is it possible? Seeing the description on the screen, all the viewers in the whole country, and even those from other countries who had just come in, were all stunned. Their first instinct told them impossible to do. Wait, this is a kind of omniscient creature? It can see every move and any thought of Jiangzhe in the next few years. This is almost invincible, how can it be surprised? Wait, Laplace's demon, damn, I remember someone said in the last level that theoretically Laplace's demon can kill Schrödinger's cat. Is this the Laplace's demon in front of us? Yes, an unsolvable existence. Laplace's demon / Laplace's monster are both imaginary creatures. As the name suggests, humans can regard the current state of the universe as the result of its past, and the cause of its future. If a wise man could know all the forces of nature at the next moment, and the position of every object made by nature, if he could also analyze this data, then the movement of the biggest objects in the universe to the smallest particles would all be included in a simple formula. For this wise man, nothing would be vague, and the future would appear in front of him just like the past. Simply put, it is. Everything is composed of the trajectory of particles moving in the microscopic world, forming a predetermined fact. The weather forecast predicts the possibility of rain in the next 2 days. And Laplace's beast, it can predict the beginning of the universe and the end of the universe. Such a wise creature in the world is standing in front of Jiangzhe. After the warm-hearted audience explained, the live broadcast room quieted down. After a moment of silence, the barrage exploded again. There is such a creature in the universe, too unsolvable, too invincible. Looking at the whole universe, it is also an invincible existence, except Schrödinger's cat can contend with it, no human can last even one move against it. Yes, truly invincible, no one can make it feel surprised. It's over, Jiangzhe is really going to be trapped this time. Before, Jiangzhe could solve Schrödinger's cat, maybe he could use the macroscopic world, but now he is facing an omniscient creature, damn. It's over. The ordinary audience also understood its strength and inextricability. Within the expert group, especially filled with smart people, they were even more confused. After a moment of excitement, a mathematician cleared his throat and explained deeply, Laplace's demon, if we base it on the principle of determinism, believing that the universe is a mechanical system that strictly follows causal relationships, then as long as there is enough information, it can accurately predict the future and past states of the universe. Weather forecasts simply use data collection, while Laplace's demon can fully utilize information from the entire universe to precisely predict its past and future. After hearing the explanation, the leader, old Zhao, couldn't help but swallow. Damn it, facing such a creature, no matter who comes, it won't feel surprised. Jiangzhe is done. The other experts showed expressions of embarrassment. They desperately wanted to think of something that could surprise Laplace's demon. But what could surprise it? It already knows everything, and even the Jiangzhe in the image does not have any attack. Once an attack occurs, it would also be ineffective. The means to kill Laplace's demon have long been known to it. If Laplace's demon had a catchphrase, it would definitely be, I already knew. Suddenly, an immature idea surfaced in the experts' minds. That is, Jiangzhe would turn himself into a fool. Normal people speak and act with logic. Only a madman could. A few experts thought of this and shook their heads repeatedly. Impossible, not doable. Yes, even a madman can't surprise it, because it already knows Jiangzhe's thoughts after going crazy. Do we have to wait until Jiangzhe grows old and dies? The expert group had no solutions. Helpless and at a loss, everything felt weak and powerless in front of Laplace's demon. Just when the experts were at a loss, In the image, Laplace's demon, looking at the wordless Jiangja, showed a surprised expression. Your thoughts, I am already familiar with. Very good, your thought has surprised and puzzled me. Your idea should belong to philosophical problems, and across the entire universe, even all parallel universes, all high-dimensional universes, and even regular universes, no one knows. As for that question in your mind, I must say, I don't know either, and I don't even know how to distinguish it. Congratulations to this Earth-chosen one, you have succeeded. As the words fell, Laplace's demon smiled appreciatively, then turned and opened a door. Jiangja helplessly spread his hands to the audience watching from the sky, smiled slightly, and then swaggered in. Until Jiangja disappeared into the door, the entire live broadcast room was also clueless about what had happened. Is it really over like this? What on earth was Jiangja thinking just now? I really don't know, I thought he would be trapped for decades, I didn't expect it to be less than 5 minutes. Damn, what did Jiangja actually think? Chapter 40, The Unsolvable Problem, Brain in a Vat. The nationwide audience looked at the screen, scratching their heads. No one knew what Jiangja had just said. Within the expert group, the experts exchanged glances, thinking they had encountered a memory loss loop again. So, the leader old Zhao urgently asked the technicians to investigate the replay of Laplace's demon. They found that Jiangja had indeed said nothing and had just passed through. Old Zhao scratched his head. Did Jiangja say anything, or has everyone lost their memory? The other experts shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. No, it seems Jiangja really didn't speak and let Laplace's demon pass. Although we don't know what happened, it always feels like Jiangja is unfathomable. At this moment, in the image, Jiangja entered a new empty room. As he walked, he explained. Just now, perhaps people in the real world do not understand what I was thinking. In fact, just now Laplace's demon. He claims to be all-knowing. If a creature truly exists in our world that claims to be all-knowing, then how do we surprise it? There is only one way. Ask it, are you a brain in a vat? How can you be sure you are not a brain in a vat? The answer is obvious, even Laplace's demon cannot tell me the truth, and it is therefore surprised. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience who understood brain in a vat was stunned. And those who did not understood were sending messages reflecting their confusion. Damn, no wonder Jiangja could pass the level, it turns out he asked an unsolvable question. Terrifying, I felt goosebumps, even the all-knowing demon does not know whether it is a brain in a vat. Damn, can someone explain to me what the hell brain in a vat means? It's like this. Brain in a vat. A victim undergoes a surgery by an evil scientist, his brain is cut off from his body and placed in a vat filled with nutrient solution to keep the brain alive. The victim's brain's nerve endings are connected to a computer, which sends information to the brain according to a program, making him maintain a complete illusion of normalcy. For the victim, it seems that people, objects, and the sky still exist, his own movements and body sensations can all be simulated by input data. The victim's brain can also have memories inputted or extracted, removing memories of the surgery and inputting various environments and daily life he might have experienced. It can even receive code and feel that he is doing anything. Reading, eating, drinking, sleeping, working, etc. The other purpose of this thought experiment is: how do you know you are real? Is it I think, therefore I am, or I am, therefore I think? I am thinking, so I exist idealism. I exist, so I think materialism. Idealism consciousness, soul, determines substance, body. The universe must have had an observer at the beginning, because the birth of this observer, consciousness, led to the observation of the universe, thus the universe formed. Without an observer, this universe would never have existed. Materialism substance, body, determines consciousness, soul, because the body existed first, and then the soul was formed. The universe existed first in substance, gradually forming supergalaxies, galaxy clusters, galaxies, stars, planets through the combination of substances. Idealism and materialism are actually a question of sequence. And the question Jiangja asked Laplace's demon: how do you know you are a brain in a vat? How do you know you are not a brain in a vat? Thus, this question left Laplace's demon surprised. After this enthusiastic netizen's explanation, the audience nationwide and even the newcomers were all stunned. Damn. This is crazy, this question is almost unsolvable. No wonder, Laplace's demon always claims to be all-knowing, but facing this unsolvable question, it also says it doesn't know. Jiangja is too amazing. Yes, this question, no one can provide an answer, in the future, no one will be able to. While the audience was amazed, the experts were also shocked by Jiangja's question. They realized too late, why didn't they think of this? An elderly philosopher excitedly patted the table and applauded. Good, very good. Truly worthy of Jiangja. Another young philosopher looked at the confused other experts and gently explained, actually, it is like this. Jiangja asked Laplace's demon, how do you know you are not a brain in a vat? The underlying meaning of this question is, do you truly exist? If Laplace's demon is a brain in a vat, how can it be sure? It can only go to a place outside the vat to see, to observe whether it is a brain in a vat. If Laplace's demon truly has a way to get outside of the brain in a vat, it would see the real world. But the problem arose again: if it jumps out of the world to observe its own brain, how does it confirm that this moment is not a scene simulated by that evil scientist? It jumps out of the world to observe its own brain. May I ask how it confirms that it is not simulated at this moment? The young expert emphasized the question twice, and the other experts at the scene were all confused. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the experts, the young philosopher explained again: this is an infinitely recursive question. Laplace's demon has jumped out of the world and observed, only to find it is a brain in a jar. Well, then it jumped out of the world again, and it observed its own brain again. Yes, then it discovered that it was another brain, and as a result, it jumped out of the world again. Miraculously, it found itself to be a brain again. Going on infinitely, can it truly discover that it is a brain in a jar? How can it ensure that all this behavior and cognition is not a simulated act by the evil scientist? As soon as the words were spoken, all the experts were stunned, even the air seemed to freeze. This question has no answer, truly no answer. If Laplace's demon realizes it is a brain in a jar, does that mean the world outside is the real world? Is the world outside the real world? Going on infinitely, how does Laplace's demon ensure that this action of continuously jumping out of the world is not simulated by a computer? Thinking carefully, one can find Jiang's brilliance. In this world, where does the notion of reality come from? No answer. Even eternal life cannot provide a definitive answer, therefore Laplace's demon has lost. Brilliant, brilliant. Indeed brilliant. This question has made me doubt life already. Jiang is truly a genius, I respect him. This guy's logical thinking ability is too fast and too strong, he has become a god. In the expert group from the beautiful country. After seeing Jiang's explanation, all the experts were also shocked. They thought Jiang's earlier success was luck, but they didn't expect that in a short time he could use an unsolvable problem to surprise Laplace's demon. Looking at the screen, the experts all expressed their admiration. Damn, this guy is really too clever, he has real skills. The key is that he is always guiding other chosen ones towards death. It's despicable. I hate him. That said, there are still other problems that can surprise the demon. In the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, Adam was also tirelessly opening doors. Because he now had a goal: following Jiang's footsteps, he would eventually find an exit. Even if the number of doors being opened was getting bigger, so what? He had subconsciously completely believed that Jiang's path would lead him out. By a great coincidence, Adam also encountered a bustling urban intersection from a parallel world, where he met Laplace's demon. Upon seeing the note above Laplace's demon's head, Adam was dumbfounded. Is this a joke? Am I, a mere earthling, supposed to surprise an all-knowing being? Is the rules of the world making a joke? Seeing this scene, the audience from the beautiful country were all anxious for him. I just returned from the summer country live broadcast room, and after learning the truth, I was completely stunned. I never expected Jiang would ask like that. I suppose only that brain in a jar could surprise it, right? Wrong. The expert group provided several possibilities, all inspired by Jiang's questions. What will Adam do? On the screen. After struggling for nearly 20 minutes, Adam suddenly remembered a paradox from Earth. As long as he kept changing his approach, he just needed to surprise Laplace's demon, right? This is simply a debate between humanity and advanced life. Not difficult. After making sufficient preparations, Adam drew a smile on his lips and stepped forward. Excuse me, all-knowing sir, where do living beings go after death? He was confident that this question would leave the omniscient Laplace demon speechless. But in the next moment, without a second thought, the Laplace demon immediately provided an answer. Chapter 41, Afterlife and Grandfather Paradox. As Adam's question fell, the audience in beautiful country felt a surge of joy. Where do people go after death? This is one of the hardest questions in the world, and humanity currently has no answer. Surely, Adam's question would be stronger than Jiang's, right? As the audience pondered, the Laplace demon promptly gave an answer. Human beings possess thought. Thought is what you understand as the soul. The soul is composed of various pieces of human information. Human information consists of memories, and memories are fragments of the past, present, and even future imaginations that together compose a living human soul. When the body wears down and can no longer bear the information assembly of the human soul, it will dissolve into information and scatter into the depths of the universe, ultimately being attracted by massive celestial bodies. You are an earthling. A small part of your information will be affected by nearby massive celestial bodies, such as the Sun, Jupiter, Venus. But most of your information will be pulled by black holes. Deep within your Milky Way exists a massive black hole that your technology cannot observe, and eventually, all of you, including the biological information of the Milky Way, will remain above the event horizon of the black hole. Once the materials consumed by the black hole reach saturation, it will emit jets, scattering some biological information and materials along with photons from within the black hole into the deeper universe. The information may return to barren planets. The information that is sprayed out will remain on that planet, which will undergo natural evolution over several years. Your information may give rise to new intelligent life on that barren planet many years later. All intelligent life in the universe, or rather, all intelligent life at the beginning of life, you and I are in fact one family. Ultimately, there must be the very first being born, and after that being dies, it drifts continuously until the intelligent life of the universe comes into being. After a number of years of development, civilizations are formed. Only after civilizations are formed do you come into existence, and only after you come into existence do you ask me this ignorant question. With that, Adam was dumbfounded. He had thought his question was philosophical enough. But he never expected that the Laplace demon would fluidly provide the truth. He couldn't help but swallow, his mind vibrating, as if his worldview had been shaken. Please, demon, can you not be so powerful? This is really hard for me. The audience was also stunned. The comments disappeared for a long time, all lost in the answer given by the Laplace demon. After a while, Adam regained his composure. His question did not surprise the other party. He then began to argue, no, everything has information, but information must decay. E equals mc squared, the conservation law, both matter and information will decay. But to his surprise, the Laplace demon showed no signs of surprise and continued to answer, the universe operates under certain rules. From what you currently understand about atomic movement, its orderly or disorderly motion leads to the integration of stones in water, leads to stones being thrown into water, resulting in splashes, leads to your meeting with your partner. This is what people from the Summer Kingdom on Earth call fate. As you said, during the movement, information does indeed decay. For example, you and your partner passing by each other is due to a deviation in atomic movement. And information is divided into real information and virtual information. The combination of these two types of information forms the integrated soul information. After death, the comprehensive information splits into real information, and the real information begins to wander, while the virtual information is absorbed by the void realm that you cannot see. As for what the void realm is, at this moment, people on Earth cannot understand. Mr. Adam, you didn't surprise me at all. As the words fell, Adam's worldview was completely shattered, and the sight before him trembled continuously. How is this possible? How can this be? How can this be? The Laplace demon, is it really all-knowing? Unsolved mysteries, all explained in just a few words? I have no way to respond, I have no way to refute. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but gulp. Just now, it seemed like they discovered a tremendous truth in the world, and the barrage exploded instantly. What a terrifying Laplace demon, it seems to really know everything. Damn, the problems that trouble humanity were solved in just a few words. I thought Adam could reach Jiang's level, but he didn't. Fuck, I shouldn't have watched this livestream today. I no longer have the mind to work, I want to wander, I want to return to the stars, we are all children of the stars. Adam's questions left the majority of the beautiful country's people anxious. Naturally, it also triggered more potential disasters. GDP is currently shrinking slightly, and strikes began to appear in various industries. The expert groups in the beautiful country were busily rushing, all accusing Adam's questions. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Conceited idiot, can't you learn from Jiangja? Why did you ask this? Fuck, you troublemaker. In the live room of the rotten country, Benjamin, after some time exploring, finally arrived at the bustling intersection of the parallel world. Upon seeing the Laplace demon, his eyes shone with fervent light. As a science fiction writer, he naturally knew who the other was, the deity in the heart of every science student. Encountering a deity by chance would naturally lead to immense excitement. Although the demon looked ugly, Benjamin automatically overlooked its appearance. Sir, I admire you very much, I didn't expect you to really exist, you are the greatest existence in the universe. Listening to Benjamin's greeting, the Laplace demon smiled slightly, even though the smile gave people a fright. You are the third one to meet me, you are the best at speaking, I like your honesty. May I ask? Benjamin was surprised, who was the first? The first is Jiangja from your universe, your Earth. Upon hearing this, Benjamin was briefly surprised, Jiangja? But soon, he realized it was very normal. If it is Jiangja, it is understandable, indicating that his path is the same as Jiangja's, and his chances of survival have greatly increased. Then who is the second? The Laplace demon answered, the second is Adam Arthur from your universe, your Earth. That guy is faster than me, Benjamin said somewhat baffled, it seems I'm not the only one pushing doors forward. Interesting, the Laplace demon can penetrate different worlds and know Jiangja? Of course, it is an omniscient existence, what's a mere parallel world? Ha, finally someone who surpasses Jiangja, it must be our Benjamin. The audience discussed excitedly. Benjamin curiously asked again, how long did they each take? The Laplace demon seemed a little impatient but still answered, Jiangja took 20 seconds. Benjamin was shocked, 20 seconds? I'd been here for almost 5 minutes. Jiangja is actually so strong? 20 seconds, how can it be? That must be fake. 20 seconds, and couldn't think of a single question, this must be a lie. The Laplace demon replied, the second one is Adam, he is currently trapped in another parallel world. Upon hearing this, Benjamin's heart calmed a little. If it's just that Jiangja is stronger than himself, he can still accept that. Everyone has a competitive spirit. Since he can't surpass Jiangja, he naturally wants to be faster than Adam. The Laplace demon saw that Benjamin did not answer and asked again, do you have a question that surprises me? If not, you will stay here with me for many years until you die. As the words fell, the excitement on Benjamin's face gradually turned to calm. After a moment of consideration, he asked a question. Is that so? A confident smile that Benjamin couldn't suppress appeared on his face. The next question will surprise you. The Laplace demon raised his hand, signaling to bring it on. I'm waiting. If you went back to the past and killed your grandparents before your father was born, this would create a contradictory situation. If you went back and killed your young grandmother, with her death there would be no father, and without a father, there would be no you. So who killed your grandmother? Chapter 42, The Answer to the Grandfather Paradox. Seeing the curious expression on the Laplace demon's face, Benjamin knew he had this one secured, and quickly added. If you're confused about this question, I have a simpler version. Suppose you went back to the time of your own birth and killed yourself. If that happened, there would be no you now, and without the now you, there would be no past you. And without past you, you could never grow up to go back and kill yourself. So tell me, who killed you? Additional hint, you must be on the same timeline, the same world line. There is no so-called world correction force or parallel worlds. In the end, someone must kill the newborn you, and you won't be erased by time for killing your younger self. In summary, you must provide an answer. Benjamin was a science fiction writer, so he was naturally well aware of these matters. This question has no answer. Because his multiple additional hints have elevated the problem to an unsolvable level on the same timeline and world line. An adult self killing a child self, creating a parallel world? Please, that doesn't exist. An adult self killing a child self, resulting in both the child and adult selves being wiped out? Doesn't exist. An adult self killing a child self, causing all sorts of unexpected events preventing the adult from taking action against the child self? Doesn't exist. This question has been firmly restricted by Benjamin. He is confident that he will pass this level, and it will be very soon. Hearing this question, the audience from the UK couldn't help but show smirking smiles or sympathetic smiles towards the Laplace demon. Playing mind games with us earthlings? We are not afraid of anyone. No wonder it's Benjamin, easily doing what Jiangja couldn't figure out. Ha, too clever, directly locking the question so that the demon can't answer. That means he can definitely pass this level, right? Of course, even if Jiangja comes, he can't answer this question. Upstairs, hey, it's just Jiangja, how can he compare to the omniscient Laplace demon? You may be overestimating him. Sorry, my bad, I have always subconsciously thought he was the strongest. During the audience's discussion, the experts from the UK also showed knowing smiles. They were confident in Benjamin's question, even more advanced and clever than Jiangja's brain in a vat. Time and space are the forbidden zones of humanity, an invincible existence. But just as everyone was excited, the Laplace demon revealed an evil smile. You really are a greedy human. I have already seen your ultimate fate, so inconsistent. That said, you're still a tiny bit away from making me feel surprised. Besides, I knew years ago that you would ask me this question. Upon hearing this, Benjamin shrugged indifferently. After all, in this world, in this universe, no one could answer the question he had provided additional hints for. Unless the other party is a deity. If you are confident in your question, then please listen to my answer. Listen quietly. The Laplace demon replied without hesitation, the adult you killed your childhood self, with no additional conditions. The so-called additional conditions all exist to prevent the adult from killing the childhood self, am I right? Benjamin nodded, yes, in the end, someone must have killed your childhood self. The Laplace demon was not a demon, but a defying existence that could strike at the heart. For Benjamin, who fought for the Earth's corrupted nation, the other party was struggling to survive, fighting for fame, profit, and survival. He should admire such a person. Even in dire straits, Benjamin could shine in his own field. This, the Laplace demon greatly appreciated. It shifted its tone. I give you a chance to abandon this question and ask a new one, because I see the final outcome of your question, death. The bazaar comes to the corrupted nation in 48 hours, and millions perish because of you. I am not the evil image you perceive, I am not a bad person, but I am bound by rules that require my presence here, so now you can take it back. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Benjamin's face. He thought to himself, can't answer, and now you're telling me to give up? If you could answer, I would willingly descend for 48 hours, and I believe the entire corrupted nation would agree. Limited by rules? The all-knowing Laplace demon, and yet still bound by rules, Benjamin was the first to disbelieve. The audience and experts laughed heartily. The famous Laplace demon actually wanted to give someone a way out? The Laplace demon noticed that Benjamin underestimated it, and it was not surprised, because it knew everything in advance, just giving the other a chance to make amends, but the other did not cherish it. Earth people always claim to be the smartest, and now, compared to Adam and Jiangxia, you are the one who stops at nothing to pass. So be it, as you wish. The Laplace demon shook its head in helplessness, revealing the truth. Within the same timeline and world line, you have limited all rules and clues, and in the end, there is only one outcome. You killed your childhood self in a dream, and for you, everything is just a dream. As soon as these words were spoken, Benjamin's once light-hearted smile suddenly turned to shock. A dream? In a dream. I killed my childhood self in a dream. Unable to refute, unable to counter, facing this answer, almost instantly, he couldn't summon any possibility or courage to argue. When all restrictions were imposed on the question, in the end, there was only one possibility, a dream. He was unwilling to believe such an answer. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Benjamin couldn't help but swallow hard, hurriedly rebutting, the answer cannot be a dream. The Laplace demon explained, when you, in your arrogance, limit all parameters that can affect time in the world, in the end, the one who gets hurt must be you. Ultimately, there is only one possibility not restricted by the parameters you assigned, as you heard, that is your dream. The dreams of humans are a special case that transcends time and dimensions. You killed your childhood self in a dream. Who killed you? You did. Where? In a dream. The impact of dreams on time is minimal. In the end, if there must be a murderer, that murderer is you yourself. Seeing Benjamin's panicked expression, the Laplace demon coldly said, Dear Mr. Benjamin, you lost. As the words fell, Benjamin suddenly weakened in his knees and fell to the ground. He was stunned by the Laplace demon's answer. Shocked beyond recognition. His face was still in disbelief, muttering constantly. It's me, I killed myself in a dream. When everything is over, it was just a nightmare. You are right, everything you said is correct. When I thought I could limit all possibilities, I ignored the last possibility dreams. Seeing this scene, the audience in Corruption Country was speechless. Upon reflection, one could realize this was the only rule not limited by Benjamin himself. It was this rule that allowed the Laplace demon to respond fluently. No, this is too terrifying. The Laplace demon can, in theory, see through people's hearts, which is more frightening than anything. Damn it, foolish Benjamin, your arrogance has harmed our Corruption Country. Why didn't you learn from Jiangxia? Exactly, saying brain in a vat is much more practical than this grandfather paradox. Now look, the demon has said you will surely die at the end. We will be facing this for 48 hours, it's all your fault. Besides this, the experts from Corruption Country were quite crude in their speech. What they thought was a winning situation had flipped to the opposite. If they had known this would be the outcome, they should have learned Jiangxia's brain in a vat earlier. Looking at the trembling Benjamin on the ground, the Laplace demon said comfortingly, You still have a chance, take your time, don't rush. After all, Jiangxia from your Earth is an exceptional person. I have seen in his memory many possibilities that others can never reach in their lifetime. Besides you, many others are trapped here with me. You are not mediocre, on the contrary, you are quite outstanding. You were just misled by your own cleverness, and now if you leave, you have a slim chance of survival. So it's understandable why you can't compete with him. The Laplace demon cut off Benjamin's future of certain death. At this point, it stopped deliberately observing Benjamin's end. Hearing these words, Benjamin finally got up, seemingly wanting to change, and deeply bowed to the demon. I'm sorry, I feel shame and disgrace for my actions. Chapter 43, Entering the Time Portal Q. As time passed, more and more chosen ones who opted to open the front door were stuck at the Laplace demon's level. Like Matsumoto from Neon Country, who ignored the rules from the start, preparing to fight the Laplace demon to the death. But no matter how he fought, he couldn't break the demon's defense and had to obediently answer questions. And the chosen one from the Great Stick Country, Jin Chan, also planned to use his singing to combat it. But before he could even open his mouth, the demon sealed his lips, rendering him unable to speak, and he had no choice but to obediently think of questions. However, a very few chosen ones from smaller countries, perhaps due to their inherent wisdom, directly posed the brain in a vat question and smoothly passed. In the live broadcast room of Beautiful Country, Adam had been stuck right in the center of this crossroads for nearly 8 hours with no clue. In the end, it was the voice of a summer country citizen making a phone call nearby that reminded him, What? You say my father's brain is shaken, who did it? It was the key word in this sentence, brain. This made Adam suddenly realize, brain in a vat, how do you know you are not in a vat with your brain? As soon as this was said, the Laplace demon indeed smiled in appreciation. Congratulations, you have surprised me, I cannot be sure. Hearing this, Adam finally showed a face of survival and moved forward to leave this room. Zhang Zhou is also a smart person, then he should be stuck for longer than I have, right? Upon seeing this thought, the audience in beautiful country began to mock. Come on, Adam, you're really not as great as Zhang Zhou, he passed 8 hours ago. Haha, if Adam knew Zhang Zhou already passed, he would probably be so awkward. Damn, you are all free citizens, when did you start speaking for Zhang Zhou? Exactly, a bunch of fence-sitters. As soon as Adam stepped through the front door, he suddenly realized something. Because Laplace's demon is all-knowing, it means the other party knows that the person from summer country next to him just made a call and mentioned the word brain. Could it be that Laplace's demon? It saw me stalling for so long and was actually helping me? If it really wanted to kill me, wouldn't it have just shifted the scene at the intersection to another place? Once shifted to another place, I wouldn't be able to hear the phone call from that summer country passerby. Without the reminder of the word brain in the call, I would have never realized there was a problem that could surprise the demon. This series of situations made Adam begin to sense that the hypercube seemed to be somewhat off. Seeing this scene, the experts from beautiful country frowned. Adam is right. That's right, the demon must know that Adam would be reminded by this brain keyword. The question is, why did it choose to remind the chosen one at the intersection on purpose? Nobody knows that. In the live broadcast room of Rotten Country, Benjamin had also been stuck for nearly 10 hours. A traffic accident occurred at the intersection where he was. A motorcycle collided with a heavy truck, resulting in the motorcycle owner's brain being instantly crushed. This scene shocked nearby pedestrians who all shouted, "How tragic, the brain has been crushed. Ew, that's so disgusting, I can't watch this brain. He shouldn't feel pain, right? After all, the brain is damaged in an instant and doesn't feel pain." This was the reason that led Benjamin to have a moment of clarity. He hurriedly spoke to Laplace's demon and said excitedly, "How can you be sure you are not just a brain in a vat?" Sure enough, Laplace's demon smiled in appreciation and said, "Congratulations, I felt the surprise." In the end, Benjamin successfully cleared the level. His situation was exactly the same as Adam's. After entering the new room, he also sensed something was wrong. Why would there be a traffic accident at the intersection? Perhaps accidents are common, but happening next to a demon. That's a bit thought-provoking. The audience began to discuss. The demon can't possibly not know that a traffic accident is happening next to it, right? Yeah, if its purpose of existence is to prevent the chosen ones from passing through the door, it would surely not bring the intersection scene from the parallel world here. If it wanted to stop the chosen ones, it could even arrange the scene in a remote countryside. Exactly, Adam just realized this situation too. In addition, even though the experts from Rotten Country racked their brains trying to figure out why. But the final answer must be nobody knows. Gradually, more and more chosen ones cleared this level. Most of the clearance situations were alike. The demon's intentional or unintentional actions revealed something, ultimately leading all the chosen ones to pass without casualties. One or two might be coincidences, but when dozens or hundreds of chosen ones all cleared one after another, this is something worth deep thinking for everyone. However, no matter how much they thought, it was better to keep looking forward. In the end, they could only entrust their doubts to Zhang Zhou. So far, Zhang Zhou had already opened door after door as other chosen ones got stuck. In the live broadcast room of Summer Country, Zhang Zhou encountered XYZQ in this pure white room. When he finished off the required 4 mask figures, an unexpected scene appeared. The numbers on the bodies turned out to be X, 100 million. Y, 100 million. Z, 100 million. Question 100 million. For 100 million. Seeing this scene, the audience began to send comments asking, have the numbers really grown this big without us realizing? The larger the number, the less likely the exit is on the outskirts. Zhang Zhou must be deliberately opening the door with a big number. His motives and secrets seem to be about to be revealed. So exciting. Looking at the numbers on the bodies, Zhang Zhou showed a thoughtful expression, recalling the content from his past life. Maybe other players don't know, but Zhang Zhou could not be unaware. When the numbers of XYZQ are the same, whether it is 1, 2, or 3, it means the room ahead must be the room of time stagnation. Because when the numbers approach 100 million, it means he is about to reach the end of the hypercube. At the end, however, he needs to deal with something. He was sitting there, taking out a black wristwatch from his backpack, along with 3 black capsules resembling cold medicine and a close-fitting white protective suit. On the capsules floated a string of prompts. Overdose capsule. Overdose capsule, 1 capsule can continuously provide heat, about 10 years worth. He did not hesitate at all and swallowed the 3 capsules directly. The capsules quickly exploded in his stomach, continuously providing the various nutrients needed by the body. From an initial rush, as the body reached saturation, the capsules began to slowly release nutrients and energy. At this moment, Jiangja felt his body filled with power. Then Jiangja set the watch to midnight, 30 years later. Finally, he put on the protective suit, removed the mask, and looked at the non-existent audience in the sky. Upon seeing this scene, the expert team fell into silence. Seeing this, old Zhao could not help but swallow hard. Could it be, he is there? The other experts worriedly nodded in agreement. I'm afraid so. The supply from these 3 capsules is enough for him to last 30 years. 30 years, isn't that exactly when he turns 54? Yes, but I'm curious why he is taking the capsules now? A physicist in the conference room explained, XYZQ, Jiangja has never opened the door to Q before because Q is time and space. This time, it seems he is preparing to open that door, which means he is about to violate or utilize the rules. Another elderly physicist agreed, because the hypercube is a mysterious existence, no one can know what is behind the front door, unless Jiangja had a drug injected before that greatly increased his perception. If that is the case, it makes sense this door could very well lead to a room where time slows down, or due to various accidents, he might stay here for nearly 30 years. The third female physicist nodded in agreement. That's right, by then we will witness his motives through his perspective at 54. The expert team's speculation was correct, every move Jiangja made was indeed analyzed by them. However, what was worrisome was that if Jiangja really entered the front door, wouldn't it mean he would be imprisoned in the hypercube for 30 years? Is this the kind of suffering a young man should bear for the country? Chapter 44, Deciphering for 30 years. At the moment the experts realized this. In the scene, Jiangja looked up at the audience watching in the sky and slowly said a few words. People of Xiaodhua, you are safe now. Take advantage of this 30 years of safety to do more meaningful things for society. Don't spend your days scheming against each other, life is not easy. If you're unhappy, go out for a walk. If you're angry, do something you want to release it, but never harm others for your own benefit. And definitely don't lose sleep over trivial matters, it's not worth it. In the end, it hurts your own body. I just hope everyone won't forget me. A brief farewell is for a better reunion. We will meet again in 30 years. Remember, study hard, improve every day, and listen to your parents. He spoke the words he wanted to say to the sky, then smiled and waved, stepping into the room of time stagnation. Although the words seemed insignificant, Jiangja had no idea what else to say. This scene, in the eyes of the audience, felt like a belated obituary. Many citizens felt a mixture of emotions, yet found themselves helpless, as they couldn't help Jiangja at all and could only await good news. The last image the audience saw of Jiangja was. He stood at attention, smiling, looking ahead at what he had yet to see. Due to the stagnation of time, the photons, the air, cannot penetrate into that room. Gradually, the once bright screen of the Xia country livestream faded into complete darkness, until nothing could be seen or heard, as if Jiangja had truly departed from this world. Salute, we will never forget you. Salute. We will never forget you. Salute. We will never forget you. No one knew who sent the message, but soon a flood of salute comments surged in. The audience also understood that Jiangja didn't want to step into hell, but had to do so for the sake of the people. At that moment, he was the greatest person in the world, ever. In the comments, a sense of regret gradually filled the screen. Ahead is hell, behind is safety, to stop means peace, yet Jiangja resolutely chose to step towards hell. He is the dawn before the light, illuminating future generations, sacrificing himself. So pale and powerless, at this moment, I feel that whatever I say or do is so pale and powerless. Is this our smallness and weakness, that we can't even protect Jiangja? Damn, we are truly too small. If only technology were a bit stronger, he wouldn't have to bear it alone. I imagine being Jiangja, and I feel so desperate, really, so desperate. In a room where even light cannot shine, there is no air, an extreme coldness, no light, no sound. Before his eyes is only darkness. The cruelest part is not this, but that Jiangja can think for the next 30 years. He has to stand there and think for 30 years. What will he think in those 30 years? The torment of 30 years of thought, how painful this is, sigh. Some viewers were informed by others, and more were shocked. They thought time being frozen meant it was just frozen, but they didn't expect thoughts still existed? Such torment, in the mortal world, they couldn't even begin to imagine. Most people feel a headache after working 8 hours in front of a computer, unable to concentrate again. Yet Jiangja has to endure this torture for 262,800 hours. Such, thoughts, soul, being tormented for 30 years, this is enough to destroy any person's soul. Some viewers from other countries couldn't help but swallow hard, a wave of sympathy and regret washed over them. Whoa, he was paused for 30 years but could think, how tormenting, cat country netizen. A person's soul is ravaged by time for 30 years, damn, this torment is inhumane, neon country netizen. I can't imagine this kind of pain, I'd never wish for this in my life, beautiful country netizen. He clearly didn't have to think of you, yet he still did. I've never admired anyone in my life before, he is the first, little Canada netizen. Within the expert group, the air felt as if it had frozen. For this group of experts, in a room where even light did not have time to shine. For Jiang Jia, there was no air inside, the temperature was extremely low, over -200 degrees Celsius, unable to move, breathe, or contemplate. They all knew that when a person is paused for 30 years. In the cold, harsh silence, with no light, he faced complete darkness. If in these 30 years, Jiang Jia could still hear, the only sound he would hear is his own heartbeat. And the heartbeat constantly reminded him of how much time had passed, continuously pounding against his eardrums. This was more intense than any prison suffering in history. Old Zhao looked at the screen that had already gone black, unable to contain his regret, helpless. Is this really what a 24-year-old should bear? He is only 24, he just wanted safety for us, he did nothing wrong, yet in the end, 30 years of his life was frozen by time. It is our inability, our technology too weak, making it so difficult to assist. The experts had countless thoughts in their minds, their expression showing more or less concern for Jiang Jia. Jiang Jia, at just 24 years old, was enduring inhuman disasters. Other 24-year-old kids. I'm afraid it has just been completed, the studies are over, and it's time to step into society, fall in love, get married, start a family, have children, finally experience everything society has to offer, and then enjoy the happiness of family when old age comes. But Jiang Jia, at 24 years old, has no such luck, and will never experience these things again. At this moment, the experts thought of many things. This kind of pain and torment is simply something no human can bear. It's probably true that when Jiang Jia entered the gate of stagnation, he felt even more helpless inside, right? Moving forward is hell, but also hope. To retreat is the natural instinct of a human being. Very few people are willing to sacrifice one person to save the 1.4 billion citizens. Sacrificing one person's 30 years to ensure the safety of 1.4 billion people for 30 years. In order to prevent the people from worrying, Jiang Jia even smiled and reassured the nation before stepping into that gate from hell. It seemed that in Jiang Jia's eyes, it was just 30 years. Don't worry about me, you all live well, work hard, and do what you should do. Those with clear eyes all knew how much Jiang Jia must have struggled or despaired before stepping into the gate of hell. But he still resolutely chose to move forward, bringing hope and peace to the entire nation. At that moment, they suddenly understood what Jiang Jia had said a few days ago. I am your friend, a good friend, the one who can bring the light of hope to you when you are desperate, a good friend. Gradually, the conference room became completely silent, and their eyes began to fill with tears. In the end, they just quietly stared at the unaffected screen. No one spoke for a long time. The moon shifted, and the night grew deep. But the people of the country couldn't fall asleep. 30 years. For the elderly, 30 years may be a lifetime. For the young, time can also wear down a young person into an old, weathered one. The people didn't know what the increasingly dark live broadcast meant, they only knew that in 30 years' time, they would never see that person again. The one who brought hope to the whole country. That person. On the streets, people poured out one after another. On their confused faces, some showed sympathy, some showed unwillingness, some showed anger at why such inhuman torment existed, but more faces were filled with helplessness. In the end, many people could only pray silently in their hearts. Praying, and praying continuously. Chapter 45, Rewrite the Laws for Mr. Jiang, Global Broadcast. In Kyoto, in a gloomy rented room. A young man with glasses looked at the live stream on his computer. He was moved by Jiang Jia's spirit. His eyes were red, his fists clenched. But soon, he realized that impulse could not solve the problem. Because Jiang Jia had said, "Don't forget me." But before Jiang Jia could appear, dirty words immediately appeared online. Jiang Jia did this just to get famous. He could have chosen another way to pass, but he chose this way. Yes, there was a better way to pass. I don't know what he's doing this for. For money? No, it seems he's not short of money. What is he really after? He probably wants to enter history, hoping future children will sing praises of him. For him, it's just 30 years, he won't even notice it. Time is stagnant. When he comes out after 30 years, he won't remember this time. It will be like sleeping, opening his eyes and closing them, and it's over. Why make it so emotional? Exactly, how could someone who didn't even finish high school become a major general in Sioux City? It's disgusting. It's like anyone can become a major general. What should we ordinary people think? A homeless person rising up in a single day, this rank jump is ridiculous. Damn, a bunch of idiots. He sacrificed 30 years for you all. How much agony did he endure in those 30 years, don't you know? How can you say such things about Mr. Jiang? But when he posted his comment, it immediately sparked a barrage of insults and mockery from countless people. You have never entered the room of time stagnation, how do you know? What do you mean by clinging to some popularity? Hurry up and get lost. Looking at the vulgar videos and comments, this young man's heart felt completely cold. I must restore Jiang's reputation, let you scum know that some of you are simply not worth saving. So he immediately used all his talents to create a popular science video. Writing the script, recording his voice, but the voice carried a hint of trembling, anger, and unwillingness. Because most viewers actually do not understand what time stagnation really means. Only those with relevant expertise or who have studied it can understand how torturous and painful it is. Jiang chose to enter hell for us. And you are coldly questioning a person's motives online? Is it for fame? For money? To be recorded in history? Does he need to do this? Once he entered the world of strange tales, he was already recorded in history. You people are sinister. And those bloggers who are writing on Mr. Jiang's fame, you really deserve to die. Being torn to pieces would be too light an outcome for you scum, saving you is simply an insult to Jiang. In the end, perhaps you do not understand, in fact, what he sees in the room of time stagnation is darkness. What he hears is the sound of his lonely heartbeat and the flow of his blood. What he thinks about is how we should develop society in the next 30 years with a 30-year safety period. He endures the cold at minus 200 degrees alone, and his only wish is for us to develop well, not to disappoint his intentions. And what are you doing? Mocking him? He once said, "We cannot forget, once we choose to forget, he truly ceases to exist." No matter what the future holds, we must remember what Jiang did today. October 24th is the day he stepped into hell. Hopefully, everyone can remember him. He is Jiang, our good friend. As soon as the video was released, it broke through the encirclement among countless bloggers writing on Jiang's fame. Most people still have a conscience. After watching the video, many people were touched by the emotions. They shared, commented, and spoke out for Jiang. If Major Jiang knows you are commenting like this online, do you know your words are invisible swords, stabbing the hearts of brave warriors? A bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair, just because some public figures led you with a few rhythms, you think you are right? Before Jiang Major left, he still wanted you to live well, and this is how you live well, mocking him? If it is known that you scum are the ones being saved, I fear that Mr. Jiang would regret saving you. No matter what, most people's eyes are sharp, there's no need to argue with them. As the video spread and gained traction, it was shared and commented on by more foreign embassies located in the country. They successively tagged domestic official bloggers, speaking out for him. Perhaps a small person's video cannot create much of a stir, but the official video instantly exploded in popularity. On Wise Weibo, after official personnel learned about the news, they immediately released a video. The official host personally appeared to record. Someone on the internet has insulted Mr. Jiang who just entered the room of time stagnation. We have learned about the situation, and we are currently investigating, finding that it is foreign forces causing trouble. Most of the IP addresses come from the beautiful country, Panda Country, Neon, Big Stick, Little Canada, Rotten Country. 90% of those releasing insulting videos about Mr. Jiang are colluding with foreign forces. Due to the severity of the incident, the authorities have temporarily rewritten the law, issuing an emergency notice targeting those who insult Mr. Jiang. All bloggers spreading rumors about Mr. Jiang will face execution. Here is the execution list. Within Kyoto City, Wang. Within Magic City, Lu. Within Sheep City, Xian. The number of individuals involved reaches 37,000. The internet is not your place of freedom, now is the time to pay the price for your words. Watching the host speak with righteous anger, he was furious as he explained. The audience also realized how serious this matter was. A small incident led to the officials' attention? This shows how important Mr. Jiang is to the country. Once the video was released, it immediately stirred countless viewers to applaud. Great! No mercy for the enemy. Exactly, the internet is not a lawless place, they must be accountable for their actions. Moreover, it is Mr. Jiang who was insulted. YTV handled it brilliantly. I'm going to buy firecrackers now to celebrate for 3 hours. After the video was released, those who insulted Jiang were suddenly panicking. A blogger from Yangchang. How could this happen? I just posted a video, and now I'm being executed? Seeing the sudden arrival of the SWAT team, this overweight blogger was immediately dumbfounded. A blogger from Kyoto. Damn it, damn Jiang. Seeing the guns of the SWAT team pointed at him, this blogger was also stunned. A blogger from Modu. No. Don't arrest me, I'm innocent, I just made a video. He quickly knelt down to beg for mercy, but it was too late. He was taken away by the SWAT team. The SWAT team leader coldly snorted, "You don't know how serious it is that the world of rules has descended, yet you scum still dare to treat Mr. Jiang this way online. Even if it were not Mr. Jiang, if you insult the chosen one, you are doubly guilty, execution is certain." One after another, more and more bloggers were arrested. Naturally. A few hours later, their identities quietly disappeared. The last video about Jiang also vanished without a trace. This incident all occurred within 2 hours after Jiangja stepped into the gates of hell. At this time, the internet was in an uproar. Everyone in their hearts knew one thing: those who insulted Mr. Jiang would be executed immediately. At least now, no one dared to openly insult Jiangja. Moreover, the authorities were also planning to establish October 24th as Mr. Jiang Day. Mr. Jiang Day was gradually being included in the curriculum. They were also implementing what Jiangja said before he left. Chapter 46, Most of the chosen ones perished. In a live broadcast room in the beautiful country. Although Adam continued to open the front door, the bullet comments were discussing what happened in Xia country. So fierce. I just returned from the Xia country live room. They executed those who insulted Jiangja on the spot. He's so frightening. But thinking about it, it's actually reasonable. Right, Jiangja has contributed so much to Xia country, how could they be belittled by a few insulting words? It's truly unforgivable. Do you know who the instigator is, Xia country netizens? Who? Your officials, Xia country netizens. Once this comment appeared, the beautiful country live room fell silent. The comments praising Jiangja gradually decreased, while more comments agreeing with insulting Jiangja appeared. After all, this is about national fortunes. Sympathizing with the enemy is being cruel to oneself. It is simply unnecessary. Suddenly, live rooms with surviving audiences worldwide received a notification. All live room notification. Xia country chosen one Jiangja has entered the time stasis room. Curse, torment the soul for 30 years, unable to move, suffering extreme cold, oxygen deprivation, corroded by darkness. After this broadcast, Adam was the first to react. He had just finished a level when he didn't expect Jiangja to take action again. He was the first to realize, and instead of fear, he smiled. So this is why I'm about to meet my 54-year-old self, so this is the reason I must enter the time stasis room? He had thought he would have to live here for 30 years. 30 years is too long and too torturous. With the time stasis room, perhaps he could take a break. I have to say, this Jiangja is a warrior. You're starting to make me admire you. For the safety of the nation, you endure this kind of pain alone. But even so, what does it matter? Do you think I am afraid to enter the time stagnation room? Jiangja's actions stirred Adam's competitive spirit. Since Jiangja deliberately entered the time stagnation room, it shows that the other party is well prepared. If Jiangja dies after entering the stagnation room, there will be no broadcast notification. Once the notification comes, it means that the opponent is still alive, and being alive means Jiangja is extremely well prepared. Adam understood the properties of time stagnation even more. A room where photons cannot penetrate, it is probably dark, lightless, devoid of oxygen, and ice-cold environment. I also need to prepare something in advance to cope with the potential stagnation room ahead. Adam took out some essential supplies from his backpack. He spent 10 minutes rummaging on the shelf inside the backpack and found the super capsule. To be safe, he took 10 capsules, then found something like a spacesuit which had a self-circulating oxygen system, resistant to high temperatures, high pressure, and extreme cold. Just in case, he also pulled out a wristwatch. The watch is needle-shaped, injected into the body using a syringe. Because external objects will eventually stagnate, only the blood inside the body will circulate with the help of oxygen. Then he set it to deliver a full-body electric shock every 10 years, to constantly remind himself while in the stagnation room. After finishing everything, Adam moved forward to open the door. 30 years, I exchange my life for 30 years of peace for you. Citizens of the beautiful country, when I turn 54, I hope our beautiful country becomes great again. I hope you do not let my sacrifice go to waste. He looked up and said a few words to the audience in the sky. Upon hearing this, the live comments in the beautiful country studio began to flood in. Let the beautiful country be great again. Make America great again. Adam is a smart person. Yes, he doesn't know which room is the stagnation room, so he prepared everything in advance. Wait, I have a serious question. What? Why did Jiangja know in advance about the time stagnation room? He knew the stagnation room ahead of time. Now that you mention it. Thank you, Siate. How did he know that XYZQ being the same integer, 100 million, is the stagnation room? This is a bit intriguing. How Jiangja knew in advance became an urban legend of the age. Some say he can see the future, while others say it was just a coincidence. But ultimately, no one can explain it. Finally, after 10 minutes, Adam finally encountered Q, and the room's number was also 100 million. After killing 4 masked men, he entered the stagnation room. Because when he stepped into a dark room, an unprecedented resistance and cold wave attacked him, as if he was sinking into a swamp and could not move forward, until he was frozen. But strangely, his consciousness could still think. Endless darkness and the feeling of fear continuously assaulted Adam's nerves, as if something behind him would devour him at any moment. Damn, it's completely dark here, I can only hear my own heartbeat. Do I really have to endure like this for 30 years? In the darkness, Adam constantly cursed in his mind. He was scared, he started to fear, and he regretted even more. In that instant, he hated Jiangja to death. Live notification to all. The chosen one of the beautiful country, Adam, has stepped into the time stagnation room. Curse, tormenting the soul for 30 years, unable to move, suffering from extreme cold, lack of oxygen, darkness eroding. In the rotten country. After hearing Jiangja's broadcast, Benjamin didn't pay much attention. After hearing Adam's broadcast, he struggled for a moment, then chose to give up. Because he had been told by the demon of Laplace, your end will be death. In order to change this situation, Benjamin decided not to open the front door anymore. The demon of Laplace told me that my end is death. Because the premise of death is, I kept opening the door. Perhaps, I need to change it. This time, I will go back, no matter how long it takes. He murmured to himself, making a decision in his heart to return the same way. You are crazy, if you don't learn from Jiangja, you will definitely die. That's right, Jiangja is the epitome of survival, if you don't learn from him, you will die. Wait, if the Laplace demon is right, then Benjamin will indeed die in the end, and under this premise, Benjamin keeps opening doors. Because the demon is all-knowing, the demon has never said this to Jiangja and Adam, only to Benjamin in 200 live broadcasts. Perhaps Benjamin's choice is correct. I think so too, because this time the Jiangja in the instance gave me the illusion of sacrificing himself. I bet he will die in the hypercube this time. Exactly. Neon live broadcast room. Matsumoto Daichan, after hearing the broadcast of Jiangju and Adam. He also prepared something in advance, but he was not knowledgeable. He had no idea what negative effects the time stagnation room had. He only prepared some food in his backpack and kept opening doors forward. Forward, let's go. Matsumoto was excitedly opening the front door repeatedly. He really wanted to see what the effect of time stagnation was. If he practiced swordsmanship for 30 years inside, he would probably be invincible when he returned to reality, right? During this time, countless viewers from Neon frantically reminded him. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Don't you know that time stagnation prevents even photons from entering? There is no light, no oxygen, no heat, only darkness, and you are just going to enter with a few capsules. Do you think your body is invincible? Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's over, it's over. As the viewers continuously reminded him. Matsumoto finally stepped into the time stagnation room. In almost an instant, Matsumoto was frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Damn it, why is it so cold? As this thought fell, all Matsumoto's functions stopped running. Following that came. Neon Country's chosen one Matsumoto Daichan has died. The bizarre invasion will attack Hokkaido in 48 hours. Big Stick Country's live broadcast room. Jin In-chan had no strong opinions. After hearing Jiangja lead into the time stagnation room, he thought going forward must mean survival. He also prepared a few capsules to take, and then went in. Unexpectedly, the moment he entered, he also stopped operating. Big Stick Country's chosen one Jin In-chan has died. Bizarre invasion will strike Seoul in 48 hours. For this scene, the viewers from Big Stick Country instead accepted it calmly. He is lucky to have lived this long. Yes, he doesn't even understand what time stagnation means. He will definitely die. Spacesuits are useless, special equipment is a must. How come you are so calm, Summer Country netizens? We were prepared long ago. A nobody who can't even be called a pop singer living this long is already extremely lucky. For the time stagnation room. Most people did not have a concrete concept. Some chosen ones, even if they were well prepared, survived for a while after entering the time stagnation room, but died due to various accidents. Others who were less prepared turned into ice sculptures the moment they stepped inside. Grey Nation chosen one has died. Thai Country chosen one has died. Buston chosen one has died. Moon South chosen one has died. Issa Liar chosen one has died. Previously surviving chosen ones in the time stagnation room were almost completely wiped out. Originally 200 countries, now less than 30 are left, in just one day. Panda Country's live broadcast room. Middle-aged Abuski waited deliberately for a moment before opening the door. After hearing over 20 live broadcasts one after another, he finally stopped. Because he was hungry and thirsty. Learn from Jiangja, in the end, you will all die. Damn it, why is there still no supplies? Where are the merchants? He cursed and grumbled a few words before opening the back door. He noticed that the recent numbers opened have been decreasing more and more. From the initial hundreds of thousands, until now it has become a single digit, in just one short day. X, 79, Y, 78, Z, 80. Looking at the masked man he just killed on the ground, Abuski nodded with satisfaction. Try to reach the center of the hypercube within 6 hours. I'm so fat, going without food for 2 or 3 days is no problem. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but be curious. Why is Abuski so sure he can survive? Is there a possibility you haven't learned math? What do you mean? The smaller the number, the closer the core is to the center, therefore there must be something in the middle of the cube. Though everything changes, the structure and framework of all things do not change. That's the meaning. Then why is Jiangja going against Abuski? Is there a possibility that the hypercube has more than one way to clear it? Some ways are fast but have poor rewards, while Jiangja's way may be aiming for the best rewards? Summer country netizens. Makes sense, perhaps this time many chosen ones can win the 10-star monster tale? Clearly, they misunderstood. This 10-star monster tale is far from as simple as imagined. Chapter 47, 30 Years of Change, Jiangja returns. One morning in the future, the morning sun rises as usual. Those who drive go to work, those who go to school, those who squeeze onto buses, everything remains the same. At first, people constantly prayed and blessed Jiangja on the subway, buses, and in companies. Across the country and the world, the surviving chosen ones made people develop a habit. The first thing when waking up, looking up at the sky, and upon finding it still a black screen, they let go of their obsession. However, this habit of occasionally looking up at the sky gradually faded away after nearly 5 years. Because every time they looked up at the sky, the screen remained unchanged, they simply gave up. People gradually accepted the fact that there was a black screen in the sky. Summer country. February 9, 2024, New Year's Eve. Across the country, everyone celebrated, with brilliant fireworks lighting up the night sky. This marked the first New Year after the national panic rule. Perhaps because it was the first year, most people still remembered Jiangja's actions from a few months ago. Before having the New Year's Eve dinner, the news on TV was news from all parts of the country. Jiangja's report had been bombarding the public for these months, which was almost a visual fatigue for ordinary folks. So on this day, they only symbolically reminded each other. The new year is coming, let us remember Mr. Jiangja's contributions, hope everyone will not forget him, wishing you all a happy new year. Parents took their children into the yard and looked up at the darkness amidst the fireworks. Child, when you grow up, never forget Uncle Jiang, okay? A parent with the surname Zhou said seriously to his child, without his contribution, the following 29 years would be very difficult. You must not forget him for your whole life. If it weren't for him, your parents would have died in a car accident last year. Promise your parents, you must remember Mr. Jiang, remember him for a lifetime. The only 2-year-old child nodded innocently, I remember. Perhaps due to special reasons, the serious expression of the parents scared him. This led the child with the surname Zhou to find it hard to forget his parents for life. 2029, New Year's Eve. After 5 long years, people had already gotten used to the missing black screen in the sky. Related TV channels no longer broadcast news about Jiangja. Only every year on October 24th, they would mention it briefly. But after the Mr. Jiang Day, apart from the first year, when people were curious, they would take a break on this day, gathering friends and family to return home to play cards, eat, drink, and celebrate like a small holiday. Thereafter they no longer cared. Between 2025 and 2029. Most people had already begun to abandon the habit of looking up. They no longer formed the habit of looking at the black screen in the sky every day. Only 20% of the people are holding on, and most of them are elderly. 2039. Another 10 years have passed. More and more children have grown up, forgetting the things of their childhood. And people have gotten used to an ordinary and stable life, gradually forgetting Jiangja. Mr. Jiang's day has gradually declined, and no one celebrates it anymore. Due to the rapid growth of national power, people are so overwhelmed by work that they have no time to care for anyone else. They go to work every day, exhausted when they clock out, with absolutely no time to care about others. In 2049. Another new 10 years have passed. The young people who were young in 2023. By 2049, they have entered middle age. They once had ambitions to contribute to the country, but societal progress has brought endless pressure along with convenience. Originally, the work hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. have increasingly become 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Children born after 2023 are now over 26 years old in 2049. Only when they were curious about what the black curtain in the sky was, would parents remind them once. After all, they had never personally experienced the days when Jiangja was present. As a result, the two characters Jiangja have been forgotten by more and more people. On October 24, 2049, in a certain classroom on campus, a middle-aged teacher walked into the class to teach students about Mr. Jiang. Yet, no one knew. This situation occurs everywhere in the country. Because of their indifference, Jiangja has been completely forgotten by most people. Only every year on October 24, a few posts appear online, with someone helping to promote Mr. Jiang's day, but the clicks are not high, only middle-aged people and the elderly have nice things to say. The previously rapid GDP growth has turned the Xia country into a developed nation, progressing alongside beautiful international counterparts. The once 996 work model has gradually been replaced by VR working from home. As a result, more people now have more time to enrich their spiritual lives. Now, contemporary young people are pursuing cultural entertainment. Today marks the most developed time for cultural entertainment. The child named Zhou, previously mentioned by parents, has now grown into a 28-year-old superstar. In 2053, with a national population of 1.8 billion, no one is unaware of him. On a day in October, he began a new concert tour. This stop is in Kyoto, with a full crowd of 1 million present. The superstar named Zhou received a call from his sister just before going on stage. His sister sternly reminded him, the 24th. Our deceased parents told me, you must speak for Mr. Jiang on October 24th. Now, besides the older generation, how many people still remember him? Remember the 24th this month. You must remember. Hearing his sister's stern reminder, he solemnly agreed, I understand. Without him, our parents would not have had the time to accompany us for more than 20 years, raising us to adulthood. Then he took the stage and performed all the popular songs in 4 hours. The crowd roared and cheered continuously. Just as the concert was about to conclude, he solemnly asked the audience, did everyone enjoy tonight? Almost 1 million people shouted in unison, yes. Great. But I'm afraid you won't be happy anymore after this. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned, clearly uncertain of what King Zhou was talking about. Because October 24th is when Jiang's seal is lifted. Now look up at the sky and see that missing black curtain. 30 years ago, he exchanged his 30 years for 30 years of peace for us. But what have we done during these 30 years? As the sun and moon rotate, times change, what do we do every day? Chase fame and wealth. Yes, this is a trend. The new generation has gradually forgotten him, forgotten the great Mr. Jiang who once saved us from fire and water. I won't hide it from everyone, when I was 2 years old, I saw him. If it weren't for my parents reminding me every month, I might also forget like everyone else. Until 2 years ago, my parents passed away one after another due to illness. Before they passed away, they kept reminding me, Mr. Jiangja. Without Mr. Jiangja, my parents would never have stayed with me for more than 20 extra years. Without my parents, I wouldn't have become the well-known figure I am today. For the sake of my parents' wishes, I fought my way from being an unknown singer to becoming a superstar, because I know the rapid development of this era will make many people forget the panic we once faced, the fear we once had, and that Mr. Jiangja, who saved us from suffering. At this point, the superstar took a deep breath. Alright, I don't want to say more. Today is October 1st. There are still 24 days left in the safety period. For Mr. Jiangja, please live these last 24 days well. After these 24 days, you will forever live in fear. If fear had an expiration date, I would wish it to last a lifetime. Because only in fear will you remember him. For 30 years, he endured cold, darkness, silence, and inhuman torment of fear every day. No one has ever suffered this kind of fear, truly no one. If there were to be a god in this world, it would certainly not be the ethereal goddess Manhwa. If there is a god, it is one born from our human race, and that god you can see as soon as you look up. Alright, with that said, I declare something today, I officially withdraw from the entertainment industry. After saying the final words, the superstar resolutely turned and left. He had always remembered Jiangja. If it weren't for Jiangja, his parents would have died more than 20 years ago. It was a car accident that nearly killed his parents, but with the timely reward, his parents barely survived. When the superstar unexpectedly announced his withdrawal from the entertainment industry, the entire audience inside was stunned. What happened? What the hell, what's going on? Go search, and you will know. Yes, the behavior of modern young people made Mr. Jiangja, in the darkness, feel cold. So they immediately pulled out their phones to check what had happened on October 24, 2023. Until, that illusory, ever-changing hypercube appeared in old videos. Everyone was stunned. Damn, so there was such a terrifying thing in our country before? So the black curtain in the sky was always a hypercube, I thought it was done by some tech company. Damn, the superstar was talking about this Jiangja. He indeed was once glorious, but later fell. He never fell, it's just that we forgot him, and the official promotion was not timely, or maybe times just changed. Not good, we still have 24 days. When the 24th arrives, time will freeze and unseal. At that point, the world will once again fall into panic. What the superstar said is true. We really forgot Jiangja. Gradually, the public began to realize, one by one, awakening to welcome the return of Mr. Jiangja. Some members of the public began to reflect on their past. If the superstar hadn't reminded them, they would have completely forgotten Jiangja with the passage of time. During these 24 days, after the superstar withdrew from the entertainment industry, some people began to sense that something was wrong. In order to stabilize this peace and prevent panic, efforts to popularize Jiangja's story began nationwide. More people began to recognize Jiangja. Until the 24th day of 2053. The last remaining black curtain in the sky finally lit up collectively. Fear descended once again. Chapter 48, Adam awakens, Adam collapses, Adam commits suicide. In the live broadcast room of Summer Nation. When the clock struck midnight on the 24th, the dark screen slowly began to light up. A pure white space, like an endless white ocean. Only a white protective suit ice sculpture stood at one of the entrances. It was Jiangja. As the national audience watched in anticipation, the ice began to crack, a crack spreading across his whole body. Then with a crack sound, the ice shattered, and even the pieces of the protective suit were frozen into fragments falling to the ground. Until a young man, muscular and pale-faced, emerged. Before the audience could react in surprise, time stagnated and disappeared, causing the once young Jiangja to rapidly age upon contact with oxygen. The protein on his face quickly vanished, and black hair visibly sprouted white strands, while his figure transformed at a noticeable speed into that of a middle-aged person. The military uniform from 30 years ago had long since turned into torn rags. At this moment, the entire nation witnessed Jiangja's naked form. Is this Mr. Jiangja? Why is he an old man? My eyes, I saw the naked body of a middle-aged man. I am blind. He looked quite handsome in the video. How did he suddenly age? Wasn't it said that his lifespan was doubled? A 54-year-old Mr. Jiang shouldn't age. Cough cough, that's not the key issue. The key issue is that Mr. Jiang's nakedness has been seen by the entire nation. So what? Haven't you seen your dad take a shower? You can tell from his face that he used to be quite handsome. Even though he is old, he is more mature and charming now. The aunties like him. The audience across the nation could hardly imagine that the middle-aged man in the picture was the one savior. Those older citizens, upon seeing Jiangja breaking the ice, were instantly pulled back into their memories from 30 years ago. 30 years, just like that. If it weren't for this Mr. Jiang, how would our country's strength have become prosperous now? Mr. Jiang hasn't changed much from 30 years ago, he has just gained a bit of weight. Yeah, still the same handsome young man. Even though time has left its marks on him, it cannot tarnish his current brilliance. Meanwhile, the young people of the new era focused on Jiangja's figure and appearance. On this day, the 24th, a group of experts gathered in Sioux City. More than 30 experts arrived one after another in the conference room. Some had passed away due to unforeseen events, but the main figure, old Zhao, still looked just like he did 30 years ago. Time had not left significant changes on him. Looking at the screen, the leading old Zhao thought for a while, realizing that a few words could not convey everything, then explained to the new era experts below. 30 years ago, it was this Mr. Jiang who brought 30 years of safety to our country. You young people of the new era should be grateful for his existence. If it weren't for him, many of you might not even have been born. The new era experts all stood up, their expressions serious, and applauded. Each new era expert's eyes were filled with profound respect. The older experts who once fought alongside Jiangja jokingly said, seeing Mr. Jiang like this, and without any pixelation, don't you have anything to say? Upon hearing this, a young female expert turned red. In such a serious occasion, what do you want us to say? Another young female expert pondered and said, are we supposed to say he has a nice figure, but he's so fat, it's truly contrary to our feelings. As soon as the words fell, the originally serious atmosphere instantly became lively. Ha ha ha. This is how the conference room should be. Why so serious? Exactly. Then the young female expert seemed to realize she had been tricked, covering her face awkwardly. You all just like to tease us young ones, I'm ignoring you. Suddenly, a young expert from the new era shouted, is that the color of his pupils, something a human should have? This statement instantly attracted the attention of all experts. On the screen, Jiangja slowly opened his eyes, coldly and mechanically turning his head to survey the surroundings. Then he raised his arm to check the time on his watch, which read, October 24th, 2053. With neither joy nor sadness, he lowered his head to examine his current self. His stomach was swollen with excess flesh, and he had no clothing to cover himself. He raised his two arms and casually pinched them. The flesh felt much softer. Then he touched his cheek. The once taut face now appeared slack with the passage of time. 30 years. He just said this one sentence and raised his hand. As soon as his arm was lifted, a series of cracking bone sounds echoed, like an old tree coming back to life, but he did not care. He casually pulled out a set of clothes from the backpack behind him. It was a white suit, white trousers, and black leather shoes. Looking at the outfit, he remembered what he wore when he met his middle-aged self 30 years ago. So this is the time? Without thinking too much, he naturally changed into the clothes one by one. Finally, he took out a mirror and faced himself. A pale face, yellow pupils, a dry and malnourished complexion, but his body had already become plump. He did not care, shouldering his backpack, and as usual, opened the door and moved forward. These 30 years were a torment for Jiang Zhe, an unprecedented torment. He stared into the darkness, with only the sound of his heartbeat in his ears. Unable to close his eyes in the stillness, his eyes could feel the cold wave coming from the darkness. Logically, he should have gone crazy, but he did not. Because he had no regrets. For Jiang Zhe, living another life was extremely fortunate and unbelievable. If he felt regret, surrounded by feelings of regret, he would surely go mad sooner or later. But the 30 years in the dark had taken away some of his emotions. He had no fear, no regrets, did not think about the future, and certainly did not show joy on his face. But he believed this was temporary, that it would change. Seeing Jiang Zhe's inner thoughts, the audience couldn't help but feel sympathy. So it turns out he spent 30 cold years alone in the darkness, such loneliness. Suddenly, I feel so hateful, he alone has endured so much, just quietly standing for 30 years, frozen for 30 years, while darkness took away part of his emotions and humanity, and we, the younger generation, have forgotten him. Yeah, I feel sorry for us, the people of this new era. Let's feel sorry for a bit later. I just want to ask, Yellow Eyes, like a devil from hell, does this meet human cognition, or is it just like this in the hypercube? I don't know. While the audience was puzzled, the experts were also discussing. During this time, they filled themselves with all the videos, knowledge, and details about Jiang Zhe. Especially the eye-catching white suit, which was exactly like what young Jiang Zhe wore 30 years ago when he encountered middle-aged Jiang Zhe. Old Zhao was also shocked to find now the plump middle-aged Jiang Zhe looked exactly the same as the middle-aged Jiang Zhe from 30 years ago. Even though memories were fading, old Zhao could never forget the scene of middle-aged Jiang Zhe committing suicide. Only the eyes turned into demonic colors puzzled all the experts. Thinking carefully, it seemed the former businessman's pupils were also yellow? Similar to Jiang Zhe's revival was Adam from the beautiful country. His once youthful arrogance had been extinguished by the passage of 30 years. When the freezing shattered, Adam immediately collapsed to the ground, struggling to open his closed eyes because he was used to the darkness. Even with his eyes shut, everything still seemed so glaring. In the beautiful country scene, all the audience was celebrating Adam's return. During these 30 years, the beautiful country prospered immensely, competing closely with the summer country. And Adam was hailed as a superhero by the government, so he was known by everyone. 30 years, ha ha ha, 30 years, ha 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 ha. Adam's face twisted in a grim smile as he closed his eyes, making one feel terrified. 30 years, I've come to understand one thing. That is, wanting to live cannot, wanting to die cannot. Why must I bear all of this alone? I used to think my psychological quality might be very strong, but I was wrong, I'm not as strong as I imagined. In these 30 years, I've come to understand I cannot suffer alone, I want all of you to feel my fear. Weird, come forth. After laughing, the broken middle-aged Adam immediately took out a gun from his backpack and shot himself in the brain with a bang. This world's Adam, dead. With Adam's death, his livestream strangely did not pop up a failure message but split into 6 screens instead. Chapter 49, Former Old Friends. The originally excited audience from the beautiful country was celebrating Adam's return. But unexpectedly, Adam's action stunned everyone. Suicide? Why did he commit suicide? Did he not know that after his death, our country would be invaded by the weird? What else could it be, wanting to live but can't, wanting to die but can't? Does he really think everyone is as calm and composed as Jiang Zhe? Damn Adam, I always regarded you as a hero, and in just 30 years, you broke your mental defense. Are you trying to bring weirdness down on our whole country? Upstairs, everyone has a mental defense. Adam's defenses were shattered by darkness, it's normal for him to collapse and die. Why is Jiang Zhe still alive? Why didn't he commit suicide? No one knew the reason why Jiang Zhe didn't commit suicide. The expert team from the beautiful country felt anger and cursed after witnessing Adam's suicide. But soon, they thought it over, it's human nature. To place a person in darkness and accompany them with coldness, anyone would collapse. Especially Adam. But what was strange was that when Jiang Zhe woke up, his mind was unusually clear and rational. At times, it made the experts in the beautiful country suspect that Jiang Zhe might not be human at all, but more like an extremely rational robot weighing pros and cons. At this moment, the live stream from the beautiful country was split into 6 screens. First screen was Adam choosing to end his life with a gunshot. Second screen, Adam collapsed but did not commit suicide or open the door. Third screen, Adam collapsed but, after some adjustment, accepted reality and continued to open the front door. Fourth screen, Adam collapsed, feasted before dying, and shot himself. Fifth screen, Adam collapsed, didn't want to go out, and haphazardly opened the door. Sixth screen, Adam collapsed and fainted. Moments later, the other screens disappeared, leaving only the third screen. Adam opened the front door. The young people of the new era did not understand what was happening and asked one after another. So what's the situation? The former old audience came forward to answer. Parallel worlds. Inside the hypercube, you can see parallel worlds. Yes, what we just saw was Adam's death outcome, and now he still has several surviving outcomes. Currently, the third outcome is normal and in sync with Jiangzhe. Hope Adam can pull himself together. In the live stream from the Panda country, Abuski was already over 50 years old 30 years ago. Their country had no additional lifespan, and Abuski had lived here alone for 30 years. During this time, when he was starving, he encountered a merchant. This time, he finally got the backpack and was able to survive. But the price was Abuski's life. With the backpack, Abuski's lifespan in the hypercube was also extended, and he looked the same as he did 30 years ago. At first, he was prepared not to learn from Jiangzhe. After these 30 years of thought, he turned back and realized Jiangzhe was right from the beginning. Every road, every door was a deeply considered choice. Now, Abuski was trapped in a door where XYZ equals 1. He could move freely but without the faceless people around, which meant he was permanently trapped here. Abuski has been trapped for a long, long time, right? Yes, been trapped for over 20 years, without any faceless people. Abuski's heart is big enough. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Did you all see the live stream from Xia country? I saw it. Jiangzhe is like a robot. Watching him makes me feel scared. Yeah, Adam's several outcomes are all collapses. Only the third one had cheered up a bit. After a simple comparison, he realized Uncle Jiang was indeed very strong. Yes, Uncle Jiang is like a challenge machine. If anyone can survive to the end, I estimate it can only be Uncle Jiang and Benjamin. Who is Benjamin? The chosen one from the Rotten Country, but he is old now. The Rotten Country's live broadcast room. The once young Benjamin had also become a balding old man with white hair after 30 years. In the footage, Benjamin built himself a wooden cabin. Though the walls were cold and white, he managed to live there with some flavor. Morning news, television, eating a little for dinner, and then a cup of black tea to sleep, he had entered a rhythm of elderly life. Benjamin had been opening doors behind him, and his numbers kept getting smaller. Now, his number was stuck in the room where XYZ equals 2. This room was different from Abuski's. His room had a mask queue. But Benjamin didn't choose to act. He was waiting for an opportunity. Because he didn't believe he could really clear the challenge. He was waiting for the next broadcast. In his heart, Jiangzhe was the synonym for survival. This 10-star ghost story, there must be danger everywhere, one misstep leads to another misstep. So he firmly believed in the words of the Laplace demon, the ending is death. Later, he abandoned his youthful recklessness and chose to take steady steps. Benjamin is really strong. He has lived here for over 20 years. Yeah, in the initial years, it was just him and Abuski still alive, all other chosen ones have perished. Did they give up? They didn't give up. Both Benjamin and Abuski said the same thing: wait for Jiangzhe's broadcast. If we can't wait, we won't open the door. So they are basically just going with the flow? Seems like it. The Rotten Country government is also happy this way, it has saved time to develop the economy. While the audience was discussing, suddenly a broadcast popped up in the live room. Warm reminder, current surviving countries. Summer country, Jiangzhe, has walked out of the time suspension room. Beautiful country, Adam, has walked out of the time suspension room. Rotten country, Benjamin, please do not be negative. If no choice is made by tomorrow morning, you will be erased. Panda country, Abuski, please do not be negative. If no choice is made by tomorrow morning, you will be erased. Hearing this, Jiangzhe, who was about to open the door, showed a bit of surprise. So long, and there are still 4 countries? This broadcast caused Jiangzhe's numb heart to feel some ripples. The originally demoralized Adam, upon hearing there were other chosen ones still alive, immediately regained his fighting spirit. Jiangzhe. It's because of you that I've endured 30 years of suffering. I must defeat you here to regain what I lost in the past. Abuski, trapped in place, despite hearing the broadcast, remained unmoved and sneered. There are no doors near me, how can I open one? Anyway, I've lived enough, just wait to be erased. I don't care anymore. Benjamin, the old man who was about to sleep, suddenly sat up straight upon hearing the broadcast, his eyes sparkling. Apart from me, there are actually others alive. This broadcast doesn't count, I will wait a bit longer. If there isn't an independent broadcast from Jiangzhe before noon, I'll decide what to do. The chosen ones who could survive for 30 years weren't fools, at least in some aspects, they were extraordinary. Seeing the chosen ones gradually regain their fighting spirit, the people of all countries began to restore their confidence. Once a person loses their fighting spirit, they are really not far from death. Fortunately, Jiangzhe and Adam gave the remaining 2 chosen ones the remaining fighting spirit, awakening their long-dormant hearts. As the broadcast ended, Jiangzhe opened the front door this time and encountered an old friend. Inside this room, it was pitch black. Not far away was a mountain range, with cold winds howling nearby. On top of the mountain range, there was an American-style wooden house. A figure was standing at the window of the house, gazing down at the white light illuminated by the door that had just opened below. Jiangxia had no hesitation at all, immediately spreading his arms wide, releasing two thick flames from his palms, the force of the flames pushing Jiangxia to the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the audience of the new era was stunned. Chapter 50, Meeting Old Peter, the traitor revealed. Wow! Superpower? There are flames in a person's hands? Am I seeing things? Can humans really control this? For the young viewers of the new era, those in their 40s and 50s couldn't help but smile knowingly. Look at them, they've never seen the world, they aren't as composed as we were back in the day. We used to be told we were out of touch, now it's their turn to look like they've never seen the world. The young people of the new era asked again, what is this, superpower? Yes, it is superpower, and it's also very scientific. Your Uncle Jiang can change the magnetic field, using his body as an engine for various energy transformations, and of course, flames can naturally be produced within him. Furthermore, he can even alter the magnetic fields of any object, including making others float. As the elders explained, the young people of the new era were astonished. Though they didn't quite understand, they felt that the past was indeed an exciting era. Alright, I've made up my mind, Uncle Jiang is now my idol. +1. From this moment on, the young people of today's era also began to focus on the live broadcast room of the rules. Why, you ask? It was simply because no one had ever seen superpowers in reality. Within the scene, a cold wind howled past. Jiangxia was unafraid of such cold, he hadn't even changed into a cotton jacket. He walked directly up the wooden steps, preparing to knock on the door. Before he could knock, the door inside was opened by someone. Revealing a middle-aged, overweight European man with brown hair, dressed in silver pajamas, who surveyed Jiangxia without any surprise and said, "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jiangxia did not reply but stepped inside, scanning the surroundings. It wasn't large, about the size of a two-room apartment. There was a stove connected to a chimney, next to the stove was a small wooden bed, and beside the small bed were 3 single sofas. Seeing this scene, the expert group was all excited. Their first reaction, there are still living people? Could it be a chosen one from another country? One expert asked, who is this person? The older experts on site all spoke up. Peter. Yes, Peter, who parted ways with Jiangxia 30 years ago. Hearing this, the young experts looked puzzled. He is the Peter from 30 years ago, the one who could spit spider silk? Didn't they say there were no supplies inside the hypercube? Where did he get the supplies? Old Zhao, sharp-eyed, pointed to a black backpack beside one of the sofas, explaining, if nothing unexpected happened, Peter must have obtained a supply backpack too. The experts of the new era were confused again. Wait a minute, didn't you say there is only one supply backpack in a hypercube? How can there be another one? As the words fell, the elders no longer explained. This group of young experts couldn't keep up at all. Old Zhao unhappily explained, who said one hypercube only has one world? His backpack is enough evidence that other worlds Jiangxia has been here before. Stop asking questions, just watch seriously. At this point, the young experts stopped speaking. Within the scene, old Peter poured a cup of hot coffee for Jiangxia and handed it to him, then sat across from Jiangxia. The two stared at each other for a few minutes before old Peter spoke. Looking at the way you are now, you must have had a very hard 30 years. To this, Jiangxia showed neither joy nor sadness and did not reply. Seeing this, old Peter said again, everything is just a passing cloud now. I must say you were right, without you, I truly couldn't get out. However, Jiangxia's attention was not on Peter, but rather on the backpack by Peter's feet. Besides me, there should be others who have come? Are you talking about the backpack? Old Peter picked up the backpack, still somewhat incredulous as he said, yes, if it weren't for someone giving me this backpack, I probably would have starved to death in this world long ago. Jiangxia asked again, is it another me? Yes, it is another you. Old Peter did not explain which world Jiangxia was in. Being apart from you for 30 years made me realize something. Old Peter put down his mug, looked at Jiangxia, and said seriously, you probably have always been right. This statement made Jiangxia feel a bit confused, and then he asked, in what aspect? Old Peter looked at Jiangxia seriously, Jiangxia, you have actually been leading us both to death, you know that we can never escape, and you also know that you have always been the insider, haven't you? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast exploded. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? How is this possible? Jiangxia has always been the insider? Damn, the rules from 30 years ago said, there is an insider in the cube, it cannot see any anomalies, it will guide you to the core of the cube. If you meet someone suspected to be an insider, never agree with it, it will lead you to death. I can't believe it, Jiangxia is the insider? The shock was felt not just by the audience at home and abroad, but even the expert panel was stunned. Old Zhao, at the forefront, showed a look of astonishment, how is this possible? It can't be. The other elderly experts were also in shock. I don't want to believe it, the insider has always guided people to death. If Jiangzhou is the insider. No, perhaps Peter is right. Do you remember that night 30 years ago when Jiangzhou realized the next room was the stasis room before the next level? Yes, I remember. The other chosen ones did not actually know that when XYZQ is the same integer, it is the stasis room. Only Jiangzhou realized early that when XYZQ is all 100 million, the next room must be the stasis room. How did he know? Tell me, how could he know what the next room was? At these words, the crowd fell into silence. The new generation of experts couldn't help but swallow hard and looked at each other. It was not possible to realize it. Once realized, it clearly indicated one issue: Jiangzhou was indeed the insider. Just a little thought made it terrifying. The partner who had been by your side all along was actually the insider, and had been leading you to death. The insider will guide the chosen one to death. What if the chosen one themselves is the insider? This becomes a paradox of identity and cognition. Many experts cannot understand the reasons behind this situation. In the end, they could only focus their gaze on the screen. After a while, Jiangzhou finally spoke up, but he only asked one question: did I tell you this sentence 30 years ago when we first met? Why do we need to find the insider? To find it and kill it? Are you sure you know if it is good or bad? So do you think the insider is good or bad now? Are you sure? What if the insider just guides you and me to death in this world? And consider the last two rules: you are already dead, you are everywhere. So Peter, do you really think we are alive, or have we long since died in countless worlds? As his words fell, old Peter said nothing, but there was something subtle in his eyes. Chapter 51, The Shocking Grand Scheme 30 Years Ago. Inside the cabin. Only the sound of fire burning was heard. The two did not speak again and just stared quietly at each other. Old Peter found it hard to understand what Jiangzhou had just said. After a moment, old Peter asked, what does it mean to survive for 100,000 years? I believe you have the answer in your heart already. Jiangzhou nodded lightly. To understand survival for 100,000 years, you need to know one thing. Do you remember the last thing I said when we first met my future self 30 years ago? Old Peter thought for a moment and tentatively asked, you are coming for the second to last time, do you understand? Yes. What does this sentence mean? Jiangzhou explained, it is about crossing cycles. Traversing reincarnation? Yes, before you and I opened the front door in the first room, 6 thoughts and choices appeared in my mind. 1. I want to open the front door. 2. I want to open the back door. 3. I want to open the left door. 4. I want to open the right door. 5. I want to open the upper door. 6. I want to open the lower door. Every choice that surfaced in my mind would split into a new derived parallel world. 100,000 years refers to every room I walked through, every one of the 6 different choices I made. Those 6 different choices would split me into 6 different people having 6 different lives. Those 6 different lives would then make 6 more choices, the 6 choices would again create new split lives, and so on. The more doors I open, the more lives I split into. This 100,000 years refers to the total existence time of all the lives of me that split inside this hypercube. 1 of me survives for 30 years in the hypercube. 10 of me survive for 300 years in the hypercube. 100 of me survive for 3,000 years in the hypercube. 1,000 of me, 30,000 years, 10,000 of me, 300,000 years. And at that time, old Jiangzhou said, this is your second to last time, do you understand? I answered him, I understand. That means the once 24-year-old me experienced the second to last life of a total duration of 100,000 years, the last day of 99,970 years. Now at 54 years old, I have completed 30 years of my life, equal to 99,970 years plus the completed 30 years equals 100,000 years. Thus, fulfilling the 100,000 years of existence. Only by returning to the past next time, delivering the message to my 30-year-old self and you, will the old me from 2023 not have to live 30 years again, but will quickly be able to exit even a few hours after entering the hypercube, destroy the hypercube's core, and get out. Do you understand? Everything we ever did was for the next time and the time-space reincarnation of ourselves. This statement is not hard to understand. The 54-year-old old Jiangzhou, no matter what time it was, as long as it was old Jiangzhou, then he has always been a backdrop, always serving as an elderly role for the next time and the time-space reincarnation of himself. So I have already died, this rule is correct, it does not say which time he died. So I am everywhere, this rule is also correct, it does not say which time me, since you and I prepared to open the first door 30 years ago, you and I have already died, you and I are already everywhere. As the words fell, old Peter's expression was turbulent. He originally had many questions to ask Jiangzhou. But just after Jiangzhou answered live for 100,000 years, all the gloom instantly vanished. Based on Jiangzhou's understanding of living for 100,000 years, isn't this 54-year-old old Jiangzhou willingly playing the role of the younger Jiangzhou in the current time-space reincarnation? Everything done by the over 50 self and the over 50 Jiangzhu is paving the way for the next time travel. Upon further thought, Peter felt everything became clear. The once 24-year-old Jiangzhu promised the merchant, reaped the backpack, reaped lives. When did he reap lives? 30 years later. This year. When this year? Probably today. Seeing the information flashing in Jiangzhu and Peter's minds left all the viewers stunned. It was simply shocking. Oh damn. I thought I would never curse again in this life, but being over 50, I still have to say, damn, Mr. Jiang is amazing. Damn, the layout from 30 years ago, everything was for today's date. So that's what living for 100,000 years means. I finally get it. Wait, Uncle Jiang laid out the plan 30 years ago, how did he make the layout? Old audience members sent bullet comments to explain. I suggest you go watch the old video from 30 years ago now, you'll know. You will know how incredible Uncle Jiang's intelligence is. I have my doubts. A massive number of new era viewers continuously open their phones and computers to watch videos from 30 years ago. Combined with Jiang's recent analysis, they insert themselves into the first video. Young Peter, in the end, there are two final rules: you are already dead and you are everywhere. Who is dead, who is everywhere? Young Peter, this rule has simple logic but is contradictory and conflicting. Young Jiangzhu, forget these messed up rules. Do you really think the hypercube will let us live? Young Jiangzhu, if you really can't find the answer, tell yourself in your heart this is a time-space replica. Everything is a balance and contradiction, but in the end, it's up to us how we clear it. Later, watching when they first meet old Jiangzhu, he says, this is your second to last time, do you understand? Young Jiangzhu, I understand. As the video ends, the new viewers are all dumbfounded, their minds shaken. 30 years ago. Jiangzhu understood the meaning of old Jiangzhu's words 30 years ago. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. Uncle Jiang is so incredible. I've never admired anyone in my life, but Uncle Jiang's thinking and intelligence are beyond human, truly unbeatable. Yeah, when I think back to Uncle Jiang's analysis and then watch the first video, I can't help but feel my scalp tingle. He knew everything 30 years ago, wow. Damn, I kneel to Uncle Jiang. In addition, among the expert group, the most shocked are the older experts. Because they remember the video from 30 years ago clearly. If they only watched the video from 30 years ago, they might think Jiangzhu's words are a bit enigmatic. But 30 years later, seeing Jiangzhu's analysis and revisiting it from 30 years ago. Impeccable. These four words instantly popped into every expert's mind. Old Zhao dropped his jaw in disbelief and said, no wonder, no wonder. Everything was for today. The other older experts eagerly said. Really, too powerful. Mr. Jiang knew everything 30 years ago. Exactly, it's as if he could foresee the future. I've never seen anyone with such inhuman intelligence. Seeing the expressions and reactions of the older experts, the younger experts' eyes burned with excitement. They originally thought Jiangzhu was just a national warrior. But unexpectedly, this game has been set up for 30 years. This game spanning 30 years is truly unprecedented and impeccable. This could be called the strongest shocking plot in history, even worthy of being recorded in history books. And the experts from the beautiful country were also stunned after seeing Jiangzhu's analysis. Logically, Adam and Jiangzhu's steps are the same front gate, the same time stagnation. Yet Adam did not receive such treatment. They racked their brains and couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be that Jiangzhu can foresee the future? At that moment, the voice of old Peter emerged on screen. So, Jiangzhu, you already knew that the front gate we opened, the larger the number, the less likely we are to go out. The true core of the hypercube has always been at the smallest number, even close to zero. We should have opened the door behind us, right? Yes, I always knew. Since you encountered future old Jiangzhu, you had the chance to save both of us from peril because of old Jiangzhu's words. This is your second to last time, which made you realize that at this stage, you and I can't get out no matter what. We could only choose to be a complement in the next time-space reincarnation, thus leading you to mistakenly bring me to open the front door. So when you met the masked merchant, you were prepared to pay the cost of your life for the supplies backpack 30 years from now, today, right? Yes, Peter. After a period of explanation, old Peter finally understood Jiangzhu's heartfelt intentions. All past sorrow and resentment vanished into thin air. After fully preparing himself, old Peter asked, so, what's next for us? Jiangzhu replied solemnly, we are going to close the loop of time. Chapter 52, Repairing Time. Are we going to go back to the middle-aged person who committed suicide when we first met to start closing the loop? Peter asked, voicing what was in his mind. No, too much has happened in these 30 years. Jiangzhu patiently explained, we said goodbye 30 years ago at the village of the departed. Before closing the time loop, I must complete all the traces of my past. Complete, how to complete? Jiang just stood up, looking earnestly at old Peter. Do you still remember the last two rules? Old Peter pondered and replied, we are everywhere, we have already died? He only understood the rule of we have already died at death in countless parallel worlds. As for we are everywhere, he had no clues so far. Jiang asked again, yes, do you remember my hesitation when I first killed Masked Man XYZ? Hearing this, old Peter frowned in thought, his mind returning to 30 years ago. At that time, Jiang showed hesitation when he first killed the Masked Man XYZ. It seemed not quite in line with Jiang's military style, as soldiers should be decisive, resolute, and brave. Yet in the first room, Jiang hesitated. He hadn't taken it seriously, but only after being reminded by Jiang did old Peter suddenly recall, indeed, that did happen. Do you also remember when you tried to take off the masked man's mask but couldn't? For this matter, old Peter had a deep memory, as his first attempt to remove the masked man's mask indeed failed, fearing that too much strength would tear off the masked man's skin, so he gave up in the end. Yes, what does this have to do with closing the loop? Jiang Zhou ignored the question and asked, do you remember, in terms of physique, didn't the height and build of the masked man look similar to mine? As he spoke, it seemed old Peter sensed the meaning behind Jiang Zhou's words. Are you saying? Yes, because. Jiang Zhou answered without any hesitation, all the masked men in this hypercube are all myself. Upon hearing these words, old Peter's expression changed dramatically. From being completely confused at first to being shocked beyond words in an instant. Hearing this, audiences across the nation were stunned. Wow. I am greatly shocked. So all the masked men are Jiang Zhou? Among the experts, old Zhao and the other veteran experts surprisingly exchanged glances, all sensing the shock on each other's faces. Old Zhao, in disbelief, said, it seems to be true, this world has parallel worlds. If this is the case, it fulfills the rule of from this moment on, you are everywhere. The other veteran experts were unable to calm their emotions, excitedly echoing him. Right, if this rule is true, it means from this moment on, you are everywhere originally referred to the chosen ones in every room of the hypercube. My god, there must be so many chosen ones who died in parallel worlds. So that's how it is. I initially thought the rules were unclear, but unexpectedly, they were clearly written all along. This Jiang Zhou is really terrifying, he always knows one step ahead of other chosen ones. Listening to the discussions at the scene, the New Age experts were also shocked. When they received notifications from above, they had studied the rules of the hypercube carefully. Yet no matter how they explained it, they could not make sense of everywhere. Little did they know that all of this was about the chosen one. Everywhere had always pointed to the chosen one himself or other chosen ones from different time and space who had died, becoming masked men for the living chosen ones to kill. But how did so many chosen ones die in such countless ways? There is no reason for so many to die. This became the top question in the experts' minds. In the scene, old Peter couldn't help but swallow a gulp, and then admiration appeared in his eyes, followed by a helpless smile. So the masked merchant we encountered is that merchant with yellow pupils? Hearing this, Jiang Zhou did not reply. Instead, he brought his index and middle fingers together and gently swept them before his eyes. The originally brown pupils of Jiang Zhou instantly turned yellow in the next moment. This is one of the abilities that emerged during my 30 years in the stasis room. The eye of gaze, capable of seeing through anyone's lies. From a scientific perspective, it's a condition caused by elevated bilirubin in my eyes, which is hard to eliminate, especially since I haven't closed my eyes for 30 years. Upon hearing this explanation, old Peter was first taken aback for a second, then a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face. He seemed to think of the condition's eye color as a superpower. It seemed this old man with the surname Jiang had a bit of style. I understand now. I won't question or doubt any of your actions from now on. By the way, when do we depart? Now. Then Jiang Zhou helped old Peter tidy up the room. While they were busy, the bullet chat was heatedly discussing. Yellow eyes, I thought they signified a demon, but it turns out he was just sick? The key is that this sickness is very scientific. Can this illness really give someone superpowers? Superpowers? What are you talking about? This is clearly Mr. Jiang constantly studying and learning psychology during his 30 years of stagnation. He was sick, but combining psychology seeing through lies makes it really cool, right? After your explanation, I suddenly feel Uncle Jiang is quite cute. Really super cute, I love him to death. Hey, aren't you guys missing the point? Shouldn't the focus be that the masked merchant from 30 years ago is also Mr. Jiang? While the audience was discussing, the group of experts stared at the screen, deep in thought. The technicians hurriedly brought up the live broadcast footage from 30 years ago. At that moment, the screen showed a young Jiang Zhou conversing with the masked merchant. Jiang Zhou, do I need to give anything? Mr. Q. Masked merchant tilts his head, revealing a pair of yellow eyes, coldly saying, your life. When? You will know when the time comes. Seeing the video and dialogue on the big screen, the experts of the new era were shocked into silence by the foreshadowing from 30 years ago. while the old expert's thoughts gradually became clear. The first female expert pondered and said, "The mask merchant's words 'you will know when the time comes' should mean that 54-year-old Jiangja returned to the past." The second male expert nodded, "Yes, it also represents Mr. John's series of actions to mend the past." The third female expert sadly said, "But the words 'your life' already imply that the outcome for our current 54-year-old Mr. Jiang is death." As her words fell, the scene gradually fell into silence. Because those from other countries who once challenged and failed died afterwards, those strange events destroyed a city of a small country, perhaps there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of deaths. But when put in a big country, to lose a city, that could mean millions, even tens of millions of deaths. Looking at the stage below, old Zhao raised his hand and instructed the young secretary beside him, "Go prepare. If the timing is off, disperse immediately. Disperse as many people as possible." Chapter 53, Returning to the Past. As old Jiangja and old Peter set off to find traces of the past. On the other side, in the beautiful country's live room, Adam continued to open doors ahead. He didn't have Peter Parker as a partner and didn't know the specific trajectory of the future. As he kept opening doors, he gradually sensed that something was wrong. The further he went, the larger the numbers became, and there was no danger, as if he was endlessly opening doors with no rewards. Finally, he stopped in a safe room and sat down on the floor, deep in thought. Do I really have to keep opening doors? While old Adam was pondering, the audience was frantically uncovering secrets. What the hell is he opening for? Jiangja is already preparing to fix time. That's right, Jiangja has been opening doors just to sit in jail for 30 years and then fix time. Now if you keep opening doors, it's endless and useless. Damn it, Adam is lost, he doesn't know how to get through. Inside the expert group from the beautiful country, watching the clueless old Adam, they felt anxious for him. The experts continuously spoke up to reveal the truth. The first white male expert said, "Now old Adam, you should go fix time." Another expert asked, "How should he fix it?" The white male expert replied, "Jiangja has revealed that all the masked people are himself. What Adam needs to do is find mask Q, open the timespace door, and slowly fix it according to the trajectory from 30 years ago to now." Another female expert raised her hand in agreement, "That's right, Jiangja isn't aimlessly moving forward. Everything he does is for the next time cycle of himself." The third middle-aged male expert said sadly, "But what can be done? Adam has no idea what to do next. Damn, how does Jiangja understand the hypercube so well, inferring his mission and ultimate goal from unnoticed details?" As the words fell, the experts thought carefully. 30 years ago, future old Adam never said similar words to old Jiangja, "This is your second to last time." If old Adam had said this 30 years ago, today's Adam wouldn't be confused. Suddenly, while all the experts were anxious, Adam made a bold decision. Blindly imitating will only leave me battered. Perhaps, I need to change. He looked at his awakened S-class talent, detail tracking, when he entered the hypercube. Then he gradually closed his eyes, quickly recalling his past memories in his mind. About 30 minutes later, he thought of a goal. Go back to the past. That's right, my 54-year-old self once told me similar words. Back then, I returned to 30 years ago in a black suit. As he thought of this, he quickly raised his hands and glanced at the black suit he had just put on. Perhaps, it's me now? I want to survive and safely exit the hypercube. I must go back to the past to fulfill the trajectory I once crossed in time. For safety's sake, before leaving, he took out a mirror to look at his current self. In the mirror, his eyes were yellow. This is being sick. Suddenly, Adam sprang up, his eyes shining with disbelief. Laplace demon. Its eyes are also yellow. He still remembered the car accident involving the Laplace demon at the crossroads, which led the passerby to remind him of the brain. And it was this word brain that allowed him to successfully present an unexpected thought experiment to the Laplace demon, brain in a vat. Gradually, old Adam's expression began to clear, and then he burst out laughing. Ah, so that's how it is. I understand everything now. The Laplace demon is not someone else, it is me. The yellow pupils of the masked merchant in the village of the dead are also me, not someone else. The two rules, you are everywhere and you have already died. These both refer to different timelines of me, my death in different timelines. If nothing unexpected happens. His thoughts became clear, and to prove a possibility, he quickly got up to find the masked man he had just killed. He first took off the mask, only to find it stuck to the flesh. Once the mask was taken off, it would destroy the body. To verify this thought, he hurriedly unbuttoned his coat, lifted his white shirt, and finally looked at the scar on his slightly plump belly. He had been injured in the abdomen while capturing criminals years ago, and thus, it was left with bullet marks. Then old Adam hurriedly took off the black clothes of the masked man. As the masked man's shirt was gradually lifted. I knew it. The bulging belly of the masked man also bore this scar. As I guessed, all the people under the masks in this hypercube are different versions of myself from different times and worlds. Some are younger versions of me, meaning that the younger me from another world died here. And there is also the 54-year-old me, who died here. In short, everything, when I meet my 24-year-old self from the past, must be the last step. At this moment, Adam understood everything in his heart. Sure enough, everything came together, and all problems were resolved today. As long as the marks left by this past self are met, if I want to avoid repeating the old path, I can only do it this way. Seeing old Adam's super reasoning, all the beautiful country audience was stunned. What the fuck? Old Adam's thinking is so terrifying? Good God, I always thought Jiangzhe was scary enough, but I didn't expect old Adam to be a super talent too. As expected of an FBI person, just by some reasoning, he completely reached the same level as Jiangzhe. Well done. The experts of the new era in the beautiful country were also amazed by the old FBI Adam from the past. The new era experts exclaimed. Is this the former FBI's ability to reason and solve cases? I'm afraid even Jiangzhe can't compare to him, right? Of course, if I went in, I definitely wouldn't survive a day. Like Benjamin from the corrupt country, he was not as good as Adam. He was constantly opening doors, and though there were no obstacles, he had lost all clues in his heart, not knowing how to survive or escape next, only able to grit his teeth and try to find the core of the hypercube. The audience kept reminding him to go back to the past to resolve the time loop, but Benjamin remained indifferent, perhaps destined to be a step slower than the other chosen ones. Like Abuski from the panda country, he was stuck in place, with 6 sides having no doors. He had no way to retreat at all, as though everything had become trapped. The audience from the panda country had already given up hope for Abuski's survival. Perhaps the final tenderness is that Abuski will die peacefully of old age inside the hypercube. In the end, when coming to think about it, what a pitiful old man. In the live stream of the summer country, old Jiangzhou and old Peter kept opening doors back. Finally, they found a familiar door, XYZQ equal to 100 million. Looking at the numbers on the ground, old Peter asked, why did it stop? The next is the time stagnation room, but I have experienced it before, so when we pass through this door, we will return to the hypercube from 30 years ago. After that, you must hide in the shadows and not be detected by anyone, Jiangzhe instructed, then stepped forward to place the body. Got it. The time-space gate was opened. A wave of water ripples, and the two passed through. Perhaps from the outside, it seemed like they were stuck in the former stagnation room, with the images appearing frozen. But in Jiangzhe and old Peter's perspective, the lights were clear, and they saw in front of the door a small black human-shaped ice sculpture, which was maintaining a standing position. What is that? Old Peter curiously stepped forward to ask. Don't touch him, he is me from 30 years ago who entered the stagnation room, no light can penetrate there, so it's a pitch-black statue. Don't touch it, or you will be stuck. Upon hearing this, old Peter quickly withdrew his hand. Why weren't we stuck? Because I have experienced it, the stagnation has failed. Why was he stuck? Old Peter pointed at the dark human-shaped statue. He is my past self from a different time and space, this point cannot be explained clearly in just a few words, let's go to the next room. Old Peter frowned and nodded, looks like you wasted these 30 years in this room. A great youth wasted away. Yes. Seeing Jiangzhe's indifferent response, old Peter felt a bit of sympathy for him. This old guy was really harsh on himself, trapping himself for 30 years just to fulfill Jiangzhe's final moment of survival. He began to sincerely admire old Jiangzhe. When the two of them passed through the still room, they successfully returned to a moment 30 years ago. This was the intersection familiar to the national audience. Looking around, it was a bustling and vibrant city. The two stood in the center of the intersection, with nearby people viewing them as ghosts. Vehicles and pedestrians constantly flowed through their bodies. Old Peter looked at the cars passing through him and asked in surprise, what is this? We are at this intersection in the future, while these cars are at the intersection in the past. This intersection is the crossroads of the past, present, and future. According to ordinary physics, it definitely doesn't fit, naturally, we cannot penetrate. Alright, someone is coming. You need to hide. As Jiangzhou explained, suddenly a water wave gate appeared across the street, where previously there had been nothing. The water wave gate kept undulating, but the pedestrians around ignored it. Taking this opportunity, Jiangzhou waved his hand and created an antiparticle magnetic field in front of him, making him invisible to the upcoming person. Quickly, Jiangzhou changed into the original. The attire of the Laplace demon. Seeing this scene, all the audience suddenly understood. The old audience had puzzled over why the Laplace demon would mysteriously help the chosen ones 30 years ago, but now they finally realized. This Laplace demon had always been the chosen one from the future. Good guy, good guy, good guy. Is it this moment? Yes, no wonder in this challenge, Adam and Benjamin both survived. It turns out they were all pretending to be the chosen ones from the future. This makes sense. It's all me, so I definitely want my past self to survive. Helping him is like helping myself. Chapter 54, The Past Village of Afterlife. In the live broadcast room of Xia Country. In old Jiangja's view, after the water wave gate across the street finished, a young man in a black military uniform walked out. It was the 24-year-old Jiangja, and besides him, Peter also followed the young Jiangja's side. The other party first glanced around, feeling curious about the people around, then noticed that they could not see him. Young Jiangja couldn't help but smile. It seems that something already knew I was coming and set up a scientific barrier here. Both I and it are like ghosts. Hearing this, the viewers in old Jiangja's hidden live broadcast room suddenly erupted in noise. Wow, wow, wow. This is what Jiangja said 30 years ago. My god, it turns out that seeing the past Jiangja from our future perspective reveals how terrifying time and space can be? With one more Peter, we didn't see him here 30 years ago, could the past have been changed? In the expert group meeting room. Leader Old Zhao and the old experts had particularly deep memories of this. It turned out that the mystery of time and space was so wonderful. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Inside the magnetic field, old Jiangja took out a portable projector from his backpack and projected himself as the Laplace demon, black suit, red-faced demon, with two thick horns on his head. Old Jiangja leaned on a cane, staring at young Jiangja, his smile even more unsettling. A mysterious creature from a higher dimension, you can call it the Laplace demon. Note, this demon is omniscient but not omnipotent. Under the premise of its omniscience, it knows you are coming, so it prepared a series of props to defend against any of your attacks. It can see through your every move for the next few years. Upon seeing this prompt, young Jiangja had a thought in his heart. Old Jiangja heard it, and it was depicted in the live broadcast as a line of summer text appearing before him. Young Jiangja, are you the brain in a jar? How do you know you are not in the jar of frustration? This segment of words entered old Jiangja's mind, and the audience saw it too. Old Jiangja first glanced at Peter and found the past had changed, then looked at young Jiangja and smiled. I am already familiar with your thoughts. Very well, your idea gives me a sense of surprise and confusion. Your thought should belong to philosophical questions. Looking across the universe, even across all parallel universes and all higher dimensional universes, no one knows the rules. As for the question in your mind, I must say, I also don't know, and I have no idea how to distinguish it. Congratulations to this chosen one from Earth, you succeeded. With those words, old Jiangja turned around, removed the disappearing door of projection, and a white door came into view. When young Jiangja passed old Jiangja, a strange smile appeared on his face, as if he were confidently saying, I know who you are. Old Jiangja just smiled without speaking, of course you know. Watching this scene, the audience in the live broadcast only felt it was unbelievable. Wonderful, wonderful, so wonderful. From old Jiangja's perspective, we clearly heard the question posed by young Jiangja. Indeed, when we looked at it from young Jiangja's perspective 30 years ago, young Jiangja said nothing and went straight through. At that time, I was still puzzled about how he passed. I didn't expect the truth of the first perspective 30 years late to be like this, I didn't expect time and space to be so interesting. It turned out old Peter had been hiding in the dark all along. After seeing young Jiangja close the door, old Peter came out and asked, so now that I follow you, can I see the trajectory of your past key actions? Yes. Old Jiang, can you see through anyone's disguise? Hearing this, Jiangja shook his head and did not speak. He felt it couldn't be said that he saw through, it was just the experience of a past life. Why is the young me also beside him? I clearly parted with you in that village. Has the past been changed? Looking at young Peter walking into the door, Jiangja pondered and said, yes. Then he took old Peter to search for the next historical cycle. In the beautiful country live broadcast room, old Adam saw the familiar intersection and smiled excitedly. I was right, my trajectory of action is correct. Then old Adam recalled the image of the Laplace demon he once met and took out the props from his backpack to change his appearance. The legendary demon must have horns and a red face. With a transformation, he dressed as the Laplace demon. Just then, young Adam crossed the door and walked in. Upon seeing old Adam, young Adam panicked, is this a joke? A mere earthling surprises an omniscient being? Are you joking in the rule world? In the view of old Adam, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately burst into laughter. Haha, watching young Adam get embarrassed is so entertaining. What a strange feeling, clearly watched it once, but watching it again still feels interesting. I guess this is the beauty of time and space. Then young Adam, thinking too highly of himself, brought up the afterlife. Unfortunately, old Adam retorted with quick wit instantly. As for what the void realm is, earthlings currently cannot understand. Mr. Adam, you did not surprise me. As soon as old Adam finished speaking, young Adam's eyes went blank, feeling that he would be stuck here for the rest of his life. But as time passed, finally after 8 hours, old Adam grew impatient and casually made a small move, changing the electromagnetic field in someone's hand nearby. A phone call was made. Old Adam said, "Your father has a concussion, come to the downtown hospital quickly." The man on the street was surprised and said, "What? You said my father's brain is shaken, who did this?" Then old Adam casually fiddled with the magnetic field in the hands of the summer country person and hung up the phone actively. At that moment, old Adam suddenly realized, so this is the time? He just casually changed the nearby magnetic field, preparing to control a person, but didn't expect to make a call, unexpectedly facilitating the correct trajectory of the past. At that moment, young Adam, upon hearing the keyword brain, suddenly realized, brain in a vat, how do you know you are not in a vat of brains? Old Adam smiled helplessly in appreciation. Congratulations, you surprised me, I cannot be certain. Seeing this scene, the audience felt it was indescribable. So this phone call was old Adam's trick. Yes, old Adam just followed the history that once was, he heard concussion in the summer country's phone and then summed up brain in a vat. This phone call was actually made by old Adam too. It seems old Adam is now also heading towards the solution of death. After all, back in the day he actually committed suicide with a gun. In addition, the audience from the corrupted country, upon witnessing Jiang Jia and Adam's time travel, gradually realized. Once, Benjamin also encountered a roadside accident in Laplace's demon room. As a result, a passerby said, "This guy's brain is all shattered." It was this keyword that reminded Benjamin of that time. At this moment, Benjamin in the corrupted country's live broadcast room was also gradually figuring things out. He followed Jiang Jia's footsteps belatedly and began to go back to the past to explore again. As time passed, old Jiang Jia and old Peter had unknowingly walked through many doors. Finally, after opening dozens of doors at full speed without obstruction, they arrived at a certain place. However, during this period, they traveled through time again, returning to an even earlier time. Looking at the war-torn village before them, a bright moon hung in the dark night sky. An unconscious masked merchant in a black cloak stood at the entrance of the village. Yet the black cloak and black-hooded masked merchant did not have a space backpack behind him. Back again. Old Peter looked at the village not far away, then turned to look at the patch of dark dense forest. He remembered that was the place he once escaped from. "I still remember that when I was about to open the door, 6 lightning bolts in the sky killed all the masked men. I had to stop for a moment." Suddenly, old Peter's body shivered. As if recalling something, he said in surprise, "Old Jiang, you are not just the masked merchant we once met, you are also the masked Q from the front door." As soon as these words came out, old Jiang Jia thought carefully and realized that his conversation with young Peter had not yet happened, so he had not experienced this yet, but his past self had indeed spoken with masked Q and learned that there was a monster silence behind the door that devoured memories. "I do not have the memory you mentioned because I have not experienced it yet. It is estimated I will perform as the masked merchant before becoming masked Q. At that time, did I say anything to you?" Old Peter frowned. "Yes, you said." Before old Peter could finish speaking, old Jiang Jia quickly raised his hand to stop. "Don't tell me, I will know. If what I say to young you later is different from what you once heard, it is enough to prove that even as we pave the cycle, we have a chance to survive." At this point, Jiang Jia raised a finger. "If what I say later matches the answer you once heard, hold up one finger for me. If what I say is different from what you once heard, hold up 2 fingers. You raised 1 finger, as a backdrop, we will definitely die in the future. You raised 2 fingers, as a backdrop, we have a chance to live." Seeing Lao Zhang's serious expression, Lao Peter nodded seriously. "I understand." Finally, Jiang Jia turned around, faced the masked merchant, raised his hand in a flash, struck with thunder, killing him, then changed into the masked merchant's clothes, quietly waiting. Chapter 55, Intersecting Parallel Worlds. In the scene, Lao Peter had already hidden in the nearby woods. He did not tell Lao Jiang Jia about meeting his elderly self 30 years ago, because he was also unsure what uncertain factors might arise. He just quietly stood on a tree branch, watching the village entrance not far away. Suddenly, a ripple in the water trembled, and soon Jiang Jia and Peter walked out from the waves. Looking at the black hooded figure in a black trench coat at the village entrance, young Peter curiously asked, "What place is this?" Young Jiang Jia thought for a moment and answered, "It is a specific scene filtered out from the past, present, or future of other parallel worlds by the hypercube. Just like a specific scene in a game, this person in front of us should be a merchant, right?" Young Peter asked again. Young Jiang Jia nodded, "Yes." After the 2 young men talked for a moment, they stepped forward to negotiate with the disguised Lao Jiang Jia. Young Peter said, "Beef sandwich, cucumber-flavored chips, fortune cookies, and a cup of orange juice, can I get 3 of them first?" After placing the order, Lao Jiang Jia took out a black notebook from his pocket to record it, then spoke, "Dear guest, I will fulfill your request, but after you receive the goods, you must hunt 1 human soul from the village behind me for the transaction. Only after you have killed all the souls can you leave in front of me." "Human souls?" Young Peter frowned and looked at Jiang Jia. "Yes, there are many dead people in the village, and you can buy more and kill more souls." "Then I understand." Young Peter looked at Lao Jiang Jia. "I accept the trade." Receiving the food, young Peter feasted happily. Then it was young Jiang Jia's turn. The Lao Jiang Jia behind the mask asked, What would you like, dear guest? Young Jiangja curved his lips oddly. Anything can come? Then. Young Jiangja did not think and said, I want your life. May I ask what price do I need to pay? Hearing this, Lao Jiangja's live stream burst into laughter. Because the audience had witnessed it 30 years ago. Ha, young Jiangja really doesn't care about his life, daring to offend Lao Jiang without the ability. Looking back now, young Jiangja was really confident and very reckless. But who made it so that he was facing his elderly self? The elderly self would not kill the young self. At this moment, young Peter hurriedly gestured for young Jiangja to apologize. Jiangja, quickly apologize, we are not his match, he is a powerful character. Young Jiangja confidently said, don't worry. Seeing this, Lao Jiang was amused by his younger self's behavior and tilted his head appreciatively at young Jiangja. 30 years later, come back to Rebirth Village, and then you will know what to do. As for my life, neither you nor this young man can take it. But my backpack, feel free to take it, it contains everything you want. Sure enough. After Lao Jiang finished speaking, young Peter immediately became anxious. Taking the opportunity, Lao Jiang placed the backpack he had behind him on the ground, looking at young Jiangja. So may I ask, do you accept? Young Peter anxiously looked at young Jiangja and said, 30 years, no, we can't live 30 years in the hypercube. Jiangja, please don't do this, my Aunt May is still waiting for me to go home for dinner, she is my only relative. Without any surprise. After arguing for a moment, young Peter laid down a harsh remark, I thought you were a good person, but... Until now, I have seen clearly, it seems that the military of the whole world is the same. Sorry, Jiangja, let's part ways here. Young Peter had an unhappy expression, raised his hand to shoot out spider silk, and his figure was immediately pulled away by the silk. Young Jiangja turned around, looked at Peter's figure swinging in the trees with spider silk, and said, Peter, without me, you will never get out. But not far away came his angry roar, even if I can't get out, I still don't want to be controlled by you. Looking at the departing young Peter in the distance, old Jiangja looked at young Jiangja. Aren't you going to chase after your partner? Young Jiangja thought for a moment, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Because young Jiangja had just met his future old self, who told him, this is the last time, understand? If this is the last time, then he cannot break with Peter. Young Jiangja watched as the merchant's pupils gradually turned into human brown eyes, and he immediately changed his mind, I understand now. In an instant, young Jiangja rushed toward the woods. Peter, come back, we don't have to live here for 30 years anymore. Seeing this scene, all the audience were stunned. I seem to sense something incredible. You're not the only one, this situation is different from our live broadcast 30 years ago. What's different? 30 years ago, from the perspective of young Jiangja, we saw the scene of young Jiangja breaking with young Peter, and there was no scene of young Jiangja chasing young Peter. As soon as these words came out, all the audience felt a sense of chilling realization. It seemed, the future had already been changed in the past. If the past is changed, then there is no old Jiangja now. But why is the current old Jiang still safe and sound? No one knew. While the audience was heatedly discussing, old Jiangja, after watching young Jiangja enter the dense forest, turned around and walked to the front door, killed the mechanical Mask Q again, and disguised himself as Mask Q once more. In the expert conference room. Watching the scene that just happened. The experts discussed eagerly, with the leading old Zhao looking at the audience, hurriedly explaining, I believe everyone has noticed, the past has been changed. A young male expert from the new era raised his hand and asked, I also noticed that this scene is different from the video we used to watch. If old Jiang does this, won't it cause chaos in the past? Another elderly expert in a suit responded, no, it is uncertain, it may not. Because Jiangja still needs to go back to the past to meet young Jiangja again. Another elderly female expert echoed, yes, just now young Jiangja said this is the last time, while in the last timeline, the old Jiang from our perspective said this is the second to last time, there is a difference. As the explanation emerged, another young man with glasses noticed a problem, but just now, old Peter said he encountered old Jiang disguised as Mask Q in the past during his time, which is the Mask Q that old Jiang just disguised as. If that's the case, is the future heading in two directions? One is the future we have finished watching, which is the future of old Jiang from 30 years ago to now. The other is the future we have not seen, where young Jiangja did not break with young Peter. Does this mean that what the current old Jiang and old Peter have been paving the way for is actually for these two young versions of themselves? As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Simply put, old Jiangja changed his previous past experience, leading to the emergence of two different futures. Suddenly, the leading old Zhao frowned and explained, no, that's not it, the two of them were definitely not paving the way for these two young versions of Jiangja and Peter. An expert asked, then who would it be? Old Zhao said, perhaps old Jiang will give us the answer. All the experts couldn't understand what exactly had changed just now. No one knew. Inside the scene. Old Peter arrived at the front door, disguised as Mask Q. And old Peter encountered his younger self in the dense forest. Young Peter jumped to the tree, surprised, and asked, "You are, future me?" He looked at the older version of himself, dressed differently, but clearly sensed the spider aura from him. Old Peter thought for a moment and took off the mask without hiding anything. As expected, young Peter was shocked when he saw it. "You really are future me, you haven't been out for 30 years? Old Peter shook his head and explained, "No, it's only me who hasn't been out, not you now. Your future has been changed, turn back and accept young Jiang's apology." Young Peter turned his head. "I will not accept his apology." "You must accept his apology, otherwise are you really going to wait until Aunt May dies before you realize? Don't be stubborn, the consequence of stubbornness is your lonely survival for 30 years. But before he could finish speaking, young Jiangja jumped onto the tree and apologized. "I'm sorry for what happened just now, my head was confused, I had two memories in my mind. One is our reconciled memory, that we survived and went out. The other is the memory of our breakup. I apologize for my behavior just now, please consider the bigger picture." Hearing this, old Peter looked at young Jiangja, and a light appeared in his eyes. Since young Jiangja said so, then perhaps this pair of partners before him would really survive? After several seconds, young Peter struggled with his thoughts for a moment, turned around, "But from now on you cannot face anyone with a lofty attitude. Though I am a character you summoned, I am not a robot, but a living person." Young Jiangja nodded and said sincerely, "I'm very sorry, it's my fault." Hearing this, young Peter reached out his right hand to shake with him, having reconciled. "You leave first, I want to say a couple of words with future you." Young Jiangja looked at Peter. Young Peter was very sensible, jumped down from the tree, and returned to the door of the village of the dead. Young Jiangja turned back, and after seeing young Peter walk far away, he looked at old Peter and asked seriously, "That merchant just now is future me, right? You both came from the future together." Old Peter was surprised for a second, fearing to affect the future, and neither confirmed nor denied. "What do you want to say?" Young Jiangja reasoned and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, the history of Peter and my breakup has actually happened to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed here for several decades, right? I can sense that you seem to have lived very painfully in the past." Hearing this, old Peter trembled inside, but his expression still remained serious. "What exactly do you want to say?" Unexpectedly, young Jiangja answered, "If nothing unexpected happens, you haven't returned to the original room to meet me yet. Do you know, just now Peter and I saw future me, and before future me pulled out the gun to commit suicide, he left me this sentence, 'This is your last chance, understand?' I don't know what will happen in the future, but from this moment on, this old Peter and future old Jiang have become characters in parallel worlds. When you meet old Jiang, tell him, don't commit suicide. You and our young version have already ceased to belong to the same world since just now, and are no longer on the same timeline. Even if old Jiang later goes back to an earlier past to tell me the news and then commits suicide, he won't change anything, he will only lose his life." Young Jiangja earnestly urged one last time, then left old Peter in shock. When old Peter came to his senses, young Jiangja had already disappeared. "So, doesn't this create more parallel worlds?" Old Peter asked, tangled in thought. The young Jiangja, who had just landed on the ground, explained without turning around, "Do so many parallel worlds have anything to do with you, me, or him? In the end, there will always be a pair of Jiangja and Peter that go out together. Perhaps the parallel world that old Jiang disguised as the masked merchant just now is the correct way to pass through, who can say for sure? Old Jiang, how come you always seem so smart at any time? So, who am I really? Who is me? No wonder the rules say, you are everywhere, and you are already dead, this is what it means." Looking at the young Jiangja who was leaving, old Peter standing on the tree branch couldn't help but mutter, then his gaze drifted to the old Jiang playing mask Q not far away. At the village's front gate. In his view, old Jiang was the first to see young Peter approaching. "Mask Q, how can I meet Mask Q here?" Jiangja said this Q is a time and space coordinate character. Young Peter curiously circled around the disguised old Jiang as Mask Q, looked once, and mumbled, "Why does this Mask Q's aura resemble that of the masked merchant just now?" Chapter 56, Return to the Starting Point, Change the Future. Watching the young Peter circle around himself, old Jiang spoke, "Ask me questions, and I can give you answers." Young Peter stopped, stood in front of old Jiang, looking at him with suspicion. He was a bit unsure about who the other person was but sensed that his aura resembled the masked merchant very much. The key rule mentioned that one cannot answer any questions from Mask Q. Seeing that young Peter was stubbornly thinking, old Jiang tempted him, "The rules are not trustworthy, ask me questions, I can tell you any answers." "No, I don't believe you," young Peter said firmly. Old Jiang was not surprised at all and directly said, "You must have met your future self in the woods just now, right? How do you know?" Young Peter looked at old Jiang in astonishment. "Don't ask me how I know, now, ask me questions, I will tell you the answer, this is all part of the plan." Young Peter thought for a moment, feeling that Mask Q was an important figure and quite powerful. If he didn't do something to help Jiangja, he feared that he might truly become a heartless passage machine. In the end, young Peter unwittingly posed the question, "How do we get out?" Old Jiang did not hide anything and directly revealed the truth. Walk toward the smallest number. When you reach the room where XYZ equals 2, bring the corpse of that room's mass Q and enter the room where XYZQ equals 0. When all numbers equal 0, there will be no door there. But if you bring the corpse of mass Q into the last door in advance, at that moment you will see the big door leading to the exit, which is the core of the hypercube, and you will know the answer. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. So that's how it is. How? Do you remember the room where Benjamin was before? The place he was in is where XYZ equals 2, only with one more mass Q. Benjamin is now waiting there motionless. Right, Abuski from the Panda country did not bring mass Q into the last room, so Abuski is permanently trapped in the last doorless room and cannot get out for a lifetime. No wonder Abuski has 6 sides without doors, because he didn't bring the corpse of mass Q in advance. It caused him to struggle like a trapped beast? That's right. The audience continuously realized this. Even the experts also recognized the key to passing through. The leading old Zhao silently nodded. It must be like this, otherwise, when XYZ equals 0, there are not even any doors for the chosen ones to open. It's equivalent to XYZ equals 0, with no changes at all. Because it lacks a crucial coordinate, the spatial coordinate Q. In the frame. Young Peter looked at old Jiang with suspicion. But after thinking for a moment, the masked Q in front of him seemed to be saying the truth. He only doubted for a moment, then turned around and hurried toward the young Jiangzhe. What's wrong? The young Jiangzhe asked. The young Peter thought for a while, believing that the young Jiangzhe might have known long ago, and he didn't need to state the answer himself. Nothing at all. At that moment, both of them arrived at the front door. Old Jiang looked mechanically at the young Jiangzhe. Ask me a question. Before he finished speaking, the young Jiangzhe immediately said, what is inside the door? Silence, or perhaps an angel statue. Because the past has been changed, what is now behind the door may not necessarily be silence, it could also be an angel. Thank you. The young Jiangzhe nodded and thanked him, then reminded the young Peter a few things, and then they opened the door. Just before entering, the young Jiangzhe turned back to remind old Jiang, live well. Leaving behind this vague statement, the young Jiangzhe walked in with Peter. Watching the big door close, old Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without any surprises, no matter the time, the young Jiangzhe always knew that Mask Q was played by his future self. Because only the living can know what an angel or silence is. Seeing this, after the two left, old Peter swung down from a nearby tree branch on a web. Old Jiang removed his disguise and looked seriously at old Peter. Old Peter stared seriously at old Jiang. What was your answer to him? For some reason, looking at the hopeful expression on old Peter's face, old Jiang hesitated for a moment, then decided to lie. The young you asked me, can they go out safely? I answered, yes. This statement meant, we both can survive. As the words dropped, old Peter squinted his eyes, doubting old Jiang's words. Because 30 years ago, he did not hear this answer from old Jiang. The old Jiang of the past told the young him, go in the direction of XYZ equal to 2, before you leave, bring Mask Q into the last room, only then can you reach the core of the hypercube. It seems that the old Jiang's meaning now is inconsistent with that of his former self. After weighing the pros and cons, old Peter also decided to lie. In the end, he held up 2 fingers indicating we both can survive. At this point, whether what they both said/heard was consistent, it no longer mattered. Right now, they were both just deceiving each other, hoping the other could survive. Thus, both decided to lie, but it was simply a kind-hearted lie. Old Peter asked seriously, what's next for us? Cross over, back to the starting point of everything, back to the moment before the hypercube rules descend, tell the last time to the young me, maybe do something right. However, you can't go, you must follow them as they were before, only then can you survive to see Aunt May. As the words fell, old Jiang walked into a left door that had never been opened before without looking back. Watching old Jiang suddenly leave, old Peter smirked disdainfully. What a joke, you're going to die alone to follow history. I won't let you succeed. Old Peter immediately took out a cloak that could block everything from his backpack, finally putting it on himself, and followed him. Watching this scene, the audience noticed subtle changes. I always feel like something is not right. Yes, I have that feeling too. I wonder if it's just an illusion. What illusion? I always feel like both of them are lying, but the motive for lying is good? Come on, can you read minds? You can see that? Come on, with billions of people watching, there are bound to be a few who guessed old Jiang's thoughts right? I just have one question, did the young Jiangzhe take old Jiang's backpack? No, in the end, old Jiang didn't give the backpack, which means the young Jiangzhe doesn't need to live here for 30 years. On the other side, in the beautiful country's live broadcast room, old Adam followed in old Jiang's footsteps. He didn't stop for a moment and arrived at Rebirth Village. After killing the masked merchant, he pretended to be the masked merchant himself. At that moment, young Adam walked in. But since young Jiangzhe didn't have old Jiang's space backpack, there was no notification in the entire live broadcast room about young Jiangja being cursed for 30 years. Young Adam stepped forward and hesitantly asked, "Do you sell food here? What do I need to pay?" Old Adam noticed this detail. Because the young version of himself simply asked for a few pieces of food and didn't mention asking for the backpack. Old Adam was not foolish, which indicated the past had been changed. Who changed it? Everything started when 24-year-old Jiangja obtained the space backpack, leading to the broadcasting in the entire live room and the curse notification lasting for 30 years. Only at this moment did old Adam finally realize, damn, I have always been trapped in this negative emotion, thinking Jiangja was always right, but in reality, I couldn't rely on him. I shouldn't have learned from him 30 years ago, which led to me being stuck in the stasis room for 30 years. Everything is so simple, I, as the chosen one, complicated it. Although angry, Adam only internally complained a bit. In the end, he didn't let young Adam do anything, directly giving him a new ordinary backpack, which contained a month's worth of portable compressed food. Young Adam looked at the masked merchant and expressed his doubts. Is the hypercube bugged? I don't need to do any tasks? Old Adam turned around and left without looking back. Watching old Adam leave, young Adam stood still for a long time. Ultimately, he couldn't figure out why the masked merchant was so kind. Seeing this scene, the bullet comments exploded. So Adam was always deceived by Jiangja. If it weren't for Jiangja's broadcast notification, there wouldn't be so many problems. There's nothing to be done. Who told you all to think Jiangja was the only way to clear the game? Could it be possible old Jiang was deliberately guiding other countries' chosen ones to their demise, because old Jiang had the chance to go directly to the hypercube core, yet he acted otherwise, aiming to reduce the number of chosen ones? After all, this is a matter of national fortune. Aside from survival, all chosen ones are enemies. Sheesh, if that's true, that's terrifying. As soon as this was said, the live broadcast room fell silent. Upon thoughtful consideration, they realized old Jiang might be the most cunning and deep person. Many viewers from the beautiful country couldn't help but feel fear towards old Jiang. Even the experts from the beautiful country couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation from old Jiang's cunning. Chapter 57, Divided World, The Return of the Main World Duo. On a certain day in October 2023. This was the moment before the hypercube rules descended. Everything around was crimson. In old Jiang's view, in a crowded room, two versions of young Jiangja appeared, both having just been teleported and still asleep. There was a dividing line between the two versions of young Jiangja, visible only to him, like a World Cup split into two parts. Old Jiang turned his head, and beside him was empty. He couldn't see his dividing line. If nothing goes wrong, since I entered this starting point, I have also been split into two of myself. And I can't see the other version of me from the parallel world. Let it be. He had never experienced this scene in his past life, so he couldn't provide a definite answer. Then the two worlds old Jiang opened doors, one before the other. World 1. Old Jiang chose to enter one of the doors, the wrong front door or back door, and there, he waited for young himself to arrive. Ready to inform the young Jiangju of the last time. P.S. This is the current perspective of the old Jiang. World 2. Old Jiang chose to enter the correct front door. It is completely empty here. P.S. This is the original main world of the old Jiang, where the young Jiangja did not meet the old Jiang in the white suit from the future, but saw a sentence left in the room. And this scene is occurring simultaneously in the eyes of the audience. Here, it is split into two halves of the screen. The actions of the old Jiang are different. How amazing! I want to know what happens when the two old Jiangs believe they've opened the front door. This scene must be recorded. Within the expert group. Old Zhao watched the scene, and in his mind appeared a physicist who had passed away. He once said in a meeting that once parallel worlds are created, the two worlds will no longer have any intersection. World 2. This room is pure white and filled with a sense of technology. Old Jiang waited here for a moment but did not see his young self. He made a decision that went against his heart. Because just as he entered the starting point room, he saw two young versions of himself in two worlds. As expected, two middle-aged versions of himself also appeared earlier. Then he took off the black cloak he was wearing and changed back into a white suit. But for some unknown reason, he was mysteriously urged not to stay in place. Instead, he took out a pool of fresh blood from his backpack and, standing in the center, wrote a summer sentence on the ground. I can't get out, I can only rely on you, but... If someone in this world is destined to get out, it definitely won't be me now, but you all. Looking at this scene, old Jiang thought for a moment, sensing something was wrong, and decided to erase the second sentence. Old Jiang stood up and took out the same number as that of the masked person's corpse in this room, arranging them in order, and opened the front door. In the third room. This is the anti-gravity room. As soon as he entered, he floated in the air. Old Jiang floated forward in the air and wrote his second inner sentence. Choose the second direction in your heart, and do not move forward anymore, but... After leaving this message, old Jiang struggled for a moment, preparing for death. My mission ends here. Finally, he floated in the weightless air and took out a brand new black pistol from his backpack, pressing it against his right temple. Gradually, he closed his eyes, ready to end his life. At this moment, the audience was all pleading for him. Damn it, why are you committing suicide? Don't die, old Jiang. You've made it through 30 years, how can you die right here at the crucial moment? No. All the experts could not help but swallow hard and stood up. Even though old Jiang could not hear, they still prayed in their hearts, let a miracle happen. Suddenly, just as old Jiang was about to pull the trigger, a strong arm instantly grabbed the gun from his hand and snatched it away. Didn't I tell you not to follow? Old Jiang turned in surprise and found an angry old Peter sternly reprimanding him, to follow time, you don't care about your life, and you won't come to see you commit suicide? No matter the outcome, we still have a chance. At worst, if we don't go out, just find a big city in a parallel world, look for a way to survive in a corner of that world, isn't it easy for you to let the people in that world see our existence? Why must you think it through to suicide now? Wouldn't the efforts before committing suicide be wasted? Do you owe it to the old Jiang who just stepped into another door? He also told the message of last time to his past self. Looking at the trembling-eyed old Jiang, old Peter mercilessly scolded him a few words. Do not argue with me. I know a retirement place in Florida. Find a woman you like, when the time comes, our two families will be neighbors, and the children will be playmates. I have also come to understand, since I have come to the hypercube, it proves that this is my destiny, something I cannot avoid. Since it cannot be avoided, I can only go with the flow. You have the courage to die, so why don't you have the courage to live? Listening to the endless life advice from old Peter. All of this is the experience gained from old Peter's 30 years of solitary survival. Old Jiang had prepared to end his life 30 years ago. Because he had once seen his future self say, this is your second to last countdown. Since his current self is not the last time, the previous life is worthless to the version of himself that can walk out of the hypercube. His existence is solely to allow the next younger version of himself to live and get out. Fortunately, just now, old Peter had guided him to a new path forward, hope. After a long time, old Jiang finally displayed a relieved smile. Thank you. In the end, he left here with old Peter. Seeing this scene, the audience continuously sent barrage comments. You scared me. Thankfully, he didn't die. Old Peter is amazing. So this is what happened after Jiang Jia chose to enter the room where the numbers were getting smaller? This must be happening in another parallel world, right? Yes, we hadn't seen everything in this world before. While the audience was discussing. In the scene, the young version of Jiang Jia walked in with Peter. Old Jiang and old Peter had already left this room, so the old version and the young version of himself did not meet. The young Jiang Jia looked at the distant characters of Summer Country, tilted his head and read aloud, choose the second direction in your heart, do not walk forward anymore. The young Peter beside him, after reading, decided to remind him, remember, Jiang Jia, Rule 9 says here, when you meet your future self, remember, you are already dead, anything they say cannot be trusted. Even though we haven't met our future selves, the other party left you words, meaning you have seen the future. I know. The young Jiang Jia thought for a moment, our group cannot clear the level. What? Rule 11 says when you are about to finish clearing the level, you must go back to the past and kill the version of yourself that just entered the hypercube in order to return to reality. If you meet your future self when you first arrive at the hypercube, you must open your arms to welcome death. The young Jiang Jia analyzed, this rule, I can confirm is correct, but when we just crossed the first room to reach the second room, we did not meet our future selves, which indicates that we have not found the correct way to clear the level. Wait, I'm a bit confused, isn't the core our target? As long as we find the core, we can find the exit? The young Peter couldn't understand. At this moment, the young Jiang Jia suddenly realized something, oh no, from here on, we are no longer people of the main world. What do you mean? It seems we just went behind the man in the mask and then directly stepped forward to arrange the bodies, opening what we thought was the front door, right? Hearing this, the young Peter frowned, it seems, yes, and then? Looking at the shocked expression of the young Peter, the young Jiang Jia said, but don't be afraid, even though our group cannot clear the level, we will get out, believe me. I have one last question, the young Peter frowned and asked. You say. The numbers are getting smaller, does that mean we can only reach the core of the hypercube by continuously opening the front door? Hearing this, the young Jiang Jia, full of confusion, retorted, who told you that the numbers getting smaller can only be reached by going forward? If you open the door backward, the numbers will get larger, but when it reaches a certain limit, the numbers there are also the smallest, and you can also meet the core of the hypercube. If you open the door to the left, the numbers will also get larger, but eventually, there will be a limit there, and the numbers are the smallest, you can also meet the core of the hypercube. Listening to Jiang Jia's explanation, young Peter suddenly realized, are you saying we can safely get out? Young Jiangja smiled slightly, of course, because the road ahead has already been paved by our future selves. In less than 6 hours, we will end this strange tale of time. As the scene came to an end, the audience felt a chill run down their spines. Because the audience suddenly discovered they seem to have never been people of the main world. Chapter 58, Perspective Shift. The audience's perspective had been watching Jiangju or old Jiangja. It turned out that they were actually people from the first parallel world derived from the main world. I'm totally shocked. So we are actually the people of the parallel world? I watched for 30 years, and it turns out that the young versions of Jiangja and Peter we just saw were the people of the main world? Could it be that what the Jiangja and Peter of our world did was always paving the way for this main world? If that's the case, oh no, our entire world is just their backdrop? Many audience members suddenly understood, feeling a chill as they contemplated it deeply. If they were not the people of the main world, wouldn't that mean that all versions of Jiangja and Peter in parallel worlds other than the main world would die? In addition, experts also sensed the terror of the hypercube. The leading expert, old Zhao, couldn't help but swallow hard and said, if there must be a version of Jiangja and Peter that survives, it has to be the scene we just witnessed, and not the old Jiang and old Peter we've been watching from our perspective. Quick, notify everyone, the nation must be on standby. The strange event will arrive within less than a day. As soon as he spoke, the experts on site opened their internal communications and reported the situation to the outside officials, preparing to evacuate the crowds in a certain city about to be affected in the country. Within the American expert group, they also had experts monitoring the live stream in Summer Country. Through the scene just now, they also learned a fact. Earlier, old Adam's ending, when he pulled out a gun to commit suicide in the time stasis room, was the main world of America. If there must be a version of Adam that survives, it would definitely be the already deceased old Adam. And not the old Adam from the parallel world they were currently viewing. Quick, this strange tale has no survivors, let Black Palace prepare to order the crowd disperse at any time, the white leader ordered. The experts below quickly got busy, calling mayors of cities nationwide to evacuate people at any moment. Suddenly, a young white expert raised his hand to speak, so we can confirm that old Jiang from Summer Country, the old Jiang from the first parallel world, has been guiding our chosen ones toward a fatal outcome? With these words, all eyes turned to him. Yes, this is his scheme. Old Jiang's actions have always been for the main world, specifically to serve the young versions of Jiangja and Peter we just saw. Damn it, actually using the parallel world version of himself to oppose our chosen ones in the main world, this is utterly despicable. There's no way around it, I hope in the end, no one survives. While experts around the globe discussed strategies, the screen in Summer Country's live stream split into two. The screen switched from the two worlds to World 1. And World 1 was exactly the version of old Jiang that had been stagnant for 30 years after entering the time stasis room through the audience's perspective. Old Jiang did not leave any words here but stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the door ahead, waiting a moment longer. Finally, hard work pays off. There was movement at the door, they saw ripples of water. Young versions of Jiangja and Peter walked out from inside. Looking at old Jiang in a white suit in front of him, young Jiangja gratefully turned to Peter and said, if it wasn't for your reminder just now, Peter, we almost chose the wrong direction. Seeing our future middle-aged selves is the right choice of direction. Peter asked inexplicably, what? I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand. Jiangja smiled slightly, the urgent matter is this future old fat man in front of us. Yes, when they opened the door for the first time, as Jiangja was about to mistakenly treat the back door as the front door, Peter asked, are we sure we want to go through this back door in front of us? This question awakened the young Jiangja, starting from the starting point. In the center of the room stood a middle-aged man with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He had short, fine hair, a plump physique, and his eyes had only a hint of brilliance, staring at the young Jiangja and young Peter who had just entered. The other party did not speak, and the young Jiangja took a step forward first and questioned, hello, are you sure you want to kill me to fulfill Rule 11? When you were about to finish the game, please return to the past to kill the young you who has just entered the cube, only then can you return to reality. If you encounter your future self when you first arrive at the cube, please embrace death? Without giving old Jiang any chance to react, the young Jiangja asked again. Are you sure you want me to embrace death for you? If I completed the game in just a few days, how could you still be here living for several more decades? Your current existence means that 30 years ago, when I was your age, you also met your future old self. And you were not killed by your future self. Are you sure that the purpose of this hypercube is to let you live and escape? Hearing the young version of himself reasoning, old Jiang grinned, you're very clever. You're right, if I killed you, there would be no present me, so my existence means helping you. As the conversation shifted, old Jiang coldly asked, but have you ever thought about a question? The young Jiangja asked, what question? Middle-aged Jiangja replied, I am 54 this year. When I was 24, at your age, I also met my future self dressed in a white suit. After being persuaded by my words, I did not choose to kill myself, but chose to help myself. Since the other party helped me, why have I lived here for 30 years until I am 54? Have you considered this question? This was old Jiang recalling the few sentences he heard from the old Jiang in his memory. Seeing this scene, the audience suddenly reacted. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? We have changed perspectives. 30 years ago, we viewed this dialogue from young Jiang's perspective. Now, we see this dialogue from old Jiang's perspective. Hiss, once you say that, it's a bit interesting. The conversation between the two versions of himself gradually fell into a rhythm. Facing old Jiang, young Jiangzhou asked, "So, you helped me, and you can't leave the cube?" Old Jiang nodded. "You can think of it this way, because my future self also helped me, but I did not escape the cube, he also disappeared." Hearing this, young Jiangzhou softly asked, "So, your way of helping me now is to kill me?" Old Jiang slightly shook his head, then smiled calmly. "Do you want to know how I help you?" Seeing this, young Jiangzhou smiled faintly. "Are you ready?" With those words, the two of them, sharing a mutual understanding, spoke in unison. "Let the future of this timeline become uncertain, X2. The last sentence, your arrival this time is the last time. The old version of me that you meet is also the last time. Do you understand?" What he meant was that the young version of Jiangzhou before him had already satisfied the rule of surviving for 100,000 years, while old Jiang had not satisfied it, only laying the groundwork for the person in front of him. Young Jiangzhou pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, his eyes bursting with brilliance, "I understand." As soon as he said this, old Jiang had no hesitation and immediately took out a black pistol. Pressing against his temple, he pulled the trigger, and bang, sounded. A pool of blood burst forth from old Jiang's temple. Old Jiang ended his life on the spot. Seeing this scene, young Peter was stunned. Why? 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 Young Jiangzhou looked at the shocked Peter and comforted him. The message he wanted to convey has already been delivered. To keep the future uncertain, he had to choose the third path, suicide. Because the first two paths, they had already chosen: 1, help, 2, kill. The third path is suicide, making the future uncertain. It is, in fact, a brand new choice. Then the young version of Jiangzhou and Peter had a brief exchange and opened the door to leave this room. In the next room, young Jiangzhou and Peter arrived at the village of afterlife. Here, young Peter met the old Peter standing on a tree branch. Meanwhile, young Jiangzhou had a conversation with old Peter. Thus, the pair of old versions of themselves that old Jiang encountered in that village of afterlife was just the past few minutes of the old Jiang who just committed suicide. It was the future minutes of the young version of Jiangzhou. The scene gradually froze. But mysteriously, there was no weird outcome displayed. Watching old Jiang's blood flow uncontrollably, the national audience was dumbfounded, staring intently at the motionless old Jiang lying on the ground. Just like this, he died? How could this happen? We have watched old Jiang for 30 years, and he just dies like this? Chapter 59, Do Not Trust Jiangzhou. In the eyes of the audience, old Jiang lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, but strangely, the death outcome screen did not pop up. The experts had already dialed the mayors of various cities. On the other end of the line, the mayors urged repeatedly. I saw old Jiang die in Kyoto. Where will the weird event happen next? I also saw it in Magu City. Is it happening here? I am ready here in Yang City, ready to disperse at any time. The experts calmed the mayor's emotions while staring at the screen, unable to understand. Is it stuck? It doesn't seem so. Time is passing second by second. Then why is old Jiang not moving, and why hasn't the outcome screen appeared? While the experts were discussing, old Jiang noticed something was wrong. Because in the screen, a shimmering water gate flashed by, as if someone had opened that door, and then. He's not dead, old Jiang is not dead. Old Zhao said excitedly, if nothing goes wrong, it must be that old Peter followed him. Another young expert asked, but wasn't old Peter dispersed by old Jiang earlier? Old Jiang sent old Peter to follow the young version. Just as the experts could not answer. In the screen, old Jiang's chest gradually rose and fell as he breathed. The heartbeat returned. Next, old Jiang's limbs twitched slightly. Finally, old Jiang opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the transparent creature in front of him. The transparent creature removed its invisibility cloak, staring angrily at old Jiang. So this is why you made me follow the young versions of us, just to let you commit suicide? To comply with history and convey the message, you willingly became a tool? If it weren't for me, you would have really been dead long ago. Old Jiang, however, asked with lifeless eyes, my existence has lost all meaning, why save me? No meaning, old Peter pretended to scold him a bit. Do you know what young Jiangzhou in the village of afterlife told me? From now on, you and I are no longer their future, but an independent parallel world. If the young version of Jiangzhou you just conveyed and the young me in that world is the first parallel world, then our old version is the first parallel world. The main world, I'm afraid, is the version that went in the opposite direction from us at the starting point. Upon hearing this, old Jiang suddenly froze, realizing it gradually. This idea, it seemed, was not wrong. The first main world, the version that opens the door in the opposite direction behind oneself, because that version is the most accurate. The first parallel world is the current self and old Peter. The second parallel world is the last time transferred to the younger version of oneself, the two people they will encounter in the village of the dead. Perhaps there are many, many more parallel worlds to come, but those have nothing to do with the current old Jiang and old Peter. Once the worlds no longer intersect, they can coexist in the future. Suddenly, old Jiang laughed at himself. So that's it, I owe you a life, Peter. Old Peter made a few sarcastic remarks before helping old Jiang up. Then old Peter took out a health recovery capsule from his backpack and handed it to old Jiang. Take it. Old Jiang took the red capsule and swallowed it in one bite. The lost blood had made his face pale, but under the nourishment of the capsule, his complexion quickly regained a healthy glow. What's next for us? Old Peter asked, understanding each other well. Old Jiang looked at the front door and said firmly, our mission, next we go to the core, there's a battle, perhaps we will be needed. Watching the two leave, the audience finally felt relieved. I was so worried, I'm glad old Jiang didn't die. Thank you so much to old Peter Parker, he saved old Jiang once again in the split world just now. Yeah, if it weren't for him, both old Jiang and the two parallel worlds would have died. Every summon character has feelings. 30 years ago, Peter was still young and naive. Now after 30 years of wind and rain, living alone, it seems he has treated old Jiang as a close friend. Yes, old Jiang should be grateful for old Peter's help, otherwise he would have truly died just now. At this point, the experts in the conference room also breathed a sigh of relief. They almost really thought old Jiang was dead. Find Peter Parker. Old Zhao, in order to thank old Peter for his two rescues, could only hastily order the technical staff to check for Peter Parker in America, preparing to send a big gift to Aunt May mentioned by Peter Parker. Yes. After a few minutes of typing on the keyboard, the male technician looked at the computer screen showing no such person, then, staring blankly at old Zhao, leader, do you really believe superheroes exist in our reality? What do you mean? Old Zhao looked at the technician, confused. The technician awkwardly said, not even Kudo Shinichi exists, how could Peter Parker possibly exist in our reality? What? Then where do Kudo Shinichi and Peter Parker come from? Aren't they from Japan and America? Old Zhao asked in surprise. In any case, it's not the Japan and America of our world. Is that so? Old Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed about his actions. The experts in the audience couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Even the rule world has descended, so summoning a few heroes from outside this world is very reasonable. In the live room in America, old Adam's rhythm was obviously just one step slower than old Zhang's. He waited here for a moment and finally saw the younger version of himself. Upon seeing this scene, the audience in America opened their eyes wide, eager to see what old Adam would do. In the frame, the young Adam stepped forward and tentatively asked, Adam? Old Adam nodded in response, yes. Adam asked, do you choose to believe in Rule 11, when you are about to finish crossing, please return to the past to kill the you that just entered the cube to return to reality. If you encounter your future self when you initially arrive in the cube, please welcome death with open arms? Will you kill me? Your existence means you didn't kill me. You didn't kill me, but you also didn't escape at 24, you were still trapped in the cube. Old Adam, so what is your choice? Looking at the young version of himself and the questions he asked were exactly the same as the ones from his memories. Old Adam pondered deeply. He knew if history repeated itself from 30 years ago, this young version of himself would also go astray, stuck in time for another 30 years. At that moment, he decided to change some of the conversation. Turn around and open the door in the direction behind you. Until the numbers are at their lowest. The room where XYZQ equals 0, at the core of the hypercube. In the darkness, I spent 30 years in deep thought. When you are at the intersection of XYZQ's time and space, if you lack the XYZQ mask or even the body of any mask wearer, you will not be able to reach the core of the hypercube, the intersection of time and space. I don't know what is inside the intersection of time and space, nor do I know what dangers lie within. Here, take this. Old Adam made a different choice this time. He threw the backpack behind him directly to young Adam. Young Adam was stunned, and old Adam explained, inside are various tools and weapons for you to grow stronger. Become strong, and survive. Do not trust Jiangzhe, do not trust any broadcast from Jiangzhe. Everything he says is misleading you into the wrong path. Chapter 60, Kill Yourself, Surpass Yourself. Looking at the old Adam in front of him, young Adam scrutinized him with suspicion. The other's face was filled with excitement and a sense of victory, which made young Adam feel uneasy. You said my future will mislead me according to Jiangzhe's broadcasts, is this something you experienced? Yes, Jiangzhe cannot be trusted. Many chosen ones have learned from him, and in the end, most of them died in some room in the future. I understand. Young Adam quietly remembered old Adam's advice. He hadn't expected old Adam to say more about the future. After all, if the future was known by his current self, then the variables of the future would drastically change. Is there anything else you want to say? Young Adam asked, preparing to turn away. At this moment, old Adam's eyes suddenly lit up as he made a decision that contradicted all chosen ones' hearts. Do you want to live and get out? Young Adam was stunned by the question. Surprised, he turned back and asked, You would take the risk of time to help me? Of course. Old Adam smiled knowingly. I will assist you with everything I have, even if it means sacrificing myself. Really? Young Adam saw old Adam smile, which gave him a strange feeling, but he had to pretend to be excited and ask, So, how will you help me? Old Adam stepped forward, holding young Adam's hand. Next, I will walk with you through the remaining path. Really, together, not with some hidden agenda? Young Adam was momentarily stunned, then showed a peculiar smile. I just opened the second door. I was ready to stay here for a few months. I was ready to face any danger. But I didn't expect that in less than 10 minutes into the hypercube, my future self would come to assist me face to face. Seeing this, young Adam hesitated. Since just now, his future self was trying to butter him up. It felt like he was using him. Once his current self died, then the future would also cease to exist. So clearly, the old Adam in front of him didn't dare to kill himself. However, since the old Adam hadn't gone out for nearly 30 years, it meant this older version of himself had made mistakes. If the old Adam wanted to continue living, then he must lead his younger self astray. In this way, the older Adam would not disappear with time. You want to use me, imprison me for about 30 years, and then naturally become your current destitute and failed self? I won't let you succeed. Young Adam smiled outwardly but was secretly prepared in his heart. Under the recently learned rules. Rule 11, when you are about to finish the challenge, you have grown into a powerful existence that terrifies all beings. You must return to the past and kill the version of yourself that just entered the cube to return to reality. If you encounter your future self when you first arrive in the cube, you should embrace death. Considering the premise that this rule is credible, then the future self before me. Surely, it must be plotting something against me, such as continuing to waste 30 years of my life and then becoming the shabby version of myself standing here now. Considering the premise that this rule is not credible, then this future self before me. There is an old saying in Xia country, when a person shows excessive kindness without reason, they are either deceitful or a thief. Thus, young Adam made a decision that left everyone speechless. Since you gave me the backpack, why should I keep you around? So, this me, I don't believe you. I will avoid many detours for you. Young Adam grinned widely and immediately pulled a black pistol from the backpack. With quick reflexes, he aimed at old Adam's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! The brass bullet pierced through old Adam's skull. Old Adam immediately collapsed to the ground, his body twitching violently. In extreme pain, old Adam struggled to utter his dying words, What you have persecuted, I will return to you thousands of times at some moment in your future. Your death is what satisfies the current me. Young Adam noticed that the future self was not yet dead, then raised his hand and pulled the trigger again. Bang! A bullet was fired again. At this moment, old Adam finally breathed his last. Seeing this scene, the beautiful country audience erupted into chaos, followed by unprecedented foul language. What the hell, are you crazy? Adam, are you insane? You killed your future self, and it was even 2 shots? Damn it, he took the wrong path. In no world has Jiangjet ever actively killed his own future self. Is this a joke with our entire beautiful country? Within the expert panel, all the experts were so angry they could barely contain themselves. Why did he do this? Doesn't he know that his future self is helping him? It's over, we're back to the young perspective again. Do we really have to stay with him for 30 years? At this moment, a young female expert explained, Actually, it can be understood. Another middle-aged male expert furiously asked, Understood what? That female expert quickly explained, If young Adam wants to live, then the future Adam must become the old Adam in front of him, right? Once he becomes old Adam, it means young Adam must stay here for 30 years to turn into old Adam. And young Adam does not want to become the future old Adam. Once he turns into future old Adam, it means young Adam must remain here for 30 years. To avoid staying for 30 years, he can only kill old Adam. Besides, old Adam has already given the backpack and the way to pass the level to young Adam, so old Adam naturally does not need to continue existing, right? This reasoning might sound reasonable at first. But upon careful consideration, it holds no water whatsoever. The middle-aged white expert shouted angrily, Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see old Jiang in Xia country going to the village of rebirth? If young Jiangzhou is bound to become old Jiang, how could he let old Jiang leave? He would definitely look for an opportunity to kill him. Think about it, why doesn't young Jiangzhou kill old Jiang? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, as if realizing something. Yeah, if young Jiangja knew he would stay here for 30 years, he would definitely want to kill old Jiang. Right, this logic makes sense. There is only one possibility: young Jiangja knows that future old Jiang is not in the same world as his current young self, that is, parallel worlds. Damn it, since they are all parallel worlds, there are no connections between them. Young Adam's choice to kill old Adam must be wrong. Foolish Adam, cleverness has backfired. Suddenly aware. Experts speculated young Adam's mindset. But so what can be changed? In the end, nothing could be changed. Instead, young Adam dug a big pit for himself. In the Panda Country's live broadcast room, Abuski sat at the small wooden house door, feeling bored. He was leisurely watering flowers and tending to grass, not hearing anything outside. Viewers were anxious and dying to see action. Abuski is a bad example. He didn't wear mask Q in the previous level, leading to getting permanently trapped. Is there no way to break the deadlock? What kind of solution could there be? Even Jiangja has to wear mask Q to enter the last room. There is one way, unless he runs into his parallel world self who just happens to bring the corpse of mask Q. Just as the viewers were discussing this point, suddenly, ripples appeared in the screen, and an older man carrying the corpse of mask Q stepped into view. Abuski turned his head and looked at the identical version of himself, completely stunned. But before the two could speak, the last room was instantly transformed. The cold gray prison-like walls seemed to have been painted and transformed into a block of inky black starry sky. At the center stood a silver energy pillar, 10 meters wide and towering endlessly into the sky, as if connecting heaven and earth. Hypercube Core. The last rule will descend with the trial object in 60 minutes. In the Rotten Country live broadcast room, Benjamin had been here for a long time. Watching the time tick closer to evening, Benjamin panicked. He did not receive a broadcast notification about old Jiang. This meant that the next few hours would probably be devoid of notifications. It, no matter what, just open the door. Benjamin steeled himself, stepped forward, raised his gun, and remotely shot down XYZQ one by one. Perhaps it was a strange thought, or maybe an uncanny sense of déjà vu. He looked at the two masked QS on the ground, lost in thought. Why are there two masked QS? Have I pondered this question in the past few years? XYZ might have multiples because they are ordinary coordinates. But Q represents spatial coordinates, and both masked QS bear the number 0, pointing to the hypercube center must surely be correct. But why are there two masked QS with the same number 0? I killed one masked Q as a condition to open the door. What about the other masked Q? Is it just for decoration? Seeing this, the viewers in the Rotten Country continuously gave Benjamin thumbs up. Well done. You finally realized the key. As expected of Benjamin, easily accomplishing what other Benjamins couldn't. After a long contemplation, the smile on Benjamin's face gradually turned to realization. The second mask Q must have its purpose. If I guess right, I take it with me to enter the final door. No, I don't just want to take it, I also want to take the 3 bodies of XYZ for extra safety. He felt uncertain, but having come this far, he could only take the plunge. Just as he carried the corpse of mask XYZQ into the last door, what lay before him was no longer a pure white tech room, but a pitch-black space, a silver pillar of light reaching towards the sky. Beside the light pillar stood 2 figures who looked like white people from the Panda Country. Chapter 61, Hypercube Core. Hypercube Core. This place was pitch black, with a space that seemed endless to the naked eye. There were 4 silver particle paths converging into the center light pillar. Benjamin looked up at the light pillar for a moment in awe, then shifted his gaze and saw Abuski on another path. He shouted from a distance, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "Shouldn't you be saying who are we?" Abuski turned back, puzzled. In a daze, another version of myself seems to have been lost, or vanished. There was another me just now, how did it suddenly disappear? Abuski seemed puzzled. I am Abuski, the chosen one from the Panda Country, and you? After all these years, there are still surviving chosen ones? Benjamin looked surprised. I am from the Rotten Country, what exactly is happening now? Abuski pointed at the 4 light paths and explained, there are 4 paths leading to the core, meaning out of over 200 chosen ones, only 4 survived. Now that I have met you, it indicates that there are 2 more chosen ones from other countries on their way. When everyone arrives, something will surely happen here. As he spoke, Benjamin furrowed his brow and thought, so, the next 2 chosen ones should be Jiangja from the summer country and Adam from the beautiful country. It must be them. Benjamin looked up and shouted again, if we destroy the core, can we get out? Abuski asked, how to destroy it? Didn't you see the central pillar has a force field barrier around it? There must be a way to crack it. Benjamin defiantly stepped forward to touch the surface of the pillar. Zing! A sound echoed. A strong electric shock instantly sent Benjamin flying over 20 meters. He rolled on the ground, nearly falling into the abyss below. That was close, almost. It seems conventional means cannot destroy it. Just then, a message popped up on the surface of the pillar. The final rule will arrive with the test object in 50 minutes. After old Adam's death, young Adam took over the backpack. In a certain room, he injected all the available enhancement potions from the backpack into his body as if they were free. About 20 minutes later, a fanatic smile appeared on young Adam's face. Ha ha ha. He felt he had become stronger. And not just strong, it was as if with a flick of his wrist he could annihilate hundreds of people. Young Adam raised his hand, slowly clenched his fist towards a tree not far away. That tree, as thick as a waist, was completely crushed by his enormous grip, splintering into pieces all around. Is this supreme power? As long as I bring this power into reality, who can stop me? Who wants to be an FBI investigator? With this power, who would still take orders? Damn capitalism. I want to become the ancestor, and then, I can do whatever I want. I want everyone to submit to me. Perhaps it was because Adam suddenly became hundreds of times stronger that he inflated in that moment. His inner thoughts transformed into visible captions for the audience to witness. Oh my, how can our country's chosen one become like this? He seemed to have changed since he killed his future self, becoming arrogant, even wanting to challenge authority. Who approved him for the psychological test when entering the FBI? Can someone like him even be called a chosen one? Feels like Adam isn't that great, he's not even as good as Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe? Can he compare to the current Adam? One finger from Adam could crush him. This is a power above all society, strength equals power. Perhaps ordinary viewers could only feel anxious. But experts had already made corresponding assessments regarding Adam's possible inflation. Whatever Adam wanted, they could provide him. Because now Adam possessed supreme power. As for the life or death of ordinary people, the expert group, and even the higher-ups of the beautiful country didn't care at all, they only wanted human elites. After finishing the test, Adam, with the backpack on his back, hurried towards the core. In a room that was completely empty. Young Jiangzhe was having dinner with Peter. The floor was filled with caloric bombs, chocolate, hamburgers, cola, beef curry rice. As he was arranging the food, he suddenly noticed the vast array of strengthening potions in his backpack, but chose to ignore them. Young Peter looked curiously at Jiangzhe's indifference towards power, which made him a bit curious. Those potions you inject will grant you many fusion-type superpowers, won't you inject them? Young Jiangzhe raised his head and questioned, are you sure the hypercube will let me bring these superpowers into reality? Hearing this, young Peter hesitated, thinking about it too. The 10-star monster tail clearly cannot turn the chosen ones into superhumans. In this case, the hypercube's mechanism for screening the chosen ones is unfriendly, greatly increasing their survival rate. Is it true that anyone who injects these potions will never be able to escape, or is death the only end? This question caught Jiang Zhou off guard. After all, he had brought abilities into reality before. He pondered for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. The probability is quite high. It's a double-edged sword because the stronger the power, the more likely the hypercube will see them as monsters and bind them. I see. Quickly finishing the last bite of curry rice, young Jiangzhe asked, are you done? Ready to go? Let me finish my last hamburger. Seeing that their meal was coming to an end, Peter hurriedly stuffed the burnt steak that had fallen on the ground into his mouth, then stood up to set off with Jiangzhe. Before leaving, he instinctively wiped off the grease stains on his clothes onto Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe turned back, utterly puzzled. You have grease all over your hands, and you wiped it on my clothes? Young Peter grinned awkwardly. You're wearing black clothes, it won't show. In response, Jiangzhe shook his head in helplessness, giving him a thumbs up. You're something. This scene made the audience chuckle. Ha ha ha. These two are treasures. Did you know? Adam from the beautiful country has revealed his true feelings. He wants to return to the real world and control all of the beautiful country. Ha, I see, that fool really thinks he can bring superpowers into reality. Even if he miraculously returns, he'll have to be inspected by his country's military, then be locked up forever, right? That shouldn't be the case, right? Am I the only one curious about old John's death? It can't be helped, old John's mission has already been completed. Although it's a pity, the young Jiangzhe from our perspective will eventually grow into that selfless old Jiang. That's true. The past livestream comments are clearly different from the future comments for old Jiang. For the audience of young Jiangzhe now, it's all novel. In the second to last room. Here, apart from the masked man, it was empty. Old Jiang and old Peter had already arrived here. The two of them had successively killed two masked Qs, shared a farewell meal, and were about to open the front door. Before leaving, old Peter looked at the front door, which might reveal unknown risks, and asked worriedly, since we know that both of us from the past will also enter here, why are we still going in now? What is it really for? Upon hearing this, old Jiang showed a look of surprise and fell silent for a moment. What is it for, really? To solve the crisis for the past self? Or something else? No, none of that. Because only old Jiang knows that the hypercube has one rule that has not been announced. Rule 14, only one of you can survive. Old Jiang? Old Peter saw that old Jiang didn't respond and asked again. What? Old Jiang suddenly came back to his senses. What's wrong with you? You hesitated? Peter, you still have a chance now. I have an important question to ask you. Would you die for your past self in the next few minutes? Old Jiang looked at old Peter earnestly. Die for? Old Peter was confused by the sudden question. Why would he want to die for no reason? Didn't they agree to go out together? For a moment, he couldn't give a definite answer. After thinking for a moment, old Peter spoke up with his true thoughts. If I die, and my past self can live on, I would definitely be willing. If I die and my past self also dies, then I will try my best to fight. After all, survival is the instinct of each of us. As the words fell, old Jiang smiled slightly. Since that's the case, let's set off. In the end, the two pushed open the front door. As soon as they entered, a pillar of light appeared above their heads. Within their line of sight, there were 4 paths near the light pillar, with the remaining chosen survivors standing on each path. Young Jiangja/Peter, old Adam, old Benjamin, old Abuski. Old Peter tried to struggle his body, but found he couldn't move, asking in shock, where are we, why can't I move? Old Jiang nodded, gesturing with his head to look up and around. Old Peter looked up and realized he and old Jiang were in the pillar of light. Not far to the left, within the light pillar, was a young Adam, who was fearfully scanning everything around him. Chapter 62, The Last Rule. Damn it, didn't I just open the door? How did I end up here? Damn it, why am I in the light pillar? Young Adam looked ahead and saw old Adam on the light path before him, making a face of disgust towards himself. Why? Didn't I kill old Adam? How can he appear before me? What's going on here? This scene left the viewers in beautiful country stunned. Because old Adam had clearly been shot dead by young Adam. Why was he still appearing in the hypercube core? What exactly is going on? Not sure, but old Adam was clearly dead. Look, the ones in the light pillar are all older versions of the chosen ones, only Adam is a young man tied up in the light pillar. The observant viewers noticed that inside the walls of the pillar, older versions of Jiang Zhao and Peter, Benjamin, and Abuski were all standing. Besides that, only Adam was a young man tied up inside the pillar. The experts were even more puzzled. Old Adam, who had clearly died earlier, was bizarrely standing in front of young Adam. What had happened remained a mystery to everyone. Old Peter rolled his eyes, and not far to his right in the light pillar, saw old Benjamin, or rather, Benjamin himself was old, even the Benjamin on the light path was old. Though he couldn't see behind him, he could feel that someone seemed to be there, perhaps the chosen one from Panda Country, Abuski. In addition, when old Peter looked up, he saw the young version of himself and young Jiangja just stepping into the core. The young US have arrived, now this is the final battle of the chosen ones, it doesn't concern us anymore? But why are we here? Hearing this, old Jiang did not give a specific explanation, only saying, watch carefully, and you will understand everything. Just then, new rules appeared on all 4 sides of the pillar of light, for the 4 surviving chosen ones to see. Rule 14, only one of you can survive and go out. Friendly reminder, a wave of monsters will arrive every half hour. Monster difficulty, from weak to strong. Kill or restrain all monsters on your path. After all monsters are killed, the core will determine who wins and who loses. Final reminder, only one of you will survive and go out. Lastly, please enjoy the slaughter. As the final rule fell, young Jiang Zhao and Peter exchanged glances on one light path. Young Peter turned his head and asked, do you have a plan? Young Jiangja replied, just kill, there is no plan. Then what does the rule of only one person can survive mean? As he spoke, young Jiangja raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo, the people on the other 3 paths are clever, they wouldn't have survived for 30 years otherwise. They can hear our conversation, I'll tell you about the rule later. He certainly would not mention that there was something wrong with the rule. After all, in the hypercube, besides the partner Peter he summoned. In theory, everyone else is an enemy, there is no point in making friends or not. In the world of rules, everything is just talk. He would never be kind enough to remind the chosen one Abuski of the Panda Country, which once hurt and helped Xia Country. He couldn't possibly remind Benjamin from the Rotten Country. On another light path. Abuski, though old, has been enhanced to an inhuman level. He certainly heard the discussions about Jiangzhou and Peter. A smile of appreciation spread across his face. This young Jiangzhou is very clever. He truly deserves to be the one who cleared the 9-star chaotic court. Yes, in the realm of rules, there is no international friendship. This young Jiangzhou is quite the character. He only says half the sentence, leaving us to guess the rest. I'm starting to feel that he's not so simple after all. On another light path. Benjamin also naturally heard the conversation between young Jiangzhou and Peter. But he was a bit surprised that there was another person beside young Jiangzhou, Peter. He is not wrong. Within the rules, there are no allies, only enemies. When the 4 paths open, perhaps Jiangzhou will become the target we 3 paths jointly eliminate. After all, only one person can survive, so it's best to eliminate the weakest. Benjamin thought quietly to himself. On the last light path, old Adam, who had previously died, was revived into the core by the supercube. About this, old Adam had no concealment and directly explained softly to his audience. Previously, I was killed by my young self and later revived by the supercube mechanism. The reason is the light column you see, it is the core. Not far from me, the light column will soon open 4 big doors, from which various unimaginable monsters will emerge. This includes the young me who previously killed old me. It is not hard to understand, the young me took my backpack and must have secretly enhanced himself to an inhuman extent. The supercube mechanism detected that someone was too strong, so young Adam was treated as a monster and bound in the core. If young Adam had not injected those drugs, I would have been treated as the monster. In the end, young Adam took my place as the identity of the monster. The final battle of the supercube core must be a showdown between the young version of myself and the old version of myself. If the young version wins, the citizens will remain as they were 30 years ago, and nothing will happen. If the old version wins, the citizens will remain the same, just like in our real world, 30 years will have passed. That's all. Listening to old Adam's explanation, the audience from the beautiful country was stunned. When calculated this way, it seems to fit the description of monsters by the supercube. Yes, the stronger one is, the more they are treated as a monster. So old Jiang injected those drugs and now has also been treated as a monster placed into the core light column? It must be like that. The final opponent young Jiang meets must be the old version of himself? Back there, I'm looking forward to the showdown between old Adam and that perverted young Adam. I'm also looking forward to the duel between old Jiang and young Jiangzhe. And Benjamin and Abuski, they themselves haven't gone through time and space, living peacefully for 30 years, leading to an old versus old showdown. How interesting. Sure, the light column is starting to glow. While the audience was discussing, the surviving chosen ones collectively looked up. Suddenly, 4 doors opened at the base of the 4 light columns nearby. From inside ran out fast-moving, red-eyed creatures with decaying faces. Each of their steps covers over 10 meters, swarming forth to all corners. They were clawing and tearing, all heading towards the 4 chosen ones. What is that? Young Peter asked warily. Enhanced zombies, do not get bitten, or you will become a mindless masked person. How do we kill them? Peter asked again. Push them into the cliff, or kill them without harm, their heads are very hard. You don't need to kill them, go up and cover me. Young Jiangzhe raised his hand, pointing at the light column. Understood, I'll go up and cover you. Seeing this, Peter quickly raised his hand and shot out 2 strands of spider silk, sticking them to the light column wall 20 meters above the ground. Peter took a few steps back, and his whole body was suddenly pulled like a slingshot and slammed against the light column wall. A strong current numbed every nerve in Peter's body. However, after enduring for a moment, Peter accepted this level of electricity. He stuck one hand to the wall and looked back. Jiangzhou also drew out 2 tang knives from his backpack, black in color and 1.5 meters long. Item, Zhou Shui Tang knife. Color, black. Material, unknown. The audience couldn't help feeling anxious for him. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say this, is it serious to use tang knives against zombies at this time? This group of zombies is extremely fast. Jiangzhou is using cold weapons, is he serious? Shouldn't he be using firearms right now? Bullets should target the head. Perhaps ordinary viewers do not have a clear understanding of the unenhanced young Jiangzhou. But in the eyes of experts, even an unenhanced Jiangzhou is not comparable to these weak fighters in front of him. At this moment, Jiangzhou bent down, his gaze like that of a hawk, locking onto the middle line of the light path. Then he spread his arms, the 2 knives in his arm span instantly filled the width of the light path. Finally, he suddenly charged forward, without any flashy attacks, just weaving through the sea of zombies. The zombies were cut down like vegetables, black blood splashing everywhere. When he encountered an obstacle, he immediately kicked it away. Of course, accidents happened along the way. However, Peter was Jiangzhe's insurance. When a zombie unexpectedly lunged to bite Jiangzhe, Peter's quick reflexes fired multiple strands of webbing, sealing the mouths of those zombies one by one. And Jiangja couldn't break through the encirclement at once. When faced with too many zombies, he would symbolically retreat to scatter them, waiting for the next opportunity. Through their cooperation, back and forth. In just 12 minutes, Jiangja had defeated all the enemies, charging to the front of the column, until no more zombies emerged from the door in front of him. Only then did he feel at ease. But now, he was completely stained with black blood, looking particularly intimidating. Seeing this scene, the other chosen ones fighting on 3 routes were dumbfounded. Chapter 63, Encountering Silence Again. People become more precious of their lives. Neither old Adam nor Benjamin nor Abuski would attack recklessly like Jiangja. They could only proceed steadily, maneuvering to avoid being bitten by zombies. Seeing Jiangja solve the first wave of monsters in just over 10 minutes, their expressions became somewhat subtle. Abuski took a moment to glance at Jiangja not far away. So reckless? Benjamin shook his head. It's just good luck. In a chaotic crowd of zombies, it's inevitable to get bitten and turn into a masked person. Only old Adam recognized Jiangja's extraordinary abilities. This guy doesn't look like he's using any flashy attacks, but this is the most basic way. His arm span and the width of the 2 tang knives perfectly match the width of his light path. Theoretically, as long as he rams forward, the monsters on both sides will become souls under his knives. That guy who releases spider silk is covering for him, sealing the zombies' mouths. And Jiangja is using the physical enhancement from the chaotic environment to fight 1 against 100, a perfect cooperation. As he spoke, a dozen zombies rushed toward old Adam. He raised his hand casually, and an invisible force directly sent them flying into the abyss below. The audience in America continued to express their thoughts. But how long can he last like this? At this rate, he will soon exhaust all his energy. What kind of monster is the second round? I still don't know. He's still a bit reckless and doesn't understand how to navigate the chaotic court. His intelligence might be fine, and his strength may hold up, but put them together, and there are some problems. The viewers were all experts in the live commentary, giving directions and insights. But the audience from Xia country was cheering wildly. Wow, amazing. If you read more on usual days, you wouldn't be shouting wow at critical moments. This is the first time I've seen someone face off against hundreds of zombies. Even movies dare not portray it like this. So powerful. Jiangja could probably live a good life even in the apocalypse. Jiangja hasn't been bitten by even 1 zombie in the midst of hundreds. Is it luck or strength? It's strategy plus strength. Peter acted as a shield, and almost no zombie could bite him. Perhaps ordinary viewers didn't know that Jiangja had trained in the military before. Only the experts understood this scene naturally. Theoretically, this wasn't even Jiangja's limit. Because Jiangja had a reflex speed able to catch even handgun bullets. Not to mention these slow-moving zombies that could only run a few meters per second. Old Zhao, at the forefront, couldn't help but smile. Those people are still guessing if Jiangja has stamina. Who told them Jiangja doesn't have stamina-boosting potions in his backpack? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, laughter filled the conference room. But there was one physicist who furrowed his brows. Maybe the situation is good now, but... Another female expert asked, but what? In the end, he still has to face old Jiang. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter and joy in the room immediately fell silent. Yes, in the end, Jiangja and Peter would inevitably face old Jiang and old Peter. No matter how well they performed or how great their coordination, they would eventually die at the hands of their older selves. Additionally, the experts present were not the experts from 30 years later. Everything here had not changed at all. And for them, Jiangja was still just the Jiangja who had entered a few hours ago. Gradually, the conference room fell into silence. No one spoke anymore, anxiously watching the screen. They hoped the ending would tie up in an unexpected way. Inside the light beam, old Peter looked at the young Jiangja resting below with appreciation. With a twist of his eyes, he incredulously asked old Jiang beside him, "This is you before you were enhanced? How powerful would you be after enhancement?" "I've already been enhanced. When I went through the last scary dungeon, my body was strengthened 5 times. Old Jiang said lightly. But this single sentence left old Peter dumbfounded. 5 times? Yes, 5 times. 15 times? Not 15 times, but 5 times. 25 times? Not 25 times, it's just 5 times. Old Jiang emphasized seriously. 95 times? Upon hearing this, old Jiang wore a helpless expression and re-explained, 5 times. Okay, it seems this 5 times is fake. Your young combat power already matches our beautiful country's captain. At the entrance of the light beam. After Jiangja finished resting, Peter also jumped down. He was extremely satisfied with Jiangja's performance. If we teamed up in my world, we could form an amazing alliance to protect the globe. Jiangja jokingly asked, "The alliance you mentioned, does it refer to the Avengers?" Avengers? Peter frowned, appearing a bit surprised. I indeed crossed into a parallel universe before, and I heard the version of me from that universe mentioned in Avengers Alliance. By the way, isn't that a band? You even know about this? Of course, I know everything. Jiangja winked. After skipping this topic, Peter solemnly leaned in and said, I just heard 3 other people on the road say that at the end, they will first deal with the weakest, you and me. What should we do? Those 3 are each many times stronger than me, we probably have no chance to fight back. Upon hearing this, Jiangja turned his head. His gaze swept over Benjamin, Old Adam, and Abuski one by one. They had finished their kills and were resting in place. When the other side saw Jiangja looking at them, Benjamin and Abuski just slightly turned their heads, their eyes revealing disdain, not taking Jiangja seriously at all. However, there was one person whose eyes were somewhat complex, as if burdened with heavy thoughts, and that was Old Adam. Seeing this, Jiangja let out a sigh of relief. That's best. Do you know Old Adam? I know, what does it mean? Peter asked curiously about this statement. Anyone who has been saved by the hypercube is no longer human, Jiangja gently explained. Old Adam will not team up with Benjamin and Abuski, he has been resurrected by the hypercube for only one reason. What reason? The reason Old Adam was resurrected, most likely, is revenge. Jiangja finished explaining, raising his hand to point at the young Adam in the light column. Peter looked up. The young Adam was staring fiercely at Old Adam, the hostility on his face was clearly visible. Peter asked in surprise, could Old Adam's death be related to young Adam? I guess so, young Adam might be the chosen one because his strength is so great that the Hypercube Core mistakenly views him as a monster, just like the old versions of us trapped inside. Jiangja asked seriously, if you give everything for your past self, only to be betrayed and die unexpectedly by your past self, what would you do? As these words fell, Peter substituted Jiangja's situation into his own. Immediately, an unprecedented feeling of hatred arose within him. After deep contemplation, he firmly said, perhaps before I met you, I could have forgiven my past self. But after entering the hypercube and seeing so many things, the first time I killed someone, it was a dead person, but I changed my mind, I might kill my former self. Since the past wouldn't let me live, why should I let my past self live? Looking at Peter earnestly, Jiangja shook his head helplessly. Peter had indeed changed from being the good neighbor to a clearer realization of reality, and then Jiangja tilted his head, glancing at Old Adam. Right now, Old Adam probably is in a similar situation. Besides that, you and everyone else, except me, have misunderstandings about the final rule. Don't worry, whether we two can survive has nothing to do with Abuski, Benjamin, or Old Adam. It all depends on their willingness in the end, Jiangja comforted, then pointed at the older version of himself and old Peter. I understand, Peter nodded silently. This secret conversation lasted almost 15 minutes. Once the 30 minutes were up, the bottom of the light column opened up again, revealing 4 large doors. The second wave of monsters had arrived. Looking at the many-suited monsters walking out from within the doors, young Jiangja was completely stunned. Silence? Chapter 64, The Chosen One of the Panda Falls, the Chosen One of the Rotting Country is injured. The moment Jiangja saw Silence, his expression turned serious as he quickly said, Peter, keep your eyes on them, don't blink, don't turn back, whatever you do not turn back. Peter, standing in front of Jiangja, instinctively turned around, and in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Benjamin on the neighboring road. Upon seeing Silence, Benjamin walked forward as if he were a puppet. Then, he was struck by dozens of bolts of lightning released by Silence, leaving him scorched and charred. Yet despite this, Benjamin still did not die. Damn, why does my body hurt so much? The moment Benjamin came to his senses, he felt his whole body numb, and instinctively raised his hand to unleash his telekinesis, dragging 4 or 5 Silence monsters not far away into the abyss. What's going on? Peter asked without daring to turn his head. Silence, the moment you take your eyes away, you will forget them and willingly become a puppet. Until you are hurt, you will not awaken, sometimes you cannot even awaken when hurt. When you open your eyes again, you will completely forget them. Jiangja explained with a serious expression, gripping his twin daggers and charging forward. For those who do not understand the nature of Silence, it may be difficult to combat it. Once you understand Silence, it becomes like a monster releasing lightning before Jiangja. Such a terrifying monster? Peter saw Jiangja rush in and immediately raised his hand to release spider webs, slowing down the approaching Silence. Each web successfully halted a step of Silence. He sprayed out webs as if they were free. This created an opportunity for Jiangja. Jiangja charged into the Silence. Silence was not willing to back down, collectively raising their hands to launch lightning at Jiangja. But Jiangja's reaction speed was faster, he continuously dodged and closed in. The 100-meter distance disappeared in an instant. Inside the crowd of Silence, Jiangja fought like a god of war. With every step, his hand rose and his knife fell, Silence's heads constantly rolling to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, nearly 100 Silences were all defeated. At this point, Jiangja finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and nodded to Peter, signaling it was safe to blink. As soon as the words fell, Peter quickly closed his eyes, a strong bitter feeling washing over him. After a few drops of tears, he was finally restored. The two returned to their starting point, and Peter sighed, if you hadn't understood the nature of silence, we might have ended up like them. Yes, outside of this weakness, silence is just an ordinary monster that can release lightning. Jiangja sheathed his knife, watching Benjamin not far away, constantly struck by lightning yet still alive. Shifting his gaze, old Adam faced silence with some experience. Old Adam first raised a layer of transparent shield in front of him. Even though he was bombarded by silence's collective lightning, he remained unharmed. Suddenly, old Adam looked at the monster in front of him, feeling a sense of familiarity. I seem to have seen this monster in my youth, but I can't recall the details. I only remember that I killed it while covered in wounds. With the awakening of young memories, old Adam's left eye focused on silence, while his right eye wandered to Benjamin next to him. Benjamin was in much worse shape. He mindlessly walked forward, then got hurt. After awakening from the pain, he released another attack, pulling several silences down into the abyss. So that's how it is. Old Adam grasped the pattern of silence. As long as you do not close your eyes, you can kill. With this thought, old Adam also charged forward like a god of war, constantly waving his hand. No matter how silence attacked, it could not break through, and ultimately, hundreds of silences were sent flying into the abyss. In the end, it was Abuski's turn. Abuski's outcome was no different from Benjamin's. He got shocked and injured, then awakened, and upon awakening, continued to raise his hand to release flames. Because the flames spread, in the end, when Abuski killed all the silences, he awakened to find himself engulfed in flames, his body burned to a crisp. Ah! With his last painful scream, Abuski finally lost all his strength and fell into the bottomless abyss. Chosen one of the panda country, Abuski survived 30 years and one day, died. The strange phenomenon will sweep through St. Petersburg in 2 hours. Until Abuski's death, the viewers in panda country finally awakened. Yes, when they saw silence earlier, the entire nation had lost their memory. On every street and alley, the bears were mechanically retreating, then moving forward, only to retreat again upon seeing silence, retreating constantly. Only when all the silences in the sky had died did they regain their awareness. How did they die? Why did Abuski catch on fire and die? Oh no, I checked the electronic playback and found that Abuski was beaten badly by that group of suit monsters. At the last moment, Abuski didn't react. By the time he did, he had already fallen into the abyss. Damn it, what kind of terrifying monster is this that caught us all off guard? It seems like the situation over in Xia country isn't good either. A spectator reminded. Then many bears switched the live stream to Xia country. Inside the Xia country live stream, everything appeared peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Where are the monsters from the second stage? I don't know, why are there so many suit corpses on the ground? Could it be that Jiangja just killed them? How come I didn't see it? Go check the computer replay, it's there in the replay. After being reminded by netizens, many people began to watch the replay on their computers. After finishing the replay, they were shocked to discover it was the suit monster. What a bizarre monster. It can actually release lightning to attack people. But luckily, Jiangja didn't get hurt. For the young Jiangja's perspective on the monster, the viewers and experts at this moment had no memory of silence, as it was their first time seeing it. But in the old Zhang's perspective, the audience and experts were unexpectedly excited. Ah ha ha ha, silence? We saw silence 30 years ago, and interesting things happened all over the country. Upstairs, do you call car accidents and disasters interesting? Sorry, slip of the tongue. But speaking of it, this young Jiangja really has some skills. He knew not to close his eyes the first time he faced silence. He is the same person as old Jiang, alright? If old Jiang can do it, young Jiangja can too. In the expert meeting room, old Zhao and a group of old experts had a deep memory of silence, especially the scene from 30 years ago. But the experts of the new era didn't understand. What is silence? It doesn't seem terrifying, it just releases some lightning. I see that the chosen one from Bear Country has already died. Even in death, Abuski didn't realize how he died. What's so terrifying about silence? I don't feel scared at all. The experts of the new era clearly did not realize the terror of silence. Not scary? After watching this video, do you young people still think it's not scary? Old Zhao waved his hand casually. Technical staff. Yes. The male technician quickly typed on the keyboard to pull up the meeting room footage from 30 years ago. All the experts looked up to watch the video record from 30 years ago. Has this monster always existed on our Earth? Old Zhao suddenly asked. The experts looked puzzled and asked. What monster? Old Zhao, what are you talking about? Is there a monster in the video? Can you see the monster, Old Zhao? Seeing the serious and confused expressions of the team members below, old Zhao looked even more perplexed. He thought he was seeing things. He shifted his gaze back to the screen and again saw the terrifying monster in a suit. Has this monster always existed on our Earth? Old Zhao suddenly asked again. What monster? Old Zhao, what are you talking about? Is there a monster in the video? Can you see the monster? At this point, the middle of the screen was marked with text. Xia country, Jiangxia. The appearance of silence caused the entire Xia country to lose human memory for 5 minutes, resulting in a national loss of 71.7 billion yuan. The number of accidental injuries reached as high as 8 million. The number of accidental deaths at the same time reached 200,000. Beautiful country, Adam. The whole beautiful country lost memory for 2 hours, and the number of accidental injuries in beautiful country, 25 million. In 2 hours, the number of accidental deaths, 6 million. Looking at the series of historical events listed, the experts of the new era finally realized the terror of silence. It was a monster that devoured the memories of the entire nation, even the entire world. Even through the screen, it could not be avoided. Only now did they understand the dominance of old Jiang or young Jiangxia. 5 minutes, with 8 million injured, a loss of 71.7 billion yuan, my god, this is all caused by silence and the nationwide memory loss. It's truly unimaginable that such a monster exists. I underestimated Jiangxia or old Jiang. If it weren't for them, Xia country would have lost millions of people 30 years ago. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be such a bug-level monster. Fortunately. On the light path where Benjamin was located. When he fully awakened, there wasn't a single part of him intact. His shattered suit made him look like someone who just crawled out of an asphalt pit. He lay on the ground, struggling to breathe, and with each breath, the cracking pain of his wounds intensified. Damn it, what just happened? He painfully turned his head to look at the old Adam and the unharmed Jiangxia beside him. Except for old Adam being slightly injured, why is Jiangxia completely unharmed? Why are so many headless suit bodies lying on the ground by Jiangxia's side? When he realized, he suddenly found that there was nothing in front of him. How could he be so badly hurt? There was no explanation, and Benjamin never discovered why he was covered in wounds. Chapter 65, Bug-Level Undying Monster Crying Angel. After Abuski fell from the black cliff. Inside the light column, the older Abuski's face was filled with horror. He was the one who opened the door for the last room for Abuski before him. In reality, he was not a person from a parallel world, but the future, and an older Abuski. In his past, there was also an older Abuski who opened the door for him. As for how the Abuski trapped in the last room got out, no one knows. And no one knows why a future Abuski opened the door for him. The Abuski inside the light column was utterly finished because the fall of the past Abuski, who died after falling off a cliff, meant that the person in the light column would never rise again. The audience from the Panda Nation in his perspective was in a panic. It's over, everything is over. The past Abuski fell while on fire, our prospective Abuski won't have any chance either. But it was said above, the strange invasion can withstand 48 hours. While the audience was discussing, the screen in the Panda Nation went completely black. The Abuski inside the light column gradually turned into scattered light dots. Seeing this scene, old Zhang and old Peter's expressions turned serious. With no past, there is no present, and even less future. Abuski is the best example. Apart from that, Benjamin on the light path was severely injured. And the future Benjamin inside the light column was the same. The originally unharmed Benjamin gradually developed flesh-colored scars on his body and face after the present Benjamin was hurt. The future Benjamin looked at his miserable self below, unable to swallow his saliva. At this rate, he won't last till the next time. This was overheard by the young Adam beside him, who sneered, "You still expect your past self to bring glory to the rotten country? Don't dream, with your severe injuries and his backpack falling off the cliff, you have nowhere to escape. Dying now is better than later dying by my hand." The future Benjamin gritted his teeth, antagonizing the young Adam beside him. "You ungrateful guy, old Adam would have been with us in the light column. Since young you replaced him in the light column, it means you killed old Adam, and he was ultimately turned into a monster, revived on the light path. Even future you would kill someone, and in reality, no one will welcome you, you will be the world's culprit." Hearing this, the young Adam replied indifferently, "Do I still need to care what those lowly people say? You living under authority is no longer you." Upon hearing this, old Jiang and old Peter exchanged glances and shook their heads. They were somewhat disappointed in this young Adam. Or rather, they had no right to feel disappointed in the young Adam. How Adam chooses is entirely his own freedom. They only felt a chill for old Adam, who had already turned into a monster on that light path. Someone went through great hardships to travel back to 30 years ago and tell young Adam about the future. In the end, it didn't turn out well at all, and instead, he was killed by his younger self. It is hard for anyone to understand this situation. Who can he hate? He can't hate anyone, he can only hate himself. Perhaps old Adam already harbored endless killing intent towards young Adam, right? While several older versions of himself were talking within the beam of light. The third wave of monsters has arrived. Due to the death of a chosen one, only 3 doors opened under the remaining beam of light. Inside each door suddenly appeared 2 gray, winged angel statues, each 2 meters tall. Looking around, one could see that the gray angel statues had their hands covering their faces, as if they were crying. 10 minutes. Watching the newly arrived angels, Jiang's face showed an unprecedented alertness. What 10 minutes? Peter turned around and asked. This is the crying angel, Jiangzhou explained. Anything that carries an angel will eventually become the true form of the angel. Peter was completely puzzled. Do you know about the locking property of quanta? Yes, when you don't look at a certain quantum, it's everywhere. When you focus on a quantum, it becomes fixed and appears before your eyes, like the theory proposed by Schrödinger or Bohr. I forgot. Peter tried to understand. No matter who proposed it. This angel is a monster derived from quantum mechanics, Jiangzhou explained again. It has a locking property. When you stare at it, it covers its face and doesn't move. When you don't look at it, it will slowly approach you, moving by instant teleportation, finally sending you back to the past. Listening to Jiangzhou introduce this kind of monster, Peter was completely stunned. Is there really such a monster in the world? If you don't believe me, you can try. How do I try? Peter stepped forward, somewhat skeptical, listening to Jiangzhou's instructions behind him. Close your eyes. Upon hearing Jiangzhou's command, both Jiangzhou and Peter closed their eyes together. However, they only kept their eyes closed for less than 1 second before Jiangzhou spoke again. Open your eyes. The two opened their eyes simultaneously. The angel that was originally 100 meters away from them. Within 1 second, it had teleported nearly 80 meters, now only 20 meters away from Jiangzhou and Peter, its hands spread wide, showing a fierce expression as it looked at them. Peter was startled by the sudden scene. It's so fast, it got here in 1 second, and it looks so ugly. How can this be? This is the tyranny of the crying angel. It is invincible and theoretically cannot be killed. Peter asked in shock, what should we do? I don't know, only time can erase it, and time stasis can limit it, but we are trapped in the core of the Tesseract with no way out. Perhaps, we might die too. As the words fell, Peter couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Is there really no chance? By the way, to the viewers watching my live stream right now, turn around, immediately, and close your computer/phone/camera. Do not continue watching my live stream. If anyone begins to stare for more than 9 minutes and 45 seconds, the crying angel will appear in reality, and you may turn into a crying angel. In less than 15 days, everyone in Xiagu will become a land of crying angels. When you become a crying angel, you may cause the people around you to vanish at any moment. As for where they vanish to, I can assure you death. It's worth mentioning that reflective things, whether they are cameras or translucent fabrics, will eventually reflect into an angel. If there is movement above, cover the live streaming room with non-reflective objects from all sides, and then cut off the internet nationwide. This is the most effective way. Jiangzhou was actually lying. He knew about the locking property of the crying angel. Once someone locks their gaze on the angel for more than 10 minutes, they will turn into an angel. Those who become angels may send the people around them back to the past, causing them to die old in the past. Because the food of angels is human time. Of course, he wouldn't say, you will be sent to the past by the crying angel. Going back 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, even 100 or 1,000 years is possible. Once he spoke those words, it would probably cause nationwide panic and frenzy. If he encountered fanatics who often fantasized about traveling through time and space, they would surely gaze at the angel for over 10 minutes before sending the willing travelers back to the past. As expected, his words had already stirred panic. In the live streaming room of Xia Nation, the comments instantly exploded. Damn, nationwide, even globally? Damn it, I can't watch, absolutely can't watch. What kind of bug-level monster is this? How can it be so terrifying? Hurry, trust Jiangzhou, everyone don't look up at the live stream in the sky, turn off your phones and computers. Chapter 66, Nationwide Internet Shutdown, Nationwide Concealment. The audience watching the live broadcast began to self-organize continuously. However, some stubbornly wanted to see what would happen in 10 minutes. At this moment, in every corner of the nation, on the streets and alleys, those with ulterior motives were trying every means to verify the truthfulness of Jiangzhou's words. A young man with a slightly pale complexion said, I don't really believe him. A middle-aged man next to him asked, why don't you believe? I feel he is hiding something. I want to watch the angel, and just so happens my company has satellite equipment that can link to satellites. Even if the internet is shut down, I can still watch the live broadcast. Once this was said, it immediately prompted many people to try to follow along. Watching the throng of young people walk away, the middle-aged and elderly shook their heads. Not listening to the advice of those who have been there, suffering will be right in front of you. Good words are hard to persuade a fool. But Jiang just said it's dangerous. Let's believe the nation will do something, right? They will definitely do something, or else there will really be serious casualties. Seeing Jiang's advice on the screen, the group of experts used every available resource within those 10 minutes. Quick, fully support Jiangja, send helicopters to the sky, we must cover the footage with special fabric within 10 minutes, even if we can't cover everything, just cover the angel's eyes, do not let any visible light leak through, and do not let any wrongdoers take advantage of it, as long as the angel appears in reality, this is much more frightening than anything weird. Old Zhao quickly got up and assigned a series of tasks. Technicians, contact the military, ensure the military network directly shuts down the entire national internet. A technician raised his hand and asked, what if someone illegally uses the internet? Old Zhao thought for a moment, his face serious, shoot on sight, for endangering public safety. Understood, the technicians quickly connected with the military across the nation. After receiving the news, the military began to act immediately. Is this Sioux City Air Force Base? Yes, now, immediately. The local military district in Sioux City quickly dispatched a fleet of superspeed fighters equipped with coverings to ascend. Then, the nationwide plan was swiftly implemented. The largest TV station, TV1, quickly cut off the previous news and began reporting, breaking news, our station has just learned that in 8 minutes the crying angel may descend into reality, to be safe, we will shut down the internet nationwide during this time. Any illegal activity during the shutdown will result in shooting on sight, please be aware, dear viewers. Hearing the news broadcast directly say shooting, many spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Is it that exaggerated? Illegal activities during the shutdown will be shot without trial? Definitely, this concerns national safety, once violated, it will be dark and helpless. Right, as long as you obey, there will be no problems. Across elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities nationwide. School leaders immediately gathered all students in the playground and began an emergency communication. The loudspeakers repeatedly announced a unified message. Starting from the next 7 minutes. No one is allowed to carry any electronic devices. No one is allowed to take the time to look up at the sky. This is a forced measure, for the safety of oneself and others, it must be done. Once any possible violations are discovered, severe punishment will be imposed. Standing on the playground, students from all over the country realized the seriousness of the situation. They whispered and discussed among themselves. Isn't this too serious? The news just said that those who break the law will be shot on sight. Does Jiangja have so much say? Hey, maybe he's just overthinking it. It's his first time encountering the crying angel, how can he directly expose the angel's weaknesses and the observability of quantum? At least I don't believe it. Due to the country's uncertainty about what the crying angel really is, they can only do this. I heard it came to reality. Do you believe it? Are angels stronger than the weird? Listening to the discussions around him, a student with expert parents scoffed, my dad just called me, he said the weird caused the deaths of an entire city, while angels are monsters in quantum mechanics. Theoretically, they have characteristics of monsters in the microscopic world, which cannot be compared to the weirdness of the macroscopic world. Angels have a 90% chance of affecting the real world, and the probability of completely wiping out the real world is as high as 95%. These figures are all statistical. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Hiss. That's terrifying. I just saw a rumor, someone will sneakily watch the live broadcast. Yes, it seems to be a group of employees from some tech company. One after another. The supersonic fighter jet fleet from Sioux City has already arrived in the sky. The pilots looked at the time on the screen, only 8 minutes had just passed. One pilot hurriedly opened the intercom, Team 1 has arrived, Teams 234 report. The intercom was filled with the voices of the pilots. Team 2 ready. Team 3 ready. Team 4 ready. One worried pilot asked, but just our Sioux City covering the sky's live broadcast is not enough. National cities need to cover it because the live broadcast is just too vast. Hearing this, the flight team leader explained, no problem, the experts have already given a plan. The whole country will implement a four-corner formation, and as long as there's no strong wind, we can completely cover the sky. Hearing this, the formation pilots felt relieved. Suddenly, with a special explosive light shining in the not-so-distant sky, the announcement began. Following that, pilots from all over the country began to unfold black curtains. The originally bright live broadcast, under the cover of the sky's jet fleet curtain, suddenly turned dark. This scene caused countless people on the ground to instinctively look up. Is this so exaggerated? They're acting so fast? How can this even cover? There are still many blank spots. Getting this done in 10 minutes is already impressive, the speed of Xia country. What if those blank areas are seen by someone? Nothing will happen, you'll just end up in jail. Hiss, the police patrol is coming, hurry and lower your head. In less than 10 minutes across the nation. To be exact, it was just 7 minutes when everything was ready. Meanwhile, the American viewers stuck in Xia's live broadcast room expressed their frustration. Is this really necessary to make such a fuss? It's just one crying angel, I can't believe it can cause such a stir. Ha, if you aren't afraid, then why is America copying Xia country, Xia netizens? Where's the copying? See? Screenshot. The image clearly showed that various parts of America were also gradually implementing this. However, the execution speed was so slow it was frustrating. Damn it, stupid America, even our Adam hasn't said anything, yet they blindly believed Zhang's words. What a bunch of fools, American viewers. But Zhang's analysis has never been wrong, American viewers who stayed in Xia. You traitor, stay in Xia and don't come back, American viewers. Since you say that about me, fellow citizen, alright then, I'll stay here for life. I am currently submitting immigration papers to become part of this place. Enjoy the blessing of national fortune brought by Zhang, the big boss, the beautiful audience. You. On the rooftop of a technology company in Xia country. In a situation where the whole country has lost internet connection, this group of employees has prepared professional equipment to connect to the company's satellite. The live stream room in front of them is still bright. However, time is nearing its end, with only 2 minutes left until the 10 minutes given by Jiangxia. Someone asked suspiciously, sand is starting to flow from my eyes, is this normal? Another woman said, mine too, how can gravel flow from my eyes? This is exactly the sign of becoming crying angels. The young man disdainfully said, so what if it's sand? It means we are turning into crying angels. Even if the entire country has cut off the internet, it can't stop me from watching the live stream. I must experience the power of the crying angels. As soon as he said this, dozens behind him raised their arms and cheered. Well done, I like going against the tide. I don't believe that Jiangxia, encountering the crying angels for the first time, can find all the weaknesses of angels. I don't believe it either. However, before their excited voices could fade away, 4 armed helicopters suddenly rose up from below the building. Dozens of people stared blankly at the black helicopters, the doors opening wildly, a group of armed personnel raising their guns in warning. Shut down the equipment immediately, or we'll shoot. Now, right now, immediately. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown was about to end, the leading person looked pale and panicked. He thought it would only be a warning, but didn't expect that armed helicopters would be used. Are you kidding? But before he could finish thinking, a barrage of fire and bullets came pouring down. Day. In the end, the rooftop of this building was left in ruins, with no one surviving. At this moment, a helpless voice came from the loudspeaker of the armed personnel. A bunch of idiots, misled by foreign personnel and still unaware. Clueless fools, with sand flowing from their eyes, if we don't shoot, they will surely become a disaster, they deserve to die. Criminals who endanger national security, death is your only result. Is there anyone else violating the rules? Yes, but in other cities, they have already been taken down by professionals. Since that's the case, gather up. Chapter 67, Transforming Angels. At this moment in Xia country, the live stream room in the sky has been covered by a completely opaque black cloth. The audience at home can only hear the voices coming from inside. Young Peter anxiously said, Jiangxia, sand is starting to flow from my eyes, is this a sign of transformation? Young Jiangxia touched the corner of his eye, and sand was also flowing out, but he didn't care, dying is just dying, I have a method to delay it, by using a mirror to hold them back, but then angels will also appear in the mirror. There's nothing we can do, the crying angels must die, and we can't break the deadlock. Even old Adam, who attacks the angels with all his might, has no way. Using a mirror to hold them back is just delaying death, I don't like being passive. What if we push it down? Peter asked again. Theoretically, angels weigh more than the earth, you cannot push them. Hearing this, Peter stepped forward to test it, getting close to the angel, then exerted a pushing force of 20 tons, applying force at various angles, but the angel didn't budge an inch, it's indeed very heavy. What should we do now? There's nothing we can do. Angels, beings from the origin of the universe. Theoretically, only time can eliminate them. Even Jiangzhou is powerless. Peter asked in confusion, are we just giving up? Jiangzhou frowned and shook his head, I don't want to either, but the reality is like this when encountering angels, people can only run, but where is there a place to escape around us? This is a dead trap, or suicide? As soon as these words were spoken, despair spread across the nation. The people at home could only keep praying. They hoped that nothing dangerous would happen in reality and even more hoped that Jiangzhou, who was in the situation, would find a way to break it. Experts also wanted to provide various help, but unfortunately they did not have the ability or strength to help. In the ultra-dimensional core, Benjamin had tried several methods but was unable to defeat the weeping angel in front of him. He attempted to use telekinesis, but no matter how he exerted his mental force on it, it caused not a ripple. He also tried to approach, pushing it with his physical strength to the edge of the cliff, as powerless as an ant shaking a tree. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? He wiped the rubble flowing down from the corners of his eyes and then turned to look at Jiang Jia and Peter not far away. Even Jiang Jia, who was known for clearing dungeons, was now having his last supper. Has Jiang Jia given up too? Benjamin murmured to himself. Seeing this scene, the future Benjamin inside the light column cast a worried glance at Benjamin. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly asked the old Jiang beside him, "Old Jiang." Hearing this, old Jiang replied, "What is it? Aren't you going to do something?" His meaning was simple. Aren't you going to save your former self? Then, future Benjamin could copy the answer as well and finally rescue the Benjamin on the light path. But he didn't expect old Jiang to thwart this entirely, laughing sarcastically. "You once tried to kill your former self, now you expect me to guide you to do something? You don't really think we, the people of Summer Country, are deeply influenced by Confucian culture, do you? Do I look like someone who studies Confucianism?" Unexpectedly, future Benjamin noticed the sarcasm in his words, which indicated that old Jiang had a way to save the younger version of Jiang Jia. "Since you say that, does it mean you have a way to break the situation?" Young Adam on the side chimed in disdainfully, "He has a way to break the situation, can he tell you?" "Don't ask, you're dead for sure." "No, you're all dead for sure." As those words fell, future Benjamin gritted his teeth but felt helpless. In the end, he could only keep looking at himself on the light path, hoping that his former self would do something unexpected. However, the Benjamin on the light path did not do anything. Just as he was about to turn half of his body into a statue, Benjamin made a bold decision. "Jiang Jia, I will join forces with you against Adam, be it old Adam or young Adam. I will honor your will, please, save me." He yelled hoarsely at Jiang Jia not far away. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for survival, he would not give up. But unexpectedly, Jiang Jia and Peter did not respond to Benjamin. Old Adam turned his head with a sneer. "I never intended to deal with Jiang Jia, now I regret knowing it, it's too late." As the last stubbornness fell, Benjamin immediately turned pale, his spirits crushed. Why did it come to this? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream from the Rotten Country were all condemning Jiang Jia's actions. Can't he show some humanitarianism just once? Why, we are all Earthlings, why can't we help a little? Some perceptive people could not stand these remarks and stood up to speak for Jiang Jia. Benjamin had already prepared to deal with Jiang Jia. Do you still expect kindness in return for resentment? Are you crazy? This is all Benjamin's own doing. I thought Benjamin would repent when he encountered the Laplace demon, but unexpectedly, Benjamin's true nature was exposed, and he was destined to die. Yes, Benjamin is already quite lucky, dying at the final hurdle. It was a natural outcome. The Benjamin on the screen was utterly hopeless. The last glimmer of hope for survival shattered, his pupils trembled continuously, there's no chance left. Perhaps out of frustration, or perhaps despair, it led him to make the most correct decision of his life. Benjamin turned around with a face like ash and spread his arms. In the end, he slowly closed his eyes and leaped off the light path. Rotten Country's chosen one, Benjamin is dead, lived for 30 years and one day, a strange event is about to descend upon Birmingham in 48 hours. Listening to the third to last prompt. Old Adam on the light path turned his head to look in Benjamin's direction. When Benjamin died, the angel in front of him also disappeared without a trace. In the light column, the future Benjamin, despite his defiance, frantically beat against the walls of the light, begging old Jiang to save him, yet could not escape the fate of being erased by time. At this moment, old Adam looked down at his feet, which had already begun to fade from flesh color, gradually turning into the gray of a statue. Old Jiang, help me this once, and I will clear the obstacles for you. Old Adam felt that the young Jiang Jia did not know how to break the deadlock, so he could only plead with old Jiang inside the light column. But old Jiang shook his head, indicating with his lips, I can't help you. Why not? Your goal does not conflict with mine. Old Adam's goal had always been revenge. To kill the Adam inside the light column, he had no intention of taking Jiang Jia's life. As events unfolded, this had already transformed from a national fortune into a personal hatred. Old Jiang turned his eyes behind him, continuing to mouth, there really is no way, you can only rely on yourself. Feeling helpless, old Adam knelt down, despairing. Was there really no chance left? He had only one simple wish: revenge. No matter what, he must kill the young Adam inside the light column. Chapter 68, The Old Version Substitute. On another light path. Peter looked at the despairing old Adam and couldn't help but ask Jiang Jia, we're going to become angels, before we die, what did you mean by the last rule you told me? Jiangja first glanced at his feet, which were about to transform into those of an angel, then looked up to explain, only one out of you can survive means that on every path, there is a chosen one who can survive. For example, if old Adam faces young Adam, as long as old Adam kills young Adam, then old Adam can ignore the effects of time and continue to survive. Conversely, if young Adam kills old Adam, young Adam can also wash away his identity as a monster and continue to live as a human. Upon hearing this, Peter suddenly understood and exclaimed, so that rule was also misleading Benjamin and Abuski, making them mistakenly believe they need to team up to eliminate the weakest you, and then choose one survivor from among themselves? In fact, they always had to stand against their final selves to survive? Yes, it's too late, no one survives this angel trial. Jiangja calmly accepted his own death. In his previous life as a gamer, he only knew of a cruel opportunity to clear the game. That was to deceive old Jiang into dying for him. But now this was the real world, and old Jiang was a man of feelings and morals. What qualifications did he have to ask the future old Jiang to die for him? If he did that, how was it any different from young Adam, who was treated as a monster? At this moment, he only hoped that after his death, old Jiang and old Peter could live well inside the light column. For a dignified death, Peter struggled to lift his stone-like foot, standing side by side with Jiangja. I used to think I would die in battle, but I never expected to die so hastily. Perhaps due to Jiangja's calm aura influencing Peter, he felt less afraid of death. He regretted some things and had some unfulfilled wishes. But what could be done? At least before dying, he had met like-minded friends, and that was enough. He tried to comfort himself this way. Old Adam looked at Jiangja and Peter, who had given up struggling, and he couldn't help but smile in relief. Then, glaring at the young Adam inside the light column, and seeing his triumphant smile, old Adam sighed deeply. It's a pity that the two who should not have died have accepted death, while the one who should die laughs in triumph. The world is so unfair, it's sad. I swear, Adam, no matter what I become, I will not let you have it easy. Inside the light column. Watching old Adam, who was about to die, the smile on young Adam's face became increasingly arrogant. Ha ha ha, think you can kill me? Is it that easy? Even Jiangja has given up struggling, you all should just die. In the end, the only survivor is me. Indeed, God favors the strong over the believers. If it weren't for him speaking that line, old Jiang would have at least reacted later. When he heard those words, old John's lips slightly curled. Young Adam, do you really believe that? Young Adam said mockingly, isn't it true? You, a loser who has lived in the hypercube for 30 years, should be content just to have survived the chaos court. In the hypercube's strange tale, the final winner will surely be me. If that's the case, then I hope you accept this gift. Old Jiang suddenly broke free from his restraints and turned to face the shocked young Adam. Do you think this is the end? The real ending is something you need to face yourself, not just flaunt your sharp tongue here. You. How could you possibly break free from your restraints? Young Adam was stunned. His strength was clearly greater than theirs, so why couldn't he break free? Humph. Old Jiang ignored him and turned to look at the older version of Adam on the light path. That older version of Adam on the light path, the monster in the fourth challenge has now emerged, and that is us. Now, your chance for revenge has come. The monster in the fourth challenge she referred to was old Jiang himself, old Peter himself, and the arrogant young Adam. Upon hearing this, old Adam's eyes lit up as if he saw hope, and he nodded solemnly at old Jiang. Thank you, I will make him pay the price he deserves. The moment those words were spoken, the last two light doors at the bottom of the light pillar opened again. Don't ask, follow me. Old Jiang grabbed old Peter and quickly rushed forward. Looking at the angels that were about to turn into statues, Jiangja and Peter, old Jiang earnestly patted the shoulder of young Jiangja and said, stay alive. Although old Peter didn't understand what old Jiang was saying, he also echoed to his younger self, stay alive. Not giving anyone a chance to react. Old Jiang suddenly turned around, grabbed old Peter's shoulder, and brought him to face the two angels. The two angels faced the two older versions of Jiangja and Peter. Seeing this scene, old Peter was quite surprised, just then realizing old Jiang's motive. To take the place of death. It turned out that old Jiang referring to taking the place of death meant sacrificing himself for his younger self. He understood that to take the place of death was to touch the weeping angels, willingly being sent back to the past. Old Jiang turned to old Peter and asked, with neither joy nor sorrow, are you ready? Old Peter shook his head helplessly, then revealed a relieved smile, of course. As the words fell, the two of them closed their eyes simultaneously. The next moment. After being touched by the angels, old Jiang and old Peter were instantly transformed into dazzling white light, disappearing into the core. Following closely behind. The two weeping angels also disappeared in succession. After the angels vanished, the sculpted gray on Jiangja and Peter, who were about to turn into angels, gradually peeled away, and their bodies returned to a crimson hue. Peter looked towards the direction of his disappearing future self, feelings complex, both happy and sad, hard to express. The future has saved us. Jiangja showed a hint of regret and patted Peter's shoulder. Staying alive is the best way to respect them. Peter remains silent, gently nodding. Hearing the conversation between the two, the national audience and experts finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did old Jiang and old Peter come out to take the place of death for our Jiangja and Peter? Yes, that's how the voice expressed it. Old Jiang and old Peter are people deserving of respect. Unlike that ungrateful young Adam who killed his future self just to satisfy himself, really selfish. But it's a pity we couldn't hear the conversation between old Adam and young Adam on the light path. I wonder who would win. I don't know, but I hope old Adam wins. After all, a guy who can even kill himself doesn't deserve to survive. Looking forward to the unveiling. Just then, the voice of Jiangja echoed in the scene. I don't know what protective measures you have taken after listening to me in the real world, but now I want to say you can connect to the internet and unveil the curtain in the sky. The great battle is about to unfold in that light path next door. As soon as these words were spoken, everywhere in the country began to connect to the internet, and the live broadcast rooms kept lighting up. In the sky, the live broadcast footage continuously experienced small explosions at the source, tearing apart the black cloth hanging in the floating sky. Finally, the live broadcast room returned to its original state. Chapter 69, The Young and Old Perish Together, Old Adam's Determination. Although the sky had darkened, pedestrians and drivers just getting off work gradually pulled over to the side of the road. Some got out of their cars and looked up at the night sky. The surroundings fell silent, with no honking cars and no shouting. Gradually, the whole country transformed into this scene, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a member of the public asked the crucial question, has Jiangja cleared the level? As soon as this was said, people in the streets began to discuss eagerly. It seems he hasn't, right? Look, there are no monsters appearing inside the door anymore. He should have cleared the level. If he cleared the level, why hasn't the settlement prompt appeared? I don't know about that, but Jiangja and Peter's attention is completely focused on old Adam down the neighboring path. It seems the outcome depends on their battle? Someone noticed the blind spot. Perhaps they must wait until the duel between old Adam and young Adam to clear the level. In Jiangja's view, he was no longer focused on the light column. He and Peter's attention were entirely on the neighboring path. Seeing young Adam approach old Adam with a leisurely pace, old Adam ignored the angel beside him, not caring about his stiffened legs. At this moment, his expression was cold, and he only wanted the person before him to die, no matter how. As long as it was death, it would be finished. Looking at your expression, it seems you really want to kill me. Young Adam stepped forward, standing 20 meters opposite him, and then he sneered, but, do you have that qualification? As soon as the words fell, young Adam suddenly raised his hand, releasing an overload flame. The speed was so fast that old Adam couldn't react. He took a hit and flew backward dozens of meters. Is this all you can do? Old Adam, unafraid of the pain, retorted and immediately raised his hand to counterattack. Two thick white lightning bolts shot out. This was his full-powered attack. As long as it hit young Adam, the other side must. Before this thought could take hold, young Adam disdainfully raised both hands, releasing two thick flames to collide with the lightning. At the moment of contact, boom sounded. In the middle of the light path, a fierce explosion occurred. The shockwave collided with the two, and neither of them took a step back. The angel in the middle of the road was affected by the explosion, and gray fragments quickly shed from its body, but soon, it returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Is this all your level? Young Adam raised his right hand, gathering a fist in the air, tightening it towards old Adam as a target. Then, the powerful grip made it difficult for old Adam to breathe. But even so, old Adam made no sound. He simply closed his eyes and released an equal amount of mental power. Crack! A sound. An invisible shackle instantly shattered. Old Adam gasped for air, looking up to mock. It seems you are nothing much. Seeing this, young Adam shook his head helplessly. You are too confident in your own strength. On what basis do you think that just because you are 30 years older than me, your strength must be stronger than mine? He had only been testing old Adam's true strength before. He had only used 5% of his strength, making the older version of himself feel seriously strained. So since that was the case, there was no need to hold back anymore. You spent 30 years stuck in a time-stagnant room. Have you used any of those abilities that made you stronger? Young Adam questioned, his expression gradually becoming serious. Next, I'll show you what true strength really is. Now, kneel. With a fierce look, young Adam shouted harshly. Old Adam immediately felt the pressure from above gradually strengthening. 1 time. 2 times. 5 times. 10 times. Even with a psychic shield around him, old Adam could not withstand the growing pressure. Crack! There was a sharp sound. Old Adam immediately knelt on the ground, and even his head was hard to lift. Despite his twisted face, old Adam squeezed out a difficult smile, mocking, good and evil lie in a single thought. It seems you chose to plunge into eternal evil when you killed me before. You will probably never understand until you die. The hypercube won't let you go alive, just wait to be killed by the monster that will be your next self. Upon hearing this, a trace of confusion flashed across young Adam's face. Next round? What nonsense is he talking about? Has he gone mad? Soon, not only did young Adam not get angry, but he stepped forward, teasing while looking down. Who can kill me? I actually hope for such an opponent. Now in this pathetic state of yours, who can save you? Are you hoping for those two useless ones? As he spoke, young Adam raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Jia and Peter nearby. Seeing this scene, some of the beautiful country's audience felt excited while others were worried. Amazing, Adam. If such a master returns to the real world, who can stop us? But Adam is really no longer Adam, his nature seems to have transformed into that of a monster. I can hardly believe him, a top 10 investigator in the country is behaving like this. Does the FBI only eat vegetarian? As old Adam said, those who should die haven't, and those who shouldn't died. Even though I am a citizen of the beautiful country, I also hope Adam dies. There's no way now, old Adam cannot match young Adam at all. After just a few moves, he can barely keep his head up. The outcome is clear, and in the final battle, it will definitely be Zhang Jia / Peter versus Adam, and they will surely lose. Some audience members might understand the reason. But the experts from the beautiful country looked on with fervor. They hope the strongest Adam returns to help bolster the beautiful country's prestige. Then, whatever they want to do, they can do openly and without shame. I like this Adam, a leader praised. The second expert said, he is very wild, fitting with our beautiful country's spirit of freedom, fearlessness, and bravery. The third male expert agreed, but can he be controlled? The fourth black female expert said, of course he can be controlled, no matter how strong Adam is, he will still yield to the mental conditioning technique. The pressure came to Zhang Jia's side. Zhang Jia and Peter exchanged glances. Peter looked at the backpack behind Zhang Jia, his eyes seeming to suggest something. Don't even think about it, once either of us injects the strength-enhancing serum, we won't be able to leave for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, Peter abandoned the idea and pointed at young Adam not far away, asking, are you really going to let this monster like Adam return to the real world? That would be a permanent and heavy blow to your country. Watching young Adam not far away, continuously applying psychic power and gradually destroying old Adam's body, even Zhang Jia, who had already cleared the game, felt a sense of powerless. Option 1, we become stronger, can't leave, and stop young Adam. Option 2, wait and see, waiting for old Adam's counterattack. If I choose option 1, I won't be able to leave, and my country will face strange invasions each time. As for death, it's only a matter of time, because it will only get harder. 11 stars, 12 stars. Option 2, wait and see, let young Adam return to reality. But what can young Adam do? Zhang Jia suddenly realized a possibility. Can one person really fight against the state machine? Though young Adam is strong, he is also extremely capable in single combat, only suitable for small-scale tactical battles. Even the large-scale strategic level can't reach it. The steel torrent, planes, and tanks, this is no joke. Can just one Adam really be fearless against these? Zhang Jia felt it was impossible no matter how he thought about it. I choose 3. Zhang Jia suddenly smiled. 3? To stop young Adam from getting stronger, just take off his backpack. This method is good, it keeps his strength forever at this level. Peter also brightly agreed. Just as the two prepared to act. Not far away, old Adam suddenly counterattacked before his death. Old Adam's face suddenly turned pale, blood spewed from his mouth. Yes, old Adam used his mental power to crush his own heart. The intense pain instantly upgraded old Adam's battle power to another level. Now, he had 20 seconds of life left. The pressure that had covered his head immediately shattered and collapsed. How is this possible? Young Adam's pupils suddenly shrank. There was no possible way, he was giving it his all, so why could this person still break free? Old Adam slowly stood up, the blood vessels on his face formed patterns that stained his features, revealing a terrifying grin. He not only showed no anger but instead awakened something. The strongest has never been the power itself, but the awareness and the will as a person that comes with that power. A person's will can break through stubborn stones, a person's awareness can keep the strong ever strong. Monsters can never understand. I think you will never understand why Zhang Jia is always stronger than you in any era, because you don't understand what it means to be a person. He emphasized the word person, making young Adam, not far away, stunned. As the words fell, old Adam's eyes were like eagles, locking onto young Adam. Then he bent down, releasing a wave of mental power from behind him, pushing him forward aggressively. With the boost of the last two powers, old Adam's speed reached an extreme that the naked eye could not catch. Young Adam only felt something rush past him, and in the next second, he lost his balance, watching Zhang Jia and Peter's surprised faces grow more distant. Young Adam suddenly realized, it felt like he was falling into an abyss. No, when he reacted, he unwillingly stretched out his hand and roared until the roar echoed beneath the abyss and finally disappeared. In the end, two prompts appeared at the edge of the light column, observed by everyone. The chosen one of the beautiful country, Adam dead, survived 17 hours, the weirdness will invade New York in 48 hours. Future chosen one of the beautiful country, old Adam dead, survived 30 years 17 hours, based on old Adam's determination, he successfully shed the identity of a monster, the future beautiful country will no longer face weird invasions. Chapter 70, Clear the Supercubic Weird Tale, rated SS. 2 different time spaces. The audiences of the beautiful country from 30 years ago and 30 years later had completely different reactions. The audience of young Adam. That damn old Adam chose to kill someone who didn't even let Adam clear the game, so despicable. Exactly, he has no patriotism at all. Stupid, he relied on old Jiang to save him, but old Jiang hardly paid him any attention, in the end, he perished with his younger self. It's Jiangja who benefits, damn it. He is the permanent sinner of the beautiful country. Seeing this scene, the experts were even more furious. The leading white leader cursed fiercely, stupid, simply stupid, how could old Adam do something to harm our country, good riddance, but our Adam, who could have had a glorious life, was ruined by this disaster. The audience of the beautiful country 30 years later. Old Adam, what a pity, too pity, he was a hero. But luckily, he shed the identity of a monster, that's still good for us. Yeah, I only now realize the lip reading of old Jiang saying I can't help you meant that all of this had to be faced by old Adam himself. Old Adam's spirit is worth learning from, he's not someone that young Adam can compare with. Is the beautiful country from 30 years ago a parallel world for us 30 years later? Maybe, but it has no connection to us for a lifetime. The expert team in this time and space reacted completely opposite to another time and space. The leading white old leader said, old Adam is a man worthy of respect. Even though he has passed away, his spirit remains. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Old Adam had a clear goal and a sincere intention to be a good person. He is a hero. Young Adam, even with his strength, is still far from the character of old Adam. Old Adam was right. Adam and Jiangja, in the same era and age, are indeed not on the same level. Friends, you know who is above and who is below. I have a question. Do you have any memories of young Adam's death from 30 years ago? As soon as this was said, the whole expert team looked at each other, trying to recall something, but they had no memories at all, and they shook their heads. Since no one remembers, it shows that everything in that time and space has no connection to us now, so I can rest assured. In the core of the hypercube, on the last light path. Only Jiang Zhao and Peter survived at the scene. Watching the scene of the old and young falling off the cliff, the two could not forget it for a long time. Jiang Zhao sighed, old Adam may be our enemy, but he chose what he believed was right, thus freeing himself from the identity of a monster. Peter sincerely felt relieved for old Adam and then smiled, he is emotional and righteous, has a beginning and an end, and is clear in his goals. Such a person, even if he did some bad things in the past, cannot tarnish his identity as a good person. As the words fell, Jiang Zhao quietly nodded. Though he had only known old Adam for a few dozen minutes. But he felt what it truly means to be human. To be a person, one must be upright, clear in grievances and entitlements, and honest. In the hypercube, all the chosen ones may have once been enemies. But after old Adam did these things, such a person indeed deserves Jiang Zhao's praise, he is a remarkable individual. As time passed, Peter sensed something was wrong, did we succeed? It seems like. Jiang Zhao looked up at the light column, which gave no indication, no? Peter asked again, is there anywhere we did not do correctly? Jiang Zhao thought for a moment, and suddenly all memories of old Jiang flooded his mind, and he smiled at Peter, reminding him, old Jiang? Ha? What's wrong with old Jiang? Didn't he already go back to the past with future me? Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly turned serious, and he retorted, is it possible that old Jiang is the current me? What? As soon as this was said, Peter was stunned, and the nationwide audience was also stunned. From old Jiang's perspective. Old Jiang's real self from 30 years ago. On the night when the rules of the hypercube descended. At this moment, on the playground of the military district in Sioux City. Here, soldiers from the entire military district were sitting in a circle. Because soon it would be time for Jiang Zhao to set out again. The leaders, medical staff, and health instructors did a final physical examination of Jiang Zhao. After confirming no issues, the top leader of the military district, Wu Kuanyu, solemnly asked, Mr. Jiang, you can refuse this mission. We can afford the loss of a city. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao suddenly froze, as if waking from a dream, and he turned in surprise to look around. Surrounded by soldiers, with hope and expectation on their faces. I was sent back by an angel to that night 30 years ago? Then he quickly lowered his head to check. Dressed in a black military uniform, he looked noticeably younger. It was then he realized something, he and old Peter had not died. Everything of him and old Peter was brought back unchanged by the weeping angel to 30 years ago, and that was the reality outside the hypercube. At this point, old Jiang gently shook his head, smiling as he denied the resolution. How can my life compare to that of a whole city? How could one dare to compare to a city? Rest assured, leave it to me, there's no problem. Old Wu Kuanyu saw this and said nothing, feeling that the person in front of him suddenly changed, with eyes, demeanor, tone, and speech that did not seem like those of a young person, but more like an old man who had seen through everything. However, he did not pay much attention, just patted Jiang's shoulder and nodded in silent agreement. As time passed, at exactly midnight 12 o'clock. A new round of rules has arrived, and the global chosen ones will be selected next. As before. Xia Country, Jiangzhe. Beauty Country, Adam. Panda Country, Abuski. Rotten Country, Benjamin. The young version of old Jiang naturally summoned Peter. Peter began to explore the front door together with old Jiang. In a room at the front door, the young version of old Jiang met himself dressed in a white suit. The other party told himself some things. This is your last chance, do you understand? As the words fell, a smile appeared on the face of the young version of old Jiang. I understand. Naturally. The young version of old Jiang still reached the core of the hypercube. However, this time, he was not trapped inside the hypercube-like column but entered the light path with the perspective and version of young Jiangzhe. The other three paths were old Benjamin, old Abuski, old Adam. Everything inside the light column had not changed. Young Adam was still trapped here like a monster. Next came a series of mutual suspicion and battles. Old Adam took young Adam away at the brink of death. Watching the scene of old and young Adam falling off the cliff, the two could not forget for a long time. The young version of old Jiang sighed. Old Adam may be our enemy, but he chose what he thought was the right thing, thus freeing himself from the identity of a monster. The young version of old Peter sincerely felt relieved for old Adam and then smiled, loyal and righteous, beginning and end, clear goals, and open-hearted. Such a person, even if they have done some bad things before, cannot tarnish their identity as a hero. The young version of old Peter asked, did we clear the level? At this moment, a slight smile curved on the lips of the young version of old Jiang. Of course, we cleared the level. It was this sentence that suddenly brought all memories of the next 30 years into the young version of old Peter's mind. We cleared the level. As the words fell, several light blue reward notifications popped up outside the light column. Chapter 71, randomly bring back one ability to reality. Congratulations! Xia Country Chosen 1, Jiangzhe, successfully challenged the hypercube. Time taken, 0 days 18 hours, rating, SS level. Reward issued, Xia Country Citizens Lifespan plus 120%. Reward issued 2, Xia Country Crude Oil Reserves plus 500,000 tons. Reward issued 3, Xia Country National Learning Ability plus 30%. Individual reward issued, Jiangzhe, Physical Quality plus 500%. The reward can bring any skill that does not exceed world limits into reality. Friendly reminder, due to the clearance rate not meeting expectations, the next rules will adjust the difficulty. Friendly reminder 2, the next rule Strange Tale is a 6-star hell copy, Open City Strange Tale, clue rule, do not trust magic. With the clearance notification falling, the entire national populace felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Like soaking in a hot spring all night, when they opened their eyes, they felt refreshed, as if they had a sweet and pleasant dream. Even the cool evening breeze brushing their faces made them want to recite poetry joyfully. About 5 minutes later, as the golden light bursting out of the entire Xia Country gradually dimmed, the Xia citizens seemed to be reborn. The lifespan of Xia citizens still did not show substantial evidence. Only strength, endurance, physical fitness, and vitality received a significant permanent boost. Wow, Jiangzhou is amazing, another SS level rating, our whole country is going to take off. Haha, the lifespan of a normal person is 80 years, which is already considered lucky. After 2 rounds of Strange Tales, it seems like our whole country can live for 240 years. And this feeling is really awesome. I've never felt this refreshed in my life. If we take care of our bodies, we can live at least 240 years. I might even live to the 23rd century and see the new international summer. Just thinking about it is so exciting. It's amazing. If it weren't for Mr. John's contributions, how could we have such treatment? Everyone, say it with me, thank you, Mr. Jiang, and thank you, Peter. As this flood of comments came through, the entire livestream was instantly filled with words of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, thank you, Mr. Peter, for your contributions. Without you, there would be no us. Mr. Peter will always be a good friend of Summer Country. Suddenly, someone realized a key point. Mr. Jiang is contributing so much for us, what about his lifespan? Don't worry, it's increased. My dad, who is in the expert team, told me. He has the same treatment as us, and his cell activity has been tested, it's just like ours. That's good. The most feared thing is that while we extend our lives, Mr. Jiang ends up sacrificing himself. The people, at least, have a conscience. One should not forget the well digger when drinking water. At this moment, it was 10 o'clock at night. High school seniors at national key high schools were studying hard in class. On the playgrounds of universities across the country, the announcements came as scheduled, and the voices of the principals began to speak. After a lengthy speech, they finally reached the conclusion. Finally, thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your contributions to us common folks. Excited voices filled the playground. Thank you for Mr. John's contributions. Alright, since everyone has expressed their gratitude, now, back to class. Are you kidding? Class at 10 at night? Studying at 10? Isn't this a waste of Mr. John's kindness? Exactly. But the principal solemnly said, gratitude needs action. Studying hard to repay the country is the best way to thank Mr. Jiang. Now, immediately, head back to class and do a set of key papers. Helpless, the students could only sigh and comply. Once they got back to class and the test papers were handed out, the questions that were once incomprehensible to struggling students now seemed as easy as eating and drinking. A struggling student whispered, "Is the test too easy, or have I gotten smarter?" Other struggling students quietly echoed, "Me too. The partial derivatives and differential equations I learned in college seem as simple as a two-variable equation now." Whoa, you guys have that feeling too? Shoo, don't say it out loud. Otherwise, the Education Bureau might see that our IQ has improved and replaced the senior mock exams with those for college juniors, seniors, or even graduate students. That would be bad. Wait, why did we suddenly get smarter? Who else could it be? It's Mr. John's gift. After clearing the chaotic court, we received a 20% boost in learning ability, and clearing the hypercube gave us a 30% learning ability. It's like giving us all a learning cheat. Wow. It does seem like that. Without Mr. Jiang, how would I dare to dream of getting into hucking? Hucking? You dare to dream of hucking just because Mr. Jiang gave you a learning boost? That's really putting Mr. Jiang to shame. Then? Directly Harvard. If not, MIT. Only then would I even consider Stanford or Oxford. Hucking isn't even worth thinking about. You are really daydreaming. Shoo, the teacher is coming. Such situations were occurring in universities across the country. They all suddenly discovered that their learning abilities had significantly increased. If the previous 20% was not obvious, now with the two boosts combined, it reached 50%. What used to take an hour of study could now be mastered in just 20 minutes, or even 10 minutes. In fact, it wasn't just the students, even professors and scientists in the cultural system found their research progress significantly improved. In a certain underground research lab. Long live Mr. Jiang, XN. A group of scientists in white lab coats shouted excitedly. Projects that originally took them 3 months to complete could now be perfectly finished in just over a month, with their original 100% ability, plus an additional 50% boost in learning ability. Scientific workers felt that the enhancement in learning ability was far more important than the entire national oil reserves. Resources are consumable, but the ability to learn and comprehend is permanent. In comparison, improving the ability to learn is the real cheat. After a moment of excitement, the scientists all exclaimed, "This learning ability is really a wonderful thing." That's right, I was originally researching improvements on ordinary super high-speed fighter jets, and now with this ability, I even dare to lead a team to study nanoray weapons. What's nanoweapons? That's not an exaggeration. Guess what I'm researching? What? I'm researching consciousness, the internet, and immortality. With these words, the room fell silent, all eyes on that fanciful thinker in disbelief. This statement was equivalent to saying I am researching whether consciousness can be transferred to the internet, to develop a computer universe where consciousness can live forever in another universe. The scientist's expressions shifted dramatically. You dare to think like this? What about papers? What about research results? What's the status now? The scientist who had boasted awkwardly scratched his head. It can't be done in 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, the scientists finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted their chests. Glad you can't do it, or else the world would change. If it could be done, there would really be a ghost. Mr. Jiang gave us this learning ability not to let you think fancifully. Although there are such concepts in scientific works, in reality it's not possible. Ordinary AR hyper-realistic meta-universe games might achieve this. But uploading consciousness to the internet, completely intact, can never be accomplished in this lifetime. This is not just a scientific problem, but also a philosophical one. Besides, for cultural workers, after enhancing their learning ability, the most noticeable effect is money. They earn much more. For example, a third-rate web novelist, a little flop is not respectful. After strengthening his learning comprehension, his subscription skyrocketed from the original 100 to 100,000 in just a few days, and he obtained a master contract at Endpoint Novel Network. At this moment, Mr. Jiang, in the eyes of all cultural workers, is the contemporary Wenkuxing descending to the mortal world, with prosperous literary fortunes. Day 72, the whole country takes a 3-day holiday, no secret overtime allowed. In summer country, Bohai Sea, at 10 o'clock in the evening. Night shift workers had just finished watching the live broadcast, and after having their lifespans enhanced, all were full of enthusiasm, as if they could fight for 3 more days and nights. Suddenly, when the night sky lit up with crude oil plus 500,000 tons, the indoor leaders were all dumbfounded. Really, 500,000 tons? Such a large storage amount is equivalent to 50 times the past year. This is the total extraction of 50 to 60 years. So much crude oil is going to have a strong impact on domestic prices. I don't know if it's good or bad. The leaders were worried, but the workers were full of high-spirited excitement. Because the production of crude oil can boost the following industries: industry, textile industry, transportation industry, plastic industry, etc. Perhaps for the higher-ups, excessive crude oil storage would consume more human resources, making market supply and demand unequal, potentially causing strong shocks to the stock market. It could soar or crash. These are all unpredictable matters. But ultimately, the benefit will surely be the common people. The public could not wait for oil prices to drop further and further. Just then, outdoors, near the coast on land, the night sky suddenly descended with thousands of golden rays. Everyone looked towards the light, and after the golden rays dimmed, hundreds of large silver devices landed on the land, which was the recently arrived crude oil reserves. This is great, ha ha ha. For us ordinary people, this is a tremendous good thing. This occurrence exposes the conspiracy of dwindling oil. Those evil capitalists only know how to speculate on oil prices. Now that it has increased, let's see how they speculate, ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang is mighty, Mr. Jiang will be forever honored. It really came, it made me not even have the mood to rest. For Mr. Jiang, for the common people, this work has to continue overnight. Ha ha ha, let's get to work. Workers who usually despised overtime. At this moment, everyone was full of energy. For the first time, they felt that working could also be filled with enthusiasm. Soon, the news of the crude oil was known to the officials and the media. In the end, overwhelming news broke out, second only to Jiang's successful customs clearance in today's headlines. Naturally, after the officials learned of the news, they reduced the oil prices by nearly half. All types of oil were generally cut directly in half from their original prices. At a certain exit of the Jinghu Expressway, driving at night, car owners whose fuel was about to run out all stopped at the gas station. As usual, they paid 500 yuan for gas, saying, "Number 89, fill it up." A private car could take 50 liters to fill up completely. At 8 yuan per liter, 400 would suffice, but sometimes it might overflow, so paying 500 was a safer bet to fill up. Just as they finished refueling and were about to get back on the road, a staff member called out to them. "Sir, wait a moment, here is your change." The car owner uncle didn't pay much attention, reaching out to take the money. When he looked at the 3 red bills in his hand, confusion appeared on his face. "Little girl, is it your first day in business? Aren't you afraid I might run away with this money? If I do, it would be your penalty." Unexpectedly, the young girl smiled happily and explained, "The country has issued an emergency notice because Mr. Jiang has won 500,000 tons of crude oil for Xia country. All prices related to the crude oil industry are halved. This is something that benefits the entire nation. How could I be penalized?" Hearing this, the car owner uncle looked astonished. The prices were slashed in half. That's unbelievable, right? He took out his phone to check the news. Mr. Jiang is the blessing for all drivers in the nation. He quickly clicked in, and millions of comments suddenly appeared before him. "Wow, Mr. Jiang is awesome. This is so outrageous, this price is almost the same as decades ago. I can now afford to drive daily, thanks to Mr. Jiang. Tomorrow happens to be Mr. Jiang's rest day. I plan to return to my hometown, but now it seems I can't go back. The price drop will make the highways congested. Hey, what's there to worry about? It's said that oil prices will continue to drop for a long time. We won't need to import oil for a while. It's only been 3 days, just 3 days, and Mr. Jiang has brought us so many benefits. I never dared to imagine this in my lifetime. How will the country thank Mr. Jiang? At this level, money seems useless to him, right? That's unclear." After reading the comments, the car owner uncle immediately smiled with joy, all thanks to Mr. Jiang. He looked up at the night sky, picturing Jiang Zhao and Peter fainting. The car owner exclaimed, "I wonder how long this good fortune can last. Can he really clear customs smoothly every time? One day, Mr. Jiang's death will surely be the greatest impact on Xia country, right?" In the office of the top leaders of Xia country, in front of a coffee-colored sandalwood desk, where candlelight flickered, an elderly man was diligently busy reviewing documents. Under the candlelight, his tired face reflected weariness. Despite being exhausted, he did not take a moment's break. He looked at the national strength reports handed to him by subordinates, and the data showed since the rules came into effect, Xia country's overall GDP and national strength soared sharply, with the curve rising at a right angle. There were signs indicating that some industries had suffered serious hits. Xiao Lu, tell below to slow down a bit, taking too big of steps isn't good. The leader pondered and made a decision. A nationwide holiday? Xiao Lu, his bodyguard, quietly asked. The leader nodded, yes. I'll take care of that right away. One more thing. You say. Go ask the experts in Sioux City what Mr. Jiang wants. After all, with all the conveniences he has contributed, the higher-ups should be doing something as well, shouldn't they? This meant that Mr. Jiang's contributions were so significant that no one knew what he wanted. Money? Mr. Jiang already had enough money. Official position? That could be given any time. Other than these, no one really knew what else could be given back to Mr. Jiang. I will do as instructed, leader. In the conference room of the Xia Country Expert Group. They had just finished the extension of lifespan. Preparing for an exciting end to today. But unexpectedly, a phone call came in. Old Zhao answered the call, his eyes widened in surprise. Secretary Liu? He certainly knew that Secretary Liu was close to the big boss, but was someone of a higher rank than anyone here. Listening to the message on the phone, Old Zhao was stunned. What? A 3-day holiday for all industries nationwide, no sneaking in overtime? Yes, I'll handle it right away. Mr. Jiang wants this. That's hard to decide. Let's wait until he returns to reality, and I'll ask him for you. Alright, I understand, I will. With the call ended, the experts of all ages in the conference room nearly jumped up in excitement. 3 days, is it true? Old Zhao said mysteriously, of course, it's true. Ha, that's great, all thanks to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang always brings us so many surprises. What does he want? It seems someone at his level has no need for material things anymore. Right, whatever he wants, the country can find it for him, even any special preferences he has, will satisfy them all. You might be slandering Mr. Jiang a bit, he doesn't seem to have any special preferences. Let's just ask Mr. Jiang himself when the time comes. A 3-day holiday for all industries nationwide. The news of no sneaking in overtime quickly spread across the country. At this moment, even the news of Jiangxia passing through the hypercube was pushed to second place. Ranked first was, national holiday for 3 days, no overtime allowed. As soon as this news came out, it exploded across the internet. Damn, I have no words, Mr. Jiang, awesome. Woo, what was a dream is now real, is this real? Ha, of course it's real, the big boss ordered it, who would dare to defy it? Our supervisor has already packed up excitedly and gone home. So envious, I really envy you all, beautiful country netizens. I really want to immigrate, give me a chance, panda country netizens. If Mr. Jiang were in our country, it would be so great, rotten country netizens. At this moment, on foreign websites, overwhelming reports about Jiangxia's victory were everywhere. ABC, BBC. A large amount of reporting attracted viewers from all over the world. As usual, most people came in complaining and left complaining. In the end, those who stayed behind drooled with envy. Damn it, the immigration bureau of the summer country is closed, I can't submit my documents, neon netizens. Ha, I submitted my application 3 days ago, now waiting for approval, beautiful netizens. Why are our chosen ones so weak, compared to Jiangxia, not even a hair stands out, woo panda country netizens. Now they have a 3-day holiday, no sneaking in overtime, no, I'm not envious, not at all, Canadian netizens. Curious, what kind of power will Jiangxia bring back to reality, a superpower, rotten country netizens. In fact, 3 days ago, in the chaotic court, Jiangxia had already become the most famous person in the world, no one else compared. With the news of Jiangxia passing 2 levels, more people regarded him as extraordinary. While other countries lived in fear, the summer country was peaceful, using rules to lead all industries to evolve. This event was a significant blow to ambitious countries. Chapter 73, The Eye of Gaze and the Hypercube Easter Egg. In the core of the hypercube. After the rewards were issued, Jiangxia and Peter collapsed on the light path. Not knowing how long it had been, Jiangxia slowly got up. The emptiness that merged with old Zhang's memories instantly disappeared. He couldn't express it, as if it was a side effect brought by the room where time was stagnant. With the increase in lifespan, the organs in his body, along with the blood circulation ability, including antioxidants, had undergone significant improvements. My body organs seem to have become tougher than normal muscles. Jiangxia closed his eyes to feel. He could feel the originally weak organs in his body becoming unusually hard yet vibrant. Lifting his hands, he clenched his fists, as if his strength was endless and inexhaustible. He continued to lift his hands and wave the air in front of him, even a casual punch stirred up a strong cold wind. My punch speed seems to unconsciously have doubled. I need to find an opportunity to test what it feels like to surpass human limits tenfold when I get back. Besides this, the neurons in his brain were working faster. Once, a matter would take him some time to think about. Now, contemplating anything within reach, he could immediately come up with multiple strategies and answers, all thanks to the heightened ability to learn and comprehend. What ability can I bring back to reality? Zhang just stood up, lost in thought, looking at the light column not far away with its pale blue frame. First, he glanced back at Peter on the ground. Peter's heart was barely rising and falling. He then touched his finger to his nose. Peter's breathing was steady, without any major issues, so his lifespan was likely enhanced too. He chose not to disturb Peter, letting him have a good sleep, and then Jiangzhou approached the light column. Unresolved ability, magnetic transformation. Current unlocked ability, Eye of Stare. Eye of Stare, you can see through any lies and the motivations of the interrogated. The spatial backpack has lost effect, only ordinary items can be used. The first one should be Old John's ability, various scientific powers derived from manipulating magnetic fields that are nearly superhuman. It's not something I can use, so it's not a loss. The Eye of Stare is the ability closest to reality among these powers. It's more formidable than the psychological insights claimed in the real world, one of the abilities bordering on mysticism. I have no choice but to select the Eye of Stare. Zhang Jia raised his hand and clicked on the second prompt. A golden light suddenly surged into his forehead. The light column in front of him seemed to be getting farther away, but in reality, his body hadn't moved. Soon, the distance was drawn closer again. He only felt a slight bitterness in his eyes, as if he hadn't closed them for a long time. Aside from that, there were no other anomalies. Has it already fused? He blinked, then heard a strange sound behind him. Peter was slowly getting up, holding his head. Peter curiously approached, examining Jiangzhou for a moment. How do you feel, Peter? Jiangzhou asked first. This might sound a bit strange, but I feel like I've become younger, but I wasn't old to begin with. Peter clearly didn't understand the situation. In response, Jiangzhou smiled slightly, not explaining, waiting for him to discover it himself later. The next moment, Peter suddenly leaned in closely, staring intently at Jiangzhou's eyes, then rubbed his own eyes. Am I seeing things, or have your eyes really changed color? What color? Yellow. Let me see. Jiangzhou frowned and hurriedly took out an ordinary mirror from his backpack. In the mirror, his eyes indeed appeared bright yellow, as if struck by a layer of gloss, resembling the eyes of a demon. Ugh. They have indeed changed, a bit like demons from Western legends. Even Jiangzhou himself found it a bit unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes, but the yellow color wouldn't fade. Then, with a method memorized from old Jiang, he held up his index and middle fingers horizontally in front of his eyes and gently drew a line. The yellow color immediately vanished, turning back to normal brown pupils. With another quick flick to the right, his pupils brightened yellow again. At this moment, Jiangzhou turned his head and tentatively asked, Peter, looking into my eyes, do you have something to hide from me? Seeing this, Peter hesitated, then. Unintentionally, he revealed a fact. At that time in the rebirth village, I met Mask Q. I asked Mask Q a question, and the former Mask Q, who was the old version of you, told me the answer, which was go in the direction of XYZ equals 2. Before leaving, bring a Mask Q into the last room. Only by reaching the core of the hypercube. But I raised 2 fingers to you, which means we can live to get out. I should have raised 1 finger to you, meaning we cannot live to get out. In reality, we cannot live to get out. We refers to the old Jiangzhou/old Peter who was not fused with the young version of us. At that time, I just wanted to boost our morale because hope is the key to survival. Hearing this, Jiangzhou looked shocked. After merging old Jiang's memories, he indeed had this memory in his mind. In the memory, young Peter asked old Jiang a question, how do we get out? And the answer given by the old Jiang was, walk towards the direction with the smallest numbers, and when you reach the room where XYZ equals 2, bring the corpse of Mask Q from that room and enter the room where XYZQ equals 0. When all numbers equal 0, there are no doors there. But if you bring the corpse of Mask Q and advance through the last door, you will see the great door leading to the exit, which is the core of the hypercube, and you will know the answer. Later, the old Jiang considered it for the old Peter. The answer the old Jiang told the old Peter was, you asked me, can they get out safely? I answered yes. Yes, besides old Peter lying, the old Jiang also lied, because at that time the old Jiang wanted to tell old Peter that both of them could get out alive. But in the end, in a certain sense, old Jiang and Peter were already dead. Upon hearing this, Peter suddenly awakened, realized something, and looked at Jiangzhou in disbelief. So you also lied? Jiangzhou looked embarrassed. I just wanted to comfort ourselves that we could get out alive. Of course, we always referred to the old versions of ourselves. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, a bit frustrated, and sighed. I didn't expect both old versions of us to be dead. Seeing this, to change Peter's somewhat frustrated mood, Jiangja comforted him. No, we are not dead. In every sense, we are both old and young versions of ourselves. There is no death in life. As this sentence fell, Peter's face finally relaxed. Yes, we are all ourselves. Seeing this scene, the audience suddenly remembered what happened between old Jiang and old Peter in the resurrected village. Wow, it turns out these two people both lied. Oh my, this setup is a bit deep. They both lied just to test the gaze of the eye. This does not seem to be something old Jiang set up, it is something that makes sense. But I have to say, the hypercube is really wonderful. In the scene, Peter observed Jiangja for a while and decided to ask what was on his mind. What is the hypercube? You have always known, right? This sentence almost instantly evoked the audience's curiosity. The earlier chaotic quartz meaning was the opposition between good and evil, and ultimately it was redemption. And the hypercube, in some aspects, should also have deep meanings. After all, in the world of rules, every world has hidden surprises. Chapter 74, Peter leaves, Wudong Mountain King reports. Jiangja didn't want to say, because it had no meaning to say it. But looking at Peter's serious and curious look made him a bit want to laugh. So he slowly explained, alright, the hypercube is actually a group of dead scientists, from ancient times to the present Earth, and various versions from some parallel worlds. For example, Archimedes, Zhu Chongji, Schrödinger, Bohr, Einstein, Newton, Faraday, Maxwell, and others, gathered in one place. They wanted to break the shackles of rules and create the hypercube to attempt to fight against the rule world. But from beginning to end, they underestimated the technological nature of the rule world. To say it doesn't exaggerate, there is no one in the world, or even in the future tens of thousands of years, who can break the rules. Moreover, it is just a product condensed from human thought, the hypercube? Seeing Peter's gradually incredulous expression, Jiangju explained again. The truth you want to see cannot be witnessed because a key prop is missing. Only with the tool capable of shattering the hypercube's core can you witness it with your own eyes. Because I don't have that prop, I failed to obtain an SSS rating. These Easter eggs are unknown to anyone. Or rather, in this world, no one knows. But in his past life, Jiangja shattered the light column after clearing the level and appeared in the final laboratory. All this, he learned from the whispering Schrödinger. Of course, the Schrödinger in that laboratory was just an NPC created by the game company. As he finished speaking, Peter suddenly realized, I didn't expect that the deceased scientific giants attempted to defy fate, to challenge the world of rules, but in the end, they all underestimated the supreme indestructibility of the world of rules. That's right, indeed. Jiangja nodded. This scene made the audience ponder. The deceased scientists are trying to break free from the chains of rules. So Jiangja is indirectly saying even the deceased scientists did not reincarnate but are forever bound in the realm of rules? Perhaps considering this factor, Jiangja quickly looked up at the sky and explained, don't think too much, it's not what you think. All of this is just the setting displayed by the hypercube in our world, not to say that the scientific giants went to the world of rules after they died. That would be a huge blow to anyone, wouldn't it? Jiangja's comfort was indeed effective. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most feared thing after death is going to the world of rules, it's no different than going to hell. By the way, Jiang, what about me next? Peter asked awkwardly, can I still, fight together with you? Because he received the hint. He could currently leave the hypercube. But he missed the battles, adventures, and friends, something he might never encounter again in his life. Jiangja smiled and nodded, there will definitely be opportunities, right? Peter grinned wide, seriously nodded, then couldn't help but curiously ask, the last question, what is that prop? Jiangja thought for a moment and did not hide it, it's a black lightsaber. The black lightsaber can shatter the nearby light column, allowing us to be transported to the final scene, where we can see many scientists. Once we shatter the light column, that will be equivalent to shattering the hope of survival for the scientists. Do you want to shatter their desire to survive? If the light column is destroyed, the hypercube will perish, and players will receive an SSS rating. But equivalently, this would also shatter the scientists' stubborn hope for survival. For Jiangja, this is too cruel, it's simply impossible. People have already died, must they also face despair? Moreover, everyone had no grudges or animosity. He truly couldn't imagine that there could be a demon in this world capable of doing such heart-wrenching things. Absolutely not, where there is hope, there is life. Peter answered resolutely, then gradually golden light surrounded him, waving goodbye. After sending off Peter, Jiangja took off his space backpack and prepared to leave. This period has been too tiring, I need to rest well for a few days. Just as he took a step. Suddenly, he heard a male voice behind him, somewhat lazily saying, random gene 2 release. Hearing the voice, Jiangja turned around with vigilance. At the moment he turned, his lips slightly parted, showing astonishment. The newcomer was slightly over 1.8 meters tall, with Taoist hair and 2 strands of black hair hanging down in front. He wore a tidy deep blue Taoist robe, had a fair and handsome face, looking somewhat lazy and unruly, and his eyes sparkled with vigor, clearly indicating he was an extraordinary young Taoist. Seeing the newcomer, the entire audience was stunned. The whole nation had just prepared to log off and sleep, but unexpectedly, there was still a surprise? What happened? Where did this young Taoist come from? How did he end up in the hypercube? In the expert group, in the conference room. They were just about to finish work, go home, eat a hot meal, and sleep. But unexpectedly, with a shout from a young expert, "Old Zhao, don't leave, there's an emergency." This shout caused dozens of experts to return from the corridor in unison. Looking at the Taoist on the screen, all the experts were stunned, feeling confused. Wasn't Peter taken away? Where did this young Taoist come from? Is he a monster, or? This doesn't feel right. The aura of this Taoist feels very strong even through the screen. I feel the same way. It seems Jiangzhe is not his opponent. This is bad. If they fight, Jiangzhe will definitely be at a disadvantage. Even if the experts were anxious, they felt powerless. After waiting anxiously for a moment, the scene they expected did not appear. Only to see Jiangzhe curiously observing the person in front of him and tentatively asking, "Wang Yi?" Wang Yi. He is a Taoist from Wudong Mountain in the anime/manga Irinji Xia. He has 3 identities. 1. The successor of the wind afterwards Chi-Men, one of the 8 odd skills. 2. A Taoist priest of the Wudong sect. 3. A rich second generation, the third son of Wang Weigua, the chairman of High Group in that world, with a fortune of countless riches. You really know me. I heard everything about your conversation with that foreign guy just now. He had already calculated who Jiangzhe was and where he came from under the effect of the slowdown time caused by the chaos of the Golden Clubs, including their current location, and even the future that Jiangzhe was unaware of. You used the time control method from wind afterwards Chi-Men, specifying the change speed of certain things within the array, letting those things become disconnected from the speed of the world's changes. It can slow down or speed up, things with different speeds cannot affect each other. Jiangzhe took a step forward, tentatively asking. Correct. Wang Yi said lazily, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He had a feeling that the upcoming journey would be very exciting. The Jiangzhe in front of him seemed to understand himself and the skills he had learned. How did you get in? On my way down the mountain, I encountered a small golden array. I hurled dozens of fireballs but couldn't break it. Finally, I used my body to test the law, and as soon as I entered, I saw you and that foreign guy talking about hypercube and those dead scientists. Then I took the opportunity to divine your fortune, and the hexagram was a bit special, so it's not good to say. Wang Yi pointed to the sky, hinting that there was a huge number of people watching him in Jiangzhe, but they didn't know it was live-streamed. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhe understood. It was probably because he and Peter fainted earlier that the cooldown time for the unscientific summon was up, and he didn't notice the prompt, which led to Wang Yi's premature entry. The upcoming bizarre rules were likely to be the confrontation between magic and Taoist skill. Thinking carefully, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jiangzhe's face. He himself was curious about which would prevail, magic or Taoist skills. Where do we go now? Seeing Jiangzhe silent, Wang Yi called him back to reality. Back to the real world. Reality, can you take me to eat a longevity noodle? I didn't bring any money. Jiangzhe couldn't help but smile. He caught the double meaning in Wang Yi's words, but he didn't answer. Then with a wave of his hand, a golden door appeared in front of him, and he stepped in first. This door is the same as the one I came in through. This is an interesting rule world. Wang Yi observed for a moment. It was no different from the small golden array on Wudong Mountain's waist, so he followed Jiangzhe and left the hypercube without worry. The audience, who had seen the whole process, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, did we accidentally trigger the unscientific summon early this time? And summoned a Taoist? A Taoist is one thing. I just checked the chaos of the Golden Clubs. This is the 8 trigrams series of spells. It's a spell capable of controlling the acceleration or deceleration of time in a specific area. In theory, it does not exist in real life. It's just a skill setting in a literary work, my brother. I was completely stunned. Time control spells, fireball spells, spells really exist. Are you joking? I am a Taoist from Wudong Mountain, and I declare, it's all fake. It does not exist. Not only the audience was frightened. The experts who watched the whole process were even more shocked and bewildered. In this situation, they really didn't know what to say, only able to keep applauding, and applauding. I estimate that in the next rule dungeon, Jiangzhe's life will at least be greatly insured. Chapter 75, the next dungeon begins without anyone knowing. Back at the military district's playground. Here, besides soldiers and leaders, there is no one else. We welcome Mr. Jiang back safely. This time, it was really fast. He came back in less than a day. Actually, it's not that fast. The footage shows the old Jiang from 30 years later. Right, all considered, in the unseen parallel world there is a very poor living condition for old Jiang and old Adam. Amidst the cheers of the soldiers, Jiang Jia smiled slightly and nodded to express his thanks to everyone. Due to Jiang Jia's quiet nature, Commander Wu Kuan-yu of the military did not hold a commendation meeting for him, nor would he force Jiang Jia to stay in the military district. Looks like you are quite popular. Wang Yi observed the surroundings. Everyone's face was filled with sincere reverence and admiration, rarely seen, as if Jiang Jia was their savior or the target of their faith. Let's go. Jiang Jia prepared to turn and leave with Wang Yi. At that moment, a female technician walked up, apologetically looking at Jiang Jia. Mr. Jiang, I have an uninvited request. Due to the special nature of the event, we would like to consult Mr. Wang Yi beside you. Wang Yi lazily replied, of course, no problem. The female technician nodded repeatedly to Jiang Jia before taking Wang Yi away. Remember, give him a bowl of longevity noodles. Yes, Mr. Jiang. For this, Jiang Jia naturally felt no displeasure. Facing the uninvited guest, the authorities naturally had to investigate. Shall we go, Mr. Jiang? The black-clad bodyguard driver beside him asked. To avoid making things too big, the soldiers did not take Wang Yi into the interrogation room but arranged for him in a simple and convenient dormitory. The room was filled with guards with shining eyes. They really wanted to know if there was such a thing as cultivating immortality in the world. In front of the table, the female investigator opened the computer and said, "This is not an interrogation, just a simple investigation for national security, I hope you understand." Wang Yi, eating the spring noodles they prepared, nodded, of course. How old are you this year? 26 years old. Where do you live? Haiqing Courtyard, West District, 2nd Ring Road, Kyoto. Father? Wang Weiguo. Upon hearing this, the technician hurriedly checked the talent database. But when searching for Wang Weiguo, there were too many people, so the technician searched for Haiqing Courtyard. It was surprising that this was a mysterious billionaire with trillions of assets. But the owner of the villa was not named Wang Weiguo, but a mysterious person with the surname Zhao. Upon this, the investigator shook her head and continued asking. When you said the golden light array you saw on the mountainside in the hypercube, was there any sign before that? Hearing this, Wang Yi pondered and replied, no sign, I was preparing to go down the mountain to visit my parents. Suddenly, Wang Yi fell into thought. Before the golden light array appeared, it seemed he did hear something. A bit of ethereal sound. What kind of ethereal sound did you hear? I didn't hear very clearly, it seemed mixed with incomprehensible language, like noise, also like someone's whisper. I could understand, saying something like, it has begun. The investigator pondered and quickly recorded the information. I understand. Seeing your attire, are you? The chief disciple of Wudong Mountain, the chief inheritor of the wind after Qi Men. What is wind after Qi Men? A martial arts technique. Martial arts technique, like those in martial arts or cultivating immortality novels? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt no displeasure. He drank all the soup without leaving a drop. He wiped his mouth and said, the founder of Wudong Mountain, Master Sanfeng, is an immortal teacher, while we are all mere mortals. But how could a mortal possess Dao techniques? What you just did to slow down time in the hypercube doesn't look like something a mortal can master. In a flash, Wang Yi understood everything. This group of people had pulled him away from Jiang Jia. Actually, it was not to investigate his background, it was more to confirm whether he was a person from this world and mostly to see his abilities firsthand. In his own world, he might not be able to display Dao techniques in front of ordinary people. But in the parallel world, Wang Yi certainly would not abide by those rules. Thank you for the bowl of noodles. Wang Yi raised his right hand to one of the soldiers' suction palm. Suddenly, a reverse suction force swirled in the air. The soldier was like a magnet, instantly drawn to Wang Yi's hand. The soldier looked at his unharmed self, staring incredulously at Wang Yi. Is this a superpower? This is Dao technique, not a superpower. Wang Yi looked at the shocked crowd and explained, no matter how you investigate, you won't be able to find out because your life fate is different from mine. The people of this world, apart from having longer lifespans than ordinary people in our world, have nothing else. I'm a bit tired. He couldn't help but yawn. This is also one of the reasons he didn't want to show these strange abilities in front of ordinary people. If the conversation continued, they would want Wang Yi to teach them the wind and backward mystery technique again. The teachings of the Wudong ancestors had always been sincere. Once Dao techniques are used in front of ordinary people, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Wang Yi was indeed a bit tired, the investigators looked at each other and didn't press him further. Will you stay here tonight? The female investigator asked. Take me to Jiang Jia's house. Of course, he wouldn't stay in the military district, after all, he had many things he wanted to discuss with Jiang Jia. Okay. Then Wang Yi was arranged to be driven to Jiang Jia's home. After sending off Wang Yi, the investigators quickly sent a message to old Zhao in the expert group. Old Zhao, are you asleep? A sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. Not asleep, go ahead. The female investigator said, "It seems the next rule dungeon has already begun." Wang Yi is indeed a summon character, otherwise, he wouldn't have been summoned into the hypercube early. I hope you prepare a plan to help our Mr. Jiang get ahead of other chosen ones from different countries. Also, I hope you can investigate quickly tomorrow morning, to find out where it started. Don't tell Mr. Jiang about these things for now, let him rest well. He has been worn out from consecutive battles recently. We can talk about it tonight. Actually, news of Wang Yi's appearance was rarely seen by foreign expert groups, except for the experts from the beautiful country. Once seen, sharp-eyed individuals would naturally realize that Jiang Zhe's summoning skill had cooled down early, which meant that the next dungeon had actually begun unknowingly for everyone. However, the starting location was no longer the rule world. Instead, it was a certain city in a certain country in the real world. As for where it would land early, no one currently knew. I will do it, Commander. Chapter 76, The Strange Tale has already begun in the invisible place. At the Shuian Manor Villa, in Jiang Zhe's home. Under the care of the servants, Jiang Zhe finished washing up and prepared to rest. At this time, Wang Yi was brought back by the military. In the living room, Wang Yi lay on the sofa, squinting and dozing while talking to Jiang Zhe. What on earth happened in this world? Why does it feel so unsafe? Jiang Zhe, sitting on the opposite sofa, explained, this world has been infected by a kind of rule, national fortune. Simply put, it randomly pulls people into the rule world to challenge. Those who succeed in challenges will bring prosperity to the nation. Even the lifespan of the soldiers you see has been enhanced, as it is a rule bestowed upon them. The losers randomly arrive in a city for 48 hours. Oh, so it's 3 disasters and 8 difficulties. 3 disasters and 8 difficulties? Jiang Zhe became curious about the term 3 disasters and 8 difficulties from Wang Yi's mouth. Wang Yi explained the rules using Taoist teachings. The 3 disasters, to suffer from 3 great natural disasters. First, wind disaster, second, fire disaster, third, water disaster. The 8 difficulties, the first is the difficulty of living among humans, the second is the difficulty of being a man rather than a woman, the third is the difficulty of having a complete form, the fourth is the difficulty of being born in the central land, the fifth is the difficulty of encountering a ruler of the way, the sixth is the difficulty of natural kindness and benevolence, the seventh is the difficulty of living in a peaceful country, the eighth is the difficulty of meeting the 3 treasures, known as the 8 difficulties. The rule you mentioned should be difficulty of a peaceful country. This is a crisis of the country. As the explanation fell, both Jiang Zhe and the guard soldiers beside him became curious. A guard soldier asked, "Can you explain the rules?" The way of heaven cannot be explained. Wang Yi shook his head. You should regard it as a crisis, the crisis of the country, the crisis of humanity, the crisis of the future. Can you try explaining? Jiang Zhe asked tentatively. He had never understood Taoist teachings before. Yet, in some ways, the mysterious is indeed connected to science. Wang Yi slowly closed his eyes, raised his right hand to shade the light inside the room, and explained, it's about the imbalance between bad people and good people in this world. For example, too many bad people, too few good people, the yin and yang are imbalanced, and finally, even heaven can no longer bear it, leading to a coexistence of crises. In a chaotic world, why has there been no rule that has arrived? Because in a chaotic world, wars occur every year, everyone dies, and naturally, there is no need for natural disasters as punishment. Ultimately, all of this is because luck has run out. As he explained this, Wang Yi pushed himself up with his knees and looked seriously at Jiang Zhe, but for you, it seems to be opportunity. Luck is mysterious and enigmatic. It can only be traced back to the luck of this planet having run out. Once it is no longer replenished, the next step will be the XTH World War. Countries need to replenish the luck of this planet, hence the rules of national fortune have arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhe silently nodded, pondering, what you said does hold some logic. When luck runs out, it naturally needs replenishing. And the scientific explanation is that the resources of the planet are consumed too quickly. Even without rules, countries would engage in wars or innovations over resource disputes. 2 possible outcomes, indeed a coexistence of crises. Hearing this, Wang Yi gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up, praising divine-level understanding. The conversation between the two continued for several hours. The guard soldiers listened with great interest. However, what puzzled them was before dawn, a message arrived on both Jiang Zhe and Wang Yi's phones at the same time. But what made them suspicious was Jiang Zhe and Wang Yi both coincidentally did not reveal anything, only saying, don't disturb us. We are going out tonight, don't follow us, remember, absolutely do not track us, the consequences are your responsibility. After saying this, the two returned to their rooms to sleep. Watching the extremely serious expressions of the two, the guards couldn't help but feel worried. Wang Yi is a person from another world, how could the phone connect? Who sent him a message? By logic, since Wang Yi comes from another world, no one should know his phone number, so why is someone able to reach him? I have a strange feeling that they received some serious information. Where could they possibly be going that they have to keep it a secret? You're wrong. Does Mr. Jiang need to report where he's going to you? Do you think our mission is to monitor them? Ahem, excuse me, that was rude. Noon. In the expert conference room. Old Zhao slept until noon. Upon waking, he immediately called the experts to convene a meeting. The experts were puzzled and asked, "Isn't today a day off?" The big leader said to take 3 days off. Why are we still having to work? If we secretly work overtime, won't we be punished? Old Zhao looked at the people below, his expression darkening. The nature is different. I received a phone call last night, but I was too exhausted at the time to inform you in time. The military investigators learned from the young Taoist Wang Yi that the next rule will descend into the real world. So far, what we need to do is prepare in advance to deal with the danger. What? The rule is descending into reality? Is the information accurate? It's estimated to be accurate, because I also saw the next rule hint yesterday, urban horror tales, which indicates the area is quite broad. Yes, it is also possible that it will directly take one of our cities as the scene and then seal off that city to implement the rule. If that's the case, how do we protect the safety of the civilians? The experts below debated one after another. A few minutes later, no one had made a decision. Finally, the experts looked up at the platform, and old Zhao explained seriously, I thought about it seriously for a whole night. The foreign side probably cannot determine where the rule will descend, but in our Xia country, the probability of it descending in our Su city is as high as 80%. Think about it. The first time, the chaotic court was chosen by Jiang Zhe. The second time, the hypercube was actively signed up by Jiang Zhe, and he was preparing at our city's army base, and after finishing, it also descended at the army base. The third time, now, although we don't know what it is, it will most likely descend centered around Jiangzhou City. I took a look, our Su City is close to Amo City and Conan City. The scene must be in one of these three cities. The greater probability is Su City. There is also a possibility that the rule copies have already quietly begun. They have started in a place we can't see. At these words, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Has it started? When did it start? Why hasn't the rule descended? Yes, who is the chosen one? The rules have not revealed anything. Far across the ocean, on the other side. In a mysterious expert conference room. The white leader at the forefront, after receiving intelligence from Xia country, had it placed on the big screen by the technicians. On the screen, Wang Yi was highlighted. What is this? Who is this person? Why is he standing with Jiang Zhe? Is he very important? The leader's face turned serious, nodding and explaining, according to our intelligence department, Jiang Zhe has awakened an SSS-level talent, unscientific summoning. This talent has a cooldown time. From the chaotic court to the hypercube, his cooldown was normal. Once the horror copy appeared, Jiang Zhe summoned a new character. And this time, before the copy even started, a young Taoist with Taoist spells appeared beside him, indicating one problem: the rule copy has already started, it has already begun in a place we can't see. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene filled with black and white experts exchanging looks. How is that possible? How can it have already started? Without the rules being stated, how can it start? This was also what the leader was worried about. He waved his hand and said, "Release the evidence." The technician beside him called up the reward rule hints located in Xia country. Issuing individual rewards, Jiang Zhe, physical quality plus 500%, the reward can bring any skill under world limits into reality. The leader turned to explain to the audience, this is the survival reward hint, there's nothing strange about it. Warm reminder, due to the clearance rate not meeting expectations, the next rules will adjust the difficulty. This is a hint that the survival rate does not meet expectations, adjusting the difficulty is nothing special. Second warm reminder, the next rule horror story will be a 6-star hell copy, with open urban horror stories, clue rule, do not trust magic. The key point is coming. The leader faced the audience and asked, did you see in second warm reminder that this time the rule gives us a few days to rest? As the words fell, all the experts' eyes fixed on the big screen. No, there really was no rest time. Realizing it belatedly, they all stared blankly. Well, it seems there isn't. There's completely no rest time. Yes, they didn't give us any rest time at all. Not good. Once it starts, we have no idea where it is happening, and we certainly don't know who the chosen one is. Suddenly, they understood everything. They had always assumed that after a rule-based dungeon was completed, there would be 3 days of rest. But they had never considered that even the details of reward settlement were included in the next set of rules? Taking a careful look at the settlement prompt from the Summer Kingdom, and comparing it to the settlement prompt after the Chaos Court dungeon ended. Sure enough, they noticed a difference. The box that appeared after the Chaos Court ended was, clue keyword, time and space. In the last settlement prompt, there was a 3-day rest period globally. But after the hypercube ended, the box that appeared was, clue rule, do not trust magic for the city-type dungeon. There was no follow-up prompt indicating a few days of rest time at all. Perhaps there was no rest time whatsoever. It's not unexpected. The dungeon has already begun. It has already started in places they cannot see. Probably precisely the city-type dungeon of Do Not Trust Magic. The key is, the 6-star dungeon is a 6-star ghost story dungeon without nationwide live streaming. Chapter 77, What Do I Want? Of course, to work for the welfare of the people. This day was spent in sleep. Jiang Zhao and Wang Yi didn't even eat lunch, sleeping until 6 in the evening. Then the two met each other as they came out of their rooms. How many hours left? Wang Yi asked while yawning. Jiang Zhao raised his hand to check his watch. It's 6 o'clock. There are still 6 hours until the dungeon horror begins, we still have time. Let's go eat a bit of plain food. Alright, I just feel hungry. They both received the rule information early in the morning at dawn. However, there was one important hint in the rules. The rules will open after entering Lost Town. Before this, do not mention it to anyone, and do not reveal it to anyone, otherwise you will die on the spot. Wang Yi didn't quite believe it at first. After all, he had only been in this other world for a little over an hour. How could he know about his phone? But seeing Jiang Zha's excited expression, he had to believe that the rules had indeed quietly arrived. As for the location, only the chosen ones who received the information globally know. At midnight 12, head east and keep going, encountering rivers, buildings, and other obstacles on the way, until passing through a patch of eerie white fog to reach Lost Town. Next, the two were having dinner. This dinner was not lavish, just simple plain food. Because the servants knew Jiang Zha didn't like extravagance. A glass of milk, a plate of cold seaweed strips, shredded carrots, shredded green peppers, a small sesame paste salty flour roll, a small bowl of millet porridge, and a bowl of lotus seed soup. Wang Yi teased Jiang Zha, is this what you call plain food? By the way, do you know you are eating the most nutritious meal for leaders in the country? When he used to meet leaders with his father, they ate just like this. Jiang Zha glanced at the dishes on the table and shook his head, really? I had no idea, I didn't expect everyone to care so much. I thought this was just simple plain food. He thought for a moment. A few days ago for lunch, I had a mixed clay pot, about an ounce of red bean stewed rice or Job's Tears rice, and for dinner, boiled radish shreds and crushing carp meatballs, millet porridge. Also, extra fruits or yogurt snacks. It does seem pretty nutritious. I've been sleeping soundly lately. Now he suddenly realized there were so many details to eating. These are very healthy and longevity-promoting foods. It seems the higher-ups really value you. Wang Yi didn't hold back, using his chopsticks to dig into the simple plain food. As the meal was about to end, the captain of the guard, Wang Guangming, walked over. He was a dark, strong Special Forces instructor, a local from Sioux City, specifically responsible for the security of Jiang Zha's villa. Seeing Wang Guangming approaching, Jiang Zha asked while drinking porridge, what happened? Zhao Guochang requests to see you. Zhao Guochang, the old Zhao from the expert group, is known by Jiang Zha. If he is asking about the rules, then forget it. It's not that, it's a verbal message from the top leader. He came before when you were still sleeping. Wang Guangming received old Zhao's message at noon. Naturally, the new rules had quietly come into effect. If Jiang Zha and Wang Yi showed any abnormal behavior, it was likely due to the confidentiality of the rules. The top leader's verbal instructions? Jiang Zha nodded, let old Zhao in. Understood. Wang Guangming turned around and instructed the butler to open the door. Old Zhao, a middle-aged man with half-gray hair, was affectionately called Old Silver Demon by familiar friends. Upon entering, old Zhao was direct, sitting on the sofa to report, regarding the rules, I have talked to my subordinates and friends in the military, and we will not interfere. What I need to report to Major General Jiang is the top leader wants to ask you, what do you want? Hearing this, Wang Yi's expression was somewhat astonished. Jiang Zha actually had connections with the top leader? Even his father, who had $1 trillion fortune in this world, didn't have the right to meet the top leader. But upon a moment's thought, it was understandable for someone who could elevate the nation's fortune. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zha smiled helplessly, old Zhao, there's no need to be so serious. Asking me what I want, I don't really want anything. Now, he lacked nothing. Money and status were at his fingertips. If he truly wanted something, he could only think of one thing he desired in his past life, to seek benefits for the people. Please think about it. This is the top leader's goodwill. Your contribution has been immense, extending the lifespan of the entire nation's populace fourfold. No one has ever possessed such means throughout history. After finishing his porridge, Jiang Zha turned around, really any request? Old Zhao nodded seriously, of course. Then let's implement a 3-day workweek nationwide starting today. Don't let people work overtime, and don't make students attend extra classes. Learning now differs from the past, and many people are truly suffering. As long as I am alive, I will always enter the rules. Once I enter the rules, I will find ways to survive and, along the way, seek benefits for all the people of the nation, helping GDP rise to new heights. The core point of this statement was GDP, resources, I alone can handle it. I can break through secular prejudices alone. Order, peace, health, and people's livelihoods will be entrusted to you all. Upon hearing this, not only old Zhao, but even Wang Yi was astonished. In front of Zhang Zhe, who exuded an aura of a Taoist master, Wang Yi felt a deep admiration. Old Zhao couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This was an unprecedented, shocking proposal. The guards around were also stunned, looking at each other, shaking their heads. This proposal was too outrageous, it probably wouldn't be completed. I will report to the top leader. After experiencing Zhang Zhe's bold proposal, old Zhao thought for a moment with some apprehension, then walked out with an incredulous expression. Once outside, he called Secretary Liu of the top leader, reporting Zhang Zhe's proposal. He hadn't expected Secretary Liu to have the authority to decide. But unexpectedly, Secretary Liu directly said, "We had considered this long ago, it's no problem." What? Old Zhao nearly dropped his jaw in shock. You heard me correctly, since the arrival of the rules, the nation's overall pace has indeed become a bit too fast. Mr. Zhang's proposal can indeed be put on the table, which also satisfies the top leader's verbal instructions to take a breather. That's great. I'll thank the leader on behalf of Mr. Zhang. After hanging up the phone, old Zhao turned around excitedly to share the news with Zhang Zhe. Upon receiving the top leader's verbal message, all the guards were stunned. Really? A 3-day work week? I never thought that one day this would actually happen. This is too wonderful, I almost cried. This is something only developed countries can achieve. Though this is good, but... This sentence was not finished, as the guards all turned to look at Zhang Zhe. This proposal was good, but who could guarantee survival within the rules forever? As long as Zhang Zhe is here, perhaps this proposal exists. Once Zhang Zhe is gone, this proposal will also become invalid. Wang Yi, hearing this, gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up. I thought you were just an ordinary major general, but I didn't expect your proposal to truly care for the world. But you must know, if you are here, the proposal is here. If you die, the proposal will also become invalid. Zhang Zhe revealed an ambitious smile and softly said, "You think I will die?" Wang Yi was taken aback for a moment and then smiled in relief. He had calculated Zhang Zhe's soul was not from this world. Zhang Zhe, like him, came from another world. About Zhang Zhe's proposal. Officials across the country received news that the proposal was officially in effect roughly 20 minutes later. Instantly, it shocked the leaders of cities big and small across the nation. This Mr. Zhang is really amazing. Isn't this equivalent to one person managing the entire country's GDP? Not just GDP, he can't manage it all alone, unless the clearance rules can continue in the future. In fact, apart from this, mainly due to our national lifespan significantly increasing, we have a lot of time to develop. If we push too hard, it will indeed develop too quickly and cause major problems. That's right, the latest policy has indeed taken too big a step, we need to ease up a bit. This proposal is very good, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I almost fell in love with this Mr. Zhang. Leaders across the country were all excited. They had also made proposals at conferences before, but none had ever been adopted. But unexpectedly, Zhang Zhe, through just 2 strange tales, could directly connect with the big leaders. Now, Zhang Zhe's status was rising like the tide. Once Zhang Zhe spoke, it was likely no one would dare to go against his opinions. But thinking about it, national fortune, how could someone who raised national fortune, who sought benefits for the whole country speak without weight? The news was soon reported by major TV stations one after another. Latest policy, from today, the whole country will implement 4 days on and 3 days off, overtime is prohibited, all schools nationwide are forbidden from extra classes, responding to the national call of violators will be severely punished. Once this news was released, it instantly exploded all over the internet. Chapter 78, A Magical Town in a Parallel Dimension. About the latest policy released temporarily at night, it ignited the entire network. Countless netizens surfing the internet were all stunned. Really, is this true? 4 days on and 3 days off, isn't this treatment only found in developed countries? It must be true, I am still on vacation and just got this good news, oh my god, I can't believe it. Am I dead? Is this all happening in heaven? You heard it right, it was proposed by Mr. Zhang, and it really has developed too fast recently, taking too big a step has no benefits. Damn, it's Mr. Zhang again, sorry for the foul language, I just want to say well done. But problems will follow, GDP won't keep up with big countries. You don't know, Mr. Zhang must have considered this aspect too. If he didn't have the confidence to change the situation by himself, how could he propose this? Ha, I feel like we are going to turn things around, Mr. John's righteousness. Netizens were all filled with excitement. No, it should be said that the whole country was shaken by this grand act. Originally, it was thought that having a lifespan several times over would require more time to work. But unexpectedly, under Jiang's proposal, more lifespan means more enjoyment. This scene made many struggling workers extremely excited. This news also quickly spread abroad. It triggered dissatisfaction among major international media and gave more hostile forces something to take advantage of, seizing the opportunity to do something. Although the media were dissatisfied, the eyes of the vast foreign public were very clear. Originally hesitant immigrants from abroad, after learning this news, rushed to submit their documents to the immigration office of Xia country. Upon learning that the immigration office was not accepting foreign immigrants, they thought of several compromise methods: curbed immigration. First go through Wanwan, or Ao, or Ganggang. Finally, amidst hardships, they obtained a tough immigration qualification review. Yes. So great, I made it. Aha, I'm coming to Xia country. I wonder if we move over, can we enjoy the national lifespan increase? And those who didn't succeed in moving mocked. Be careful, Jiangja might die. If he dies, all of you will have moved for nothing. Exactly, this is all based on his survival. We can say it's just a trial run. A bunch of foolish people. These events only happened a few hours after the decree was announced. At 10:30 in the evening, Jiangja said goodbye to the bodyguards at the Water's Edge Manor with Wang Yi. Since Wang Yi didn't have a driver's license and couldn't drive, Jiangja drove east, destination, Magic City East Sea. Wang Yi looked at the empty intersection ahead, with soldiers in black outfits and sunglasses passing by occasionally. Did the higher-ups send people? There's not a single soul on this road. It seems like someone knows we are going out and has arranged it in advance, even stationed nearby to prevent outsiders from entering. Jiangja nodded, saying, yes, old Zhao guessed where we were headed, but it should not be made public. Where are we going? East Sea. Drive the car into the sea? Yeah, if necessary. The two talked casually. His car was also filled with communication devices. This was arranged by Jiang Zhe, allowing old Zhao and others to be ready at any time. In the expert group, in the meeting room, a group of technicians and experts listened to the voices coming through their headsets. They communicated with their staff. East Sea, Mr. John's destination is the East Sea. You go clear the channels over there for evacuating people, don't attract too much attention. Also, close the beaches there, and forbid hunting. Don't let anyone slip through. As orders were given, the staff below strictly prepared. Although the higher-ups worked meticulously, there would always be oversights. Continuing east, near the Magic City East Sea, there happened to be an external filming team shooting a night scene for a promotional video about the water area of the Magic City. In the shallow sea area, they wore black professional equipment, diving silently while filming. Suddenly, someone saw the crowd on the beach gradually being dispersed by people in green military uniforms. As new media workers, they immediately sensed the smell of news. A diving reporter asked, "What happened over there?" The other divers poked their heads up from the water, observing curiously. "Looks like military personnel. Did an accident happen here? This commotion is so big, they must be afraid others won't know there's news." While this small team of 6 discussed, suddenly, white mist rose on the sea surface nearby. Gradually, this white mist expanded uncontrollably until it covered the whole beach, resembling an airtight wall. The water they were diving in became increasingly cold. This mist is a bit strange. So cold, seems like it dropped by more than 10 degrees. Miniature camera, quick, connect to the internet, this is footage, we must record it. As the live stream room opened, viewers flooded into the Dogo platform's live stream. Wow, is this a midnight diving live broadcast? It's normal for mist to rise in the sea, but isn't this mist a bit too exaggerated? I also feel it's a bit exaggerated. Wait, there's movement on the beach. As the audience watched closely, in this shot, 2 big lights suddenly lit up in the mist, and the arrivals were Jiang Zhe and Wang Yi. When they reached the beach, they greeted the local military personnel on guard, then got in the car and drove straight into the sea. What the hell, what are they doing? Crazy? Trying to drive the car into the sea? Don't the people in that car value their lives? The audience was shocked, and so was the 6-person filming team. 6 people quietly observed from the dark sea surface, only their heads visible, secretly recording this mysterious act. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Those 2 beams of light were getting closer. Inside the car, the two had already discussed before hitting the road. This space in the white mist. It is probably the parallel dimension coordinate of the East Sea region of the magical city. In Taoism, it is called small world. In science, it is called parallel dimension. A parallel dimension is not a parallel world, but a world at the same coordinates on the beach with different frequencies. The civilization there may be the same, the development time and speed may be the same or completely different. And each world has a frequency. All beings in different dimensions live on Earth, but due to their different frequencies, they will never see each other. Are you ready? Zhang Zhou asked, looking ahead at the sandy beach and sea area. Wang Yi smiled excitedly. I'm eager to see if the legendary magic is better than Taoist techniques. But the world inside is a spectacular show specially prepared for us. Zhang Zhou turned his head to look at Wang Yi with a mysterious smile. Wang Yi felt a little confused. Let's go. With a stomp on the accelerator, Zhang Zhou's car suddenly raced towards the sea area. Just in the view of all the photographers, that black car suddenly accelerated for a moment, and with a loud boom, it rushed into the white mist. Not good, we are too close, we will get hit. We can't stay here, run. It's sinking, it's sinking. But before the voice of the photography team's commander could hit the ground, the vehicles rushing forward broke through the mist and abruptly disappeared. This scene left the underwater photographers stunned. What's going on? The car is gone? They turned around to check their surroundings, but found no trace of the vehicle. Even diving to the seabed in shining lights, they saw no sign of that black car on the shallow bottom. All signs pointed to the car passed through the white mist and vanished without a trace. Another unsolved mystery has been added to the world. A female photographer excitedly whispered, "Do you think we might have accidentally encountered some secret military experiment that possibly makes objects disappear? The source of the disappearance is this mist. If we go in, will we also disappear and see another world?" As soon as this was said, the other five felt their scalp tingle, but the wild smiles on their faces betrayed them. Ordinary people would be afraid, terrified, but they are bold photographers. Once a secret is captured, it could be the sensational nationwide news. Soon, the six looked at each other, their faces revealing a you-know-what-I-mean smile and mutual understanding. The six hurriedly strapped on their diving bags and swam towards the white mist. When they reached the edge of the mist, they too disappeared, and at that moment, the signal was lost. Watching the snowflake-like picture, the audience was filled with confusion. What happened? It seems these six people went into the white mist. Could it really be a secret military experiment? As soon as this was said, it shocked the ordinary audience. They are all ordinary citizens, and they don't want to encounter anything military-related. Fearful of attracting trouble, the audience's comments suddenly changed direction. Whoa, I don't know, I didn't see it, don't say anything, I don't know you guys, I didn't see anything, I'll leave first. Yeah, I just came, I didn't see anything. Is there a live broadcast today? It seems there isn't, right? Yes, the six-person group hasn't broadcasted today, we're leaving now. Okay. Chapter 79, A Spectacular Show. As Zhang Zhou and Wang Yi's communication signal was cut off. Inside the expert conference room, the atmosphere inevitably stiffened. Old Zhao looked down at the audience and comforted, "Don't have that expression, although this time the strange tale wasn't broadcast live, and we can't see the progress, trust Zhang Zhou, after all, Wang Yi's strength is especially aimed at countering magic." Hearing this, the experts nodded gently. It can only be this way. Am I the only one perplexed? Why is a 6-star strange tale more baffling than a 10-star one? For 6-star strange tales, regardless of the outcome, if the hint given last time was correct, the number of survivors this time shouldn't be fewer. That's right, previous rules were either chaotic. Either players guess in reverse, or now the 6-star will truly give the correct rules, right? What they said was not exactly the same. The difficulty level of stars indeed relates to whether the rules are chaotic and whether players are deceived. Magic Town. This is a modern town. Looking around, it resembles the 1970s of a beautiful country. Zhang Zhou and Wang Yi stepped into the fog and drove forward for nearly 1 kilometer, arriving here. The two looked up at the town sign inside the car. Though they couldn't understand the language, they could see the translated words, "Welcome to Magic Town." On the green warning sign on the right, it was posted. People over 35 years old are not welcome here. If you are over 35, please turn around and leave. Is it time? Wang Yi asked after reading it. It's time. Zhang Zhou gently nodded, stepping on the gas to approach the town's line. At that moment, their phones in their pockets rang. They simultaneously took out their fully charged phones from their pockets. Opening the phones, the message changed from: "The rules will be activated after entering Lost Town. Before that, do not mention it to anyone, nor reveal it to anyone, or you will die on the spot." To the following rules. Rule copy, a great show. Rule scene, Magic Town. Difficulty, 6 stars. Player role, Traveler. Rule 1, do not believe in magic. Rule 2, do not eat food in the town, prepare your own in advance. Rule 3, there are no living people in the town except you and the summoned entities. Rule 4, the longer you stay, the more you will do things against your will. Rule 5, there are no young people in the town. Middle-aged/old people are all mute, except for the church priests and nuns and twins. Rule 6, do not trust middle-aged/old people who can laugh. Rule 7, you can trust middle-aged/old people who can cry. Rule 8, do not believe in the existence of ghosts. Rule 9, do not believe that magical items can exorcise ghosts. Rule 10, to live, one must die, polar reversal, sometimes you need to die first. After reading the rules, Jiangja put his phone back in his pocket and habitually switched it to silent mode. This 6-star bizarre talk, he had little death experience clearing in his previous life, so he was familiar with it. Though it was 6 stars, for reckless people, it was difficult to clear on the first try. The final outcome is to die once. Moreover, the 6-star copy was a showdown between religion and science. What do you think, Wang Yi? Jiangja opened the car window, reaching out, feeling the warm afternoon breeze flow through his fingers. The rules? Wang Yi looked at the information on the phone, revealing a smile. 1. Do not believe in magic. I don't know who made this rule, let's just consider it the way of heaven. Not believing in magic, does it mean not believing in the existence of magic in the world, or not believing that someone in the town can use magic? It's ambiguous. Jiangja gently nodded. You hit the nail on the head. Wang Yi continued. 2. Not eating food, this one is nothing special, the food and water sources in the town, we travelers cannot eat. 3. In the town, besides you and the summon entities, the summon entity refers to me. Why does it sound odd? Do I look like a spirit pet? Hearing this, Jiangzhou almost burst into laughter but still pretended to be calm. 4. The longer you stay, because travelers will do things against their will, this should be a danger for travelers. I don't know if the danger comes from others or from this town. 5. There are no young people in the town, only middle-aged/old people. This rule feels dangerous, it seems someone in this town is doing something, causing the absence of young people. 6. Do not believe in old people who can laugh, this is unclear, better refer to the next rule. 7. You can trust old people who can cry, putting it together, the old people in the town should be expressionless. Those who laugh might be deceptive, while those who cry might be sincere. Next are rules 8 and 9, ghosts and magical items. In Western legends, for example, salt can exorcise ghosts. But in the magical town we encountered, salt is also a magical item, and cannot drive away ghosts. But the rules say we should not believe in the existence of spirits. This relates a bit to the first rule, do not believe in magic, do not believe in the existence of ghosts, do not believe that salt can drive away spirits. Theoretically, the rules have told us the conditions for survival, proving that we must follow these rules in the end. This is also the compliance of the low-star rules. The essence of the low-star rules and high-star rules lies in whether the rules are true, chaotic, and so on. Jiangja turned his head and asked, what about the last rule, from death to life, the reversal of extremes? Wang Yi shook his head, from death to life means we first die once, then come back to life? How to die, how to live, no clue, and the reversal makes no sense either. But after seeing Jiangja's calm and fearless expression, he tentatively asked, do you know what this means? Of course, next we should go straight to the point, to the church of the priest and the priestess. The key to clearing the level is in the church. But before we go, I need to gather some prestige in the town. Gather prestige? Yeah, just trigger the rules one by one. As he finished speaking, Jiangja lifted his foot to hit the gas. Suddenly, he saw in the rearview mirror 6 young people in black clothes running towards them, 3 men and 3 women, all drenched. Lost? Wang Yi rolled down the window and looked back. Kill them. Jiangja said casually, they're about to die. They're alive and well, why are they about to die? He found Jiangja's decision somewhat unbelievable. Rule 3, besides you and me, there are no living people. Rule 5, there are no young people in the town. Jiangja reminded him with a serious expression. Our car is about to cross into the town line, the rules are coming and will start to take effect, proving that these 6 people have already been declared dead when they entered the mist with us. Remember, it's declared dead, not actually dead. Rule 3 also says that there are no living people besides you and me. Are you sure you want to save those 6 people, even though they still look human? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi showed hesitation. Jiangja continued, if they enter the town, they will become a disadvantage to us. Either you kill them, or I kill them. At the end of the town's dungeon, you will see the truth. Looking at Jiangja's rare serious expression, Wang Yi deep in thought, his conscience struggling, the teachings of his path told him he should not ignore death in front of him. But something else contradicted it. This is a world of rules, and nothing can be measured with common sense. These 6 people greatly increase our death rate, right? Wang Yi asked seriously. Yes, it severely increases our survival rate. If the 2 of us go in, we can conquer it in 1 day or 2. Bringing those 6 people will not provide enough resources, time will drag on, and the death rate will rise. You must understand, 6 people who cannot even overcome curiosity compared to the lives and deaths of millions in a city in Xia country. Which is more important? Now Jiangzhe is no longer the Jiangzhou of the past. Every move he makes affects the entire direction and future of Xia country. Any decision he makes will prioritize the nation, no longer guided by more personal emotions. After all, Wang Yi is not someone who will exist in this world for long, he will leave sooner or later, so he will undoubtedly be driven by conscience in his actions. Facing a difficult choice, Wang Yi seemed to hear the hidden message in Jiangzhe's words. Because Rule 3, besides oneself, there are no living people. Rule 5, there are no young people in the town. Then there is only one possibility, those 6 people are about to die, but when they are about to die, no one knows. Thinking about this, Wang Yi smiled and let go, and did not put Jiangzhe in a difficult position. He did not struggle to make a choice as imagined, but made a third choice apart from life and death. I choose to temporarily leave your team and bear the risks alone. But don't worry, I will come to your aid in times of life and death. At all other times, I believe in you, after all, you are not weak. Good luck. With those words, Wang also slung his backpack over his shoulder and got out of the car, filled with various tactical foods prepared by the special instructor Wang Guangming, enough to survive for 10 days. Wang is also a cultivator, he cannot ignore death and refuse to save others. He understands that Jiangzhe bears the lives of an entire city on his shoulders, and even feels admiration for him, but currently, the stances of the two seem a bit different. Watching Wang leave through the rearview mirror, Jiangzhe honked the horn and rolled down the car window to remind him again, once you enter the town, do not go out again, you will grow old quickly. You cannot eat or drink the fish and shrimp in the river, nor can you eat the fruits. The last point, when you enter the town, you must show that you believe in magic. Remember. Hearing this, Wang, who was by the roadside, turned back and waved his hand to show he understood. At that moment, his phone kept buzzing with notifications. While driving toward the town center, he took the opportunity to pull out his phone, only to realize that he had just been added to a group chat of 1 million people. Chapter 80, The Strongest Opponent. Even group chats are coming out now? In the ghost stories of his previous life, Jiangzhe controlled characters to clear levels. The protagonist also had a phone, which was pulled into a group chat of 1 million people, and leaking secrets would result in the erasure of rules. He picked up the phone, edited a message, and sent it. Chosen one of Xia country, group leader Jiangzhe, since you're in the group, watch carefully and do not leak secrets to anyone. Follow the rules, or you will die if you don't. As soon as the message was sent, it sparked hundreds of thousands of comments. Wow, why did you suddenly enter the copy? Yeah, without a word, I thought I wouldn't see you for another 2 days. No matter what, everyone must trust Mr. Jiang, don't leak, don't discuss the group chat. If Mr. Jiang has entered a ghost story, it means that the chosen ones from other countries have also entered, and they have their group chats. Keeping secrets is crucial. The netizens' sense of duty was overwhelming. Wherever they were, they immediately plugged in their headphones to avoid noise and prevent image leaks. In the expert group conference room, Old Zhao and a few experts also received text message prompts. After seeing the notifications on their phones, those experts connected the dots based on Jiangzhe's actions and immediately understood. So Old Zhao promptly instructed his subordinates, anyone who did not receive the message, leave the scene. One expert asked unwillingly, why? No questions allowed. If you ask again, you will be fired on the spot. Hearing this, the experts who did not receive messages exchanged glances but did not dare to disobey and could only obediently leave the scene. After the irrelevant personnel left, Old Zhao immediately ordered the technicians to project the images. On the big screen, the live footage of Jiangzhe driving into the city was shown. The scenery of the town was quite beautiful, with golden wheat fields, the wind blowing through the waves of grain, and expressionless passerby giving a numb, mechanical feel. At this moment, Jiangzhe was synchronizing his voice to talk with the outside world. I believe everyone has already noticed. In the 6-star ghost story, you can talk to me without any restrictions and freely offer me suggestions. This is also a rule set to increase survival rates for lower-star ghost stories and enhance the competitiveness of countries around the world. After all, Xia country is too dominant, even the rules can't stand it. On the surface, it seems good, but in reality, the greatest uncertainty comes from you all, because 1 million people have 1 million ideas, each person wants to contribute, each person thinks they are right, so the final outcome will surely be wrong, which means failure. The last sentence, do not ask me any questions that interfere with my thoughts, I know what I'm doing, clear? Next, I will clear the level in the shortest time possible. Any actions I take, even if they are dangerous, do not point fingers at me. Once these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. They naturally did not dare to raise any questions that could mislead Jiangzhe. Right, Mr. Zhang's enemy is not the town, it is more likely us. Exactly, we have 1 million thoughts among our 1 million people. Oh my, if he hadn't said that, we might really be able to influence Mr. Zhang's thoughts. Luckily, that was close. Mr. Jiang, where are you going next? The important voices in the group chat turned into sounds in Jiang Zhe's ears. Jiang Zhe could choose to turn it on or off. I will go to the church of the priest and the shaman. But before that, I need to take everyone around the town. Within 2 days, I will trigger all the rules to be qualified to enter the church. He kept a bit of mystery to let the audience of the group chat know he was breaking through the tale of twisted rules. In the streaming room of beautiful country, Leon Scott Kennedy is a 24-year-old blonde handsome guy. His profession is an intern police officer. Today, he just reported to the police station and suddenly received a text message on the way. Originally wanting to be a good police officer, Leon's plan was disrupted after receiving the text message. He drove a black Mustang into the town. The rules descended, and he read them carefully. Rule 1, do not believe in magic. It should mean I should not believe there is magic in the town. Any event that may seem like magic and things that are extraordinary should not be believed to be magic and can actually be explained by other means. If that's the case, then I can conclude there are no resources I can use in this town, except for weapons/armor. And ghosts do not exist, and magical tools cannot drive away ghosts. So what does it mean to live towards death? Do I need to die once? If I die, what do I do? What about the extreme reversal? I can't figure it out for now, but in any case, I need to be careful as I explore. At this moment, he received a text message notification. He took out his phone to check. It was a group chat with millions of people. White House, Leon, I am the Chief Secretary of the White House. Listen, our experts have analyzed the rules. You must follow our instructions to greatly increase your survival rate so you can compete with Xia country. This is a secret live streaming room, no one outside knows it? By the way, what does Leon do? He's a police officer. I am the chief police in Washington, D.C. He just reported today and then ran off, getting fired, and unexpectedly went into the world of rules. That's great, it's best if he's a police officer. Hopefully, he's better than the last arrogant Adam. No wonder Leon is so smart, it turns out he's a police officer. Looking at the barrage of comments that kept appearing on his phone, Leon just glanced at it, turned off the screen, and didn't respond to anyone. I do not believe in you incapable White House members. This internal thought appeared, causing the entire group chat to cheer. Ha ha ha, a bunch of freeloading experts think they can guide the frontline police. What are they? It's their chaotic commands that have brought beautiful country to this state. Leon, well done. I have a feeling you can compete with Jiang Zhe. Compete? No, Leon will win easily. Trust Leon. I am so curious about the situation over there with Jiang Zhe, but unfortunately, I can't ask anyone. In the streaming room of corrupt country, Brown is a brown-haired, rich and handsome guy. He is also a lawyer who is almost over 35 years old. Driving a yellow Ferrari, Brown breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the green sign. After entering the town line, he memorized the rules and stepped in. Where did that floral scent come from? Brown suddenly smelled a cold floral scent. He couldn't tell if it was from a rose or a peach blossom, yet there were no flower fields around. Compared to the chaotic court in the hypercube earlier, the difficulty has indeed decreased a lot, but even so, I cannot let my guard down. Living towards death, extreme reversal, what does that mean? After pondering for a moment, he could not figure it out. When the time comes, I will naturally know. Like Leon from beautiful country, the experts from corrupt country also did not miss the possibility of influencing the chosen one's thoughts. However, Brown did not pay attention to those experts. The lawyer's quality told him he could not be swayed by the outside world. The Panda Country live broadcast room. Ivan is a strong young man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. Although he has well-developed limbs, his mind is not simple. He is also a nuclear physics student at Moscow National University, an all-round academic star with top scores in morality, intelligence, physical education, aesthetics, and labor. Upon arriving in the town, the rules came down. Looking at the rules, he thought for more than 10 minutes. This time, the rules are not as chaotic as the courtroom challenge in Hypercube that Jiang Zhe faced. But behind these plain rules, there must be unbelievable endings and Easter eggs hidden. I cannot underestimate the 6 stars. I need to catch up with Mr. Jiang. The rules did not allow me to survive for a few days, but I need to find the truth of this town, or find my enemy in the shortest possible time. What does to live towards death really mean? Should I die to be reborn? If so, why not just commit suicide? No, that's too dangerous. I have to experience something to understand what to live towards death means clearly. Polar reversal, unclear what it means. Let's go to the bar in town first. He drove toward the town center. This scene made the audience in Panda Country laugh heartily. No wonder we, the people of Panda Country, never forget to drink wherever we go. Can't drink, oh, we will be finished. As expected of the Russians, even the clues must first go to the bar, Chinese netizen. Why do we have rabbits in our bear group? I live in panda country, I won't leak anything, Chinese netizen. That's good, leaking is death, so I'm not afraid. More and more chosen ones from various countries officially entered the town, and there were also similar groups of 6 who stumbled into Jiang's live broadcast room. Chapter 81, The Patient Who Can Both Cry and Laugh. After Jiangja entered the town, he smelled a cool floral scent, but there were no flowers around. As he approached the town center, he parked his car in the wilderness and then walked to the town center. 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at the town market. It was eerily quiet here. Middle-aged and elderly people walked back and forth mechanically, some crying and some laughing, their eyes constantly fixed on Jiangja, as if surprised, yet also pitying his arrival, with no young people around. Are these people sick? They look very strange, expressionless. Of course it's strange, after all, they are all mute. Jiangja strolled slowly down the street, scanning the surroundings one by one. Some elderly people were buying food at street stalls. After receiving their food, the old people laughed heartily while eating sandwiches. Although the food looked like healthy sandwiches and hot dogs, only Jiangja knew these elderly people were actually not eating sandwiches and hot dogs, but something else. As they gorged themselves, laughing through tears like madmen. Jiangja raised his sword finger and gently drew it in front of him, activating the eye of gaze. He could see the true situation. The elderly were laughing while eating bloody mouse heads. Do not believe the smiling elderly, the old people in front of me are laughing while eating sandwiches/hot dogs. Friends in the group, you can also understand that the smiling expressions of these elderly people are all against their true feelings. They do not want to laugh while eating these things, they are forced to laugh. Upon hearing this, the million viewers in the group gradually fell into thought, as if they discovered something. At that moment, an old man walked over smilingly, offering a delicious sandwich to Jiangja. Faced with this deliberate kindness, Jiangja ignored the old man and raised his hand to brush him away. Seeing this, the smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he turned and left. Then, he looked around again at the elderly people nearby searching for lunch. Jiangja felt a bit nauseous, and then he stepped into the entrance of the cinema, where there was no ticket seller. He chose the right passage and pushed open the black curtain. Inside sat elderly men in black suits, applauding thunderously at the large screen in front of them, which had no images. Some middle-aged people were laughing excitedly and whistling, signaling that the performance was good. After a glance, Jiangja felt a chill down his spine and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, the audience felt their scalp go numb. What the hell? There's obviously nothing on the big screen. What are they really looking at? What applause! I have goosebumps all over. Is this a horror cinema? Not only the audience, but even experts like old Zhao felt a chill. This so-called magical town was really scarier than the strange tales they saw before, leaning more towards horror. Looking at the screen, old Zhao felt a bit cold and put on a black overcoat. The remaining experts also put on black overcoats to stay warm. A female expert cautiously asked, Jiangja said that people laughing while watching a blank wall movie go against their true feelings, so these moviegoers do not want to applaud, nor do they want to watch a blank wall, but are forced to applaud? As soon as she spoke, the experts nodded in agreement. Perhaps that's true. But if that's the case, the rules say not to trust laughing old people, but to trust crying old people. Can we infer the old person's true intention by observing the actions of laughing old people? For example, if the old person is laughing while eating a sandwich, we can deduce the old person doesn't want to eat a sandwich/hot dog. Conversely, if the old person is crying while eating a sandwich, what can we infer? I don't know either. Is there a possibility that middle-aged/old people would never cry while eating a sandwich? Old Zhao's words awakened the experts. This answer enlightened everyone, but didn't fully awaken them. As for why people would not cry while eating a sandwich, no one knew. Inside the scene, Jiangja walked out of the cinema and headed towards a nearby hospital. The hospital was an old square building, one connected to another, its walls black and white, as if intentionally built to resemble tombstones. He ignored the expressionless old person at the hospital entrance and walked into the hospital lobby. Through the glass window not far away, he saw an old white doctor performing surgery. The elderly doctor in a white coat was swinging an axe downwards at the patient's broken leg, again and again, blood splattering everywhere. The patient not only showed no pain in his face but instead laughed excitedly, applauding the doctor with both hands. Is this a hospital? Damn, I can't bear to watch. This is scarier than a mental hospital. Getting a leg chopped off, and still laughing, what the hell? Reflecting on what Jiangja said, this patient actually doesn't want to laugh, but is forced to laugh. Thinking deeply is terrifying. Perhaps the audience could not understand. Only Jiangja knew the all old people here were actually very pitiful. At that moment, a sound of rolling wheels came from the emergency room. For middle-aged people in white coats were crying as they pushed a middle-aged man, his body pierced with steel bars, into the emergency room, who was theoretically beyond saving. This time, the attending physician was not an ordinary white-coated doctor, but an old white man dressed in a priest's black robe. The old white man pointed and gestured with a blank expression, commanding something, then the middle-aged male and female nurses turned and ran from the scene. Soon, the middle-aged nurses returned with 4 exquisite black wooden sticks in hand, handing them to the attending physician in the black priest's outfit. The attending physician picked up one of the sticks and seemed to recite something under his breath. After an odd incantation was completed, the attending physician gently touched the blood-soaked middle-aged worker, followed by a strange green light shimmering around him. Watching this scene, Jiangja curiously stepped closer to touch the transparent glass in front of him, lightly knocking on it, feeling it was a bit thick, revealing a confident smile. So it's special glass? A netizen asked, what does special glass mean? Hearing the voice, Jiangja thought back, before this instance ends, you will naturally understand. About a minute later, the bloody middle-aged patient was as good as new. The middle-aged white man rose, grasped the priest's hand, and cried out with a voice that pierced the lungs. The attending doctor smiled, patted the middle-aged man's head, and then let him leave. The cured middle-aged worker stepped out of the emergency room, even his clothes were perfectly restored, a light blue shirt and black pants. He looked at the only young person present, Jiangja, tears silently streaming down his face, while pulling Jiangja, pushing him out of the hospital. But just as they reached the door, the patient's crying face was suddenly filled with a happy smile, and then he reached out to pull Jiangja back into the hospital. These two extreme expressions made Jiangja feel uneasy. Unfortunately, he was a proper enhancer, and the strength of an ordinary middle-aged person was no match for him. He simply shook off the other man's arm. Thus, he didn't stay long, stepping out of the hospital to explain to the audience. Rule 1 has been triggered, do not believe in magic. So in the hospital, I saw magic. Do you believe that magic exists? In addition, we have confirmed that an expressionless person can cry and at the same time smile. Now, should you believe in the smile or the cry? Jiangja casually joked with the audience and the group. Only he knew, the person crying could be completely trusted. But the smiling old man was not trustworthy, but one could infer what the smiling person truly meant. For example, the smiling middle-aged man pulling Jiangja into the hospital could be inferred. The smiling middle-aged man's true intention was to make Jiangja leave the hospital quickly, exactly matching the action of the middle-aged man crying as he pushed Jiangja out of the hospital. Upon hearing this, the audience felt a chill run through their bodies, even their fingers trembling as they typed. I want a pair of eyes that have never seen a magical town. It must be real, magic must definitely be real. Yes, holding a magic wand, muttering spells, and then the patient recovered, it couldn't be any less real. Right, the rule, do not believe in magic, must be fake, just like the previous chaotic court, it's mind-warping. In the expert group's conference room, old Zhao looked at the screen, feeling his temperature drop another degree. He then looked at the trembling experts below, explaining, don't be afraid, cheer up. Magic should be real, the rule of not believing in magic is probably fake, otherwise, the middle-aged man couldn't have healed. As soon as he finished speaking, a young male expert rebutted, I don't think so. I believe magic should be fake. In this 1 minute, the patient was surrounded by green light, there was too much time for operation. Magic could even fix clothes? Moreover, the special blast that Jiangja mentioned surely points to some secret we don't know. As soon as these words were spoken, old Zhao mercilessly rebutted, but have you considered the possibility, was there someone hiding near the middle-aged patient? If hidden, why didn't we see them? As he spoke, the room fell silent. The experts exchanged glances, unable to ascertain the answer. At this moment, a question surfaced in their hearts, could it be that there are fake rules among the real rules? A chubby expert murmured softly, where did Wang go? But no one replied to him. In the beautiful country group chat livestream, Leon also chose not to drive into the town because the noise would be too loud. He parked his car near a factory in the suburbs and chose to walk in. After entering the town, he saw rebar falling from the nearby construction site. Not far away, workers were shouting, seemingly using dumb voices. Then a group of middle-aged/old men in black suits ran to the construction site. Seeing this scene made Leon feel a bit horrified. And it was this action that made Leon realize he should go to the hospital to check the situation now. Chapter 82, There Really Is Magic. Before Leon set off, he reached for his waist, and after confirming the gun at his side was not taken away by the rule world, he ran to the hospital with the large group. Arriving a step later than Jiangja, he did not see the doctor in the operating room using a saw to cut off a patient's lower leg. A group of middle-aged nurses in white coats pushed patients on small carts toward the emergency room. He peered through the transparent glass to see what was happening inside. The old white doctor in a black priest's robe lightly tapped the forehead of a battered patient with his magic wand, immediately surrounded by green light. A strange and bizarre incantation was finished. The attending doctor gently pointed at the bloody middle-aged worker, and then a wonderful green light surrounded him. Magic? Leon frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. He saw the middle-aged white injured man rise up, grasping the priest's hand, and cried out in a broken voice. The attending doctor smiled and patted the middle-aged man's head, then let him leave. The cured middle-aged worker walked out of the emergency room, his clothes restored to perfect condition, a light blue shirt and black trousers. He looked at the only young person at the scene, Leon, with tears silently streaming down his face while pulling Leon out of the hospital. But just as they reached the door, the patient's crying face suddenly blossomed with a happy smile, and he reached out to tug Leon back into the hospital. Fortunately, Leon had been on guard. He raised a foot and kicked the middle-aged man away. Even Leon was shocked by this kick, sending the man flying 10 meters away. When did I get this strong? Nearby elderly guards laughed as they ran over to prepare to arrest Leon. Seeing this, he dared not linger further, turned, and ran away from the hospital into the street. Is it really magic? The scene from just now kept replaying in his mind. But the rule said, do not believe in magic. The question arises, to be precise, the attending physician in the hospital was indeed using magic. The patient cried while pushing me out of the hospital, then smiled while wanting to pull me back, indicating when the patient is normal, he wants me to leave the hospital, perhaps because the hospital is a place of right and wrong or something else? It can show the rules of laughter and crying are correct, and I can also deduce the correct motives of the laughing elderly, just need to reverse their actions. At the same time, I cannot use force against these elderly people, I just kicked once and attracted the guard's attention. Leon was not foolish. Even in the Washington, D.C. Police Department, he would be a top player in both intelligence and strength. The viewers in the group chat were discussing upon seeing Leon's thoughts. False rules. It must be false rules, misleading the chosen ones. The attending doctor is using healing magic, just like the healing magicians in movies. Yes, believe that there is magic. After all, the chaotic court and hypercube rules are not very accurate. What does the White House think? White House, there are too few clues. If it were special effects, it could align with the rule, do not believe in magic, but special effects need a lot of time to prepare and set up, which seems a bit untenable. If it's not special effects, it indicates that it is real magic. What you should consider is, why do the rules make the chosen ones not believe in magic? What is the purpose of not believing in magic? Can not believing in magic protect the chosen ones? Currently, there are no specific clues, and we cannot replicate intelligence from the Summer Country live broadcast room. In the past, when experts were uncertain, they would form groups to observe Jiangja's actions in the Summer Country live broadcast room, and then copy and paste. After all, Jiangja had always been synonymous with completing the game. But now, the star-level chosen ones could not communicate with each other at all. They had no other choice but to try and make mistakes step by step. In the group chat live stream of the corrupt country, Brown did not choose to enter the buildings of the small town on his own. He first took a stroll around the street. He saw old people on the roadside stalls eating sandwiches with tears of laughter. What a terrifying sight, it sends chills down my spine. Laughing while eating sandwiches, the rule tells me not to trust the smiling old people, which means not to trust the motivations and intentions of the smiling old people. This shows that these old people probably don't want to eat sandwiches. Why don't they want to eat sandwiches? Is the sandwich not tasty, or is there something wrong with the sandwich? Although he couldn't fully grasp this rule, he had noted the situation in his heart. Damn, I want to try what the sandwich really is, but the rule says not to eat, not to drink anything here. If I could eat and drink, I would know right away what's wrong. With this confusion, he moved forward. Not far ahead, he saw a car accident at the intersection. A little yellow car collided with a little black car. After the crash, two old men in black suits got out of the car. The two were laughing wildly, gesturing animatedly, seeming ready to fight. A passerby stepped forward trying to mediate and separate them. But unexpectedly, one of the old men pulled out a baseball bat from the car trunk and struck the mediator on the back of the head, killing him instantly. If nothing unexpected happens, the police should be coming, right? Without any doubt, sirens sounded not far away. A blue and white police car stopped at the intersection. Two smiling police officers pulled out handguns and bang bang, shot the two elderly men from the accident dead on the spot. Seeing this scene, the crowd around laughed and applauded, the applause thunderous. What's going on? Brown felt his scalp tingle. But the matter was not over. Soon an ambulance arrived. Right away, a black-clothed old doctor stepped out of the vehicle. He held a magic wand, and the medical staff brought out translucent glass, shielding the three dead bodies. Then the doctor gently pointed at the three corpses on the ground. Immediately, green light surrounded the three dead men, and soon, they stood up, shook hands amicably, and finally, as if nothing had ever happened, the people turned and left. What kind of rule town is this? The actions of people and the police are completely illogical. Do you kill two troublemakers after a car accident? Why did the offenders kill the mediator? They're all crazy, right? And was that just now a healing magic? Also, the police response was less than 20 seconds. This response is way too fast, as if they knew beforehand that a car accident would happen and people would die. Very strange. The bizarre and illogical scene left Brown puzzled, feeling goosebumps rising all over him. Seeing this, the group chat live stream went into a frenzy. A car accident and police response without any order or common sense, the outcome is terrifying. A completely illogical car accident truly adds a layer of mystery to the small town. That magic? It must be real, there has to be magic in this small town. Right, if there were no magic, it wouldn't be called Magic Town. In the group chat of the Panda Country, Ivan arrived at the bar first. In the bar, middle-aged and older people were gently dancing in the dance floor, smiles on their faces. Ivan knew the rules did not allow them to drink, but he just enjoyed the atmosphere. After sitting at the front desk bar for a while, he saw a magic duel performed on the stage. For safety, the stage was covered by a special circular glass. Two old white men in black top hats and black tuxedos were holding magic wands, muttering indistinct spells and then unleashing fire and lightning magic against each other, the audience beneath applauding non-stop. After watching for a while, Ivan held up his empty glass and mocked. Such a crude trick, scientific equipment could easily simulate this scene. As soon as I arrive, you perform magic, but when I'm not here, there's no magic? Clearly, someone is secretly putting on a show for me. I am a steadfast materialist. If you want me to believe in magic, this rough trick isn't enough. How about a big scene? Ivan was very clever, looking around as if searching for suspects. Perhaps Ivan's provocation had an effect. The next moment, there was a loud explosion from beneath the bar, boom. The wooden building shattered immediately, with the elders' dismembered limbs flying everywhere, blood splattering. A wild wind howled in Ivan's ears, a scorching heat wildly slapping against his cheeks. Fortunately, the flames did not consume Ivan, instead, they abruptly halted right in front of him. Suckazlitz, it really exploded? Ivan couldn't help but swallow, touching his scorched cheeks. He had just been joking, but didn't expect it to really explode? At that moment, a group of smiling elders rushed in from outside the bar, coming to the scene to save it. After a while, sirens and ambulance whistles were heard outside the bar. After observing for a moment, a head physician in black clerical robes muttered a silent spell, gently pointing his magic wand at the dismembered limbs on the scene. The dismembered limbs on the scene, including the blood already spilled on the ground, seemingly returned in perfect order to the elders' bodies as if time was rewinding. Reassembling, continuously reassembling. About 5 minutes later, the explosion in the bar was eliminated, and the shattered elders were all rescued back. They seemed to have experienced nothing, continuing to elegantly sway their plump bodies in the dance floor, smiling while dancing the social dance. Ivan watched this scene, unable to forget for a long time. Damn it, they experienced an explosion and still have the mood to dance? What kind of small town is this? How can it be so hard to understand? After an explosion, shouldn't normal people run out? How can they still be in the mood to laugh and dance, dancing TMD dance? After witnessing the scene that was nearly a rewind in time, Ivan's steadfast materialist worldview began to waver slightly. At this moment, the seed of magic had already been planted in Ivan's heart. Chapter 83, What You Believe is Your Destiny. After leaving the hospital, Jiangja felt a bit hungry and took out 2 Snickers bars from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and taking a bite. At the moment he bit down, he immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings, observing the reactions of the pedestrians on the street. Seeing Jiangja eat the energy bar caused the passing elders to panic, running away in all directions. In their eyes, Jiangja had just pulled off a rat's head, directly biting into the bloody rat body, and the key was that it was a deep black sewer rat. After finishing a Snickers, the elders saw Jiangja make a whoosh sound as he sucked the rat's tail into his mouth as if slurping up noodles. What is happening? Did the elders run away when they saw Mr. Jiang eat the energy bar? Their expressions seem a bit panicked. Inside the expert conference room, the experts also saw the scene and immediately began to discuss explanations. A young female expert asked, could it be that the world we see is actually different from the world the elders see? Hearing this, it attracted the attention of all the experts. That's right. The female expert recalled and explained, previously, Jiangja had lingered on the roadside a few times. The first time, at a stall, watching an elder tearfully eat a sandwich while smiling, Jiangja's gaze stayed for over 10 seconds, indicating he was really focused on that stall. The second thing, Jiangja specially went to a cinema, showing us the scene, only to find the elders clapping at a blank wall. The third thing, Jiangja intentionally took us to the hospital, where we witnessed magic. I saw a middle-aged patient whose actions were completely opposite, both crying and laughing. The fourth thing, Jiangja ate an energy bar on the street, then immediately looked up and surveyed his surroundings, observing the reactions of the passing elderly people. Hearing this, old Zhao frowned and asked, what's the core point? The female expert thought for a moment and explained, I'm afraid Jiangja has grasped the rules of the town, and now it's a testing phase. There are 4 unnoticed words in Rule 10, polar reversal, this reversal must be in the sights? As her words fell, the experts on site silently contemplated, then suddenly nodded in realization. Exactly, everything he does is a test. The polar reversal really seems to explain the scene. Jiangja sees a different world compared to the elderly. But it can explain other things too. As a real man, he seems to know what he is doing and what he wants. That's good, no wonder he told us not to sway his thoughts, so that's how it is. While the experts were discussing, Jiangja walked down a few paths guided by his memory and encountered a car accident. A yellow bike collided with a black bike, and an old man smiled as he tried to mediate, but one of the elderly men was fatally struck with a stick, and soon the police arrived and shot the two of them. Then the ambulance came, and a new old pastor dressed as a doctor used magic to bring the three who died back to life. He watched for a while but then lost interest. Again with the magic trick, could it really be magic? Jiangja pretended to curiously say this sentence. He was a player who had passed the levels and naturally knew that every move was being monitored by someone with intention, including the words spoken. Sure enough, this sentence was heard by an old man passing by, who went from expressionless to suddenly smiling. Watching the old man walk away, Jiangja curved his mouth and deliberately said out loud for the nearby passing elderly to hear, "Next, I'm going to the bookstore to see if I can find some useful clues." After walking a few hundred meters, he found a bookstore. Jiangja gently pushed the door open. He deliberately made sure the wind chime hanging on the wooden door did not ring. At the front desk stood a middle-aged man in a black suit, staring vacantly at the empty front. He approached to observe the administrator. The black pupils were already dull, and the whites of the eyes were consumed by black. It was the expression of a dead person, yet the front desk administrator was still standing. "Everyone, please look at the expression changes of the administrator." Jiangja thought for a moment and spoke to the netizens in the group chat livestream. He turned back to the door, grasped the brown wind chime at the entrance, shook it, and a clear ringing sound echoed. As the bell rang, the middle-aged man's pupils finally regained clarity, smiling and nodding at Jiangja. What's going on? Once he hears the wind chime, the administrator wakes up? Why is that? Could it be that the bell has some mechanism? Inside the conference room. These questions, however, did not stump the experts. A chubby middle-aged expert in a white coat explained, "This is a mechanism. The ringing of the bell is the sound that wakes the bookstore owner. This has been recorded and tested in our psychology." Upon hearing the sound, the bookstore staff immediately reacts. If confirmed, then the bookstore owner is hypnotized. Who hypnotized him? Currently, the information cannot be revealed. What's certain is, the librarian is essentially a spy, an agent for the people behind, otherwise, it's impossible for Jiangja not to have entered the library, yet the administrator remained dazed until he entered, causing the wind chime to ring, waking the administrator. But in reality, Jiangja held back, deliberately opened the door gently, and the wind chime did not ring, leading to him staying in the bookstore. The administrator did not wake until the wind chime was shaken and made a sound, at which point he finally woke. As the words fell, the experts looked at each other and nodded, finding it quite reasonable. The analysis is very on point. Yes, perhaps Mr. Jiang realized this. In the scene, Jiangja was already by a certain bookshelf. He intentionally kept his body exposed in the sight of the front desk administrator. He wandered aimlessly through the books. The books here are all about science, mostly popular science books on dimensional folding technology. In his past life, he remembered a phrase left by the previous protagonist, an NPC, in the bookstore. He came this time to confirm whether that phrase had changed. After confirming that Jiangja was just casually reading and had no other actions, the librarian turned away, as the wind chimes rang again, signaling a new guest's arrival. From his peripheral vision, when the librarian's gaze was no longer on him, Jiangja quickly crouched down and found a book titled Fate from the bottom shelf. The cover of this book is black, with a white bone key in the center. He gently blew away the dust from the cover and opened the first page, which had a group photo of the young people who entered the town before. A group photo of yellow, white, brown, and black people from all over the world, estimated to be over 10,000 people, densely packed, with the caption translated into Shawan, Golden Dimensional Technology Development University. There was a passage on the back. This distorted text was quickly translated into Shawan. What you believe in is your destiny, from a certain alumnus. The first message referred to, if you believe in the existence of magic, then your destiny will be death. It's changed. Jiangja frowned, clearly remembering that the page message from his previous life was, please believe, do not waver. The second message referred to, please believe in the non-existence of magic, and no matter what happens, do not waver in your thoughts. It was this statement that allowed Jiangja to successfully clear the 6 Star Tales, a great show. But it doesn't matter. Just as Jiangja was about to turn to the next page to see if there were any other messages, he suddenly felt a chill on his left shoulder. With almost no hesitation, he immediately closed the book, grabbed that cold object, and violently slammed it down in front of him with one hand. The bookshelf was still sturdy and did not collapse. When Jiangja focused his gaze, he realized it was the bookstore librarian. The librarian first had a blank expression, then suddenly started crying. The crying lasted only 3 seconds, then he returned to his blank expression and pulled a book from his suit pocket, handing it to Jiangja. Is this for me? Jiangja raised his hand cautiously, pointing at himself. The bookstore librarian nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, Jiangja took the black book and began to flip through it. Opening the first page, he saw a clearly hurried and panicked message. Learn a magic, only then, you have the right, to see, the Father and Mother of God. Flipping further, the pages were blank with no messages. If there was any information, it had long been erased by others, except for the final note stating this book was written 300,000 years ago. Even if Jiangju explained, no audience would believe him, so he naturally intentionally ignored this publication date. You want me to learn magic? That's easy, then I will play along. Jiangja smirked, seeing through the trick, putting the book into his backpack, and preparing to leave. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, he intentionally kept an eye out, quietly taking a palm-sized mirror from his pocket, pretending to accidentally press it against the wooden door. In the mirror, it clearly reflected the librarian's smirk, his eyes looking at Jiangja. Continuing to pretend, Jiangja turned his head and pretended to bow an apology to the librarian, saying, "Thank you for your hint, I understand." The bookstore librarian smiled and waved, indicating no need to be polite. Walking down the street, Jiangja's smile grew stronger. This trick might work on others, but it won't fool me. At this moment, an important voice from a group chat rang in his ears. Netizen sky is wide, Mr. Jiang, I saw the librarian's eyes looking at you, it's a bit alarming, be careful of a trap. Jiangja clasped his hands behind his head and explained as he walked forward. Of course, I know that's a trap, he gave me that line about learning magic, but it's actually misleading me. After all, when he gave me the book, the expression on his face was expressionless, not a crying expression. It can be believed that the old man would cry. Before I left, I was still in doubt, so I used a mirror. I didn't expect to really see his annoying smile. This so-called hint must be fake, it was clearly meant to mislead me, and I didn't even need to consider learning magic to see the priest and mother was against. Rule number 1, don't believe in magic. How could I possibly believe it? So now I can propose a new rule, a person with an expressionless face cannot be trusted, because a smiling person can disguise as expressionless. As soon as these words came out, they received massive support from netizens. I almost got fooled. But it's true that you can only see the priest and mother by learning magic. Wait, why am I curious about wanting to see the priest and mother? There's no reason, the answer in the small town must be found in the priest and mother. Wait, how can you see the priest and mother? Is it only through learning magic? Hearing these questions, Jiangja couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, no, I can pretend to learn magic, but actually, I don't believe it. What a clever approach. Ha ha ha, I bow to Mr. Jiang. Chapter 84, The Only Two Edible Foods. In the beautiful country's group chat live broadcast room. After leaving the hospital, Leon strolled along the street again. As he re-examined this illogical small town, he made new discoveries. Standing by the traffic light, Leon pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and observed his surroundings. Every passerby looks at me for a moment as they go by. The time they look at me has gone from 1 second at first to now 3 to 5 seconds. It feels like they are not curious about the arrival of a young person, but more like they're watching me. I feel like prey. Leon learned in his professional knowledge class that a person's gaze never lies. He wanted to test this out. He raised his hand and stopped an old man passing by. The old man smiled as he looked at Leon. Leon asked tentatively, "Is this small town controlled by someone?" The old man was first stunned for a moment. Perhaps Leon triggered some key words. The old man's smile immediately froze. The expression on his face swiftly changed from expressionless to crying, as if waking the sleeping old man. Visibly panicked, the old man looked at his body, then glanced around to make sure it was safe for a moment. Then he took out a pen from his pocket and wrote a sentence in the palm of his hand. Do not speak, we are all dead. Do not trust smiling or expressionless old people. Do not step out of the town line. Do not believe in magic. Before the writing was finished, the old man's crying face turned expressionless again, and his hand stopped moving, dropping the pen to the ground. The old man slowly raised his head, smiling at Leon. Leon warily stared at the old man. He saw black blood flowing from the old man's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Finally, the old man fell dead right in front of Leon. What's going on? Leon furrowed his brows, quickly kneeling on one knee to check the old man's body, but was shocked to find the heartbeat had already stopped. How did he suddenly die? He felt a slight sense of regret over the old man's death. Then he quickly looked around. Not far away, a hearse was coming. For safety's sake, he immediately wiped away the writing on the old man's hand, the old man's palm still smooth and cold. Just like that, he watched the funeral home staff lift the old man's body onto the vehicle. As he watched the vehicle drive away, Leon solemnly nodded. Safe journey. I must remain silent in the small town, cannot speak. I also cannot step out of the town line, otherwise, I will die. What I said earlier may involve the secrets of the small town. What does control mean? He furrowed his brows in deep thought. If these two words are correct, The small town is indeed under the control of the unknown, but who knows? Leon tried to ask and answer himself, sorting through the clues. No, this won't do, there are too few clues. I need to go to the bookstore to look into the town's history. With this thought, Leon set off, passing a few bends in the road until he found a bookstore. He pushed the door open, and a bell rang out. The librarian was awakened by the bell and smiled at Leon. Leon glanced at the librarian, then turned and headed to the bookshelf area. He wandered around the 4 rows of ancient wooden bookshelves but found no books about the town's history. The shelves were filled with books about science and technological manufacturing. The core technology of nuclear fusion. Extraction and application of dark matter. Synthesis of stable black hole materials. He flipped through each one, trying to understand the science of another world. After looking around, unfortunately, the content of the books was obscure and difficult to understand, filled with mathematical symbols and geometric shapes that had not been translated into English. It was this scene that the beautiful country's military personnel in the chat group captured. When they took the pictures, they were surprised to find the pages were blank, proving there were no scientific loopholes to exploit. It seems like the scientific books just casually placed in a bookstore are child's play to another world, right? Every single one would be a leap in national strength for us. But unfortunately, I took a screenshot, and the picture shows blank pages. I can't detect any characters. You're overthinking, how could the rules have such loopholes, said by a Summer Nation netizen. Damn it, how did you appear in our beautiful nations group chat? Don't you have your own Summer Nation chat? I live here, I can't leak secrets, said by a Summer Nation netizen. Oomph, that's good. While the audience was discussing, Leon found a black book under the bookshelf. He flipped through it carefully, and the first page featured a photo of a global group of people. In the photo, there seemed to be more than 10,000 people, with the words translated into English reading, University of Golden Dimension Technology Development. Turning the photo over, there was a line of text. This twisted font was quickly translated into English. What you believe in is your destiny, left by an alumnus. Keeping this sentence in mind, perhaps it was an important reminder. Leon prepared to continue flipping through the book when suddenly a chill ran down his shoulder. As a policeman, Leon quickly bent down and executed an over-the-shoulder throw on the attacker behind him. Upon focusing, he abruptly realized it was the librarian. The expression on the librarian's face seemed to fluctuate between laughing and crying, leaning more towards crying, yet still unable to win over the smile, so the library remained cheerful. Seeing this, Leon took a few steps back, thinking, what does he want? With a smile, the librarian handed Leon the black book from his suit pocket. He's giving me a book? Leon received it suspiciously and flipped to the first page. Learn a magic, only then will you qualify to meet the father and mother. The prerequisite for learning magic, believing in its existence. And Leon did not believe. This place isn't safe for long. With the book in hand, he quickly turned and ran outside. Once outside, the librarian's smiling expression returned to one of indifference. He then ran to a nearby park, where the elderly were taking their afternoon naps, some crying, some laughing, and no one talking to each other. He found a bench, sat down, and read carefully. The whole book provided no other information apart from learning magic. Wait, what's this? When he flipped the book to the last page, a string of small words read, this book was written 300,000 years ago. A book from 300,000 years ago, is this a joke? Seeing this scene, the audience began to complain. A book from 300,000 years ago hasn't even been damaged by time, this is too fake. Right, it must be fake. I don't believe it anyway, there must be another hidden truth. Is there a possibility it's true? Upon hearing this, the chat fell silent. At this moment, Leon looked up at the church spire peeking into the distance. Let me learn magic, and then I will be qualified to meet the father and mother. The rule says don't believe in magic, so I obviously can't learn magic, and learning magic would naturally go against the rules. Could it be that the priest and the priestess control magic, using it to control the entire town and its people? Thinking carefully, there is a possibility. In the town, there is no history to speak of, and even in the bookstore, there are only scientific books. For the town, the absence of history is an extremely terrifying piece of information. It seems. The town appeared out of nowhere? No, that's not right. Leon showed a contemplative expression, brainstorming, why are there only books on technology? Who brought them? Is it the people from that Goldsheet Dimension University of Technology in the photo I just looked at? Is it the world of science and technology of the people from that university? I remember there are a little over 10,000 people in that university. 10,000 people? In a daze, Leon realized a key point. Could it be that the number of slightly more than 10,000 people is exactly the number of old people in the town? In the dark, a clue guided Leon. To verify this news, he got up and jogged out, finding a crying old man and a smiling old man, writing a question on separate pieces of paper. how many people are there in this town? About 3 minutes later, he got the answer. The number written by the smiling old man, 4,000 people. The number written by the crying old man, 10,574 people. Following the rule of laughing and crying, the truth is clear at a glance, the crying old man spoke the correct number. I see now, I understand. All the old people in this town are professors, instructors, and students from Goldsheet Dimension University of Technology. The young people have all disappeared, or rather, the once young people entered this town and never left again, living until old age. Why didn't they leave? Most likely they were controlled. How they were controlled remains unclear for now. Who controlled them? With this thought, Leon turned his gaze towards the distant church. The priest and the priestess. Seeing Leon's sharp reasoning, the netizens in the group chat were immediately in awe of him. Holy shit, Leon, you might be right. Exactly, everyone in this town is a student from the university. If I had to guess, it's very likely that the professors from this university conducted some experiment to open a dimension or a similar space, causing them to enter this town and never be able to leave. What happens if they go out? Going out might lead to death because there was a crying old man who told Leon the news, but he bled to death before finishing his message. Without the black-clad magician doctor to save him, it shows that the old man just died for real. Normally, there would be a doctor using magic to save a dead person, but that didn't happen just now. Thought-provoking. So far, the chosen ones who hold the core information are only Tu Jiangzhe, Leon. Like the chosen ones from other countries, they are still researching the rules, while some have already been eliminated. In the live chat room of Aoxialia, Anderson is a brown-haired fighter. He wears a white t-shirt, red fighting pants, and flip-flops as he enters the Rules Bazaar tale. Before he entered, he didn't even drive a car or bring any supplies. A few hours after entering, he felt hungry. Because the information he received was on his phone, there was no rule to remind him to prepare food in advance. It wasn't until he entered the town that the phone sent out a rule hint: you cannot eat the food from the town, prepare your own in advance. Damn it, I have nothing, I didn't even bring supplies. No, the rule said food in the town cannot be eaten. I need to find food in the town, after all, the outside of the town does not belong to the town. This is his own understanding. Anderson jogged back to the welcome sign of the town. Just as he was about to go out, he was stopped by the crying old man who came up and wrote, "Don't go out, you will age and die. If you want to eat something, just chew on some grass and flowers on the ground to fill your hunger." But Anderson was already so hungry that he was faint. The rule said not to eat their food, and Anderson wasn't foolish. Do you look down on me? Let me eat grass and flowers, roll aside. He pushed the old man hard, and the old man had no warmth at all. The old man's body floated lightly, being thrown over 10 meters away by him. When did I become this strong? He raised his hand to look at his muscles, becoming more satisfied, then turned and stepped directly out of the town line. Almost instantly, Anderson felt his strength flowing away rapidly. What's going on? He felt something strange, his body was becoming soft, and the bones inside were making odd noises. This scene scared him, and he hurriedly raised both hands. F***K, my hands. His once strong, full, fair hands were visibly aging and decaying at a visible speed, until they turned into dry tree trunks. Shit, I can't leave the town, I died in vain. His voice quickly changed from young to old, and Anderson fell 10 meters away in front of the town's welcome sign. Canada's chosen one, Anderson's challenge failed, survived for 3 hours, strange invasion in Melbourne for 48 hours. F***K, again Melbourne, just finished the last invasion, and now it comes again? Run, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and run. Damn Anderson, his simple mind has harmed us in Melbourne. F***K, that old man is a really good person, but Anderson kicked him away. I suddenly realized a possibility. What possibility? Grass and flowers, they really aren't food, they have always been edible. As soon as the words came out, the million people chat instantly turned silent, and a wave of resentment arose. Before long, the group chat erupted, "Fuck you, Anderson, x 99,99999." Chapter 85, Evening Q&A Session. In just a few hours, 30% of the chosen ones from over 200 countries had died. The remaining 70% were exceptionally wise in some aspects. They, more or less, didn't synchronize with Jiang's steps, but still got relevant clues. In a neon group chat live room, Chitai, a 24-year-old young detective, who likes red wine, entered the scary story in a black suit. He observed an old man laughing and crying from the roadside and guessed that the sandwich in the other hand might not be a sandwich but something else. He entered a suburban toy factory, where he saw old people laughing while producing and assembling steel toys, including human models, pet models, and so on. He then turned and entered a glass factory, where he saw old people happily making special glass. Double-sided glass. Why do 70% of the people in the factory produce double-sided glass? Is there something strange about it? With this doubt, he returned to the street. quietly searching for the disaster scene. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. He finally saw an incident of falling objects at a nearby intersection. An old man was smashed on the spot, and then an ambulance arrived, and medical staff covered the area with a transparent glass. Then a doctor in a black robe gently touched the old man, surrounded by green light, and the old man who was smashed to pieces immediately recovered. So that's how it is. The clues in his mind gradually connected. This magic requires double-sided glass to assist in its implementation. To verify the authenticity of this idea, he went around again and saw a car accident. In this car accident, medical staff once again brought out a piece of glass to block the road, and 2 dead old men were brought back to life by the attending physician's magic. This glass is definitely one of the magical tools. As his gaze turned, he looked at the coffee shop in front of him and touched the glass. The glass was smooth and flat, not special glass but ordinary glass, while the old people inside were laughing and drinking coffee. He looked at the coffee liquid, which was no different from ordinary coffee. They are laughing while drinking coffee, which means it is not trustworthy. To be real, they should be drinking coffee with no expression or crying while drinking coffee. These old people don't really want to drink coffee, but unfortunately I can't see what the real coffee is made of at all. The problem is a bit huge and complicated, always feeling like a layer of conspiracy shrouds this small town. If most of the rules are indeed correct, then, Rule 1, don't trust magic, could be wrong. It might be a trap set for us chosen ones. No, if it's Jiang Jia, he would definitely enter the town in advance to understand all its history so as to handle things correctly. Grasping the source of information is of utmost importance. I must go understand the town's history. To the bookstore I go. As he pondered, the seed of magic was already planted in Shitai's heart. Though he didn't want to believe in magic, the few instances of magic he saw in the town were all connected to it. That's right, there must be magic. Yes, Rule 1 tells people not to believe in magic. It must be a false rule. But I always feel uneasy, as if something is wrong, but I can't quite say what. Next, Shitai also got on the right track, the bookstore. Without any surprises, he also saw the photo of Dimensional Technology Development University with a group photo. From the number of people in the group photo, he correctly inferred that the actual number of people in the town was the number of students in the university there, and encountered hints of people in the library, finding the shadow that loomed over the town, the church. The seed of magic also took root in the mind of this self-proclaimed smart person. In the group chat live stream of the Great Stick Country, Hwang Jishuan is a blonde Korean drama actor. Before he came in, he thought too much, which led him to carry nothing in the end, and thus entered the rules. At this moment, it was 5:30 in the evening, and he felt hunger in his stomach. Damn, yesterday I shouldn't have maintained my figure and just had a bowl of vegetables, now I'm starving. By the way, why can't we eat food? What's the deal with food? Will eating it really kill us? Maybe there's poison in the food, but wait, the old people eat it just fine, that means it's not poisonous? In order to verify this idea and suffering from hunger, he took advantage of the evening to rush to a nearby melon field and stole a watermelon. This scene made his country's audience scold him. Idiot, the rules say not to eat food, and you're eating a watermelon? Although watermelon is expensive, this is a rural town. Are you sure you won't die after eating it? Shouldn't die, watermelon is a natural fruit, very healthy. So what do you guys say? He didn't bring food, does that mean he won't eat anything? Not eating will lead to death sooner or later. Is there a difference between dying early or dying late? How can he pass the levels without eating? As soon as this was said, the group chat fell silent. The bystanders were clear-headed, it made sense. Since there was no source of food, does it mean he would be declared dead? Hwang Jishuan isn't dumb. After using his handy portable knife to cut the watermelon, he threw a small piece of flesh away. He quietly waited for small animals, and soon, a fat field mouse peeked its head out, looking around. After seeing the watermelon flesh, the field mouse immediately picked it up and swallowed it. Seeing this, he fed a few more pieces of flesh and carefully observed the field mouse. After waiting for a few seconds, and then a few minutes, the field mouse showed no signs of any problem before leaving. Watermelon is fine, not poisonous. It seems the rule about not eating food is also fake. At this point, Hwang Jishuan breathed a sigh of relief and then began to enjoy his meal. By the time he finished an entire watermelon, his stomach was very full, but there was nothing unusual in his body, only his abdomen was stretched. Identification complete, watermelon is edible. Seeing this, the audience also felt relieved. The rule about not eating food is probably definitely a false rule. After finishing the watermelon, Hwang Jishuan's mind became clear, and taking advantage of the night, he began to investigate. Even he himself didn't realize his sense of humor had lowered. When he saw old people laughing and pointing, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even though his voice was very quiet, the audience didn't find anything strange. When returning to the small town, Hwang Jishuan felt regret. Because he met an old man who could cry, who wrote a note to tell him. Watermelon cannot be eaten. When humans have no food, they can only eat grass and flowers. After this event, that old man naturally died with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. In a daze, Huang Jishuan wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling like he missed something, wondering why he did not meet the crying old man earlier. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Like those chosen ones who did not bring food in advance, most acted like Huang Jishuan they would have to eat sooner or later. And some reckless men just started eating directly. In the end, they all, without exception, were declared to have failed in their challenge at 8 o'clock in the evening when the fog was about to appear. The chosen one from the Great Stick Nation, Huang Jishuan, failed the challenge, surviving 8 hours. The chosen one from the Broken Sky, Hal, failed the challenge, surviving 8 hours. In the Summer Country's group chat live broadcast room, it was now 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky darkened, the sun set in the west, and the street became busier as it was the peak hour for getting off work. Jiangja turned around by the roadside and found a notice. At 12 o'clock midnight, Haunted Castle is recruiting sleep trialers, requirements, able to exercise, salary, 10,000 gold coins. Gold coins are the universal currency of this small town, and they can be taken into reality. 10,000 gold coins are approximately equal to 5 million in the real world. After tearing down this notice, he walked to a nearby park. In the most conspicuous place in the center of the park's grass, he took out a self-heating hot pot, and soon, the hot pot was steaming. He opened the packaging, which was filled with rice and various meat and seafood. His joyful eating appearance looked extraordinarily strange in the eyes of the old people passing by on their walks, and no one dared to come close to Jiangja. Regarding this, he was also quite accustomed. At this moment, there was an important reminder of group chat information in his mind. Netizen 1 meal a day, Mr. Jiang, what are you preparing to do next? The rules say that the longer the time, the more likely you are to do something against your will. What will you do about sleeping at night? Hearing this, Jiangja's mind moved. I don't need to sleep, I can go a week without sleep without any problem. After finishing this meal, I will go to the nearby magic bookstore to learn magic, then go to the haunted castle. After all this, I will go to the church to have a chat with the priest and nun. Netizen eating good food, Mr. Jiang, why do the people in the town laugh and cry? We have been chatting privately for a long time and feel that you already know in advance. While eating crab roe, Jiangju explained. The deeper reasons cannot be disclosed for now. You can understand it as if the food and water sources in this town contain a kind of toxin, which can cause people to lose their sanity over time. At that point, whatever others say, they will believe, and thus, they will naturally fail the challenge. Hearing this, the audience gradually fell into deep thought. Web fiction owes me $10, then what should the chosen ones do if they didn't bring food? Can they eat anything? Jiangja thought for a moment and explained, there is something that can be eaten, but it's very rare. The edible options are wild grass and wildflowers, just those two won't cause insanity. Hearing this, the audience nodded silently. It's still somewhat humane. Right, if they don't eat, they will definitely fail the challenge in the end. Other countries must have chosen ones eating, right? Definitely, with over 200 people, that's a significant number. Though the information about chosen ones in other countries could not be seen, it could be guessed. During the free time, the curious babies interacted one by one. Netizen life and death speed, what happens if the chosen one leaves the town? Jiangja did not hide anything, leaving the town will cause rapid aging and death because the range covered by the toxin is this town. Just outside that billboard line. When I entered, I smelled the eerie fragrance of flowers, but there were no fresh flowers nearby. That was the smell of poison. Netizen lawless, who released the toxin? It feels like this toxin is very powerful. To this, Jiangja smiled slightly. He could not say he had completed the challenge, so he could only change to a lower level statement. It's suspected to be the priest and nun. Netizen, let me ask, why release the toxin? Jiangja frowned and patiently answered, maybe they are afraid of something. The online friend asked me to ask again, what are you afraid of? Alright, this dear friend, your questions are a bit too many, greedy and unfair to others, so your question will not be answered. The online friend asked again, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Another curious friend asked, sir, where is Wang and others? He split from me before entering the town, 6 lost souls followed in, he couldn't bear to kill those 6 for his conscience, but he must be safe. The online friend casually tried to ask, Mr. Jiang, why do the elderly smile while eating sandwiches, and why do they smile while drinking coffee? I have looked with the eye of judgment, the elderly smile while eating sandwiches, but they are actually eating rats from the dark sewer. The elderly smile while drinking coffee, but in reality, they are drinking the blood squeezed from dead rats. The polar reversal in Rule 10 can explain why the old man and the chosen one see a different picture, and it can also explain other things. As he finished speaking, the audience felt a chill on their scalp, while their stomachs churned with nausea. Damn. No wonder, so that's how it is. No wonder the elderly smile while eating and drinking, it turns out they can't be trusted, they really don't want to eat dead rats and rat blood. Whoa, the old people are so pitiful. No wonder the elderly seemed scared when they saw Mr. Jiang eating self-heating hot pot. In their eyes, he must be eating black dead rats. That's disgusting. Goosebumps are all over. Then a crowd of people started asking questions. But Jiang Jia did not have much time to answer. I thought you would ask the key points, but no one has asked me what the key point is from beginning to end. Alright, the Q&A session is over, let's chat next time. He finished eating his seafood self-heating hot pot, tidied up the trash, stood up, and threw the garbage into the nearby trash can before leaving the park. Within the expert group. Watching Jiang Jia gradually reveal what he mastered, the experts gained a better understanding of this small town. The previously terrifying small town had its horror somewhat reduced, and a sense of safety gradually warmed each expert's heart. Previously, Xiao Wu, what you said might be right, the polar reversal can explain the different worlds seen by Jiang Jia and the elderly. Xiao Wu referred to the female expert from before. Old Zhao faced the audience, explaining, throw away all the horror of the small town. In fact, the core point must be in the church. The figures are the priest and the mother. To see them one must learn magic, try a little, and finally receive an audience invitation from the priest and the mother. Actually, the most dangerous part is, Rule 10, live to die, polar reversal. This one. As he finished speaking, the experts all nodded in agreement. Having seen too much purgatory mode, now I don't even regard the 6-star copy. Not regarding it, if you go in, can you win without a doubt? No. Then why do you boast? Just watch closely. What is the key point Mr. Jiang mentioned? I don't know, we have already missed the Q&A session. Chapter 86, Go learn magic, but do not believe in magic. At night, the town was filled with a cold wind howling, a thick fog rose above the town, and visibility gradually decreased. Only the dim lights at the street corners, and the weak lights at the crossroads were guiding passers-by forward. Jiang Jia turned around the street. Some elderly began to smile and line up to enter the Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the Grand Hotel there was a white line, and when the elderly crossed it, it would emit a red light. Some elderly also smiled and lined up to enter the Grand Church not far away, and there was a white line on the lawn leading to the church, which would also emit a red light. After watching the two groups of people leave, a cold temperature returned behind Jiang Jia. He turned around to see a middle-aged police officer in a blue uniform wearing a black hat. The middle-aged man expressionlessly took out a piece of white paper and handed it to Jiang Jia to see. Jiang Jia took it, carefully reading. This was the town's evening guidelines. No walking on the street at night. Will be affected by the mist. The mist lasts for 4 hours midnight. No returning home at night, must go to the big hotel or the church. Return home only after the mist ends. Violators will be arrested. After browsing, the white police officer pulled out his gun from his pocket and expressionlessly threw a pair of handcuffs at Jiang Jia with his left hand. Did you come alone? Jiang Jia casually looked around and noticed no one nearby, asking the question. The middle-aged officer looked puzzled but still nodded. Since you came alone, then who gave you the courage to point a gun at me? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Jia snatched the officer's gun and aimed it at the officer's forehead. Answer me, which is dangerous, the gun or me? Seeing this sudden scene, the officer was immediately dumbfounded. Looking at the dark gun muzzle, his throat moved. With no thought, he instantly turned and fled. Watching this scene, the audience burst into laughter. Pooh. This scene reminds me of Zhang Guo. Yes, during the chaotic courtroom period of Zhang Guo, he also had this line. Wow, what a warm feeling, ha ha ha. In the expert conference room. The experts couldn't help but find Jiang Jia's actions adorable, and laughter filled the room. Only old Zhao noticed a detail. The notice says no actions allowed at night, one will be affected by the mist. What I'm curious about is, did the officer really know Jiang Jia is a living person to say this, or did he mistakenly think Jiang Jia was a middle-aged/elderly person too? After all, this officer didn't laugh or cry but remained expressionless. Upon hearing this, the laughter in the room abruptly ceased, and they fell into deep thought. This is indeed a detail. A detail that all of us overlooked. Perhaps the officer's expressionless state is not trustworthy. On screen. After making a few turns around street corners, Jiang Jia intentionally avoided the police and found a specialty store for magic books, gently pushing the door open, and as expected, the store clerk only smiled and welcomed Jiang Jia after hearing the wind chime sound. In the group chat live stream of Beautiful Country. Since the afternoon, Leon found a key point at the church. That afternoon, he tirelessly explored more places in the small town. Various factories, various shops, office buildings. He discovered that this small town could be self-sufficient, forming an ecological circle at a small town level. Main industries, toys, secondary industry, glass. From toys for people to toys for pets, everything one could think of. From double-sided glass to funhouse mirrors, everything is available. In addition, whenever he entered a shop where only the shopkeeper was alone, he would hear the bell ring, and later he took a look how the wind chime affects the shopkeeper who is alone. He also observed through the glass the shopkeeper's expression when not having heard the wind chime, expressionless. Once they were affected by the sound of the bell, no matter which shop it was, their faces would light up with smiles. Perhaps other chosen ones would overlook these details, but Leon would not. On the park bench, he munched on compressed biscuits and sipped mineral water while pondering. In this small town, if I walk straight ahead for 20 kilometers, I will mistakenly return to the starting point of the town welcome sign. It seems like a ghost wall. In regard to this, Leon made a summary. This small town cannot be left, indeed as the earlier old man bleeding from the 7 orifices said cannot go out. Of course, I could directly return along the line that leads out of the starting point, but I can't do that, it would mean death. Apart from that, the sound of the wind chime seems to be the voice that awakens the old people. Why would they be awakened? He pondered this question for nearly 5 minutes. This proves many old people are actually in a sleep state in unseen places. When sensing someone approaching, shaking the wind chime will awaken them. Perhaps the people in this small town have entered some kind of trance state, that is, they have been hypnotized. If it really is hypnosis, then it is most likely done by the priests and priestesses. He continued to recall the events of the afternoon. There is one more strange thing. A kind old man on the street deliberately gave me a sandwich, just for me to eat, but I refused, and the person turned away expressionless, probably trying to tempt me to trigger the rules. There were also crying old people telling me what I could eat and what I couldn't eat, indicating that in this rules town, one can survive without food, but it won't be healthy. Seeing this excellent reasoning, the audience was all stunned. Damn, as expected of Lion. This mind, this IQ, seems to be no weaker than Jiangxia. Ha, there is a chance for our beautiful country to win, even to surpass Jiangxia. That's right, I didn't understand any of these clues, but Lion understood them all. The audience couldn't help but applaud for Lion, amazed. After solving one problem after another, Lion's question finally arrived at the evening encounter. Why do the old people either go into the big hotel or enter the church after work? There is a white line on the ground at the entrance of the big hotel, and when everyone walks past it, the white line emits red light, as if it is some kind of detection device, like magic, and I can't cross that line. There's a high probability I'll be exposed, but I'm not sure. In this way, Lion couldn't enter the big hotel to see what was inside or what was being done. Besides, outside the lawn leading to the church, there were police officers guarding, and behind the officers was also a white line, and when the old people passed the white line, it would also emit red light. The two visibly blocked paths could not be taken. Damn, I really want to follow along and see, all kinds of feelings. This town seems to be preventing me, an outsider. This rule copy is called a good show. Is everything prepared for me as a good show? What kind of good show is it exactly? Thinking of this, he became a bit dizzy with questions, pulled open his brown leather jacket, revealing a corner of a handgun, wanting to draw it. No, I can't take the risk of killing an old person. He shook his head, refusing to take risks, because behind him was the beautiful country, and he couldn't risk the lives of hundreds of thousands. Just when he was caught in entanglement, a blue-uniformed police officer with an expressionless face walked over. Lion's face was wary, his right hand hovered near his waist, ready to draw his gun at any time. But unexpectedly, the police officer only took out a white paper notice and handed it to Lion. Lion took it suspiciously and read it carefully. No walking on the street at night, you will be contaminated by the fog. The fog lasts for 4 hours until midnight. No returning home at night, you must go to the big hotel or the church. You can only return home after the fog clears. Violators will be arrested. I see. Just as Lion was about to stand up and apologize, he saw the police officer take out handcuffs, indicating Lion to cuff himself. Lion quickly made a decision and immediately dodged to the right. He snatched the firearm and then dismantled the police officer's gun with bare hands, its parts scattered on the ground. Now, what are you going to use to arrest me? The police officer, now weaponless, was stunned for a few seconds and turned to run away. After watching the police officer leave in a hurry, Lion also changed positions, standing under a tree, looking at the notice and beginning to ponder. Impressive. Unarmed to seize a gun, I guess Jiangxia can't do that either? Not necessarily, our Mr. Jiang is strengthened tenfold, his reflexes and speed can naturally keep up summer country netizen. You traitor, why are you in our beautiful country group? Damn rabbit, I'll roast you for eating. Hee hee, Akita dog sticking out tongue, summer country netizen. While Lion was pondering, experts from the beautiful country gathered all their strength and immediately gave their answer. Beautiful country expert group James, Lion, what you need to consider is the fog from 8 p.m. to midnight. Since the police do not allow the old people to be on the street during this time, it proves the fog poses a danger to them. Only after waiting for the fog to dissipate can the old people return home from the big hotel or church. You don't need to question where the fog comes from or why it comes, this is unnecessary. Expert group member William from the beautiful country. Besides this, you need to consider that when the police arrest you, they have a blank expression, which raises a question: were the police's actions just now controlled or uncontrolled, or did they instinctively capture those lingering on the street? After discussions in our expert group, we came to the conclusion the police very likely mistook you for a person like the old folks, whom we temporarily call living dead. Expert group member John from the beautiful country, there is another possibility. The old man who died with black blood flowing from his 7 orifices said, don't trust those with no expression. Through reasoning, the fact that the police arrest you is also deliberately guiding you to do something. Listening to the voices of the experts around me. These words opened a door in Lion's mind. How did I not think of this? Thank you, you really have some skills. This makes sense, no wonder the fog didn't give me a sense of danger, it's just ordinary fog. Maybe the fog doesn't affect me, but it's different for the old folks. So what I need to do now is get to the church as soon as possible. To get closer to the church, there is only one reasonable way: learn magic. But a smile gradually appeared on Lion's face. Before letting me learn magic, I shouldn't believe in magic. The good show originally means this: the whole town is cooperating with me in a play. That police officer's real purpose is to guide me to learn magic, to believe in magic, and in essence, to lure me to break the rules. I understand everything. This is a very scary town, everything is playing a life and death game with me. So let's see in the end, when this good show comes to an end, who wins and who loses. Lion gazed at the church in the distance, where candlelight had already lit up, showing a challenging smile. Currently the fastest progress ranking, Zhang Zhe. Although he took a break in the park, he is still ranked first. Next, Lion. These two are currently unmatched in progress. Like Brown from the corrupt country and Ivan from the panda country, they are just a step behind, in second place. After an afternoon of investigation, Brown's final clue also pointed towards the church. The way to approach the church, there is only one straightforward way: to learn magic. Whatever, I'll go learn magic. At worst, I don't believe in magic, but I can pretend to believe. Brown also stepped into the right track. But the many details experienced by Zhang Zhe and Lion, he did not grasp. As a materialist, Ivan was originally resolute in not believing in magic. But later, when he wandered on the street, more and more disasters appeared before him, and after being saved by more black priests, his heart began to waver. Damn it, does magic really exist? But all the evidence points towards magic exists. What should I do? He tried to ask himself this. Fortunately, the experts from the panda country are quite capable. Expertable from the panda country, don't think too much, you have deduced the number of people from the development university in the bookstore and the number of middle-aged/old people in the town. You can do this. Next, you need to learn magic, but hold on to your original heart, don't believe in magic, and in the end, nothing will go wrong. Everything you do is for meeting the priest and the Divine Mother. Expert Ivan from the panda country, when feeling powerless, think from Zhang Zhe's perspective. What would he think? What wouldn't he overlook? Attempt to learn from him, and you will have a breakthrough. Hearing this hint, it made the melancholy and troubled Ivan feel as if the clouds had parted, and he brightened up. Thank you, I understand now, I will go learn magic. Chapter 87, Magic, is this too easy to learn? The Magic Bookstore. This store is no different in size from an ordinary bookstore. The dim yellow light created an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Inside, the decoration and arrangement had a kind of eerie old vibe. Only 4 rows of bookshelves stood in the hall, and the store manager was an old man in a brown trench coat wearing a burlap hat, smiling at Zhang Zhe. He first looked at the bottom of the first row of bookshelves, where he remembered a black book that contained magic defense formations that could block all attacks, including technological weapons. For Zhang Zhe, who did not believe in the existence of magic, he just thought about it and did not take any actual action to read. Zhang Zhe turned to the shopkeeper, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, pointed at himself, and directly stated his intention: I want to go to the castle to exorcise ghosts. I want to learn magic, recommend a kind of magic to me? Upon hearing this, the old man's smile became even brighter, and he picked up a piece of paper and wrote, Why? What more is there to say? Zhang Zhe pretended to look puzzled at the old man and spoke words against his heart. Money, money, I want to make money. Don't you know that 10,000 gold coins is a lot? What if I am a magic genius? Hearing this, the old man suddenly realized and saw Zhang Zhe's greedy nature, which made his smile even brighter. Then he took out a transparent crystal ball from under the wooden table and placed it on the table, then wrote another message. Touch the crystal ball, test your magical talent. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe remained expressionless, but inside he was laughing out loud. Testing. Anyone under 35 would shine bright in the results, they would definitely say you are truly a genius in learning magic. Hearing his thoughts, the spectators curiously asked. Why, sir, do you know everything in advance? Is the shopkeeper just putting on a show? Show, don't speak, I want to see what magic really is. Under the curious gaze of the spectators, Zhang Zhe raised his hand and placed it on the transparent crystal ball. The crystal ball was cold and smooth, and as it sensed the human temperature, blue lightning threads immediately emerged inside, becoming more vigorous over time, until they illuminated the entire shop. Unknowingly, several patrolling policemen passing by outside broke into satisfied smiles and quietly left the doorway. At this moment, the bookstore manager excitedly took out a piece of yellowed parchment and pointed to the top grading, SSS level, extremely rare. Then the shopkeeper hurriedly wrote another message, "You are truly a genius in learning magic." Seeing this, Jiang Zhe wanted to laugh but couldn't. Holding back laughter was painful, so he could only pretend to be excited and utter words against his heart again. Great! I can finally learn magic. Now I can definitely get the 10,000 gold coins, and in real life, I can change a woman every day. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper laughed even more happily. The greedier and more lustful Jiang Zhe was, the more pleased someone was. Then the shopkeeper crouched down and took out a black book and a special black metal magic wand from under the desk. He handed them to Jiang Zhe, who looked down to examine them. The black book's cover was pure black, with no other markings. Flipping to the first page, there was a segment of recognizable summer language mixed with Latin-like magical script. Origin of magic. A long time ago, a young man with the surname Chen went up the mountain to gather firewood and encountered a thunderstorm, and unfortunately faced a heavenly thunder. Luckily he did not die, and under the transformation of heavenly thunder, he gained the ability to see the thunderous energy between heaven and earth. Development of magic. After a long time, this ancestor greatly developed the thunder method, spreading it across the entire Lu Jin kingdom. From these few sentences, Jiang Zhe learned that the Lu Jin kingdom was a parallel dimension similar to Xiagua but also different. Incantation. East starts from Tai Mountain Thunder, South starts from Hong Mountain Thunder, West starts from Hua Mountain Thunder, North starts from Hong Mountain Thunder, Center starts from Song Mountain Thunder. First form, attracting thunder, using the magic wand to attract heavenly lightning threads. Second form, gathering thunder, using the magic wand to gather heavenly lightning threads into mass. Third form, releasing thunder, releasing the gathered lightning ball through the magic wand. Writing note, from the new student of Magic Society at Lu Jin University in the Dimension Shen Jili wrote. Warm reminder, trust in science. When he read the last two sentences, Jiang Zhe saw the author of this magical book seriously babbling and making notes, which made him want to laugh. Jiang Zhe struggled to hold back his laughter, his mouth puffing up like a frog, and his facial expression changing dramatically, clearly showing he was holding in a big laugh. But in the end, he couldn't help it anymore, bursting into laughter, almost to the point of tears. Ha 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 ha. The shopkeeper inexplicably picked up a piece of paper, held it up and asked, "Customer, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Zhe raised his hand, laughing with tears in his eyes and said, Nothing, I just remembered something funny." The old man chuckled and picked up the paper to write, "What happened? Tell me so I can laugh too? Do you really want to hear it?" Jiang Zhe teased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, teasing the old man in front of him. The old man nodded with a smile. Jiang Zhe changed his expression, smiling tentatively and said, "If nothing goes wrong, you shouldn't recognize the words in the book right now, right?" What he meant was, when you laugh, you don't recognize the words in the book, right? Otherwise, why would you show me this book? Don't you know our chosen ones have automatic translation? On the contrary, when you cry, you must recognize the words in the book, right? Hearing this, although the old man smiled, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if he realized something, but he still shook his head, indicating that Jiang Zhe was wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Zhe didn't expose the old man, he could just let the smiling old man translate the last sentence in this book directly. He was confident that the smiling old man didn't actually understand the meaning of the content in this book. After calming down for a moment, Jiang Zhe adjusted his mindset and asked, "I just need to practice the following steps to become a lightning magic master, right?" The shopkeeper nodded with a big smile. "Okay, goodbye." Jiang Zhe took the magic wand, put the book into his backpack, and turned to leave the store. When he arrived at a nearby empty square, a flood of questions from the audience echoed in his mind. "Whoa, sir, what are you doing? Why are you laughing so hard in front of others? Did you see something funny? Share it so we can laugh too. What exactly happened?" "It's nothing." Jiang Zhe took out the book from his backpack, pointed to the black book and explained, concentrating his thoughts, "According to my magic talent, I can release magic without even looking at the content in the back of this book." This is not boasting, because he truly believed he could do it. Is that for real? That's impossible, right? Is your talent that exaggerated? I don't believe it. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe looked around and found police watching him from the shadows. Just wait. Then Jiang Zhe changed his position, deliberately letting the police see his front side. Then he picked up the black book, pretended to read and browse, while remembering how to use the magic wand, waving the wand in front of him, "Watch closely and let everyone see my magic talent." As Jiang Zhe waved the wand stylishly, the tip of the wand gradually became heavy, and faint white threads gathered at the tip. Until Jiang Zhe heard a faint crackling sound, finally using the wand, he forcefully flicked it forward, release. Crackle! A blue electric thread was released from the tip of the wand. Ka-cha! With a sound, the lightning hit a stone tablet not far away, piercing through a 5 centimeters thick stone tablet. Then Jiangja stepped forward, examining the stone tablet, with the center point surrounded by black smoke, completely pierced through. This power is astonishing. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. Whoa, this jewel, instantly shattering a granite tablet? The power is so strong, and the electric charge is so concentrated? In one go, it shattered such a thick granite tablet, incredible. Damn, is this really the legendary magic? So awesome, Mr. Jiang is truly a magical genius. The audience was shocked for the first time, startled by the sudden lightning. In the expert group conference room. Looking at the screen, the experts were astonished, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This. Even with the rules reminding them not to believe in magic. When seeing such a magical scene, they had no choice but to believe in magic. Because magic had really been released, shattering the dark granite stone tablet. Suddenly, a female expert shook her head vigorously. No, this isn't magic, the rules can't be false. Could this wand be some kind of scientific weapon, like a portable lightning weapon? Hearing this, the other experts were taken aback, realizing it made a certain sense. After all, the technology of Lujin University isn't weak, it's not difficult to produce such a weapon. No, that's not right. A fat expert shook his head in terror, as if he had thought of something. So far, this little town of Lujin University hasn't shown any advanced scientific technology. His words led more experts to ponder and agree. If we consider the technological development of Lujin University, this little town shouldn't have only developed to the level of the beautiful country's times in the 70s and 80s. So far, there has been no display of high technology in this town, which is enough to indicate that high technology does not exist here. I've said it long ago, and the factories in this town only produce daily necessities, with no military-industrial sites. This was the first point of suspicion for the experts. Remember, even a 300,000-year-old high-tech civilization's scientific books can be perfectly preserved. So when they entered, building a more convenient and efficient city would naturally not be a problem. Yet none of the experts present had ever seen any high technology in the images. Thinking it over, they could detect a terrifying thought: perhaps magic really exists. While the experts were debating, Jiang Zhou was practicing lightning magic in the square, accurately hitting his targets, with his power doubling. The audience was also treated to an unprecedented magical feast. So strong. Releasing so much magic continuously, the power is amazing. I really want to learn magic. Boo-hoo. Satisfied, he left the scene, and with a thought, next, I should go to the haunted castle. Chapter 88, All Are Magicians. In the beautiful country's group chat live room. Leon dodged around on the road, avoiding several policemen, and finally found a store selling magic books. He pushed open the door and walked in. The manager smiled and gestured for him to browse freely. Leon casually flipped through a few books, suddenly discovering a curious question. The text in this magic book is different from that in the scientific library. The text in the magic book is obscure and difficult to understand, resembling Latin. While the text in the scientific library is in graphic symbols, more akin to a derivative of the pictographs of the summer country. Though he was a policeman, his understanding of the languages of countries around the world was also quite strong. The audience began to speculate and agree. Maybe these are two civilizations? Could it be that there are actually two civilizations in this little town? I guess so, but the chosen ones seem to have a self-translation ability, capable of ignoring the barrier of two languages. While flipping through the books, Leon saw a magical spell in one book. The symbol of the magic was a hexagram, with a little person standing in the center, while monsters around turned to flames upon touching the corners of the hexagram. Is this really magic? The more I look, the more it resembles witchcraft? Not just him, even the witchcraft enthusiasts in the group noticed something unusual. I have several copies of Global Witchcraft Collection, and I guarantee this is not magic. Turn to the next page, it seems to indicate what kind of magic it is. Leon frowned, moistening his finger and turning to the next page. No evil can intrude, protects those within the circle from any demons or natural elemental harm, while standing in the circle also provides 100% defense against technology, firearms, bullets, etc. Magic Circle I, turning stone to gold magic wand. Auxiliary items, a B-type positive blood, the user's hair. Note, forbidden magic, do not use unless absolutely necessary. Upon reading this, Leon couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was originally type AB blood. At that moment, he realized he seemed to have found a treasure. Soon, he shook his head, constantly telling himself inside, don't believe, don't believe, don't believe. Could this be too twisted, that even technology can defend against it? This doesn't belong to the realm of magic, right? If this isn't magic, it's understandable. After all, some sorcery can outshine magic. In the expert group's conference room, the experts looked at each other. There wasn't a single theologian on site, they had no clue how to explain sorcery with science. Leon took a deep breath, tucked the book under his arm, and continued flipping through other magical books. The other books on the shelves had mostly ordinary and mediocre performance magic. They weren't powerful at all, clearly not as good as the one he held, so he gave up the idea of continuing to check. He walked to the front desk, he said nothing, just picked up the quill on the table and wrote on the white paper. "Can I buy this book?" The shopkeeper smiled and nodded, "Yes." "May I ask how do I learn magic?" He wrote another sentence. The shopkeeper smiled and bent down, taking out a magic crystal ball from under the table, raising his hand to indicate to touch it. Leon raised his hand to touch it, and the crystal ball immediately erupted with flames, illuminating the entire bookstore. Next, the shopkeeper's expression was one of madness mixed with joy as he congratulated Leon, writing a sentence on paper, "You are truly a genius at magic." The shopkeeper then took out a black book and 2 magic wands from under the table, handing them to Leon, and wrote 2 more sentences on paper. "White wand, solidify gold, wish you strength. Black wand, flame wand, can only release flames, burning the world's evil." Leon lowered his head to read, then nodded in thanks. Flipping through the books, the content Leon viewed was not much different from what Jiangzhe read. Only Jiangzhe read about thunder magic, while Leon saw fire magic. "How much?" Leon asked. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head, waving his hand, and wrote again, "The future great magician, no charge." To this, Leon did not stand on ceremony, he bowed in thanks and turned to leave. He arrived at the nearby grass that was about to be shrouded in mist, flipping through the books while following the instructions within to release flames. About 10 minutes later, Leon successfully released a burst of flame, burning the nearby golden ginkgo tree to ashes. Looking at the raging fire in the distance, even Leon couldn't help but shake the world. It's truly magic. Seeing this, the audience in the group chat was instantly dumbfounded. They didn't know what they had witnessed. Is it really magic? Leon has such strong magical talent? He learned it in just 10 minutes? The power of this flame is so great, he just learned magic and burned such a thick tree? The first rule says to not believe in magic, it's fake, right? It must be fake, seeing is believing. We witnessed magic, so it must be real. In the expert group conference room. Even though the experts wanted to argue, they felt powerless. All signs showed magic, it seems, really exists. The leading white man frowned and asked, "Does magic really exist? Are the rules really false?" To this, no expert on site could provide an answer, for they too had started to waver. "Forget it, no matter what, I have to go to the castle tonight to deal with the evil. Before that, I need to test the magic circle." The magic wand was made of metal, feeling cold and firm in his hand. Then, Leon gently traced the tip of the white magic wand on his arm, dabbed it with his blood, and drew a standard hexagram on the ground, then outlined a circle, inserting the white wand into the center of the circle, and finally sprinkled his hair into the circle. Having prepared, he stepped back 10 meters, pointed at the hexagram circle, and suddenly raised his hand, flame. Boom, a loud bang. The flame surged like a fire dragon, charging toward the hexagram. He couldn't even wait to observe the effect. At the moment the flame touched the hexagram, it seemed as if the flame collided with a barrier, causing ripples of transparent water to rise from the hexagram circle, and finally, the flame completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, not only the audience but even the real Leon was stunned. Fuck. This is real, this is absolutely real. It really is a magic circle, the magic circle really blocked the flame. Not even the flame could touch the hexagram circle, it must be true magic. Perhaps before, some people had doubted the authenticity of magic, whether it existed at all. Until witnessing this scene, the majority had already believed in the existence of real magic, no lies. At this moment, Leon was also shaken. The seed of magic's existence was ready to be planted deep in his heart. This is a very serious issue, relating to my life. Though I want to believe, I just cannot believe. He comforted himself like this, yet the black magic wand in his hand was held even tighter. Castle, here I come. Like Jiangzhe, more people like Leon began to learn magic. In the rotten country, Brown found the magic protection array diagram and 2 magic wands from a shop. However, he used light magic, which could make the area within 50 meters feel like broad daylight in an instant. Looking at the huge holy light lighting up the night sky, Brown almost screamed, excitedly saying, "Great! With light magic, I can go to the castle to drive away ghosts." Though saying this, Brown's heart constantly told himself, this is fake, it's just a way of cheating he didn't know about, magic doesn't exist in this world. Until he tested the magic defense array. He, like Leon, stood there for a long time, unable to forget. Like Ivan from the Panda Country. He also learned the magic protection array. The magic he tested on the lawn was ice. He learned to use ice blocks in about 30 minutes. He could freeze the ground within 50 meters, with cold winds howling around. Though looking at the ice-covered lawn before him, Ivan felt no excitement. Instead, he questioned the authenticity of magic even more. Can freezing such a large piece of land make me believe in magic? No, please don't doubt my physics expertise. I'm a top student in the physics department, and I also have ways to freeze a piece of land in an instant. This trivial freezing isn't enough to make me believe in the existence of magic. Besides the black magic wand in his hand, Ivan also had the skill to make a frozen grenade, which could also freeze the ground. No, any good physics student could also make a simple frozen grenade. This grenade had no real meaning on a strategic battlefield, it was just flashy nonsense. He should thank the experts of his country for their reminders. Previously, he had doubted whether magic existed. After seeing the ice in front of him, Ivan felt relieved. Magic doesn't exist. The freezing was probably fake too, just released by a method he didn't know about. After Ivan tested the magic defense array, he was shaken. But it only lasted for 10 seconds before he no longer believed in the existence of magic. Goodness, Ivan, you're like Schrodinger's Ivan. One moment you believe, the next you don't, so what are your true thoughts? Tell us, what are your true thoughts? Hearing the prompt near his ear, Ivan shrugged his hands, looking indifferent. You guess. Chapter 89, Schrodinger's Magic Wand. As the world passes by, the chosen ones from countries around the globe are down to only 30%. The contestants from previously popular countries began to die one by one. Linda from a small country in Canada, a blonde woman and an IT executive, was lagging behind Jiangxia and others at the forefront, being a second-line player. She stumbled into the evening, encountering the gunpoint of a blue-uniformed police officer. No wandering at night, violators will be arrested. The policeman said expressionlessly. Because she had no fighting skills. He didn't run fast and was eventually arrested by the police. In the interrogation room, it was pure white all around. Soft sofas surrounded her, and Linda had a bamboo stick stuffed in her mouth to prevent her from committing suicide. 3 expressionless police officers took turns questioning her, mainly about magic, without causing her any further physical harm. About 30 minutes later, Linda looked exhausted and, despite crying like a rain-drenched pear blossom, was not forgiven. She stammered, as long as you believe in the existence of magic, truly believe, can you let me go? The lead old policeman wrote a sentence on the paper. Magic has always existed. To escape, Linda kept suggesting to herself, believe in magic, believe in magic, believe in magic. Finally, 3 minutes later, Linda hypnotized herself and raised her head firmly, saying, magic has always existed. After she said this, everything went dark, and she fainted. At the moment she passed out, a prompt appeared. The Canadian chosen one, Linda, survival time. Damn it, why did she have to believe? She directly touched Rule 1, it was desperate, no food, no drink, no suicide, survival backpack confiscated, Linda had no choice but to believe. No way, it's an unsolvable situation, either continue to be tortured or die right away, she's a tough girl. This is a deadlock, how many people can escape facing the police's gun? 1. Jiangxia, super enhanced god. 2. Leon, he is a policeman himself, there aren't many mainstream country chosen ones who can escape. Forget it, losing this time is not unfair, needing force and intelligence in this quest, it's just a pity that Linda discovered the truth of the town but died on the way. Countless others have faced the same fate as Linda. Basically, when facing the police and their dark guns, and unable to escape, the end for those chosen ones is often like this. So, that's it. Brown-haired Hamid from the elephant country synced with Linda. Only at the end did he understand everything, but it was too late. In the end, Hamid laughed and sipped black rat blood from his coffee cup. Now, at night. After leaving the magic bookstore, Jiangxia wandered the streets. Since it wasn't yet dawn, he stood atop an open high building looking down at the distant church. He quietly watched for 3 hours, and then it became midnight. Accompanied by a dull sound of a bell dong. The wooden doors of the church were pushed open, and the old people flowed out in a line. He took out a pair of binoculars from his backpack, zoomed in, and saw that every elder's face was beaming with the happiest smile in history, as if they had been reborn. They walked briskly, methodically returning to the town. Seeing this scene, the audience began to comment. Can you guess what happened inside? Before going in, they were smiling but not exaggerated, now they come out, each face is smiling so exaggeratedly that it sends chills up my spine. Indeed, but I can't guess. Sir, do you know? Hearing this, Jiangxia thought, that is not a happy smile, but a rebirth smile. Thinking carefully, it was very fitting. It truly is a rebirth smile. Upon further reflection, the smiles on the elders' faces seemed like the first smiles of babies growing up, innocent and pure, just a little exaggerated. Netizen who doesn't want to grow up asked, can you reveal something? Without thinking, Jiangxia explained, you will know the truth later when you go to the castle. Now, to the castle. On the 8th floor of an abandoned dangerous building in the town. Wang Yi sat at the very top of the 8th floor, also watching that scene at the church. 6 photographers behind him approached. Record this scene. However, there was a woman in a white autumn shirt, her face a bit pale, looking as if she were anemic. Seeing this, Wang also asked, "Is there something wrong with your health?" Because Wang also saved them, they promised never to hide anything. I don't know how to say it, I feel weaker and weaker. Sometimes I can see the priest and mother in the church, they wear black hoods and use a kind of voice to guide me over, like the symptoms of Brother Qian. Brother Qian was the bearded male photographer in the team who had seen the same symptoms earlier. Hearing this, Wang's face showed contemplation. Since entering the small town, there have indeed been many strange happenings. Previously, a photographer surnamed Qian felt something was wrong with his body, and he also felt like he saw the church in his mind, and saw the priest and mother, voices were guiding them over. Now, at midnight, another female photographer in the team has mysteriously fallen into the trap. I'm afraid this is the illusion Jiangja mentioned about they are about to die. Wang also realized it later, and self-mockingly chuckled. He expressed helplessness. After all, the 6 people in front of him were not true chosen ones, but stowaways. Chosen ones probably wouldn't fall into this trap so quickly. In this way, it also verified that rule: the longer you stay, the more you will do things that go against your heart. This sequela, I'm afraid, stems from this rule. No matter what, Wang had already done what he could, showing mercy and righteousness. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. You guys sleep, I'll guard you until morning, then I have to join Jiangja. After all, my duty is to protect his safety. Wang also stood up and left 3/4 of the food in his backpack to the 6 people. This was very clear, he had already done everything he could. Seeing this, the 6 looked at each other, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Naturally they didn't dare to ask for more or wish for anything else. Thank you for your care, Mr. Wang. This camera contains all the data I've recorded, please take it. A bearded man surnamed Chen in his 30s dismantled the camera and handed the chip to Wang also. Please hand this to Mr. Jiang, so Mr. Jiang can give it to the country as research material. This is our final contribution. Where there is one, there is two. They had taken risks to enter the sea nest. If they can live and get out, that's the best, fame and fortune all at once. If they die inside, it doesn't matter, it's their choice, they can't blame anyone. And mine. I'm one too. I don't know what to say. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's grace of not killing, thank you for Mr. Wang's grace of rescue. I hope to wake up and hear good news. The 6 people successively handed their only valuable things to Wang also. Wang only nodded silently as he accepted them, putting them in his suit pocket, comforting everyone with a sentence: I'll try my best not to let you die. Finally, he urged the 6 to quickly lie down and rest. Watching Wang also walk far away, the 6 looked at each other and whispered. As long as Mr. Jiang passes the checkpoint, we can 100% live and get out, right? Probably, but right now, this small town is far from as simple as we thought. I saw the priest and mother in a daze. There really might be legendary magic that changes fate, and it seems like the entire town belongs to them. This seriously conflicts with what Mr. Wang told us before about the rule of don't believe in magic. This world really has super magic, and it's difficult to end well. Stop talking, the more we say, the more it feels like I'm bound to die. Life or death is from heaven, sleep now. I am here to exorcise ghosts, the steward. In front of the castle's iron gate, Jiangja said to the steward inside, then displayed the recruitment advertisement and black magic stick. Hearing this, the old man inside turned around, smiling at Jiangja, indicating him to shatter the object near the castle to enter. A test before entering the castle? Jiangja did not care what was behind him. He directly flicked his magic wand behind him. Crack! A thick, pale lightning surged forth, emitting an overwhelming, fierce aura, as if a dragon was shooting out. Boom! A sound of collapsing stones echoed. Then a cloud of dust swept over the castle's exterior. Amidst the dust, Jiangja retained his grace and smiled slightly, confident in his power. What about now? The old butler at the door wore a smile, but his eyes were filled with fear, as if to say, I have never seen such terrifying magic, and also, I asked you to shatter a statue, what exactly did you shatter? With a creak, the iron door was opened from the inside, and Jiangja swaggered in. From beginning to end, Jiangja was extremely confident in his power, because before meeting the father and mother, as long as he believed in how strong he could indeed be that strong, as long as it did not exceed the town's limits. During his past life's clearance he held a magic wand that had another scientific name, Schrödinger's wand. As long as he did not observe the target, he could unleash a powerful lightning spell, which was also why he did not look back. The audience watching this scene were all getting anxious. What is it? What is happening? I don't know, I just know something huge behind the sir was shattered by lightning. Mr. Jiang is truly something, his power is so strong yet he doesn't let us feast our eyes. What's the rush? Once the sir comes out, we will naturally see what he shattered. Am I the only one curious considering the sir's strong lightning spell? How many seconds can the ghost inside last? Pfft, ha. Chapter 90, Hidden Information. In a group chat live broadcast from the beautiful country. Leon stumbled upon the castle at midnight. The castle was hidden among woods, in a very secretive location, with dark clouds filling the sky, making directions indistinguishable. There was a crumbling castle, and a brand new castle. He had investigated. In the yard of the old castle, leaves were falling, and human-shaped dolls' bodies were scattered everywhere. Each doll had scarlet eyes, looking particularly eerie. At the entrance stood a 3-meter-tall special giant stone statue, Smiling Angel. Then he walked around the entrance of the new castle, where an iron door had a smiling butler inside. Looks like this is the place. After saying this, he pulled out a job recruitment notice from his pocket along with his magic wand. Hello, I'm here to apply. The smiling old man turned around with a smile and pointed inside at the smiling angel behind Leon. A test? Following the direction the old man pointed, he saw the smiling angel. Looks like I need to shatter it. Leon had no clear understanding of his own power. Regardless, one would know after trying. He wildly swung his magic wand, and a thick flame shot out like a dragon. Boom! Thunder roared while the raindrops were small. The smiling angel was engulfed in flames but only lost a few layers of ash. Am I this weak? Leon frowned, not wanting to accept it, and raised his hand to unleash another flame. This time the power was slightly stronger, more ash fell, but it still did not destroy the smiling statue. No way, am I really this weak? He started doubting his power. Then, not wanting to accept it, he kept trying for nearly 10 minutes. Crack! The smiling angel continually endured the high temperature, cooled, and finally shattered all over the place. Phew! Leon sighed in relief from his worried face. This smiling angel is too hard. Even if it were chosen ones from other countries, few could be faster than me. Awesome, Leon. Only took 10 minutes to destroy the smiling angel, a future great fire mage. I guess other countries' chosen ones would also take this long, or even longer, right? Of course. Just as the audience finished enjoying the feast of fire and were excitedly discussing. Before the comments could settle, the smiling butler pulled out a pre-written paper and handed it to Leon. Leon curiously took it and lowered his head to browse. Congratulations, you have passed the interview. Someone is faster than you. Leon is not foolish. He realizes that someone seems to be faster than him and instinctively asks, is it Jiangja from Xia country? After saying this, Leon regrets it. How could the smiling butler know another chosen one, Jiangja, from a parallel town? Moreover, Jiangja wouldn't be foolish enough to introduce himself to the old townsfolk. However, to Leon's surprise, the smiling elder's reaction was unexpected. The smiling elder slightly nods in response to Leon's question. How is that possible? How do you know Jiangja? Wait, what has Jiangja done? Leon is dumbfounded, vaguely sensing a shocking conspiracy. The elder nonchalantly writes on the paper, shattered the old castle. Even the ever-steady Leon feels his brain crash in an instant. Is this a joke? What the heck, how does the smiling elder know Jiangja? Isn't this an independent town, Xia country netizens? Terrifying, Mr. Jiang shattered the castle. My goodness, that castle is so big, how could he possibly shatter it? It's simply unbelievable. So exaggerated, I can smell the conspiracy again. The audience might be astonished. But the experts are shocked by the secrets behind this small town. The leading old white man smiles confidently. Leon's pace aligns with Jiangja, just slower by a bit of time, maybe a few hours. This proves a possibility. The smiling elder speaks the truth. The rules can't be deemed wrong, and this specific smiling elder mentioning another world's chosen one is credible because I completely believe Jiangja can shatter the old castle. This means Leon's choice is correct, and Leon's effort is also on the right track. Jiangja has learned magic, Jiangja has come to trial, and Jiangja has come to exorcise demons. So the final pace surely comes down to the cathedral. But why does the smiling elder speak the truth, limited to just one smiling elder in the castle? Currently, the experts have no further leads. On screen. Leon looks at, shattered the old castle, still not coming to his senses. Jiangja is faster than him. This is absolutely credible. The other party must have used some technique he does not know. So, in a daze, Leon lingers outside the castle for another hour. He needs to know how Jiangja shattered the old castle. Finally, after an hour, as he stares at the shattered castle, he realizes something. In the UK group chat live stream, Brown has also found these two villas. Upon learning that the butler only needed him to shatter the statue, he felt much more at ease. Fortunately, it wasn't to shatter the castle, otherwise, he wouldn't get through that gate today. After trying hard for 20 minutes, the statue finally shattered into pieces. My strength also needs 20 minutes to shatter the statue. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiangja, who is faster than me, should take less time. He knows Jiangja has always been at the top, but he didn't expect that Jiangja didn't shatter the statue. At this time, the smiling butler handed over a piece of paper with written words. Congratulations, you've successfully applied. But I'm puzzled, why do you humans always seem so arrogant? Faced with this answer, Brown felt a bit confused. What do you mean? The elder handed over another piece of paper. Leon is 10 minutes faster than you, Jiangzhou is 20 minutes faster than you, and the one who shattered is the old castle, not the statue. Receiving the paper and glancing through it, Brown looked astonished. Leon, he doesn't know. Jiangzhou, he can never forget in this lifetime. He tentatively asked, so Mr. Jiang took down the castle in one blow and in the end was 20 minutes faster than me? The smiling elder nodded with a smile. What? Brown was completely stunned, his brain somewhat crashing. Leon is? Leon's name should be from beautiful country or Canada. I know Jiangzhou, he's from Xia country. Damn, someone really shattered a castle? Just like him, everything he does is very exaggerated, he shattered the castle. It's a bit surprising if you think about it. Good news, it means our direction with Brown is right, at least aligned with Mr. Jiang's pace. And there's hidden news, magic power can be enhanced. How to enhance it, we are unclear. At this moment, after a moment of surprise, the experts from the rotten country regained their composure, and then a stirring smile appeared on their faces. Because they learned another hidden rule. In the parallel town, the chosen one's information is shared in the eyes of the old man. Additionally, it further proved that Brown's choice and direction were highly consistent with Jiangzhou. Survival rate, greatly increased. Creak. With a sound, the iron door was pushed open. Brown walked in, stunned. He thought to himself, wasn't what the smiling old man said unreliable? Why did he so strongly believe the answer given by the smiling butler, just because it contained the two words Jiangzhou? Was the smiling butler really from the same camp as the priest and the mother? Did this castle really fall under the jurisdiction of the priest and the mother? If it did, then why was there not a soul around the castle, as if it was deliberately set here to escape the priest and the mother's watch? Filled with many doubts, Brown entered the castle courtyard. Panda Country Group Chat Live Room. Ivan used the freeze spell, and after 12 minutes finally shattered the smiling angel, gaining entry qualification. In a brief negotiation with the smiling butler, he also learned that the job information of Jiangzhou, Leon, and Brown was shared in the parallel town, surprisingly discovering Brown shattered statue, Jiangzhou and Leon shattered castle. Perhaps magic has no strength or weakness, but more about the technique of use. He stubbornly refused to believe it. Filled with competitiveness, Ivan lingered at the door for another hour, and after thousands of attempts, the castle before him suddenly collapsed, dust swirling in all directions. Holy cow, the castle really shattered. How did you do that? If Ivan can achieve this level, then he wouldn't even fear the church's priest and mother, right? In the screen. Ivan smiled knowingly, he understood now. The power of magic is not fixed, it relies entirely on imagination. The stronger the imagination, the stronger the power, but the premise is not to observe one's own magic. In other words, I need to imagine my magic breaking through the sky with my eyes closed. No wonder Jiangzhou, he was indeed able to grasp these rules earlier than me. Moreover, theoretically, everyone's magic storage has a limit. I should not be able to release magic after a few times, yet I've been able to keep casting. It proves there's something strange. I guarantee I'm definitely not a magic genius, proving some things are false. As for what those things are, I still don't know. Turning around and looking at the growing mist, Ivan had some concept of magic in his heart. Perhaps magic was never stored in his body but rather in something or some place in the town. From now on, more and more chosen ones, when stepping to the castle door, received many hidden messages they could hardly get otherwise. Chapter 91, I ask, you answer. In the live chat room of Xia Country. Jiangzhou had already entered the castle. The hall was dark, with no light, feeling cold. Standing at the door, he chose not to take another step forward, quietly waiting or observing. In the dark hall, one ghost after another flashed by, and there were things hiding behind the pillars, watching Jiangzhou at the door. Not knowing from where he found a chair, Jiangzhou sat on it, staring into the darkness ahead. Staring for long, he got used to the dark, and he could see every move inside the darkness. In this hall, there were at least 30 or 40 ghosts, with even more spirits hiding in the dark. Finally, one ghost looking like a yellow-skinned person couldn't help but speak, Jiangzhou? Holy cow, holy cow. Wow. How did the ghost know Jiangzhou? Damn, I was scared. The audience was shocked by the sudden appearance of Jiangzhou. The experts, on the other hand, paid even more attention to every detail inside the castle. It's me, but I won't ask how you know my name. Jiangzhou smiled and asked, do you know someone is looking to eliminate the great magician? As the words fell, the ghosts in the hall looked at each other and nodded. The leading ghost said, through the butler at the entrance, we knew about you, and we know you would come, so do you want to kill us? We all know you have that power, but if you think of killing us, the final outcome will be your death. Perhaps others could not understand, but this sentence in Jiangzhou's ears was. If you choose to kill us with magic, it proves you have deep faith in the existence of magic, and you also believe in your own magic abilities. Ultimately, when facing the priest and the mother, you will still use magic against them, and the result of using magic against the priest and the mother will definitely be your death. Hearing this, Jiang Zhe shook his head. Of course, I won't kill you. I came this time just to see the appearance of the professors from Lujin University in their lifetime. Boom. Jiang Zhe's words shocked all the chat groups and experts. Wow. Damn, wow, oh my gosh, look what I've discovered. Thinking about it is terrifying. The professors of Lujin University refer to this group of ghosts? Oh my gosh, can we not be so shocking? Didn't the Lujin professors die long ago? In the expert group, Jiang Zhe's words immediately cleared up a part of the previous doubts. Old Zhao couldn't help but swallow. The ghosts are the professors of Lujin University. The professors are the survivors of the town. It makes sense all the smiling/crying elderly in the town are students of Lujin University. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a lot of discussions. Yes, the professors became ghosts, which means they are already dead. Who killed them must be the priest and the mother. Moreover, this castle is surrounded by dark clouds, located in the woods. Aside from the smiling butler, there are no other elderly people, proving this is a very safe place, or specifically a trap for this group of deceased professors. Right, if someone is hunting the professors, it must be the priests and mothers doing it. Before their eyes, the clues gradually connected into a complete line of reasoning. Someone killed all the faculty and students in Lujin University. The murderer, the current suspect, is very likely the priest and the mother. In the scene. Upon hearing that Jiang Zhe knew the identity of the ghosts were also stunned. They exchanged glances, looking shocked. This answer exceeded all the ghosts' expectations. Although I am very curious how you knew, but why do you want to see us? The leading ghost professor floated forward, locking eyes with Jiang Zhe. You can call me Professor Inorganic. Jiang Zhe sized up the Professor Inorganic in front of him, who was slightly plump, wearing silver-framed glasses, with a refined face, just to see, nothing else. Do I still need to kill you? His arrival at the castle was indeed purposeful. Because he was just there to find the 4 people hidden in the dark of the castle. After all, a good showdown had always been about the chosen one against those 4. Professor Inorganic suspiciously asked, aren't you afraid of being monitored by spies? Are you talking about the eyes of the spy butler at the entrance? Jiang Zhe stood up, walked to the window, and pointed at the nearby ruined castle. I have already used the strongest magic to blast apart the old castle, and I was seen by the behind-the-scenes person. Even if I am being monitored, I can lie and say I believe in the existence of magic. The spy butler, also known as the disguised butler, a double agent, a spy of 2 parties. He could easily switch thoughts. Sometimes the smiling butler speaks the truth and is monitored by the behind-the-scenes person. Sometimes the smiling butler speaks lies and is monitored by the behind-the-scenes person. It all depends on the will of that butler, as the spy butler in life was also just a part of the upper management of Lujin University. Even after death, one still possesses a free consciousness/will, yet cannot escape the shell. Spy butler? It seems I've heard something extraordinary. In the scene, Professor Inorganic carefully analyzed Jiang Zhe. You know everything about us, you know all the secrets of the town? I know, but I cannot reveal it. I hope you will give me answers. Jiang Zhe pondered and asked, how about this, I ask you questions, you answer for my audience. Once all questions are answered, I will help restore order in the town. Hearing this, Professor Inorganic's eyes lit up, feeling it was unbelievable. You can really help us restore order in the town? Yes. You ask, I will be silent about what I know. As soon as these words were spoken, more and more ghosts floated out from various rooms. Counting them briefly, there were over 1,000 ghosts in the room. Before we engage in our grand battle, what answers do you all want to know? Asked Professor Inorganic. Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Hearing the thought, the group chat immediately became lively. Awesome, Mr. Jiang. This town has so many mysteries. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Who will ask first? Among many questions, one audience member expressed the biggest doubt. Netison Daily Overtime asked, how did you die? Alright, I understand your concerns. I will ask all your questions. Jiang Zhe looked at Inorganic and asked, how did you die? Professor Inorganic replied, a kind of poison that doesn't belong to our civilization. Is it a poison that makes one age rapidly? Stepping over that line outside the town would cause one to wither and die? Facing Jiang Zhe's answer, Inorganic looked somewhat puzzled. You have left the town. It's impossible. You didn't die of old age, otherwise, how would you know that poison makes people age? Just a guess. Jiang Zhe certainly wouldn't say he had died of old age dozens of times in his previous life, every ending he had experienced SSSSSA, and so forth. Chapter 92, The Secrets of the Golden Civilization are unveiled. Your guess is too accurate. Professor Inorganic frowned, increasingly curious about Jiang Zhe's identity. At this moment, Jiang's mind filled with several questions from the audience. Jiang selected to ask, "Why can't we eat the food in the town?" Professor Inorganic responded, "It's poisonous." "What kind of poison?" "Sorry, I cannot answer that." Upon hearing this, Jiang's lips curved up, noticing something odd in Professor Inorganic's words. It feels suspicious. This professor definitely has issues. Yeah, my IQ is below average, and I still realize he has issues. Let's skip this. Jiang then asked, "Why does the town have the most dolls and glass manufacturing?" This question was not from the audience, it was something Jiang wanted to ask himself. If Professor Inorganic dared to answer, then Jiang would truly help him out of his predicament. If the other side refused to answer, then Jiang would find an opportunity to kill all these ghosts. As the words fell, Professor Inorganic hesitated, looking back at the other ghosts, who all subtly hinted not to answer. Soon, the other side made a decision, this question is inconvenient to answer. I see. The smile that once filled Jiang's face now completely vanished. In that case, the last question the audience wants to know is, magic, what is it? Surely you can answer this, right? Hearing this, Professor Inorganic nodded, this can be answered, there is no magic in the world, only witchcraft. Magic is simply a device for controlling the weather, developed by the professors of our Golden University, a man-made weather device that covers a range of 20 kilometers. This device covers every inch of the nearby 20 kilometers. Once someone walks beyond 20 kilometers, they will be sent back to the starting point, known in folklore as ghostly walls. This device can control weather changes. Magic contains elements of nature, and this device can simulate them. Before simulating, someone needs to use a guiding device. At this point, Professor Inorganic pointed at the black metal wand in Jiang's hand. It's the one in your hand. Another civilization wanted to learn how to use this weather device. Before we died, we destroyed all the foundational knowledge of language and all the materials and steps for using and making the guiding rod. We only left behind the basic science books about our civilization. As he finished speaking, Jiang felt no surprise and asked again, if nothing goes wrong, it's 300,000 years ago, when you hadn't developed the town yet, that you were discovered by another religious civilization, leading to a great war, right? 300,000 years ago was naturally 300,000 years before those so-called basic science books were created. Yes, you are correct. Hearing this, Jiang restated these words in a simple and understandable way for millions in the group chat. This inorganic professor says 300,000 years ago, when they from the Golden University came to this world and made the weather device, magic appeared and they were invaded by an outside religious civilization. The haze that now envelopes the town at night is caused by that weather device. When they felt they had no chance of victory, they destroyed all the science books. Finally, only the basic science books remained, extraction and application of dark matter, making and crafting of the jump engine, etc. Upon hearing this, the entire group chat was stunned. Wow, wow, wow. Damn, so that's where magic comes from? They call extraction and application of dark matter basic science? This makes sense now, they died after being invaded by foreign civilization 300,000 years ago before they built this town. In the expert group conference room, Old Zhao led the experts as they took notes one by one. 1. There are at least 2 types of lethal poison that cover the entire town. First type of poison guess, people enter the town, inhale it, then exit, and quickly age and die. 2. Professors die from rapid aging, their souls return to the town, trapped in the castle in the woods, unable to escape. About the mystery of the professors' deaths, perhaps the castle is safer, going outside means death or being trapped. 3. The source of magic is the weather device, all rely on this device. Magic guess, don't believe the magic's rules based on not using magic against the fathers and mothers because it's useless, or the fathers and mothers have the starter of the device making magic fail, leading to the chosen one's deaths. In the meeting room, the sound of typing on keyboards filled the air. Suddenly, a female expert raised her hand and asked, Old Zhao, I have a question. Old Zhao looked up and said, ask. I don't know if you've noticed, but the castle is filled with the souls of professors or high-ranking people from Golden University. Why are there no ordinary students' souls? As soon as this question arose, it sparked discussion among everyone. I want to know the same thing, why aren't the students' souls inside? Yeah, thinking about it this way feels very strange. The recruitment notice must have been sent by someone from the fathers and mothers. Why did they want to kill the professors? I mean, if the fathers and mothers had control of the weather device, why not kill the professors' souls themselves? Perhaps the fathers and mothers are not living beings, and the castle only allows living beings to enter? That seems right. Dead people would definitely die if they entered near the castle? With no resolution, the experts sent these questions into the group chat. After receiving the questions, Jiang asked, who sent the recruitment notice? The inorganic professor replied, it was sent by the fathers and mothers. Why send it? There are two aspects: 1, to kill us, 2, to control you. The inorganic professor thought and replied, in other words, you come to kill us. The fathers and mothers achieve two goals at once. Hearing this answer, the experts looked as if they had just realized something. That makes sense. Right, dead people are indeed not allowed in, only living beings. So many things are set up by the fathers and mothers to lure Jiangja into believing in magic, then using magic to trap Mr. Jiang. But then another question arises: why did the fathers and mothers want to kill the already dead professors? Once these words were spoken, the scene fell silent once more, and no one knew what to say. In the frame, Jiangja chatted casually with the inorganic professor for a few more moments. Finally, it was close to the end. Before leaving, Jiangja stood up and stretched lazily. You are the inorganic professor, right? Yes, Mr. Jiangja. The inorganic professor thought that Jiangja was agreeing with them, and a group of souls gathered around, their faces filled with hope as they looked at Jiangja. Really, one last question. The inorganic professor smiled. What is not spoken knows. Seeing this, Jiangja curved his lips and asked in return, the thousands of students you killed were actually killed 300,000 years ago, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was dumbfounded. Chapter 93, Jiangja's God-level reasoning. Next, Jiangja didn't need the professors to answer, he enjoyed his own performance. Alright, here comes the question again. Why do the doll factory and glass factory dominate the small town? Because the town needs dolls. Why are they needed? Because specialty dolls can imprison the souls of students. I've touched the dolls before, they are cold, smooth, and visibly made of metal. Why does the town have specially made glass? Because the special glass can make the souls of students who occasionally awaken while trapped in dolls fall into a deep sleep. Only sleeping dolls are good dolls, and good dolls won't harm the church. Awake dolls are the crying old men. The student's consciousness has awakened but is permanently trapped in the dolls. They naturally cannot change anything and can only cry, hoping to attract attention from the outside. Perhaps I haven't seen the scene of the crying old man collapsing, but there must be people in other parallel towns who have. The scene of the crying doll bleeding from 7 orifices is precisely when the crying old man's doll was damaged by the priests. Why do the priests need to imprison the souls of students? Because the priests need the old dolls to create an illusion that the town is still alive for the living who accidentally come from different worlds, because this is just a good show, a fun game for the priests. Why do the priests need to deliberately guide me to believe in magic? Because once I believe in magic, I can use weather control devices to kill your souls, while they can then also impose final punishment on me. Because technological magic can only be understood by those who can read the language of the gilded civilization. And I can read it. On the other hand, once the priests make me believe in magic, they can naturally control me, who is turned into a doll, to teach them how to read the gilded civilization's characters, while also using weather equipment to fully grasp the so-called technological magic. Besides that, priests can also learn all your basic sciences and even advanced scientific technology. Why do I say the students were killed by you? At this point, Jiangja looked at the terrified souls, because you high-ranking people from the Gilded University collaborated with religious civilizations 300,000 years ago. They promised you benefits that you could never achieve with technology in this lifetime: longevity. How do I know you partnered to kill students? Because there are two kinds of poison in this town. The first poison, stepping out of the town line, causes rapid aging and death. I have not seen it, but perhaps other parallel towns have chosen ones who die from this poison. The second poison, I don't know its name, but it must be a poison that causes people who stumbled into the town to completely lose their minds within 2 or 3 days, so that whatever the priests say, those people will believe. Therefore, the rule states, the longer they stay, the more they will act against their own hearts. Why am I sure there is a second kind of poison? Because when I stepped into the town, I smelled the cold scent of flowers, but there were no flower fields nearby, so where did the flower scent come from? Naturally, there is a hidden hand behind it. Why am I so sure that you killed the students? Because no matter how powerful the priest and the mother are, it is impossible for them to live together for 300,000 years. In all parallel worlds, there is no one who can be immortal. The answer, just over 10,000, the total population of the town. Every college student is in their early 20s, averaging a lifespan of 60 years. With just over 10,000 people, the total lifespan of the town equals 600,000 years. For the priest and the mother, each half of their lifespan equals 300,000 years. Where did these lifespans come from? They were taken from you students. You all, in order to attain immortality, since technology cannot achieve it, could only rely on the priest and the mother. Thus, you agreed to their request. One day, when you return to your golden civilization, if asked, you will say the experiment to open dimensions failed, and in the end, only the clever professors survived. As for the rule saying, there are no living people in the town. Of course there are no living people because the lifespan of the priest and mother has already been exhausted. Can they still be called living people? And ghosts, can they be called living people? They cannot. Of course, let me add a little about the priest and mother's greed. The priest and mother are about to die, and they urgently need someone who can live for a long, long time to extend their lives. That someone who can live for a long, long time is standing right in front of you. Once they control me, the priest and mother will each gain an additional 150 plus years to share. Why doesn't the town welcome people over 35? Because those over 35 are exactly you. Why are you trapped in the castle, not in the town? Because the souls of those over 35 are uncontrollable, and on the other hand, those over 35 have shorter lifespans. Even the priest and mother look down on the little lifespan of the elderly. Of course, there is also one last possibility, but I cannot say it out loud for now. Once I do, the winner of this good show will be the priest and mother. I am not willing to lose now or reveal the ending of this good show too early. The last possibility is that you, who were once role models as professors, will know the answer between 2 and 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Listening to Jiang's endless reasoning, flawless. The air in the castle hall seemed to freeze. All the deceased professors looked horrified, unable to believe Jiang's godlike reasoning. What he said was all correct, without a single error. The inorganic professor suddenly burst out, pointing at Jiangja and shouting, "You nonsense! How could we, as role models, harm our students?" To this, Jiangja just smiled lightly and continued probing, "Do you want me to grab a puppet from the town to show you? As soon as it enters the vicinity of the castle, it will awaken and turn into crying old men, the consciousness of the students. Are you sure you want me to do that now, and expose your lies?" As his words fell, the souls in the room couldn't help but swallow hard. They dared not let Jiangja do this. Because the castle is indeed the area where one's consciousness is clearest. Besides the spy steward, most of the smiling old men who step here awaken. Once they awaken, the smiling old men will transform into crying old men, accusing all the professors of their crimes. The laughing old men have never been the students themselves. Only the crying old men are the consciousness of the students at the Golden University. So earlier, Jiangja asked the smiling owner of the magic bookstore, "You must not recognize the words in the book right now, or how could you show me a college freshman's handwriting? Conversely, when you cry, you must recognize the words inside, right? Because only the crying old men are the consciousness of the students at the Golden University." Looking at the inorganic professor who wanted to argue, Jiangja asked expressionlessly, "If you didn't cooperate with the priest and mother, why is there no advanced technology in the town except for weather devices? Doesn't this imply a truth? That the students were already killed by you and the priest and mother before the construction of this town even began? You tell me, why is there no high technology in the town? Because you all created weather devices in the very early days, requiring huge manpower and resources. Afterward, you handed over all those innocent students to the priests and the mothers of God, letting scientific magic exist, allowing the lost to believe in magic, because the priests and mothers needed living people to believe in magic for them to harm the believers, thus completing your initial cooperation, sharing some of your lifetimes. And the 10,000 students were also kept in the dark while building the weather devices. They never expected to realize weather magic. In the end, they believed in the existence of magic and were controlled by the priests and mothers through religious means, leading to the plundering of their lifetimes. But in the end, the priests and mothers deceived you, and even wanted to wipe you out completely. Without your knowledge, this group of professors and upper management ran out of the town. So ultimately, after leaving the town, you just quickly grew old and died. It was merely your personal experience. When you died, you finally realized you had been deceived. Why? Because the priests and mothers never intended to trade with you, the ones who sold the souls of students. Yes, you were used. When did you realize? The inorganic professor asked coldly. He would certainly not say that he learned about the town's experience during the last life's run-through. Jiangja replied expressionlessly, "From the moment you dared not answer why the food in the town is poisonous, I knew. Because the poison in the town's food makes people lose their sanity, and then the world in their eyes will undergo a 360-degree reversal from the world in the eyes of the living. The living eat sandwiches, the dead eat sandwiches, dead mice. The living drink coffee, the dead drink coffee, dead mouse blood. The living watch movies with images, the dead watch movies with images, blank projection screen. The images in the eyes of the living and the dead have always been flipped. All of this is because of your own self-inflicted suffering. Without greed, there is no death. The moment greed is born, it has already announced the end of your lives." As the words fell, not only the souls but also all the audience in the million group chat and the experts in the conference room were all dumbfounded. Chapter 94, The Priests and Mothers Appear in the Church. Jiangja's divine reasoning caused a stir in the whole group chat. In just a second, millions of comments appeared. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. What the hell did I just hear? This logic is so clear, this ability is too amazing. 300,000 years, I was still doubting if Jiangja had seen the publication date behind the science book, but I never expected him to reveal it at this time. That's incredible. In just 5 minutes, Jiangju explained all the rules. It has only been a day, and he can grasp all the rules. It turns out the smiling old man was always controlled by the priests and mothers, while the crying old man was actually the awakening of the students' souls. Only pity the 10,000 students, all harmed by these thousands of professors. What I didn't expect was that the students' enemies were always their own people, making the students feel heartbroken. In the experts' conference room. Looking at the content displayed on the screen, the experts had excited and shocked expressions. The applause in the conference room had never ceased. About all the clues and answers Zhang Jie revealed, the experts all understood perfectly. The leading old Zhao excitedly said, "No wonder there are so many puppet-making factories. It turns out they have always been creating puppets of the students, simply because the puppets can trap the souls of the students and prevent them from awakening." As soon as this was said, the conference room instantly buzzed with discussion. Only smiling puppets won't do anything detrimental to the church. We never experienced the scene of the crying old man bleeding from 7 orifices. But the other chosen ones must have gone through this. Damn those professors, actually collaborating with the enemy to take the lives of their own students. What's worse is that can life really be reversed? Moreover, we didn't smell the cold flower fragrance, which Zhang Jie probably smelled at that time but didn't say it out loud. Yes, the 2 poisons Zhang Jie mentioned are quite similar to our deductions here. Unexpectedly, the second poison is the rule: the longer the chosen one stays in the town, the more they will do things against their heart. Thinking carefully, Zhang Jie mentioned 600,000 years, and even if there are 10,000 students, with each living 60 years, the total indeed sums up to 600,000 years, divided between the father and the mother, each sharing 300,000 years. Now that their lifespan has come, the father and mother want to take Zhang Jie's life. The father and the mother have long exhausted their lifespan, so they definitely cannot be called living. Perhaps the father and mother themselves do not have a body, so they cannot be called living beings. The massive amount of information released by Zhang Jie washed over the minds of the experts, making them increasingly aware of the secrets behind the magical town. Magic has never existed. Even if it does exist, magic has always been technological magic. Only 2 questions remain unclear. 1. Why do the old puppets go to the church and hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening? 2. Why do the father and the mother deliberately guide Zhang Jie to believe in magic? What is their intention? While pondering, old Zhao sent the summarized questions of the experts into the group chat. Old Zhao, Mr. Jiang, why do the puppet elders go to the church and hotel at 8 o'clock at night, and why do the father and mother deliberately lead you to believe in magic? Hearing the important prompting question, Zhang Jie showed a mocking smile and explained to the inorganic professor, "There are white lines outside the hotel and the church, because that is the detection device. The hotel has never been open to me, or I should say, it has never been open to living beings. Because that is a barrier deliberately set up by the father and mother to prevent living beings from knowing what is inside." Old Zhao asked again, "I see, thank you Mr. Jiang, but what exactly is inside?" "A repair factory." Zhang Jie answered. Old Zhao exclaimed, "What? A repair factory? The church and hotel have always been repair factories, fixing puppets? Holy crap, the church and the hotel are repair factories? Damn, that kind of explains why living beings aren't allowed in." Yes, the puppets turn red when they step on the white line, which is a device to confirm that the puppets are not living beings. Living beings stepping on the white line will definitely not turn red. Once discovered, they will be caught. My god, this little town is too shocking. Sorry, it's gone too far, American netizens. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie gently nodded and explained, "Yes, because the puppets will autonomously change from smiling to crying over time. To reduce the number of times the old puppets cry, the father and mother send people to maintain them every day. On the other hand, the father and mother cannot control the haze at night, as everyone in religious civilization cannot understand the characters of technological civilization, but I can understand, so they need to control me. Haze will awaken the old puppets, so the father and mother need to avoid the curfew from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. The police who pointed guns at me earlier mistakenly believed I was an awakened puppet. Once I am caught by the police, my mission will fail because the police puppets will discover that I am a living being. Since I am a living being, I would definitely be reported to the father and mother. At that time, one of the father or mother must hold me who is asleep, into the church and do something to me. I guarantee other parallel magical towns must have many chosen ones who died under police questioning, with their backpacks and any survival supplies confiscated, subjected to severe torture, to make the chosen ones truly believe in magic." He analyzed everything correctly. Just like Linda from Canada, who died under interrogation. In the end, she had no choice but to say, magic has always existed. As for the father and the mother, why guide me to believe in magic? I believe you will see it soon. Hearing this, the inorganic professor gritted his teeth. Damn Zhang Jie, he actually ruined our plan. At this moment, the ghosts in the hall gathered with hatred towards the door, seeming to surround or capture. Facing thousands of ghosts, Zhang Jie was not afraid at all, confidently asking, "Friends, is there anything else you want to ask?" "Only one question, because we will take action soon." Netizen Mr. Jiang Invincible asked, most of the rules you have explained, but what does the last rule about twins and polar reversals mean? This question made Jiangja helplessly smile. Currently, I cannot tell you, but you will naturally see it soon. Ha, the sir has kept a bit of mystery, making us realize this is a rule copy. No wonder it's Mr. Jiang, love you to death. Sir, be careful, someone is coming up. No, a ghost is coming up. It was this reminder that Jiangzhou immediately raised his hand and waved the magic wand. Crack, a sound. A professor ghost about to sneak attack was immediately struck down by a thunderbolts falling from the sky. Ah! The scene suddenly filled with screams, which finally transformed into colorful light points dissipating here. Everyone, go, we must kill him, or our plan will be known to the priest and mother, and in the end, it will definitely be us who suffer. Do you want to continue suffering for a long time? The inorganic professor commanded, and all ghosts attacked Jiangzhe. Jiangzhe just closed his eyes, preparing to raise his hand, releasing the strongest lightning ever, striking with a sure kill. But unexpectedly, 4 people walked out from a dark corner. Among them, an old man with a black hood and a face full of wrinkles ordered to stop. Everyone halt. Hearing this, the whole place was shocked. Father, why are you here? The inorganic professor felt somewhat incredulous and instinctively took a few steps back. You group of people are restless after death. If I had known you were planning a rebellion, do you really think you could live for 300,000 years if I wanted to kill you? The old priest in black helplessly reproached. After that, all ghosts in the hall bowed their heads and retreated. What they thought was a perfect plan unexpectedly got destroyed one after another today. There was no other way, retreating at least wouldn't lead to death. All classmates, retreat. The inorganic professor commanded again, and everyone retreated. The old priest in the black hood raised his hand, and the lights in the scene brightened. In front of them, the old priest/priestess was dressed in black, with a pointed black hood, the face withered like an old tree, close to death at any moment. Next to them, there was a pair of twins. They looked about 7 or 8 years old, and their faces also revealed a sense of weariness. Jiangzhe, whether you believe in the existence of magic now is no longer important, because you have already used magic. Once you have used magic, then you have fallen into my trap. Your subconscious has already believed in the existence of magic. No, it should be that you have already believed in witchcraft, and I can already use you. Oh right, you can treat the above words as a breeze, but you will never guess how I will rob your lifespan. I can smell the breath of longevity in you. Do not resist, my little one, come to Grandpa here. Grandpa will not let you die painfully. The old priest smiled, with a kindly look like a grandfather. Seeing this ghost-like smile made Jiangzhe feel nauseous. He confidently retorted, do you expect me to show a panic expression after hearing your words? I might should feel fear from what you said, but unfortunately, I was born strong, facing fear. I happen to hate the emotion of fear, so, father, your intimidation does not work on me. As the words fell, Jiangzhe smiled confidently. The last sentence, are you really sure you are at the final step? Seeing this was just a struggle on the verge of death. The priest had seen too many different kinds of people over the course of 300,000 years. The previous dozens of people who wandered in, without exception, were turned into puppets by me. You have no idea how I made you into a puppet. Yes, I have always been at the final step, while you only took a few steps ahead, just that. The old priest waved his hand, and a cloud of powder glowing with white light scattered. Jiangzhe could hold his breath to avoid the dust, but he didn't. He even took a hard breath of the powder. A cold floral fragrance hit him again, and his vision immediately faded to black as his body fell to the ground. Before he fell, however, a subtle triumphant smile appeared on Jiangzhe's face. Do you see how much I resemble most? He always knew that the priest and the goddess would appear in the castle to take him away. Everything he said before was just to attract the priest and the goddess to show up. Could Jiangzhe not guess the final outcome? Perhaps it was not as the priest said. Because for this level, Jiangzhe had completed all endings and hidden endings. He thought to himself, Wang Yi, just now I caused such a thunderous commotion outside the castle. You must have seen it from afar and know what I am doing. See you at the church. Without any surprises, Jiangzhe was carried out of the castle by the priest, heading towards the church. But during the process, Jiangzhe's absolute confidence made the priest feel at a disadvantage, somewhat unwilling. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Why be blindly confident? Seeing this scene, all the audience and experts were dumbfounded, unable to understand. Chapter 95, Wang Ye's Perspective, Ghost's Internal Struggle. Why doesn't Mr. Jiang resist? He clearly had the chance to unleash thunder and kill them. It's over. If Mr. Jiang is gone, our Xia country is finished. In the expert group meeting room, led by old Zhao, the experts stared at the screen as it gradually darkened. Everyone showed disbelief, their hearts trembling, unable to utter a word. They originally thought that the darkening of the screen meant Jiangzhe was dead. But unexpectedly, after the atmosphere became heavy for a moment, the rules still did not announce Jiangzhe's death. At this moment, a chubby expert stammered, could we be misunderstanding? Maybe Mr. Jiang just fainted, causing the screen to go black, and he didn't actually die? These words broke the silence of the scene. Then the experts looked at each other, showing smiles of survival after the disaster. Right, it's just that he fainted, causing the screen to go black. I thought Mr. Jiang was dead. Mr. Jiang is not a fool. If he knew he was about to die, he would definitely say something to us before he died. I believe in him. Despite this, the experts still fixed their eyes on the screen. After waiting for 5 more minutes, the screen still had not announced Jiang's death. Only then did old Zhao breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the screen lit up strangely. But strangely, there was someone standing on the dangerous building in the screen, overlooking the entire pitch-black town. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I am Wang Yi. Wang Yi waved his hand in front. I just received a prompt. The group chat of the rules has turned into my perspective, and I also know that 1 million people are watching me. Hearing this, the whole group was excited. Wow, Wang Yi? Ha, I knew it. Mr. Jiang is definitely not dead. The perspective just changed. Wang Yi, please save Mr. Jiang. Yes, he was taken to the church by the priest and the goddess. After receiving the important prompt, Wang Yi looked up at the castle area in the distance where the woods were and said, I saw the lightning released in the woods over there earlier and guessed it. I don't know what to say to you. I just hope Jiangja hasn't been studying Magical Defense Array in the magic bookstore. Hearing this, the audience showed puzzled expressions. Why? It seems he indeed hasn't read the magic book on defensive arrays. Yes, you can rest assured. By the way, why shouldn't he learn magic defense? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi also sighed in relief, because that is just a defense type, reversal of life sorcery, commonly known as sacrifice sorcery. Once someone stands in the circle, they will randomly become the nutrients for anyone outside of the circle. The last one to die. The people in this small town are actually forbidden to lay a hand on the chosen ones. Once they take action against the chosen one, they will suffer the backlash of the rules and die. If someone voluntarily gets killed, they will truly die. A good show refers to both sides not interfering, with the whole town cooperating to put on a show for the chosen one, but as the chosen one slowly falls into the trap of the priest and the matron, they will die. If you don't fall into the trap, you won't die. Don't believe in magic or don't believe in witchcraft. Witchcraft is also part of magic. If you follow those rules, you won't die, but there will always be accidents that make people doubt the truth of the rules, and in fact, all the rules are true. Earlier, Wang Yi was not idle, constantly testing. Using minor lightning and fire spells against the townspeople, he had never harmed any residents. Through repeated testing, he discovered a fact: no one in the town would lay a hand on the chosen one, while those smugglers, he had yet to test, so they remained unknown. For the other rules, he also tried each and every one, giving fruit to animals to eat, which would then laugh or shout after some time, proving there was a poison controlling human minds. Watching the smiling old man, he guessed the old man's true intentions, and noticed the old man's body temperature was always cold. He had once knocked out an old man, stripped him of his clothes, though it was against ethics. He found that the old man's body was actually covered in skin-colored paint. Under the paint was silver metal. He later learned that the old men were all metal puppets, and so on. He also observed the old men from a distance before they died in a car accident, seeing that most of the insides were actually hollow, with some unclear structures and parts. Therefore, their weight was much lighter than ordinary people. Conversely, the chosen one could kick a living person 1 meter away, but kicking a smiling old man would send him flying 10 meters away. Aside from that, there had never been a camera in the town. A normal small town would definitely have cameras, but here there were none. It wasn't that there weren't any, but all the cameras were the eyes of the smiling old man. As long as you didn't make eye contact with the smiling old man and didn't damage the heads of the old men, everything would be fine. You would not be captured by the priest and the matron's surveillance. As for what was inside the old man's head, he genuinely didn't dare to kill the old man to check. Thus, the priest and the matron did not know there was still a living person in the town, Wang Yi. As the words fell, the entire group chat and the experts were stunned. No wonder, this good show refers to this. Yeah, that's sacrifice magic. No, sacrifice witchcraft. If used by the chosen one, then it's no wonder the priest and matron would kill them. I see. Earlier the priest and matron also fainted Jiangja and didn't choose to kill him. It's also possible that this good show isn't what it seems. It's just Wang Yi's understanding of a good show, not Jiangja's. But thankfully, Jiangja did not learn sacrifice witchcraft, which relieved everyone. The sacrifice witchcraft requires about 24 hours to activate. Anything less than 24 hours is just a regular defensive spell formation. Tomorrow at this time, that is, at 3 a.m., I will arrive at the church. Everyone can rest assured, I have completely seen through this good show. Hearing Wang Yi's comfort, the massive stone hanging in the hearts of the nation's people finally fell. Except for Jiangja, most chosen ones from other countries chose to learn. However, I suspect that there is no magic in this town, so does witchcraft really exist? Do sacrifices and the like really exist? Even Wang Yi didn't dare to be certain if witchcraft existed, but all the signs indicated that witchcraft seemed to exist, yet also seemed not to. Now, he was also uncertain if the rule "don't believe in magic" held any other secrets. Inexplicably, it seems I also believe in the existence of witchcraft. Should I believe it or not? If there were no witchcraft, how could one reverse their lifespan? Looking at Wang Ye's thoughts, the audience and experts were bewildered. Perhaps, witchcraft exists. Only, the magic does not exist. In a group chat live broadcast from a beautiful country. For safety, Leon drew a circle of magical defense array in front of the castle's wooden door. Once the array was complete, he pushed open the wooden door. Inside, nearly 1,000 souls floated, staring intently at Leon. One ghost that looked like a yellow-skinned person was the inorganic professor, who tentatively asked, "Leon?" Looking at the ghost before him, Leon asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" "Yes, ever since you entered the town, all our souls know your name." "Are you here to exterminate us?" "We know you have the power to kill us, but you should know if you kill us, you will die too," said the inorganic professor. Hearing this, Leon pondered for a moment and asked, "What were you in life?" The inorganic professor squinted his eyes, thinking he was disguising well. "We were people from the town, later we were killed by the father and mother and imprisoned here. It's all the fault of that damn father and mother." Seeing this, Leon scanned the crowd and found that there were no young people among all the ghosts, most were middle-aged or older, casting doubt in his mind. "I don't quite believe that among hundreds and thousands of souls, they're all old. If you don't tell the truth, my fire magic will show no mercy. Besides, I stand in the circle, all of you ghosts cannot harm me. Trust me, I'll do it." As he finished speaking, the magic wand in Leon's hand ignited with blue flames. "This blue flame is much more powerful than ordinary flames. Now, tell me, who are you really?" Seeing this, all the ghosts exchanged glances, realizing they could not continue to hide, and the inorganic professor sighed, "We are all professors from the Golden University." Hearing this, the whole group chat was stunned. "What? Golden University, those professors of advanced civilization? So that's it, but what about the young people? What about the students?" Leon asked again. "All the students are dead, killed by the father and mother." "More than 10,000 students are all dead at the hands of the father and mother?" "That is correct." "If all the students are dead, then why didn't you die with them?" After a simple exchange, Leon realized the oddity of the souls before him. In such a large school, if a crisis occurred, he did not believe that not a single professor would protect the students. Instead, all students perished? No matter how he thought about it, there was something incredibly suspicious here. Seeing the inorganic professor hesitate to answer, Leon smiled. "Isn't it true that when all the students died, you were safe? After you were safe, were you then killed by the father and mother?" "I don't want to know how you died, nor do I want to know the details of your death. But I know through my police's eyes, I have never been wrong. You people were never good in life." As he finished speaking, Leon raised his magic wand, the towering blue flames gathering at the tip, ready to strike. Leon shouted sternly, "Now, tell me all the secrets, and I may spare you." Of course, this was a lie. Seeing that Leon was serious, the ghosts panicked. "Give us a few minutes." The inorganic professor raised a hand as a signal, then floated back into the crowd of ghosts. Then, a group of ghosts quickly began to discuss. Gradually, the arguments grew louder. The inorganic professor attempted to attack another ghost. The middle-aged ghost sneered, "If it weren't for your threat from 300,000 years ago, I would have died with the students long ago. Now you leave me unable to live or die, you disaster. Today, I will make you die." The inorganic professor coldly replied, "Try it? Don't you know who is the strongest here? Do you want your soul to scatter?" Unfortunately, the middle-aged ghost grinned. The expression on his face read, "I've long been dead, being dead or alive doesn't matter." Then the middle-aged ghost shouted at the entrance, "Lion, beware of the priest and priestess and the twins, they are all priest and priestess, don't kill the wrong ones, you only have one chance. Absolutely do not believe in the existence of magic. When you encounter them, do not use the magic defense array, because that is not defense. You seek death, you have ruined my plan." Before the voice could finish, the inorganic professor immediately punched the leaking soul to death. Then the scene erupted into a quarrel between the two factions. Finally, the wooden door was suddenly pulled shut by a strong force, only leaving Lion, who was left dumbfounded and shocked. Chapter 96, Clever Contestants. Looking at the suddenly closed wooden door, inside a cold wind howled, ghosts wailed, as if an invisible battle was going on. Standing outside the door, Lion frowned and thought. Some things that puzzled him seemed to be resolved in a blink of an eye. I heard it 300,000 years ago. If the young people in the town are 24 years old when they are university students, each lives to be 60. They can live a total of 60 years, after 300,000 years, they can know 600,000 years. His mind raced, and in a blink he converted the overall age of the town. Furthermore, the text in the magic bookstore is different from the text in the science bookstore. Can it prove that there are indeed two civilizations in the town? One is a magic-oriented civilization, the other is a technology civilization. Perhaps it is like this. And the priest and priestess clearly are not from the technology civilization. If they were from the gilded civilization, they shouldn't kill their own, but infighting can't be ruled out, though the possibility of infighting is low. If the priest and priestess are not from the same civilization, and do not have immortality magic, they cannot live for 300,000 years, there is something strange here. Wait. The priest and priestess are just from the religious civilization, but how have they lived for 300,000 years? Only by the priest and the priestess sharing the lifespans of the dead students, totaling 600,000 years, could they have possibly survived from 300,000 years ago to today. In a daze, Lion became aware of something from the implication of the ghost's words. This is bad. The priest and priestess have the magic to steal human life. Lion shook his head wildly, with a gleam in his eyes. Not magic, to be more precise, it is witchcraft. Because most of the books in the magic bookstore are not about magic, but witchcraft. Moreover, what the dead middle-aged soul said is probably true. The priest and priestess, the twins, these two keywords were hinted at in the rules for us as the chosen ones. Don't trust magic. Does that mean I shouldn't use magic against the priest and priestess? Thinking this, Lion took out a black pistol from his waist. I have only one shot. This chance means killing the priest and priestess is only one opportunity. If I miss this first chance, I will die. The last one is magic defense array. If what I learned before was not the magic defense array, then what would it be? As time passed, Lion slowly immersed himself in this question. Ultimately, he found it difficult to comprehend. Whatever, as long as I don't use the magic defense array, this raises my chance of dying. Rather than dying outright, I might as well bravely confront the risks that might come. His thoughts gradually clarified. The road to survival was close at hand. As he neared the finish line, he had to be more cautious. Hearing Lion's reasoning, the whole group chat was astonished. Revolutionary reasoning. Lion is too strong. I bow in respect. Shit, it appears this town really has two civilizations, religion versus science. The details Lion focused on are correct. He had seen that book in the park written 300,000 years ago. Who would have thought the priest and priestess really lived for 300,000 years? Perhaps there were not just one person in the religious civilization back then, but many, only during these 300,000 years, because the first batch of gilded university students and professors exhausted their lives, they all perished. In the end, the priest and the goddess had no choice but to eliminate their own kind. What the upstairs said is correct. A civilization cannot only have two people, the ones left in the end must be the smartest and the strongest too. By the way, what are twins? Children of the priest and the goddess? No, that's not right. That middle-aged ghost said twins are also the priest and the goddess, and Leon only has one chance. As the audience discussed passionately. The expert group from the beautiful country was also engaged in deep discussions about the survival key. The leading old white leader pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Is it possible that twins are actually also the priest and the goddess? Who says the priest and the goddess must be old? Upon hearing this, the experts showed puzzled expressions. Looking at the confused expressions of the experts below, the leader explained in depth. It's like this. In religious civilizations, there is a kind of witchcraft that we do not know about. Just like the legend of West African voodoo, or similar to the puppet for the dead or death doll in shamanism. What if only 2 out of 4 priests and goddesses are real? In this way, it satisfies the possibility that they are all priests and goddesses. As the words fell, the whole audience gasped in amazement. That makes sense. Yeah, this fits with what the middle-aged ghost said about they are all priests and goddesses. And Leon only has one chance to strike. He has to eliminate 2 people, 2 old ones or 2 twins? Regarding this question, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Do we really have to kill 2 people? Is there a possibility that killing just one person is enough? I don't know, we still lack one polar reversal, meaning that we can't fully grasp. What matters now is to send this message to Leon. That's right. Then the experts sent the final reasoning to Leon in the form of important questions. In the scene, Leon received the question and slightly parted his lips, revealing a hint of disbelief. This also makes sense. Twins are also priests and goddesses. My chance is to kill the priest and the goddess. But before killing, I need to identify who is the real priest and goddess. Thus, this question branched into 4 small questions. A. The old priest and one of the twins. B. The old goddess and one of the twins. C. The old priest and the old goddess. D. The 2 twins. As the questions were thrown out, Leon finally smiled. I'm afraid this is the essence of a great show, a 25% chance of survival. As long as it's not 2.5%, that's a big chance for me. But before Leon could finish contemplating, a sudden cold floral scent began to waft around. I smelled the floral scent when I first entered the town, and now it's this scent again. Where is it coming from? Before Leon could raise his head to check the source of the flowers, his vision went dark, and he lost strength, collapsing to the ground. The final scene turned pitch black, shocking millions in the group chat. In the British group chat live room. For safety, Brown carved a magic defense array at the door. As a top lawyer, he naturally preferred communication, standing at the door open to communicate with the ghosts. Because there was a notice asking him to kill the ghost of the castle. The question arose, why kill the ghost? Could it be that people could live inside, but there were no living people in the town? Another question came up, who issued the notice asking him to kill the ghosts inside? Questions followed, if I kill the ghost, will I regret it myself? Based on several possible unexpected options and questions, he spent a long hour discussing with the ghosts. Back then, you guys fought against the priest and goddess faction 300,000 years ago. In the end, high-tech civilization couldn't defeat religious civilization? Upon hearing this, a deeper mockery appeared on Brown's face. A technological civilization, actually a defeated subordinate of the religious civilization? How embarrassing. Looking at the mocking expression of the lawyer Brown, the inorganic professor could not bear the mockery from the white man. The clue escaped his mouth unconsciously. If it weren't for a poison that made my school's students lose their sanity. They were brutally killed by the people of the priest and the mother, stealing away our lifespans. Otherwise, how could we possibly? Before this sentence could finish, the inorganic professor immediately wanted to say more, but then hesitated, realizing he had misspoken. Hearing this, Brown smiled broadly, probing for the truth. Intellectuals are just intellectuals, unable to withstand a little provocation. So that's how it is? You all aged to death from the poison of the cold floral scent. Yet you know your students died out of madness, which shows that this small town has two kinds of poison. At the same time, you witnessed the deaths of your students, proving that you harmless professors have long since led a rebellion. In this way, why does the rule state that the longer one stays, the more one will do things against their own hearts? The cause of it all is the result of the second kind of poison. Moreover, you are not good people, you actually conspired with the priest and mother to harm your own students, appearing to be innocent professors. The magic I learned has likely never been magic, it's witchcraft. I have long found this strange. How could the content in the magic books be written by students of the Magic Enthusiast Society? What is truly astonishing is that the people of the priest and mother's sect do not recognize the characters of technological civilization, yet they handed me this fake magic book that students wrote for fun, expecting me to learn magic. Who knew that I could use magic without this book at all? Simply pressing the metal wand would release it. Now that I think back, I feel embarrassed for the priest and mother. Illiteracy is embarrassing. Oh right, the chain of thought. I even learned that the shop that sent me the magic book and wand must also be an eye of the priest and mother. Brown rested his chin on his hand, frowning and thought, lifespan? Can lifespan be plundered? What method? As for the magic defense array, I have long wondered, these required materials are actually blood/hair. As a seasoned magic enthusiast, how could the defense array not seem like magic at all? It turns out it has always been witchcraft. Those who use witchcraft will ultimately pay a painful price. As for what the price is, I don't know, but I will never use the wand again. At this point, Brown directly broke the wand he had in his pocket, then he ripped the magic book into shreds page by page, and took back the black handgun he had placed in his backpack, fastening it to his waist along with the holster belt. Magic, witchcraft, no matter what it is, it's still not as solid and comforting as a handgun. As he spoke, Brown immediately turned around and left. You who have used magic, do you think you can just walk away? Before Brown could turn back, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Whose voice sounds like nails scraping against a wall? As soon as the words fell, Brown prepared to turn around, but his body suddenly softened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Then the screen went black. Just after hearing Brown's reasoning, the audience hadn't even had time to respond with 666. Suddenly, the screen went black, shocking millions of viewers in the group chat. Chapter 97, The Last Chosen One. In the group chat live stream of the Panda Country. Contestant Ivan, due to his fiery personality, directly engaged in combat with the ghosts inside the castle. After easily slaying nearly half of them, including the inorganic professor, the remaining ghosts all requested a ceasefire. After all, ghost deaths do not resurrect. After another 20 minutes of verbal negotiations, Ivan finally sorted everything out. So that's how it is. The glass factory and puppet-making factory in the town were always to imprison student souls to make dolls. And the priest and mother actually have a pair of twin containers. In this way, the chance of victory becomes 25%. Ivan looked at the drifting souls in front of him, hesitating whether to kill them. I'm not interested in whether you killed the students or not, it has nothing to do with me. How do I know the information you're telling me is true? How can I be sure you won't trick me? As soon as he said this, the souls all waved their hands in terror. I dare not, truly I dare not. Though we are on the side of the father and mother, it is very difficult for them to kill us. They do not know the correct use of the weather equipment, which is why we have survived for 300,000 years. Yes, the father and mother only torture us, forcing us to become their partners, but in reality, we have never been their people, but their enemies. You must understand, we are of the golden civilization, not on the religious side. One can hear the sincerity in the words. And once a soul is killed by scientific magic, it is truly dead. Ivan pondered again and decided to spare the souls of these remaining golden professors. Understood, I believe you wouldn't dare. The clues revealed to him the secrets of the small town, as if something hidden was behind it that would be difficult to perceive in this life. What kind of great show is this, after all? He turned around and shut the big door, preparing to leave. A 1 in 4 chance, a bit dangerous. I have never been a lucky one. How to turn it into a 50% chance? I have a talent called immunity to death, which might raise the probability to 50%. Jiang's summoning talent is also about a 50% chance of survival, but I need a greater chance than him to survive. Are there still chances to improve? Ivan awakened an SS level talent, immunity to death, only second to the SSS level, and high level talents awakened among the chosen ones are quite rare. In response to Ivan's question, the experts looked at each other and discussed for a moment. The chubby young expert analyzed, in statistics, increasing the sample size can increase the probability, but the final decisive battle has already limited the sample to 4, the old father/mother and the twin boy/girl. Another black-clad female psychologist analyzed, if we think from a psychological perspective, under the premise that a person is unaware, people prefer to hide in the safest place. In this church, if we assume the container is the twins, then the father and mother would most likely choose to hide within the twin container. Conversely, if the father and mother are the twins, they are likely to be on the old people. One won't be hiding on an old person while the other hides on a child. Upon hearing this, another old expert in a black suit denied that explanation. It seems we lack clues and cannot assert this. If the old father and mother have the death replace attribute, the probability cannot be increased from 50% to 75%. This remark prompted several experts to nod in agreement. That's indeed correct. It cannot be improved, we can only engage in reasonable trial and error. There is only one chance for trial and error. Old Ivan, what about you? A young expert looked up at the stage. Old Ivan frowned in deep thought, struggling to connect the dots. There is no way to improve, but there is one question. Polar reversal can guarantee that polar reversal has always been hidden in some matter in the church. I personally believe it may be the reversal that occurs when the father and mother plunder Ivan's lifespan. Are the father and mother living people? From what I can see, they are not. There are many questions, and we lack clues, we cannot be certain. Hearing this, the experts pondered for a moment and felt it was not without merit. Then they sent their discussion into the group chat. After learning this information, Ivan remained vigilant and took a portable electric baton from his backpack, placing it in his pants pocket. Suddenly, Ivan sniffed the surroundings and caught a whiff of a cold floral scent. Where is this flower scent coming from? As soon as he spoke, Ivan suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Damn, did I die an old death, or did I faint? This was Ivan's last thought before losing consciousness. As time passed to the next midday. Currently, less than 20% of the world's chosen ones remain. Out of the little over 200 countries globally, only about 40 are left. The countries that can be considered major powers, other than Xia, beautiful, and corrupted nations, are panda countries. The vast majority of the rest are small countries whose chosen ones accidentally ended up at the castle and continue to faint upon smelling the floral scent, eventually being taken into the church by the father and mother, preparing for the ceremony. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there were fewer than 35 chosen ones in the world. Those who could survive until the next evening were all cunning, wise, and extraordinary in some way. By 8 o'clock in the evening, when the fog rose again in the small town, the number of global chosen ones was less than 30. Among them, 15 had made it into the final circle in the church. The other 15 were still exploring the town under the influence of the rules. However, some had begun to act strangely, laughing uncontrollably. Under the effect of the second toxin, it was hard for them to stay awake. Wake up, Harry, you can't fall here. Quickly wake up, don't fall asleep, Aji. Makabaka, hurry to search the town, don't fall here. Halen, isn't your target Jiangja? He must be close to clearing the level, you finally have the chance to compete with him. Do you want to disappoint your idol? Azek, we are just a small country of millions, with only 4 or 5 cities. If bizarre invasions occur, our country will lose its defense power. Your parents, your family are in different cities. If you push a little harder, you can succeed. The audiences from those small countries all left a massive amount of comments while their chosen ones were unclear in their consciousness. Amid many encouraging, uplifting, or awkward comments, those chosen ones from the small countries were strong enough, with 10 of them holding on through their chaotic awareness to enter the church for the final battle. Outside the church, the fog rose. After all the old people re-entered the church, they left the church 4 hours later with the hotel. Wang inexplicably found a black outfit and stood on a tree wearing a black hood, observing the white light and shadows in the church. If Jiangzhu was taken into the church around 2 a.m. yesterday, and it was the time for the priest and priestess to prepare for the incantation, then I need to move out around 2 a.m. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch, only 30 minutes left until 3 a.m., time to set off. Chapter 98, False Death. Inside the church. Here, hundreds of white candles were lit, their flickering light dancing in the hall. On the podium, a hexagram formation was illuminated by the candlelight, and standing at the center was a 3-meter-tall shadow of a horned demon. The horned demon stood still, with Jiangzhe lying unconscious at its feet. Jiangzhe was temporarily used as the formation's center. He had actually awakened early, listening to the chaotic chanting that resembled Sanskrit, and finally couldn't help but sit up. Stop singing, you've been singing for a day and a night. The priest and priestess who were chanting the sacrificial spell felt a bit confused. The priestess inexplicably asked, the flower scent has worn off, how does he know we have been singing for a day and a night? The priest shook his head, I used enough for a day, it's enough to keep him unconscious for 24 hours. The priest turned to look at Jiangzhe, you haven't been fainted all this time? Since Jiangzhe woke up, Wang's live broadcasting permission was also taken back and reassigned to Jiangzhe. The viewers and experts were silently watching this scene. Jiangzhe explained without worry, I fainted for an hour, then just listened to you singing, and frankly, you sing terribly. As his words fell, the priest and priestess looked shocked. We sing badly? Ha, I said it long ago, a day's worth of sleeping potion is surely not enough for Mr. Jiang. I thought Jiangzhe had fainted, it turns out he has been pretending. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiangzhe safe and sound, the experts also showed smiles and quietly watched. Although Jiangzhe in the formation could act freely, he wouldn't show that he could already move, he was waiting for the horned demon behind him to truly take shape. As Jiangzhe watched the priest and priestess hastily reciting spells, he took an energy bar out of his pocket, unwrapped it, and started eating. The priestess, not understanding Jiangzhe's actions, felt something was off. What is he doing? The priest whispered, he can't leave the formation, soon when it reveals itself, Jiangzhe's life will belong to it. They are both terrified to death, ha. The priest and the priestess did the sacrificial ritual for the first time, probably also for the first time they hadn't finished chanting when the experiment subject woke up. As expected of Mr. Jiang, even eating something can scare them. The audience couldn't help but send messages upon seeing this. As time passed, with only 2 minutes left, Jiangzhe asked, aren't you going to say some last words? Hearing this, the priest said without turning his head, you should say your last words to yourself, not to us. The priestess found it amusing and mocked, you still have 5 minutes of life. I thought you would do something when you woke up, but unexpectedly, you did nothing in the last 10 minutes and instead had your last meal. Are you afraid of becoming a starving ghost after you die? Seeing this, Jiangzhe couldn't help but show a mocking smile on his face, are you saying that if I do something now, I would have a 1 in 4 chance of surviving? Kill A, old priest and the twin boys. Kill B, old priest and the twin girls. Kill C, old priestess and the twin boys. Kill D, old priestess and the twin girls. As long as I correctly kill one of you combinations, I can survive. The black-robed twins stood not far from Jiangzhe on the stage. For Jiangzhe's dying reasoning, the priest and priestess had no expression and did not respond. A 1 in 4 chance, who can hit the target every time? In other words, if even the formation can't be broken, and they can't move, how could there be a chance to step out of the sacrifice formation? Furthermore, the weather device covering the town couldn't be used inside the church. Suddenly, Jiangzhe smiled mockingly and said, by the way, I suddenly remembered a saying, don't believe in magic. That's because magic can't be used inside the church since the church has always been a place shielded by scientific magic. Upon hearing this, the priest and priestess expressions slightly changed. How did he know, X2? But soon, the two old ones shook their heads slightly and stopped thinking about it. After all, they were about to die anyway. No matter how elaborate the reasoning was, couldn't they still escape death? Jiangzhe slowly stood up and explained in detail. So once anyone uses magic inside the church, the outcome is death. For this, the rule can't be said to be right, but it's not wrong either. It's just that magic cannot be used anymore. After saying this, he lifted his foot to hover 10 centimeters off the ground, then observed the changes in the expressions of the priest and priestess. The priest and priestess initially showed a hint of disbelief but quickly returned to calmness. Interesting, your facial expressions are quite rich. They are more diverse than those old smiling faces outside. Aren't you afraid I will step out of the circle? To this, the priest and priestess only pretended to swallow a mouthful of saliva and said, can you, X2? In reality, the two were not afraid of Jiangzhe stepping out. Consequently, the audience was filled with confusion. What's going on? Isn't the sacrificial formation not allowed to move except for the formation eye? Mr. Jiang has already said this. Why aren't the priest and priestess sending someone to stop him? I don't quite understand. In addition, the experts also had more doubts in their hearts. In response, Jiangzhe had no hesitation and directly raised his foot and took a few steps, stepping out of the hexagram formation. Walking to the side of the priest and priestess, he looked at the two facing each other, even showing expressions of plotting something. I have now walked out, aren't you going to do something to stop me? The priest and priestess merely turned their heads slightly to look at Jiangja, their faces showing an increasingly confident smile. The priest said, "There's no need for us to do anything." The priestess sneered, "Because your fate will always be death." Then Jiangja walked a short distance in front of the twins, squatted down, and observed the twin boys and girls in black hoods, who showed no signs of wanting to escape. Does anyone know why these four aren't afraid? Why are they not afraid that the hexagram formation cannot be completed? Why aren't you afraid of me coming out? Do you know why? In response, the audience flooded the chat with messages. So strange. If there's a 1 in 4 chance it's right, then killing any combination could take out the father and mother, but right now, they are not even a little bit flustered. I don't understand why. Yes, or do the father and mother think they've got this secured, so they don't have to move? But why do they think it's secure? I don't get it. Getting up, Jiangja patted the heads of the two twins and explained. Or maybe it's, as long as I'm in the church, I'll never escape. So, whatever I do, it doesn't matter, after all, I can't escape anyway. Maybe some of you are confused. Do you think that as long as I kill one correct pair, I can win? This was indeed what the thoughts of the audience and the experts were. Yes, kill one correct pair and see. It must be a win. So Jiangja turned around without hesitation and grabbed the heads of the father and mother. The mother asked inexplicably, "What do you want to do?" The father questioned skeptically, "Are you planning to kill us, or do you think you can kill us?" Jiangja carefully observed, and indeed, there was not a shred of fear on their faces. He felt completely at ease and said, "Exactly." As the words fell, Jiangja suddenly gripped tightly and forcefully yanked upward. Crack! Two sounds of sparks bursting out, black blood spilled everywhere, and the old father and mother fell on the spot. Looking at these two heads, do you now understand why they are so unafraid? Jiangja thought for a moment and explained to the audience. Seeing this scene, the audience in the group chat was stunned. Damn, how is this possible? The father and mother were actually puppets all along? What the hell, how could they also be puppets? Could it be a mistake? The real father and mother are those twins? In the expert group meeting room, old Zhao and the experts were even more dumbfounded. They had thought Jiangja would have to risk everything to kill the father and mother. But unexpectedly, the father and mother did not resist at all. No, the father and mother had never resisted. No wonder whether the puppets resisted was not significant at all. Until now, old Zhao suddenly realized, so that's it, everything makes sense now. How could this be? I always thought this was the final battle, it seems like it's not. Could it be the twins are the actual father and mother? Holding on to this doubt, the experts continued to watch. But unexpectedly, in the scene, the two twins in black robes just ran a short distance symbolically before Jiangja caught them with one hand. Where are you running off to? Since you aren't dead anyway, are you? The twin boy smirked, you're very clever, Jiangja, you actually knew the father was me. The twin girl confidently said, even if you know the mother is me, what can you do? Killing us changes nothing. Hearing this, Jiangja replied, the father and mother were never you two. He directly smashed their heads together forcefully. Bang! The heads of the twin boy and girl were smashed to pieces on the spot. Black blood spilled all over the ground. This is not blood, it's just some kind of oil with no special scent. Jiangja flicked his hands, throwing the heads onto the ground. Chapter 99, 4 Twists. As you all saw, no matter which combination we kill, we can't actually kill the father and mother. After killing, Jiangja wiped the black oil off his hands with the twins' clothes, and then sat back in the audience's chief seat to rest. The father and mother aren't even among these four puppets? Why is this happening? So killing the father and mother doesn't help win? At this point, the audience was already confused. They originally thought that just killing the father and mother would end it all. But now it seemed things had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the expert group meeting room, people exchanged glances, utterly puzzled. Old Zhao furrowed his brow and speculated, the Pope and the mother have actually always been puppets, and the death of the puppets doesn't necessarily mean the Pope and the mother are really dead. Then the rule states, there are no young people in the town. All the old people are mute, except for the Pope and the mother, twins excluded. This rule seems to be exhausted. It seems that from the beginning, the rules never told us how to win. At this moment, the experts were also in an awkward situation, with no one able to answer them. Just then, the shadow of a demon on the altar gradually took shape. In addition, the black doors on both sides of the church were opened. More and more old priests and old mothers, puppet twins, walked out from inside. Seeing this, the audience was even more confused. In the group chat of the beautiful country, Leon had also long awakened. After he woke up, he discovered he was in the center of the formation, but could move freely. He was the first to speak with the Pope and the Mother for a moment, learning that they were not afraid of Leon's actions at all. Only the horned demon behind him was gradually taking shape. So, Leon could only try to walk out of the formation, bracing himself. What he didn't expect was that the formation was empty, as if touching the air. So that's it. Don't believe in magic, because there is no magic or witchcraft in the church. Without witchcraft, there is naturally no sacrificial formation, and it is impossible to use a magic wand for countermeasures. Leon revealed a look of sudden realization, then hurriedly took out his pistol and aimed at the chanting Pope and Mother. But there was not a hint of panic on the faces of the Pope and the Mother. As long as I kill the right combination, I can clear the level. And now he had successfully completed the sacrifice, so he naturally would not hesitate, but shot directly, firing 4 consecutive shots. Bang! 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 Each bullet precisely hit the Pope and the Mother, including the foreheads of the twin boy and girl. To his surprise, black blood surged from the heads of the Pope and the Mother, as well as the twin boy and girl. He stepped forward, gently wiped with his fingers, placed it on his nose, and sniffed, "This isn't blood." In a moment of realization, he hurriedly checked the Pope and Mother. Not looking was fine, but upon looking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Pope and Mother, how could they have always been puppets? He held up the very light puppet head, inside which were even wires flickering with sparks. F***ck, how is that possible? The Pope and the Mother are not even alive? Damn it, this changes everything. I have goosebumps. We have been racking our brains to fight against what is actually a puppet. Yeah, killing the Pope and the Mother turns out to just be killing puppets. Damn, what does this mean for clearing the level? Not only that, experts from the beautiful country were also plunged into confusion and bewilderment. They originally thought that as long as they killed the Pope and the Mother, they could clear the level. But in the end, the Pope and Mother were actually just puppets. Theoretically speaking, killing a puppet is no different from killing the smiling old man. The experts were arguing one after another. In this case, it doesn't add up. The rules never told us how to clear the level. Yeah, the rules never told the chosen ones the conditions for survival. Even if we reach the church and scientific magic fails, there is still no way to clear the level. Slowly, the arguments became stagnant. The conditions for clearing the level were unclear and uncertain. How could a good show come to an end? Suddenly, a young white expert realized something. Could it be that as long as we decipher a good show, we will eventually clear the level, but right now Leon hasn't figured out a good show? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly brightened the eyes of the awkward experts. At this time, more popes and mothers and twin puppets walked out from both sides of the church. Like Jiangzhou and Leon, at the same progress, there was also Braun from the Rotten Country and Ivan from the Panda Country. They both successively realized that the sacrificial formation was fake and stepped forward to kill the Pope and the Mother along with the twins. Braun said in astonishment, "Damn it. I have always been deceived. The priest, the goddess, and the twins were all puppets, and it was the priest's puppet that drugged me and brought me to the church." Then Braun turned around and looked at the smiling old men in the church. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward, ready to shoot and kill an old man. Just as a gunshot rang out, it penetrated the forehead of the smiling old man. He reached out to touch the smiling old man, feeling his hand touch nothing but air. The smiling old man, how can he be an illusion? A surprised smile appeared on Ivan's face. Ha, I should have realized it earlier. Why couldn't the priest, goddess, and twins be puppets? The real priest and goddess must be someone else. Ivan was puzzled by his own reasoning for quite some time. He had always believed that as long as he killed the correct combination among A, B, C, and D, he could clear the game. But from beginning to end, the truth was not as he expected. Then they also witnessed more priests, goddesses, and twin puppets emerging from both sides of the church. In the group chat of the Summer Country, the screen displayed. Seeing hundreds of priests, goddesses, and twins coming out, standing side by side on the stage, watching the formation of the demon's shadow. Sitting on the podium, Jiangzhou looked unfazed and did nothing, just quietly watching. What exactly is going on? Mr. Jiang, how can we clear the game? Why have so many puppets suddenly appeared? Facing the audience's questions, Jiangzhou looked ahead and explained, since you all see that the priests and goddesses are just puppets, is there a possibility the priests and goddesses lost their meaning under the rule, all old people are mute, except for the priests, goddesses, and twins, just to cause the final demon shadow to appear? His words were simple and clear. Who said the priests and goddesses were enemies? The rules only said that priests and goddesses could speak. From the start, the rules never told me, or you, or other chosen ones, that the enemies must be the priests and goddesses, right? Whether it was me or other chosen ones during the investigation of the town, it was indeed always correct. It was just a confrontation between two civilizations. But this correctness doesn't affect the final outcome at all. It is obvious a good show is that the chosen ones must see through the show to win. Hearing this, the audience looked shocked. In a moment, they suddenly realized that they had been caught in the fog of the rules from the very beginning. Yeah, the rules never said how to clear the game. It was Mr. Jiang investigating the town, and we subconsciously thought that killing the priests and goddesses would clear the game. Right. It never said from the beginning that killing them would clear the game. Under Jiang's explanation, the experts also showed a look of realization. Only then did they realize they had been trapped by the rules. Inside the screen. As the shadow was about to take shape, Jiang spoke again. At present, there are signs of a polar reversal beginning to appear. Reversal 1, the scene reversal, we have all experienced it, the views of puppets and living people are different. 2, the target reversal, we just experienced it. Explanation 2, many people have always believed that killing the priests and goddesses/twins in a combination could pass, and have thought that the chosen ones had a 25% chance to clear the game. But in reality, it is not like that. Thus, we have already satisfied the second target reversal. In fact, the polar reversal still has 2 more reversals that are yet to show themselves. Now, it's time to reveal it. Reversal 3, life reversal, which is the true interpretation of the rule of life from death. The audience in this group cannot see it because everything I see in the church is unreal. As for why it's unreal, you will know shortly. By the way, the priests and goddesses have always existed, just not in front of my perspective.